Hello guys, how are you? Subscribe this channel for more crazy parts. Chapter 1 Blue Star, Xia Country, Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Awakening Square. This is the annual Awakening Day. All young people who are 18 years old or above must participate in the awakening. Then they enter the battlefield of all races, fighting for survival resources and living space for the human race and for themselves. Class 2, Grade 3. Jiang Chuan. At the awakening altar, the teacher presiding over the ceremony shouted loudly. A slender and powerful arm was raised in the crowd, and the people blocking his way subconsciously made way. I saw a young man walking forward leisurely. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with long and strong limbs, a sunny and handsome face, and a handsome guy in a very handsome way. His appearance immediately caused the crowd to boil. The girl covered her face and screamed, feeling extremely shy. The boy was jealous and pouted, feeling very unhappy. All aspects of human life are thus fully revealed. Jiang Chuan walked up to the altar and presented his ID card, student ID card, awakening permission certificate and other relevant documents. The teacher who presided over the ceremony said to him, "Please put your hand on the crystal ball." On the high platform in front of Jiang Chuan, there was a crystal ball the size of a wash basin. Crystal clear and dazzling. He followed the instructions and placed his hand on it. At this moment, the crystal ball released a dazzling light, and Jiang Chuan subconsciously closed his eyes. A moment later, a voice sounded in his ears. Class 2, Grade 3, Jiang Chuan, awakened his S-level talent Almighty Master. You can ignore the class restrictions and switch to any non-combat class, with no upper limit. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere below immediately became boiling. Wow! He's truly a god, awakening an S-level talent. Life-related talent? Doesn't this mean that Jiang Chuan can apply to stay in the logistics department and not have to enter the 10,000 races trial field? Damn, I used to envy his pretty face, and now I envy his talent. Just a useless piece of shit who can't fight. Yes, combat profession is the king. This is a world with thousands of races, and mythical creatures such as angels, dragons, titans, and behemoths are invincible. Humans can survive in the cracks between them. It relies on the innate abilities that everyone can awaken. Talented abilities are divided into 9 levels from low to high: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Jiang Chuan can awaken S-level talent, which makes him a top figure. It's a pity that this is a living profession, otherwise he would soar to fame and be sought after by countless people. Classmate, would you like to work in the logistics department? We can give you the best treatment. Jiang Chuan, come to our Heritage Hall. Your talents and abilities are most suitable for the Heritage Hall. How about you stay at the school and teach? Although you only have a talent for life-related professions, you have cultivated countless powerful combat professions, which is also a great contribution. Jiang Chuan took great pains to escape from the crowd's pursuit and finally returned to the apartment with difficulty. S-level talent ability. Who are you looking down on? After returning home, Jiang Chuan opened his talent panel with a little excitement. Study it carefully. Almighty Creator, Unique. Level, God level. Property. 1 Almighty Master, you can ignore the occupation column restrictions and switch to any non-combat occupation, with no upper limit on the number of. 2 God's Blessing, your non-combat profession will be automatically promoted to a God-level profession. 3 Gifts from the world, when you create something new, you will receive gifts from the world. This is his innate ability. But for some reason, the crystal ball only detected one of the attributes and classified it as S-level. At this time, Jiang Chuan was a little depressed. After finally traveling through time, can I awaken a combat-related talent? I also want to fly with a sword, I also want to hold thunder in my hands, and I also want to kill everyone. Blacksmithing, refining medicine, farming, cooking. Farming was just a thing before I traveled through time. This is an ancestral craft, nothing much to say. But if I still have to farm after traveling through time, it would be a disgrace to my fellow countrymen. As a descendant of the dragon, coming to this indigenous world, if you are not the number one in the world, king of kings, son of the great way, you would be embarrassed to say where your hometown is. Well, as a traveler from Blue Planet, Jiang Chuan has spent 18 years in this world. Although his parents died early, he was left alone to live. But his adult soul prevented him from dying young. Even alive and well. In this world, there are thousands of races and gods coexisting. The reason why humans can survive in the cracks between many powerful races and gods is because of the innate abilities that everyone can awaken. But in the tens of thousands of years of human history, the highest record is only SSS level. God level talent and ability, unheard of. Even the awakening crystal can only detect partial information about the Almighty Creator. This shows how powerful this talent is. But this talent and ability limited his career direction, which made him very depressed. Jiang Chuan shook his head and turned his gaze to the two props on the table. Newcomer Induction Manual. After opening, you can choose a career that suits you to switch to. Note: new players only have one career column, please choose carefully. This was distributed by the school before the awakening ceremony. Exemption order: after using, you can be exempted from the conscription power of the 10,000 races battlefield. The day after the talent awakening, that is, in the early hours of tonight, the battlefield of all races will release the power of conscription and drag all professionals to the trial battlefield. With this item, Jiang Chuan can be immune to being dragged by the force of conscription. This is the reward for his awakening of the S-level life talent. After all, the battlefield of all races is full of dangers, and if you are not careful, you may lose your life. The trial period is not bad, you can still be resurrected after death. But after passing the trial period, the price of death will be too heavy for anyone to bear. In order to prevent people like him who have no combat power but have high-value life professions from dying in vain, the top leaders consumed resources and created the exemption orders so that they could avoid being recruited in the battlefield of all races. Of course, if Jiang Chuan chooses to stay in the human base camp, he will be able to live a peaceful life without encountering any danger. But the price is that one must join the logistics department, the heritage hall, and the professional academy, which are secondary functional departments. Lifelong 007. No holidays during the New Year holidays. Or provide logistical resources to frontline soldiers. Or train new trialists. It will not end until death. After all, humans don't keep idle people. It makes sense that there is blood in the front and sweat in the back. Change jobs first, see the results, and then decide on the next path. God-level profession, I hope it's not too bad. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan picked up the new employee induction manual on the table and activated it directly. Ding! Reminder to the trialist, Jiang Chuan, please choose a profession. Due to talent restrictions, you can only choose from non-combat professions. The occupation list is as follows: blacksmith/carpenter/tailor/miner/chef/butcher/fisherman/farmer/pharmacist/architect. There are a total of 10 non-combat professions listed in the profession list. Among them, the ones who may have combat capabilities are butchers and blacksmiths. Butcher was Zhen Guangzai killed with just 3 punches. I choose the blacksmith. Strength is temporary. Being handsome lasts a lifetime. When Jiang Chuan made his choice, the booklet turned into starlight and slowly merged into his body. In a trance, he seemed to see a figure with dark red skin, short stature, and goat horns on his head. Is this Orn, the god of smiths, the faith of all blacksmiths? After traveling through time for many years, Jiang Chuan is naturally not unfamiliar with this kind of master-level figure. The starlight dissipated, and a cold and mechanical system prompt sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have successfully changed your job title to Blacksmith, and your current job title is Junior. You get a newbie inaugural gift pack, Forge 1, Forge Hammer 1, Ordinary Iron Ore *10. After changing to a combat profession, you can obtain a set of novice equipment. For daily life professions, you will get the corresponding tools and a small amount of materials for practice. That's very thoughtful. Jiang Chuan was very satisfied. Junior Blacksmith. Quality, Ordinary. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional ability, can forge black iron equipment. Forging success rate, 10%. Note 1, success will gain 1 proficiency point, failure will not gain proficiency. Note 2, when the proficiency reaches 100, you will be automatically promoted to intermediate blacksmith. Tisk. That's really bad. Career advancement. Jiang Chuan casually glanced at the blacksmith's panel and immediately activated the innate ability of the Almighty Creator. The system's mechanical and cold voice sounded again. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. You have triggered your innate ability Almighty Creator. Your blacksmith class has been promoted to Divine Refiner. Please check for details. Junior Divine Refiner. Quality, God level. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional abilities. 1 Divine Machine Refinement. Divine Refinement Masters are not restricted by blueprints, professions, or attributes and can independently design, forge, and wear equipment. 2 Orn, the god of craftsmanship. Orn casts a shadow in the forge, and it will forge equipment according to the requirements of the god of craftsmanship. 3 Heavenly Dao Inscriptions. When the equipment is successfully forged, Heavenly Dao will send down inscriptions to enhance the equipment effect. The number of inscriptions depends on the professional level. Forging success rate, Gold 100%, Platinum 10%, Diamond 1%. Note 1, failure will gain 1 proficiency point, success will gain 10 proficiency points. Note 2, when the proficiency reaches 100, you will automatically be promoted to Intermediate Divine Refiner. Note 3, every time a Divine Refiner advances a level, they will gain a new professional ability. Note 4, a Junior Divine Refiner can engrave 3 Heavenly Dao inscriptions on their equipment. The number of inscriptions increases with each subsequent level. Looking at the attribute panel of the Divine Refiner, Jiang Chuan was overjoyed. It truly is a god-level profession. Compared to the blacksmith, the Divine Refiner is simply invincible. When a low-level blacksmith forges equipment, he needs to follow the drawings and copy them exactly without any mistakes. Only advanced blacksmiths have the ability to design equipment independently. Professionals also need to meet relevant conditions when wearing equipment. For example, assassins cannot use battle axes, warriors cannot use bows and arrows, archers cannot use staffs, etc. The first ability of the Divine Refiner is to make these restrictions become waste paper. Jiang Chuan can not only design equipment independently, but also forge equipment. You can even wear equipment of any profession. As long as he wanted, he could hold a battle axe in his left hand, a staff in his right hand, a bow, an arrow on his waist, and a shield under his feet. The most exaggerated thing is that Jiang Chuan can summon Orn's projection to forge equipment for himself. I changed my job to become a blacksmith, and the master himself came down to help me with the work, step by step. How would other blacksmiths feel about this? After the equipment is forged, Tiandao will also send down inscriptions to enhance the equipment attributes. This also means that even if other blacksmiths are better than Jiang Chuan, they cannot forge equipment comparable to his. In addition, junior blacksmiths can only forge black iron level equipment. The success rate is only a pitiful 10%. However, even though they are both junior divine refiners, they can forge gold level equipment with 100% probability. There is even a 10% chance of forging platinum level equipment. And there is a 1% chance of forging diamond level equipment. Compare the two. The gap is obvious. Master Shenlian, it's really like a little cow getting married, so awesome. Haha. Is this the strength of a divine refiner? Leave everything to Orn. I just need to provide the ideas and materials. In that case, I won't be polite. As soon as Jiang Chuan thought about it, a fiery red forging furnace appeared before his eyes. The flames in the furnace were burning fiercely. Hot flames. The temperature of the entire apartment was raised significantly. In the flames, there was also the figure of a goat-horned dwarf, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It seems real and illusory. Is this the projection of the god of craftsmanship, Orn? While Jiang Chuan was speculating in his heart, he did not forget to throw the ore into the forge one by one, and then said, "It's a sword with ranged attack capabilities. It can be controlled with the mind and can kill enemies autonomously. It can also be used as a vehicle, flying with a sword." That's right, the first piece of equipment Jiang Chuan forged was the legendary flying sword. Anyway, he only provides ideas and materials. The rest is left to Orn in the furnace. In that case, why not be bolder? The projection of the god of craftsmanship can't be unable to meet even this requirement. As Jiang Chuan's thoughts turned, a series of ding-ding-ding metal knocking sounds came from the forge. It was the sound of Orn forging equipment. After a while, the system prompt sounded. Byte. Forging successful. You obtain the level 1 gold equipment, Phyxian sword. As the system prompt sound fell, a flying sword 1 foot long, 2 inches wide, as thin as a cicada's wing, and emitting a faint cold light appeared in front of Jiang Chuan. The flying sword's blade was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting Jiang Chuan's face, making it look even more handsome. The hilt of the sword is engraved with a golden eagle with its wings spread out, ready to take flight. Looks majestic and ferocious. Flying immortal sword. Level 1. Quality, gold. Heavenly Dao inscription, flying fairy, Zhengjin Qi, flying with sword. Equipment requirements, none, professional exemption. Equipment additional effects. 1 strength plus 100. 2 agility plus 100. 3 critical hit rate plus 100%. 4 Phyxian sword can cause an additional 100% damage. 5 When the host is in danger, the Phyxian sword can transform into 100 sword shadows to attack the enemy. Flying Fairy, the Flying Fairy sword can automatically attack the enemy and can also be controlled by the mind. Zhengjin Qi, the Phyxian sword is attached with Zhengjin Qi, which can cause armor breaking effect on the enemy. Flying Sword, the host can fly with the sword, but during the flight, the sword cannot attack the enemy. Chapter 2. Looking at the attribute panel of Phyxian sword, Jiang Chuan was overjoyed. This flying sword is really too powerful. His 4-dimensional attributes are only in the single digits, but the Phyxian sword brings a 100-point attribute increase to strength and agility respectively, which is equivalent to a 10-fold increase. The critical hit rate increases by 100%, which means that when Jiang Chuan attacks the enemy, he can achieve the effect of every sword hits a critical hit. Plus 100% bonus damage. The efficiency of killing monsters will be improved again. If in danger, the Phyxian sword can transform into hundreds of sword shadows and instantly strangle all enemies. 3 inscriptions, Fairy from the Sky, Power of Zhengjin, and Flying with a Sword. It also turned the idea of Jiang Chuan's automatic attack, mind control, and sword flying into reality. As for the equipment requirements, they have long been exempted in the face of the powerful abilities of the Divine Refiner. At this moment, Jiang Chuan just wanted to shout. Master Alchemist, awesome! There's still some material left. Let's continue forging. Looking at the remaining ore, Jiang Chuan decided to continue forging. We have the attack weapons. Then my second piece of equipment should be armor. Armor? No, it's too bulky and will hurt if you get hit. Jiang Chuan glanced at the Phyxian sword floating in front of him, and an idea flashed in his mind, and he began to conceive. Flying shield, a flying shield that can automatically block enemy attacks. It can also reflect damage. The most important thing is that it has to have powerful life-saving skills. As Jiang Chuan's thoughts turned, all the remaining ores flew into the forge. Ore began to forge, and a series of ding-ding-ding sounds of metal knocking were heard. Bite. Forging successful. You obtain the level 1 gold equipment, Soul Shield. As the system prompt sound fell, 3 flying shields appeared in front of Jiang Chuan. Lingsha Shield. Level 1. Quality, Gold. Heavenly inscriptions, Guard, Thorns, Spiritual Pivot. Equipment requirements, none, Professional exemption. Equipment additional effects. 1 Constitution plus 100. 2 Vitality plus 1000. 3 Each Lingsha shield can block 1 fatal attack for the host. Defense, the Lingsha shield can automatically defend against enemy attacks and can also be controlled by thoughts. Thorns, when the host is attacked, the Lingsha shield can reflect the enemy's attack. Lingshu, each Lingsha shield can store 3000 health points. When the host's health value is reduced, it will absorb the health value stored in the Lingsha shield to restore itself. The Lingsha shield flew back and forth around Jiang Chuan, like flying birds and swimming fish. Very smart. If you only look at the attribute enhancement, Lingsha shield is not as good as Fixian sword. After all, the Fixian sword has 5 attributes. There are only 3 Lingsha shields. But the value of the Lingsha shield is no less than that of the Fixian sword. The 3-sided Lingsha shield stores a total of 9000 health points, plus the attribute enhancement of the equipment, it is 10,000 health points. Jiang Chuan equipped with the spirit shield. It's an absolute blood cow. Not to mention, the Lingsha shield can block 3 fatal injuries for him. This further improves his survivability. Finally, the Thorn's inscription that can rebound damage also has a good effect. The stronger the enemy's attack, the faster they die. Spiritual shield, defend. As soon as Jiang Chuan had an idea, the 3 Lingsha shields flew back and forth within a distance of 1 foot with him as the center. Keep him under guard. Any attack will be blocked by the Lingsha shield. Flying Immortal Sword, attack. The thought came to me again. The Fixian sword flew 10 steps away. Or like a green snake hunting, it hits its target in an instant with lightning speed. Or like a flying swallow, it moves back and forth in the narrow room with a nimble and light posture. Haha! Who says life and career have no future? If you have the guts, come and take my sword. Jiang Chuan was delighted. He couldn't help but think of one of his innate abilities, the gift of the world, which allowed him to receive gifts from the world when he created something new. However, neither the Fixian sword nor the Lingsha shield could trigger this so-called gift. Could it be that there is also a profession called Sword Immortal in the myriad races continent? This made him a little confused. However, Jiang Chuan did not dwell too much on this issue. He quickly opened his property panel. Check them one by one. Name, Jiang Chuan. Level, 1, 0/100. Occupation, Divine Refiner. HP 1675. MP 145. Strength, 107. Constitution, 105. Agility, 106. Spirit, 9. Innate ability, Almighty Creator, God level, only innate ability. Skills, none. Equipment, Fixian sword, Lingsha shield. Note, 1 strength equals 5 attack, 1 constitution equals 5 health, 1 spirit equals 5 magic. Looking at the brand new attribute panel, Jiang Chuan gained confidence. At this moment, the alarm clock on the wall pointed to 12 o'clock. A force appeared out of nowhere, lingering around him, trying to drag him into the battlefield of all races. The tax exemption order immediately emitted a faint light and began to resist the pull of this force. Jiang Chuan's eyes flashed, and he kicked the exemption order away. Enter the novice village. Although a professional like him only needs to sign an agreement with the logistics department or other relevant departments and work 12 hours a day to provide sufficient logistical supplies to the front line, you can stay in the safe zone, thus avoiding entering the meat grinder of the battlefield of all races. No illness and no disaster. Peaceful until death. Unfortunately, Jiang Chuan resolutely rejected the invitation from the logistics department. He's had enough of being 007. After traveling through time, he wanted to change the way he lived. Ding dong! Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have successfully arrived at Novice Village number 9527. Good luck! Following a dizzying moment, Jiang Chuan came to a crowded village. Most of the people here are young boys and girls with young faces and passion written all over their faces. Like Jiang Chuan, they are all new trial participants this year. I will also spend my novice period here. Handsome guy, want to team up? The beautiful mage will lead the team. Brother, what's your profession? Our team is still short of a damage dealer, a tank is also fine. Brother, come to my team. I promise you'll level up faster than a rocket. As soon as Jiang Chuan appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of all the girls. They all enthusiastically invited him to join the team. Pulling and tugging. All over the place. His eyes glowed. Who says only men are lustful? Female compatriots met handsome guys. His eyes will also light up. This also made the boys around him so angry that they wanted to eat him alive. Damn pretty boy! Jiang Chuan ignored the envious and jealous looks of the boys, rejected the girls' invitation to form a team, and then hurried towards the wild. He has 106 points of agility. Quickly get rid of the crowd's pursuit and blockade. Hey! Isn't that Jiang Chuan? Why is he in the novice village? Yet. Didn't he awaken his S-level talent and be left at the base camp to enjoy his life? There must be something wrong with your head if you run into the wilderness alone. Should we call him over so we can level up together? Are you crazy? You're bringing a life profession into the team. Aren't you afraid that it will slow down our leveling speed? Yet, let's pretend we didn't see it. Chapter 3. After leaving the novice village and getting out of everyone's sight, Jiang Chuan stopped. Flying fairy. Fixian sword flew out immediately upon hearing the call. After flying around Jiang Chuan in the air, it hovered quietly in front of him. The Fixian sword at this time. It has turned into a giant flying sword that is 2 meters long and half a meter wide, like a large skateboard. Jiang Chuan jumped up and stood firmly on the Fixian sword. With a whoosh, a man and a sword flew towards the depths of the wilderness. The sword blade cut through the airflow, leaving only a silver tail behind it, while the wind whistled in the ears and the hair flew. There is actually a bit of the elegance of flying on a sword and traveling across the sky. The Fixian sword was moving very fast and arrived at a hillside in a moment. There are many monsters here and they are very powerful. It is an area that the trial takers have not yet set foot on. Ouch! The sound of wolf howling rang in Jiang Chuan's ears. At the same time, a fishy smell came to my face. Gusts of fishy wind. It's disgusting. Before Jiang Chuan could react, 3 silver-white shields flew out. Just jumped out from behind the boulder. The black wolf is preparing to attack Jiang Chuan. He was directly knocked away by a shield. The thorn inscription on the Lingsha shield can reflect 100% of the enemy's damage. How fiercely that black wolf came! How miserable it is at this moment! His mouth was full of wolf fangs, all shattered by the impact. My head feels dizzy. I can't even stand steadily. Woo-woo! The sneak attack failed, and the wolf's howl turned into a scream of pain. Jiang Chuan also took the opportunity to see the true face of the attacker. Ironback Black Wolf. Level 5. HP 725. Attack 2937. Defense, 35. Skills, Bite, Pounce. Introduction, an ordinary monster in the wasteland, with average strength, but it is also a nightmare for rookies. Hey! You beast! You dared to attack me secretly? I'll take you as my target. Under the protection of the Lingsha shield, Jiang Chuan jumped to the ground and released the Phyxian sword. Go! With a thought, the Phyxian sword returned to its normal size and turned into a ray of silver light, flying towards the iron-backed black wolf. 3725. The Phyxian sword cut through the iron-backed black wolf with ease, like a knife cutting through butter. A big number floated up. A cold and mechanical system prompt sounded. Ding dong! Trialist Jiang Chuan, you killed a level 5 iron-back black wolf and gained 35 experience points. Hey! A nightmare! I don't think it's anything special. Jiang Chuan sneered disdainfully, while controlling the Lingsha shield to defend himself. While controlling the Phyxian sword, he flew 10 steps away. A moment later, another iron-backed black wolf came following the smell of blood. But this time, Jiang Chuan didn't give it a chance to speak. Flying Immortal Sword, go! The iron-backed black wolf has just appeared. The Phyxian sword moved with lightning speed. Kill it instantly. He didn't even have the chance to scream. Ding dong! Trialist Jiang Chuan, you killed a level 5 iron-back black wolf and gained 35 experience points. After a few more breaths, the third iron-backed black wolf appeared. Ding dong, gain 35 experience points. You have been upgraded to level 2, 5/200. Since you are a life profession, you can only gain fixed attribute growth, and no free attribute points or skill points. When professionals level up, they can obtain free attribute points and skill points. Free attribute points, as the name suggests, are attribute points that can be allocated independently by professionals. Generally used to enhance main combat attributes. For example, the warrior's strength, the assassin's agility, the mage's spirit, etc. Skill points can be used to increase skill levels. However, life professions are different. After upgrading, the attributes grow in a fixed manner and cannot be allocated independently. It is said that in the past, people could freely allocate attribute points to their professions. However, some professionals made random allocations, which led to some irreversible accidents. For example, the blacksmith allocates attribute points to agility and spirit. As a result, his strength attribute is insufficient and he can't lift the hammer. Or perhaps due to insufficient physical attributes, he was almost ignited by the fire. When Jiang Chuan thought of this, he almost laughed out of anger. It's fine if you are just asking for death. Why bother to implicate those who come later? But at this moment, something unexpected happened to Jiang Chuan. Ding! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan. As a divine refiner, you will gain fixed attribute growth of 15 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. It is still a fixed attribute growth. But the difference is, isn't this attribute growth a bit too much? As far as Jiang Chuan knows, when a combat professional increases his level, he only gains 15 points of free attributes. However, the growth of the four-dimensional attributes of the Divine Refiner reached as much as 45 points. It is 3 times the free attribute points of a combat professional. Moreover, the 15 free attributes of combat professionals must be allocated to strength, physique, agility, spirit, etc. For example, the Order of the Balance in the assassin profession generally adopts a 7611 distribution plan, that is, 7 points of agility, 6 points of strength, 1 point of constitution, and 1 point of spirit. The highest attribute, agility, is only 7 points. Even an ultimate assassin who relies on equipment, items, and toxins to deal damage can only gain 15 points of agility attribute growth at the expense of all attribute growth. Although the attributes of the Divine Refiner have fixed growth, but the total attribute growth is as high as 45 points, and the single attribute growth is as low as 5 points and as high as 15 points. This has made him look down upon all combat professions. By the way, the blacksmith's attribute growth tends to be strength. Pharmacists tend to favor spirit, miners tend to favor physical fitness, and postmen tend to favor agility. Although the attribute growth of multiple professions does not stack, the highest growth plan is generally adopted. As long as I can gather all these professions, when I level up, I can gain the blacksmith's strength attribute growth, the miner's constitution attribute growth, the postman's agility attribute growth, and the pharmacist's spirit attribute growth. The highest strength, the highest physique, the highest agility. Life and career, this is going against the will of heaven. As Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up, more and more iron-backed black wolves, smelling the bloody scent from this side, jumped out one after another. Unfortunately, in front of the Phyxian sword with automatic attack capabilities. No matter how many monsters there are, they are just to make up the numbers. I saw the Phyxian sword moving among the wolves, sometimes like a green snake hunting, sometimes like a flying swallow soaring into the sky. In a short while, he killed all the iron-backed black wolves. You gain 35 experience points. You gain 35 experience points. You gain 35 experience points. As the level increases, more experience points are required to upgrade. But it's not a big problem. As long as you kill fast enough, the upgrade will not be slow. After the 6 iron-backed black wolves fell, Jiang Chuan's level was upgraded again. Ding dong! Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 3, 15/400. You will gain fixed attribute growth of 15 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. It seemed as if all the iron-backed black wolves in the entire area had been strangled to death. This bloody battlefield suddenly became quiet. Jiang Chuan took the opportunity to pick up the spoils on the ground. You get copper coins x59. You get fang x18. You get wolf skin x9. Fangs are a pair of canine teeth of the iron-back black wolf. They are extremely sharp and are high-quality material for making arrows. Wolf skins can also be used to craft equipment such as leather armor. Plus 59 copper coins. It's a small gain. On the battlefield of all races, the currency ratio is 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 1 tianyang coin. Just enough to buy a big meat bun. Plus the income from wolf teeth and wolf skins. Jiang Chuan gained at least 300 lives in this battle. It's very comfortable. This is much better than going into the factory to screw in the screws. Just then, bursts of wolf howls were heard. One after another. It never stops. Oh! Is this someone who is not afraid of death coming? I was looking for you. Jiang Chuan jumped onto a huge rock and saw that the hillside was full of wolves, with more than 30 iron-backed black wolves alone. In addition, there are 9 level 7 wolverines and a majestic giant white wolf. The giant wolf is huge, like a calf. Guarded by the entire wolf pack in the center. 1000 Phantom Silver Wolf. Level 13. Template, Bronze Boss. HP 3250. Attack damage, 319/437. Defense, 250. Skills, Bite, Pounce, Devour, Silver Moon Domain, 1000 Illusion Wolf Shadow. Introduction, the King of the Wasteland, with terrifying strength, and with a trace of the blood of the Howling Moon Wolf, can burst out several times the combat power in desperate situations. Jiang Chuan didn't expect to attract a boss so soon. You know, even the lowest level boss is a dominant force in the wasteland. They are powerful, own hunting grounds covering dozens of miles, and govern thousands of servant monsters. Every time it appears, it is like a huge army marching out with an extraordinary formation. In the past, the boss of the novice village would only appear when the professional's strength reached a certain level. In order to deal with it, hundreds of professionals are often required to work together. Form a large hunting group and use the salami slicing tactics to strangle the outer monsters first and then hunt the elite guards. Finally, the top professionals will take action. Kill the boss. It is said that some powerful boss. It can even gather an army of monsters and actively attack the novice village. Throughout history, there have been many examples of novice villages being attacked by monsters and completely turned into beast nests. It is rare to see a boss like this one, who dares to appear in front of the trial takers with only 30 or 50 subordinates and whose level is so low. Hey! Want to avenge your own kind? It just so happens that I also want to kill you and eat your meat. Chapter 4. Looking at the corpses of his fellow tribesmen scattered on the ground, Jiang Silverwolf felt great hatred in his heart. This is the foundation for it to integrate the surrounding areas and become a hegemon. With so many people dying at once, future plans will definitely be greatly affected. It's all this damned human's fault. Why can't you just wait to die? Why are you resisting? Jiang Silverwolf let out a deafening wolf howl. Ouch! The wolves rushed down the hillside and headed straight for the boulder where Jiang Chuan was. The attacks from all sides seemed to overwhelm him. Unfortunately, with the Lingsha shield, everything is in vain. 3 Lingsha shields flashed by. The black wolves that charged forward were knocked away. Under the thorn characteristic, these black wolves are as ferocious when they come, and as miserable when they are knocked away. They jumped up and were then knocked away by the Lingsha shield in mid-air. It fell back to the ground, emitting a series of miserable whimpers. But it caused the greatest damage to the wolves. It's still the Phyxian sword. The Phyxian sword was seen flying back and forth among the wolves like a butterfly among flowers. With every attack, blood flashed and countless broken arms and limbs flew up. You gain 35 experience points. You gain 35 experience points. You gain 35 experience points. If numbers mean something, then ants would be invincible. Jiang Chuan sneered, and the speed of the Phyxian sword increased again. On the entire battlefield, the only sounds seemed to be the sound of flesh being pierced and blood splattering on the ground. As for the wolves' attack, it couldn't reach Jiang Chuan at all. The 3-sided Lingsha shield forms a defense circle that is impenetrable to water and needles. Every attack from the wolves will be blocked by the Lingsha shield, and the damage will be completely rebounded. On the hillside, Jiang Silverwolf was furious. In just a moment, 1/3 of his family members were killed or injured. This makes the already limited number of its cards even worse. Awoo! Awoo! Waves of angry wolf howls rang out. Wolverine, who originally served as a guard beside Jiang Silverwolf, had to join the battlefield. Wolverine, compared to Ironback, is larger and has stronger defense. In particular, they have a skill called Vajra Transformation, which can increase health by 100% and defense by 50%. Jiang Chuan's Phyxian sword actually takes 2 strikes to kill them. Ding dong! Killed level 7 Wolverine. You gained 49 experience points. Ding dong! Killed level 7 Wolverine. You gained 49 experience points. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 4. You gain fixed attribute growth of 15 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. The battle did not change with the addition of Wolverine. The Phyxian sword shuttled back and forth, killing the wolves into pieces and leaving wounded people all over the ground. Fear began to grow in the hearts of the wolves. No matter how Thousand Illusion Silver Wolf urged them, the remaining wolves only dared to stay 10 meters away and did not dare to go beyond the limit. Ah! Ah! Upon seeing this, Jiang Silverwolf became furious. At this moment, it no longer cared about any plan for hegemony. It just wants to tear the humans in front of it into pieces. To avenge those who blocked the road. I saw Jiang Chuan Silver Wolf howling towards the sky, the sound waves spread in all directions, causing dark clouds to surge in the sky. The bright sky suddenly became dim amidst the howling of the 1,000 illusion silver wolf. A waning moon slowly appeared. It appears and disappears, seeming real and illusory. Under the waning moon, the wolf's eyes glowed red, and negative emotions such as fear, pain, and death seemed to have been wiped from their consciousness. The giant wolves once again approached the boulder where Jiang Chuan was. Ding dong! Reminder to trialist Jiang Chuan, you are in the Silver Moon realm, please get away as soon as possible. Note, wolf creatures within this area will enter a frenzy, with all attributes increased by 100%. They are insensitive to pain and fearless of death. As long as they have breath left, they will fight to the bitter end. The system prompt sounded, causing Jiang Chuan to narrow his eyes slightly. He felt a strong sense of alarm in his heart and thought to himself. Are you going to fight to the death? It seems that I have to be more serious. Looking at the 9,000 health points stored on the Lingsha shield, and the 3 death blocks that have not yet been triggered. Jiang Chuan is full of confidence. Wolverine's eyes were bloodshot and he charged forward like a madman. Bang! A Lingsha shield came forward and knocked Wolverine away. Then the flying immortal sword came and cut it into 8 pieces in an instant. But the Lingsha shield that bounced Wolverine away was also hit by the huge force and flew more than 3 meters away. Then it flew back staggeringly. Like a drunk. Obviously, Wolverine's strength has increased significantly after entering frenzy. At this time, the rest of the wolves also went crazy, rushed forward, and desperately hit the defense of the Lingsha shield. Health minus 350. Health plus 350. Health dash 410. Health plus 410. Health dash 270. HP plus 270. The Lingsha shield was unable to defend effectively, allowing Jiang Chuan to take several consecutive attacks. Although the health points are lost, they can be recovered in a short time. However, this also sounded a wake-up call for him. Jiang Chuan took over the control of the Fixian sword and Lingsha shield, calmed down, and began to deal with the wolf pack's attack. Either block or kill, never give the wolves a chance to get close. There were no more than 3 wolves that attacked. He used the Lingsha shield to block it. When there are 4, use the Fixian sword to kill one of them. If there are more than 4, keep the one with the lowest level. Although the battle was brutal, the number of wolves on the battlefield decreased as time went on. Soon there were only 5 iron-backed black wolves and 2 wolverines left. As for Jiang Chuan, he only consumed some of the health points stored in the Lingsha shield. The balance of war seemed to be tilting in his favor. Where's the 1,000 illusion silver wolf? Not good. Jiang Chuan raised his head and glanced at the wolf pack, only to find that Jiang Chuan Silver Wolf had disappeared. He felt a strong sense of alarm in his heart. But at this moment, a gust of evil wind blew from behind. Ding dong! Alert trialist Jiang Chuan, you've been ambushed by the bronze boss 1,000 illusion silver wolf. The Lingsha shield automatically protects the master, and this damage is exempted. Shield number 1 has lost its protective function and will take 24 hours to recover. Jiang Chuan looked back and saw a Lingsha shield hanging quietly beside him. The shield has a dull luster. Has lost its defense capability. The disappeared 1,000 illusion silver wolf was lying on the ground not far away. 2135. A big number. Just floating up from its head. There was murderous intent in Jiang Chuan's eyes. If the Lingsha shield hadn't blocked the more than 2,000 damage, it would have been a huge loss. He probably won't even have a chance to recover. If you are killed in seconds, what's the point of storing more health points? Humph! Shameless sneak attack, die! The flying immortal sword flew out and killed towards the 1,000 illusion silver wolf. Unfortunately, Jian Silver Wolf actually commanded the remaining iron-backed Black Wolf and Wolverine to resist the damage for it. Seeing this, Jiang Chuan sneered in his heart and ignored it. He just kept on strangling the remaining wolves. Once all your brothers are dead, you'll be like a piece of fish on the chopping board. But at this moment, Jian Silver Wolf suddenly jumped up. I saw its body swell up and its bloody mouth open. Like a black hole. In an instant, he sucked the remaining 2 iron-backed black wolves and 1 wolverine into his mouth. Plus 725. Plus 725. Plus 1150. 3 green numbers floated above Jian Silver Wolf's head. The damage caused by the rebound of the Lingsha shield was actually recovered just like that. Awoo! Awoo! Jiang Chuan was stunned. Jian Silver Wolf howled to the sky again, and miniature wolf shadows separated from it. These wolf shadows are only 1/10 the size of the 1,000 illusion silver wolves. About the size of a chihuahua. But it is agile and can run in the air. Swallow. 1,000 Phantom Wolf Shadows. Chapter 5. At this time, Jiang Chuan finally remembered the 2 skills of the 1,000 illusion silver wolf, devouring and 1,000 illusion wolf shadow. The former allows it to devour creatures, thereby restoring its own health. The latter can condense shadow wolves to assist in combat. What Jiang Chuan didn't expect was that the 1,000 illusion silver wolf would actually devour its own kind in order to restore its own health. Shadow Wolf. Level 5. HP 550. Attack Power 2135. Defense 23. Skills: Shadow Strike, Bite. Introduction: the shadow creatures created by the 1,000 illusion silver wolf sacrificing their own blood can only survive for 30 minutes, but they will attack the target crazily before dying. As one shadow wolf after another appeared, the aura of the 1,000 illusion silver wolf became weaker and weaker. Almost every shadow wolf appears. Each will draw 1% of its maximum health. In just a moment, Jian Silver Wolf became listless and fell weakly to the ground. And its health is less than 1%. 99 shadow wolves, their feet not touching the ground, shaped like phantoms, pounced on Jiang Chuan from all directions. Faint. Crowded. It makes people feel cold. To be honest, these shadow wolves are weak and far inferior to the black wolves of the same level. But they are too small and too numerous. And can run in the air. Rush forward. It's hard to guard against. The 2 remaining Lingsha shields alone are definitely not enough to withstand such intensive attacks. One mistake and Jiang Chuan might be drowned by the wolf tide. Unless, he can kill all the shadow wolves in an instant. Humph. All my brothers are dead, and you just remembered to use your ultimate move. You have a big move, and I have a big move too. Let's see who dies first. I saw the Phyxian sword fly into the air, swing left and right, and then it split into sword lights. Hundreds of sword lights. There is one more than the wolf shadow. And it is very powerful. The sword light fell and pierced through the shadow wolf's body. Shadow wolf was like a popped balloon. Dries up quickly. Then it turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated into the air. In just a moment, the 99 shadow wolves were strangled to death by Jiang Chuan's sword light. Kill the LV5 shadow wolf and gain 5 experience points. Kill the LV5 shadow wolf and gain 5 experience points. Kill the LV5 shadow wolf and gain 5 experience points. Tisk. 5 experience points. That's pretty rubbish. Shadow Wolf is a special monster created by the sacrifice of 1,000 illusion silver wolf. Strictly speaking, they are not considered living beings, so each shadow wolf only provides 5 experience points for Jiang Chuan. It's understandable. However, as the saying goes, if you lack quality, you can make up for it with quantity. The experience value of a single shadow wolf is relatively low, but the experience value provided by 99 shadow wolves still allows Jiang Chuan's level to increase again. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 5. You gain fixed attribute growth of 15 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. Looking at the only remaining 1000 illusion silver wolf, Jiang Chuan raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Be a human being in your next life. The last ray of sword light shot towards the 1000 illusion silver wolf. 371. A blood red number. Floating up from the 1000 illusion silver wolf. Although the damage is low, the 1000 illusion silver wolf only has 1% of its health left. How could they withstand such an attack? Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you successfully killed the bronze boss, 1000 illusion silver wolf, and earned 1000 experience points. You have been upgraded to level 6. You gain fixed attribute growth of 15 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. As soon as Qian Huan Silver Wolf died, system prompt sounds began to fall like raindrops. Ding dong! Congratulations to Jiang Chuan, the trialist. As you are the first person to kill the boss in this trial, you will receive the following rewards. 1. You have obtained a special title, Boss Hunter. Please check for details. 2. You gain battlefield merit, 1000 points, which can be used to redeem equipment, treasures, skill books, territory and real estate, etc. 3. You get a skill treasure box, self-selected skill treasure box, advanced. A series of rewards appears on Jiang Chuan's packages and panels. Boss Hunter. Level 1. Property. Strength plus 35. Constitution plus 35. Agility plus 35. Spirit plus 35. Special effect, Boss Hunter. Killing a boss of a level not lower than your own will grant permanent 4-dimensional attribute amplification, 5 points for iron, 10 points for bronze, 20 points for silver, 40 points for gold. Note, only one boss hunter is awarded each year. It is the highest honor for a trialist and the path for a trialist to reach the pinnacle. Look at the special effects description of the boss hunter. Jiang Chuan was delighted. Life professionals can only gain fixed attribute growth when upgrading. It is impossible to specialize in a certain attribute and gain powerful strength like combat professionals. Now with the boss hunter, he can gain additional attribute growth by killing bosses. Since you can't specialize, then grow in all aspects. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding dong! Trialist Jiang Chuan detected. Killing the bronze boss, 1000 illusion silver wolf, will grant the following attribute growth. Strength attribute plus 10. Constitution attribute plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spiritual attribute plus 10. A beam of white light flew out from the body of Jian Huan Silver Wolf. It fell on Jiang Chuan's head. The next moment, his 4-dimensional attributes were collectively improved. Although it is 5 points lower than the attribute growth of level increase. But it's better than nothing. What's more, this is just the income of a bronze boss. In the future, as the quality of bosses increases, the attribute growth gained after hunting will also increase. No wonder this title is said to be the path for those who undergo trials to reach the pinnacle. A bronze boss is a 40-point attribute increase. What if we kill a few more? As Jiang Chuan sighed, he turned his gaze to the second trial reward. There are still 1000 merits. Merit, for the trial taker. It is also a very important thing. It can be exchanged for equipment, props, skill books, and other treasures that enhance the strength of professionals. It can also be exchanged for real estate such as land, houses, and shops. It can be said that it has great uses. 1000 merit points can be exchanged for at least 10 pieces of gold level equipment or 1 piece of platinum level equipment. I'm a divine refiner, guaranteed gold rank. Oh. That's fine. Then, Jiang Chuan turned his gaze to the last reward. Select Skill box, Advanced. Function, after opening, you can choose an advanced skill. Skill types include but are not limited to Warrior, Archer, Mage, Thief, General, etc. Ha! I finally have a skill. 99% of skills are restricted by profession. Even if you obtain a skill book, Jiang Chuan may not be able to learn it. But the general skills in the treasure chest. But there are not so many requirements. Ding! Do you want to open the skill treasure box? Open. Please select the skill type. General use. Advanced general skills, the list is as follows. 1 Glory Guardian, summons a shield with a lifespan of 1000 plus level *30, lasts for 45 seconds, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. 2 Angel's Tears, can heal the health of yourself or allies at a rate of 3% per second, lasting 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. 3 Wind and Thunder Wings, you can condense the wind and thunder wings to gain the power of flight. It consumes 100 magic points per second. When the magic points are exhausted, the wind and thunder wings will automatically disintegrate. This skill has no cooldown time limit. 4 Blade of Judgment. 5 Eye of Insight. Tisk tisk. Those are all great skills. Chapter 6. Looking at the skills in the list, Jiang Chuan drooled uncontrollably. These skills are fully functional, including attack, defense, treatment and control. Even within the same type of skills. There are also different subdivisions. For example, attacks are divided into different categories such as physical, magic, single target, range, and true damage. Whatever he wanted, he could find it here. So, what should I choose? Although Jiang Chuan wants to package all these skills. But he also knew. This is impossible. In this case, you can only choose the one that suits you best. I have the Fixian sword for attack and the Lingsha shield for defense. Treatment and control can also be compensated by equipment. Even the flying ability of the wind and thunder wings can be replaced by flying with a sword. At this moment, a skill caught Jiang Chuan's attention. 99 Space Jump. Can ignore obstacles and jump within the range of level *10 meters. Consumes 300 magic points each time. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Oh, I remember the information says there are 3000 laws. Although each has its own unique characteristics, space can be called king and time can be called supreme. There are no time-related skills in the skill list. This is the only spatial skill. It's my best choice. Besides, space jumping is a life-saving skill. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have obtained the advanced universal skill, Space Jump. After completing the skill selection, only Jiang Chuan has Kung Fu. Turn your gaze to the spoils on the ground. There were so many wolves and the battle was so fierce that he had no time to collect the spoils. Now that the battle is over, we naturally have to plunder it thoroughly. You get 1 gold coin, 27 silver coins, 89 copper coins. You obtain 1000 illusion wolf head, silver level. You obtain devouring skill book, intermediate. You get sharp fangs x2. You get perfect silver wolf skin x1. You receive ordinary wolf fangs, wolf skin, and some wolf meat. After some searching, Jiang Chuan's bag quickly became full of money. The property is equivalent to 12,789 Tianyang coins, including the sharp fangs of the 1000 illusion silver wolf, the perfect silver wolf skin, and the wolf skin, wolf teeth, and wolf meat dropped by ordinary wolf packs. But the most valuable items are the silver level materials, 1000 illusion wolf head, and the intermediate devouring skill book. 1000 phantom wolf heads. Quality, silver. Effect, used to make masks, necklaces, and rings. There is a certain chance of appearing special effects such as phantom, disguise, and mental attack. Success rate bonus, silver 50%, gold 5%. The material level is not low, and when used to make equipment, there is an additional success rate bonus. And it is special equipment such as masks, necklaces, and rings. It's worth a lot of money. If it were brought to the market, it would surely attract competition from a group of high-level blacksmiths. Of course, Jiang Chuan is a divine refiner. Naturally, we will not let such high-quality materials fall into the hands of others. As long as the timing is right. He will then use the 1000 illusion wolf head to refine a new piece of equipment. Swallow, an intermediate general skill that swallows high-energy substances to quickly restore health and magic points. If the swallowed item is of a higher level, there is a certain chance of obtaining permanent attribute enhancement. Ha! Not bad, I actually used this skill. Even better, it's a universal skill. Restore health and mana. Even gaining permanent attribute enhancement. Jiang Chuan felt a surge of heat in his heart. It can provide an additional source of attributes. It was definitely a pleasant surprise. Name, Jiang Chuan. Level, 6. Title, Boss Hunter. Occupation, Divine Refiner. HP 2150. MP 620. Strength, 227, affects attack power. Constitution, 200, affects health and defense. Agility, 201, affects movement speed and attack speed. Spirit, 104, affects magic power, spell attack, and spell resistance. Innate ability, Almighty Creator, God level, only innate ability. Skills, Devour, Space Jump. Equipment, Phyxian Sword, Lingsha Shield. Merit, 1000. Looking at the completely transformed attribute panel, Jiang Chuan felt very satisfied. It was worth his risk to enter the battlefield of all races. It's all worth it. It seems that there are no other monsters here. Seeing that no monster appeared for a long time, Jiang Chuan was a little disappointed. But when he was about to summon the flying immortal sword and look for the next monster spawn point, a system announcement interrupted him. Ding dong! Alert Trialist Jiang Chuan, you successfully killed the bronze boss 1000 Illusion Silver Wolf. As the first Trialist to kill the boss, the system will announce your deeds to the entire region to encourage all Trialists to learn from you. Hey! Don't worry, just shout it out. Won't I be exposed? As a professional, I can't stand the ravages of wind and waves. Ding dong! Reminder to the Trialist Jiang Chuan, you can hide your name or use a code name. Please choose. Jiang Chuan originally thought that his request would not be accepted by the trial system. But unexpectedly, the trial system suspended the announcement and give him a chance to choose. On the battlefield of all races, full of crises, the killing continues. Professionals are too high profile. It is easy to attract sniping from powerful aliens. You know, each major race has a hunting list. The target is the strong and elite members of the hostile forces, as well as the seed players who have not yet grown up. In human history, there are countless geniuses who died young. Otherwise, where did these words such as dying prematurely, a flash in the pan, die young, and God is jealous of talent come from? Therefore, Jiang Chuan did not want to reveal his identity. But the reputation and appeal of professionals are also important. For example, establishing a mercenary group, building a guild, or even building a territory all require recruiting a large number of professionals to join. No prestige or appeal. Who cares about you? Even if we recruit a few professionals, most of them are rotten fish and shrimp, and have no value at all. How can I gain great prestige without revealing my identity? Jiang Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. I was quickly thinking of a response strategy in my mind. When his eyes glanced at the 1000 illusion wolf head in his hand, a light bulb suddenly flashed in my mind and I said, only children make choices. Of course I want them all. Codename, Emperor Shishan. Chapter 7. Every time a trial begins, it means that countless new professionals will enter the battlefield of all races. These newcomers are weak in strength but full of fighting spirit. They are the new force on the battlefield of all races and the hope for the future of humanity. On this day, countless newcomers were fighting monsters, some in groups of 3 or 5, some alone. The targets are all low-level monsters near the novice village, such as the LV1 Burrow Vole, the LV2 Demonized Rabbit, the LV3 Silver Ring Viper, etc. They need to use these low-level monsters to improve their strength. Then step by step move towards a higher battlefield. But just when everyone was full of fighting spirit, 3 consecutive world announcements sounded, which poured a bucket of cold water on everyone's heads. World announcement: Trialist Emperor Shishan, fearless of danger, bravely advanced forward and successfully killed the level 13 bronze boss 1000 Illusion Silver Wolf. A's the first trialist to kill the boss. This announcement is made to encourage you. I hope that all those who are undergoing the trial will learn from their mistakes and then be brave enough to catch up and not fall behind. As this announcement went out, the world was in an uproar. Indra. He instantly became a figure that attracted worldwide attention. Holy crap! I'm teaming up with my friends to get rid of voles. You tell me, someone killed a level 13 boss alone. Is the gap between people really that big? Killing the boss on the first day? Are all the bosses nowadays so brave? A man who had been pecked to death 3 times by a weakling fainted in the toilet after hearing this. Alas! Perhaps this is the unevenness of life. I remember from the history books that there were only a handful of professionals who could kill a boss alone during the trial period, and the fastest record was achieved on the 5th day. Indeed, 800 years ago, the peerless sword god Jun Wuhen single-handedly killed the boss on the 5th day of the novice trial, thus beginning his legendary life. Hiss! It took the sword god 5 days to kill the boss. Doesn't that mean Emperor Shishan is even more powerful than the sword god? I seem to see a rising star. Emperor Shishan may become a god of war, just like sword god Jun Wuhen and ice queen Shang Guanqing, and once again lead the human race to the pinnacle. Wow! Indra, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. The transvestite upstairs, identification completed. Boss, are you still missing any accessories on your legs? In a certain small circle, this world announcement also caused quite a stir. In the dense forest, dozens of new trial takers with intelligent faces, but well equipped and reasonably configured, were cautiously surrounding in a certain direction. They moved with agility and coordinated well, obviously having received special training. The team leader was also a teenager with a sinister face and a cold expression. Wearing a gold suit and holding a platinum sword, his wealth alone is worth a fortune, which is obviously not something that ordinary people can compare to. What's more, anyone who can gather such a group of trial takers on standby during the novice period must be either a wealthy family or a powerful family. Suddenly, a world announcement sounded, the sinister young man's face froze, and he subconsciously stopped. Indra! Where did this come from? Damn it! You've robbed me of my opportunity and blocked my path. I, Yin Wuju, will never forgive you. A thin young man in black came forward from the team and asked. Master, do you want to continue? Yin Wuju's face turned pale and he snorted coldly. Cancel the mission. The reward for the first boss kill fell into the hands of others. It's no longer worth taking any more risks. You take your men and retreat. On a hillside, a woman was waving a staff. Exploding fireballs fell in all directions, pillars of flame shot up into the sky, and rays of fire swept across the sky wantonly. The red clothes fluttered and the flames blazed, just like the god of fire descending to the earth. The monsters below were turned into handfuls of ashes under the endless fire attack. Eventually it becomes the nourishment for women to improve their strength. At this moment, the world announcement sounded, and the woman in red couldn't help but pause. Indra. I've never heard of him. Could he be the heir of some hidden family? Ha! Interesting. I hope we can meet soon. Then I will invite you to taste the flavor of the red lotus karma fire. The woman sneered, and a ring of fire resistance appeared on her body, and she repelled dozens of monsters that took the opportunity to approach her. On a cliff platform, there was a girl in leather armor with a curvy figure and a hot body. Aiming at the falcon in the sky, he drew his bow and shot quickly. Every time the bowstring sounds, a falcon will swoop down. The world announcement sounded, and the girl in leather armor shook her wrist, causing the arrow to miss. A falcon also took the opportunity to swoop over. The girl snorted coldly, threw away the bow and arrow in her hand, and took a half-step back calmly. When the falcon swooped down in front of him, he moved to the side and drew his sword to chop off the falcon's head. The movements were smooth and pleasing to the eye, but unfortunately no one appreciated them. The girl's voice was quite cold. Indra. Humph. Let me see you. I'm going to shoot you a few times. Jiang Chuan didn't know that a world announcement would bring him so many potential opponents. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. You go find Indra. What does it have to do with me? It is worth mentioning that from beginning to end, no one doubted the identity of Indra. After all, if you don't want to reveal your identity, just hide the information. If you want to become famous, you shouldn't use a fake name. But the trial participants never expected that Jiang Chuan would actually use multiple choice questions. He wanted to hide his identity and gain prestige at the same time. Start forging equipment. The new equipment is a mask made mainly from the 1000 illusion wolf head. Its functions mainly cover the following areas. The first is concealment, which must be able to block detection by abilities such as insight and divination. The second is camouflage, which can change body shape, appearance, and even disguise attribute panels. The third is growth. It's best if the new equipment can continue to grow to adapt to the improvement of my strength. Jiang Chuan's mind flashed, and a fiery red forge appeared. The 1000 illusion wolf head that was obtained not long ago also flew into the furnace. Orn controlled the fire, continuously burning the 1000 illusion wolf head, removing impurities and refining the essence. The ferocious wolf head eventually turned into a translucent mask as thin as a cicada's wing. Bite. Forging successful. You obtain level 1 platinum equipment 1000 Gods illusionary mask. As the system prompt sounded, the 1000 Gods illusion mask appeared in Jiang Chuan's hands. 1000 Gods phantom mask. Level 1. Quality, platinum. Heavenly Deo inscription, chaos of heaven, 1000 changes, infinite growth. Equipment requirements, occupational exemption. Equipment attribute bonus. 1 spirit plus 150. 2 mana plus 1500. 3 magic resistance plus 1500. 4 increase the magic effects of illusion and spiritual magic by 150%. 5 immune to all mental attacks with attributes lower than your own. Heavenly Secret Chaos, the wearer of the 1000 Gods mask can block the ability of insight, divination, tracking, etc. Thousands of changes, the 1000 Gods magic mask has the ability to change 1000 times, which can change the wearer's body shape, appearance, breath, and even disguise the attribute panel. Infinite growth, the wearer of the 1000 Gods mask gains corresponding growth points for each monster he kills. Killing ordinary monsters will gain level growth points, 0/100, and killing bosses will gain quality growth points, 0/10. Chapter 8. Looking at the attributes of the 1000 Gods mask, Jiang Chuan was quite satisfied. Although the 1000 Gods mask is only a level 1 equipment, but its platinum level quality still gives it an extremely high attribute enhancement. In particular, the increase in mental attributes and magic points, as well as the equipment's special effects of immunity to mental attacks, have made up for Jiang Chuan's shortcomings in related fields. And the inscriptions of the way of heaven that are ever-changing and chaotic just meets Jiang Chuan's needs. The former allows Indra's alias to appear openly in front of everyone. The latter perfectly separates the vest and the real body. As long as they are not caught, no one will be able to discover the connection between the two. In this way, Jiang Chuan can hide his identity and live a stable life as a professional. When needed, you can change your identity. He traveled around under the guise of Indra to gain benefits. Truly realize his idea of grasping both ends and making both ends strong. The best part is that the Thousand Gods illusion mask has the characteristic of infinite growth. You can grow by killing monsters. Ordinary monsters can increase the equipment level. Boss level monsters can improve the quality of equipment. This means that the Thousand Gods illusion mask will not become outdated as Jiang Chuan's strength increases. It also means that it has the potential to become a divine weapon. Jiang Chuan took the Thousand Gods illusion mask in his hand and felt that it was as thin as a cicada's wing and as transparent as glass. It feels cold and light as a feather. There is no discomfort when wearing it on the face. Jiang Chuan used the Fixian sword as a mirror, but could not see any trace of the mask on his face. As soon as the thought came to his mind, his expression changed, and the image of a burly man appeared on the blade of the Fixian sword. He has thick eyebrows, fierce eyes, and a burly figure. The complexion is sallow and the skin is rough. Even the acne scars and acne pits are portrayed vividly. As the thought came to mind again, the image of a girl with a fair face, a delicate nose, willow eyebrows, and almond eyes emerged. Then came a white-haired, hunchbacked old man. Hiss! This is so damn similar. Jiang Chuan controls the Thousand Gods illusionary masks, constantly changing their appearances. A rough man, a fair-faced boy, a little girl with yellow hair, a white-haired old man, a person who has been practicing for 2.5 years, and even a Lolita sister. As long as he can't think of it, there is nothing that the Thousand Gods phantom mask can't do. After playing enough, Jiang Chuan coughed lightly and returned to his original appearance. When necessary, we will have Emperor Shishan show up to maintain the momentum. The rest of the time, just dive. Having said that, he looked at the sky which was gradually setting and said again. It's getting late now, it's not advisable to stay in the wild for too long. Let's go back to the novice village first. Jiang Chuan summoned the Fixian sword and jumped up. The flying sword soared into the sky, the wind whistled, and the sword immortal left the world and floated away. He didn't land on the ground until he reached the valley not far from the novice village and walked into the village. The Fixian sword, Lingsha shield, and Thousand Gods illusion mask are all products of the divine refiner. It is enough to illustrate the powerful strength of the god-level life profession. What career should I choose next? In the hotel, Jiang Chuan finished his dinner and returned to his room to start planning his future career. For professionals, strength is crucial. In addition to level upgrades, attribute growth, and skill learning. The easiest way to improve your strength. These are items such as equipment, potions, and props. In that case, my next career will be pharmacist. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan opened the Merit Exchange Mall. There is a wide variety of goods here. Equipment, props, skill books, pet eggs, it can be said that it has everything. Soon, he found what he wanted. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. You've spent 1000 merit points and successfully redeemed the pharmacist inaugural gift pack. You obtain pharmacist job change book. You obtain primary life potion formula. You get primary magic potion recipe. You obtain primary antidote recipe. You obtain 10 copies of each of the medicinal materials required for the above potions. You get 30 potion bottles. After receiving the pharmacist job transfer book, Jiang Chuan clapped his hands, and the job transfer book turned into starlight and slowly merged into his body, and the system prompt sound followed. Ding dong! Congratulations, Trialist Jiang Chuan. You have successfully changed your job to pharmacist. Your current job title is Junior Pharmacist. Quality, Ordinary. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional ability, ability to identify the characteristics of medicinal materials and refine primary potions. Medicine refining success rate, 10%. Note 1, success will gain 1 proficiency point, failure will not gain proficiency. Note 2, when the proficiency reaches 100, you will be automatically promoted to intermediate pharmacist. Promotion. Ding dong. Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan. You have triggered your innate ability, Almighty Creator. Your pharmacist has been promoted to Immortal Medicine God. Please check for details. Immortal Medicine God, Basic. Quality, God level. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional abilities. 1. The Book of Panacea. The Book of Panacea can identify the world's panaceas and distinguish their medicinal properties. 2. Shenmuang Ding. Shenmuang Ding can automatically refine medicine according to existing prescriptions. 3. Medicine God Treasure Body. Medicine God Treasure Body can convert the effects of limited time potions into permanent buffs. Refining success rate, primary potion 100%, intermediate potion 10%, advanced potion 1%. Note 1, successful alchemy will gain proficiency points, 1 point for beginners, 10 points for intermediate, 100 points for advanced. No proficiency points will be gained if the alchemy fails. Note 2, when the proficiency reaches 100, the job title will be automatically promoted to intermediate. Note 3, every time the Immortal Medicine God's job title is upgraded, a new job ability will be realized. Looking at the properties of the Immortal Medicine God, Jiang Chuan was very satisfied. The magic book of all medicines can identify medicinal materials and distinguish their medicinal properties. This is the foundation for a pharmacist. The Divine Wood King Cauldron, which can automatically refine medicines, is the best companion for someone like him who is good at manual labor. But the truly terrifying thing is the Undead Medicine God's ability to transform the effects of limited time potions into permanent buffs. On the battlefield of all races, the effects of 99% of the potions are time limited. If the time limit is exceeded, the effect of the medicine will automatically expire. And the more powerful the potion is, the shorter the validity period. For example, the legendary enlightenment fruit that can allow professionals to enter a state of enlightenment and quickly comprehend the laws of heaven and earth can only last for 2 hours. For example, the Fighting God potion that can double a person's attributes can only last for 5 minutes. For example, the invincibility potion that makes a person immune to all damage can only last for 30 seconds. But the undead elixir can transform these limited time effects into permanent buffs. This is horrible. Attributes are always doubled. Always immune to damage. Even in a state of enlightenment at all times. Just thinking about these abilities makes one's blood boil. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Reminder to the Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been promoted to the God level class, Immortal Medicine God. Leveling up will grant you fixed attribute growth of 10 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 15 points of spirit. Your current level is 6, and you will receive 25 points of spiritual attribute compensation. Jiang Chuan was quite satisfied with the content of the system prompt tone. The attribute growth of the Divine Refiner tends to strength. The attribute growth of the Immortal Medicine God tends to be spiritual. After changing his job to the Immortal Medicine God, his spiritual attribute growth will reach 15 points per level, and he will also receive attribute compensation from the previous levels. This is really good news. Once I have mastered the other 2 professions, I will be able to become a master with balanced growth in all 4 attributes. Wrestle with warriors, compete with knights in physical strength, race with assassins, and compete with mages in magic. A true hexagonal warrior. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath and suppressed his restless heart. Then he summoned the Divine Wood King Cauldron and prepared to refine the medicine. This is a four-legged square tripod with a light green body and 14 kinds of plants engraved on it. Some are shaped like baby dragons, some like colorful phoenixes, and the rest are either human-shaped or shaped like trees covering the sky. Each with its own unique vision. There are many more. Jiang Chuan put the ingredients for a life potion into the tripod in order. I saw flames burning in the cauldron, burning the herbs one by one until they turned into liquid and emitted a strange fragrance. A cold and mechanical system prompt sounded in his ears. Bite. Refining successfully. You obtain the primary life potion. Chapter 9. Jiang Chuan picked up a medicine bottle as slender as a finger and carefully poured the medicine into it. The red medicine was emitting heat. It's still a little hot when I hold it in my hand. Primary life potion. Effect: quickly restore 100 health points, then restore 10 health points per second, lasting 15 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Jiang Chuan glanced at the effect of the potion. Look up. He drank it all. Ding dong. Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have taken the primary life potion, triggering the undead body special effect, gaining a permanent life buff. Please check for details. Primary life buff. Level 1. Effect: 1. Increase the upper limit of health by 100 points. 2. Restore 10 health points per second. Duration: permanent. A new property column has been added to Jiang Chuan's property panel. Buff: primary life LV1. Look at the attribute description of this life buff. Jiang Chuan's doubts disappeared. He no longer hesitated and immediately started to refine all the herbs into potions. Ding! You get a primary life potion. Ding! You obtained a primary magic potion. Ding! You obtained a primary antidote. A moment later, on the tray in front of Jiang Chuan, there were 9 red potions, 10 blue potions, and 10 purple potions. With the powerful blessing of the immortal medicine god, he prepared 30 sets of medicinal herbs without failing once. This is many times better than that of an ordinary pharmacist. After a short rest, Jiang Chuan poured one cigarette after another into his mouth as if he were drinking water. The system prompt sounds also rang one after another. Ding! The buff has been upgraded to level 2. Ding! The buff has been upgraded to level 3. Ding! The buff has been upgraded to level 4. Every 30 seconds, Jiang Chuan would take a potion until he had taken 9 life potions. The last system prompt sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan. Your primary life buff has been upgraded to level 10. Please check for details. Note: the primary life buff has reached its maximum level and cannot be further upgraded. Please look for a more advanced potion. Oh! Is it maxed out? Whatever. Let's take a look at the attributes of the full level buff first. Primary life buff. Level: max. Effect: 1. Increase the upper limit of health by 1000 points. 2. Restore 100 health points per second. Duration: permanent. Looking at the attribute bar, the health limit increased by 1000 points. And the words buff, primary life LV10. Jiang Chuan nodded with satisfaction. A health cap of 1000 almost doubles his total health. Moreover, this is a permanent attribute growth that can accompany you throughout your life. As for the 100 points of health recovery per second, it is equivalent to holding 10 blood bottles in your mouth and restoring your health at all times. If the opponent is not strong enough, the speed at which the damage is caused may not even be as fast as Jiang Chuan's recovery. How can we fight this? Continue to make the medicine and continue to drink it. As long as you don't die from drinking, drink until you die. Jiang Chuan poured 10 sky blue potions into his mouth one by one. Sour and sweet. Just like drinking a beverage. Ding! Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have taken the primary magic potion, triggering the undead potion body special effect, and will gain a permanent magic buff. Please check for details. Ding! The buff has been upgraded to level 2. Ding! The buff has been upgraded to level 3. Ding! The buff has been upgraded to level 10. Primary magic buff. Level, max. Effect. 1. Increase the magic point limit by 1000 points. 2. Restore 100 mana points per second. Duration, permanent. At this time, Jiang Chuan only had 2 general skills, Devour and Space Jump, and did not have much demand for mana. But this situation will not last long, sooner or later he will have skills that consume a lot of mana. The appearance of the primary magic buff can be regarded as making up for the shortcomings in advance. Next, Jiang Chuan did the same thing again, pouring the remaining primary antidote into his mouth one by one. The difference is that the primary detoxification potion tastes worse. Like pepper spray. Make his tongue numb. Ding! You gain a permanent anti-poison buff. Please check for details. Ding! Buff has been upgraded. Ding! Buff has been upgraded. Ding! Buff has been upgraded. Primary anti-poison buff. Level, max. Effect. 1. Immune to low-level poison damage. 2. All poison damage reduced by 10%. Duration, permanent. There are 2 effects. The former can only make you immune to damage from low-level toxins and is not very effective. But Jiang Chuan was quite happy. Because of it, at least I can eat mushrooms without worrying about lying on the bed. The latter reduces all poison damage and is very effective against some high-level poisons. Even the damage that can kill gods can be reduced by 10%. More importantly, this buff can be continuously upgraded. As it upgrades, it will become immune to damage from intermediate, advanced, master level, and even god level toxins. The proportion of damage reduction will also continue to increase. When it reaches 100%, Jiang Chuan no longer has to worry about the damage from toxins. The next morning, Jiang Chuan checked out of the room and walked out of the novice village. On the way, he also bought 2 big meat buns. I have to say that the meat buns in the other world are really well made. Most of the buns, which are as big as a bowl, are filled with meat. Unlike the unscrupulous merchants before the time travel, who sold steamed buns under the name of meat buns. It's shameful. Hey! Brother, don't go any further. That area hasn't been cleared yet. There are only level 5 or 6 monsters there. It's very dangerous. Handsome guy, let's form a team. A fire mage will lead the team and level up quickly. Brother, let's level up together. Jiang Chuan politely declined everyone's invitation. He ran into the dense forest. After confirming that there was no one around, he summoned the Phyxian sword and floated away. This time, Jiang Chuan chose the opposite direction from yesterday. As the distance increases, the monster levels become higher and higher, including LV5 Thunderfang Pig, LV7 Shadow Leopard, and even LV9 Bronze Blood Tiger. But he didn't stop. These monsters are either too low in level or too few in number to meet the upgrade requirements. Jiang Chuan moves forward, hoping to find a large group of monsters. Only in this way can you upgrade quickly. When Jiang Chuan passed through a canyon, a foul stench hit him in the face, almost making him fall off his flying sword. Damn, it stinks. But just as Jiang Chuan was about to ride the Phyxian sword away from the canyon, a strange sound rang out, causing him to stop. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. The sounds were not too loud, but they were numerous, densely packed, and one after another. Countless voices mixed together, making people feel creepy. Is this the sound of a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue? Chapter 10. Jiang Chuan listened attentively and quickly identified the source of the sounds. Holy crap! Did I fall into a snake's den? Although Jiang Chuan resists soft reptiles like poisonous snakes, but the desire to upgrade made him unwilling to leave. Done, isn't it just a nest of poisonous snakes? What can it do? Are you disgusting me? Jiang Chuan took out 2 paper balls, stuffed his nose with them, and then carefully entered the canyon. The Lingsha shield surrounded his body, and the Phyxian sword hovered 10 meters away, always on guard against the sudden attack of the poisonous snake. The canyon is full of rugged rocks and overgrown weeds, and is a hiding place for various snakes, insects, rats and ants. But to Jiang Chuan's surprise, he didn't find any snakes hidden among the rocks and weeds. Not here. Jiang Chuan raised his eyebrows and walked slowly in the direction of the sound. As he got closer, the sound of the venomous snake spitting out its tongue became louder and louder, until a dark cave appeared. At this time, the hissing sound caused by the poisonous snake's tongue was deafening. Like an airplane taking off. Green mist continued to diffuse out from the cave entrance. As Jiang Chuan approached, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding dong! You've been poisoned. It is detected that you have the primary anti-poison buff, and this damage has been exempted. Listening to the prompt sound in his ear, Jiang Chuan smiled indifferently. Isn't this a coincidence? Immune to poison. He stepped into the cave, his body enveloped by green poisonous mist, and the sound of poisoning and damage immunity kept ringing in his ears. At this time, a giant brown snake as thick as a bowl and 5 or 6 meters long swooped down. Blood Plague Rock Snake. Level 7. HP 1325. Attack 5973. Defense 55. Skills: Venomous Snake Fangs, Venom Spray, Entanglement, and Strangulation. Introduction: The extremely poisonous pythons in the 10,000 snake cave can poison an enemy to death within 5 breaths, or strangle an enemy within 10 breaths. Looking at the attributes of the Blood Plague Rock Snake, Jiang Chuan was very calm. Your biggest trump card has been destroyed, so what capital do you have to be so rampant? Flying Immortal Sword, go! The Phyxian sword circled at a low altitude like a dragon and then shot towards the Blood Plague Rock Snake. A cold light flashed, and the Blood Plague Rock Snake was cut in half. The 2 halves of the snake's body fell heavily to the ground. There was a muffled sound and a cloud of dust was splashed. 5531. A huge, bright red number also slowly floated up from above its head. The Phyxian sword has a 100% critical hit rate bonus and a characteristic amplification of doubling the attack, coupled with Jiang Chuan's 4-dimensional attributes exceeding 100. It is reasonable to inflict such huge damage. Ding dong! Killed a Leave 7 Blood Plague Rock Snake, gaining 49 experience points. As the Blood Plague Rock Snake was killed, the 10,000 snake cave exploded instantly as if a hot pot had been poured with cold water. The poisonous snakes that were originally roaming everywhere rushed towards Jiang Chuan like a tide. The hissing sound was deafening, and the stench was so nauseating it made people want to vomit. Even stuffing paper balls into the nose couldn't stop the fishy smell from penetrating. But Jiang Chuan remained unmoved. He just controlled the 3 Lingsha shields and built a defense line not far ahead. The passage was narrow, and even though there were many poisonous snakes, they were unable to quickly break through the defense of the Lingsha shield. This gives Phyxian the stage to wreak havoc on all sides. I saw it either cut the poisonous snake in half, or pierce through the body at the 7-inch position, or pierce through the snake's head with one blow. As time went on, the number of venomous snakes in the cave decreased rapidly. Ding dong! Killed a Leave 7 Blood Plague Rock Snake, gaining 49 experience points. Ding dong! Killed a Leave 7 Blood Plague Rock Snake, gaining 49 experience points. Ding dong! Killed a Leave 7 Blood Plague Rock Snake, gaining 49 experience points. After a moment, a long-lost system prompt sound rang out. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 7. You gain fixed attribute growth of 15 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 15 points of spirit. At this time, the ground in the passage was filled with the corpses of poisonous snakes, and the smell of blood mixed with the stench of poison was even more disgusting. Even the green poisonous fog was mixed with a hint of red. This shows how many poisonous snakes he killed. Is it gone? Jiang Chuan stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at the gradually quiet snake cave, and murmured softly. Humph! If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to the mountain. You won't come out. Then I'll take the initiative to go in. Jiang Chuan sneered, raised his foot and took a step forward, stepping on the remains of poisonous snakes and walking deeper into the cave. As he walked, he did not forget to pick up the spoils on the ground. You get 19 silver coins and 47 copper coins. You get 128 poisonous snake fangs. You obtain Plague Snake Sack X64. You get Rock Snake Skin X64. You obtain Poisoned Dual Daggers, Bronze level. Coins and materials were nothing, but the appearance of a piece of equipment made Jiang Chuan's eyes light up. On the battlefield of all races, the equipment drop rate is less than 1%. For example, yesterday, he killed so many monsters, even a boss, but no equipment dropped. This shows how low the explosion rate is. He couldn't help but be happy about the appearance of poisoned double daggers. Poisoned dual daggers. Level 5. Quality, Bronze. Equipment requirements, Assassin, exempt. Attribute bonus. Strength plus 15. Agility plus 15. Critical hit rate plus 35%. Special effect, Poison, attack can make the enemy fall into poison state, reducing health by 15 points per second and lasting for 20 seconds. Damn! Rubbish equipment. Looking at the properties of the poisoned daggers, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but curse. This thing took up 5 seconds of his checking time. This made his already short life even worse. Jiang Chuan threw the 2 poisoned daggers into the bag with disdain and walked quickly into the depths of the cave. It's just a piece of equipment. For him, who has gold equipment as a minimum guarantee, it's really nothing. 3 Lingsha shields surrounded Jiang Chuan, and the Phyxian sword cleared the way ahead. With the dim light of the glowing moss, 1 man, 1 sword, and 3 shields, began to go deep into the poisonous cave of thousands of snakes. After more than 100 steps, he walked out of the narrow passage and came to a spacious hall. The hall was empty, dry, and flat, and even the fishy smell in the air had become much lighter. But the cave walls are full of holes. They are as thick as arms, densely packed together, and countless, looking like they would drive someone with trypophobia to death. The only thing missing was any snakes. But just when Jiang Chuan was relaxing, call out! Whoosh! There was a sound of gas gushing out, and streams of light purple gas gushed out from the holes on the cave wall. The gas spread and soon enveloped the entire cave hall. Jiang Chuan was in the middle of it and felt that he couldn't see anything. He couldn't see his hand in front of him, and the system prompt sound came from his ears. Ding dong! You have been poisoned. You will lose 50 health points per second for 30 seconds. Purple Viper Venom is a mid-level poison, and the anti-venom buff cannot be exempted. This damage can be reduced by 10%. Please leave the poisonous fog area as soon as possible. The prompt sound startled Jiang Chuan, although the poisoning effect only lasts for 30 seconds. But as long as you are in the poisonous fog, the poisoning effect will continue to refresh. Especially when I can't see. The danger is even greater. But just when Jiang Chuan wanted to leave the cave, he suddenly realized something. Shit! 50 damage per second. That's it. My health regeneration is already 100 points per second. Looking at the entry on the panel, buff, primary life LV10. Jiang Chuan calmed down again. The damage is not recovering fast enough, what's the point of being afraid? Split the light into shadows, kill. Chapter 11. Although he couldn't see, Jiang Chuan controlled the Phyxian sword by feeling, sending out hundreds of sword lights that slashed at the surrounding stone walls. Those cunning poisonous snakes actually hid in the holes in the stone wall to release their poison. It's simply that uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. As the sword flashed, the surrounding stone walls exploded. Huge rocks were chopped off one after another, and even the poisonous snakes hiding in the caves were affected by the sword light. Ding dong! You killed a level 99 ring purple viper, gaining 62 experience points. Ding dong! You killed a level 99 ring purple viper, gaining 62 experience points. Ding dong! You killed a level 99 ring purple viper, gaining 62 experience points. The continuous sound of the system prompt means that the 9-ringed purple vipers in the stone wall are dying in large numbers. As these poisonous snakes died, the poisonous fog in the cave gradually dissipated until it disappeared. Jiang Chuan was able to see the venomous snake clearly. 9-ringed purple viper. Level 9. HP 2135. Attack 79101. Defense 88. Skills, Poisonous Mist, Purple Viper Venom. Introduction: the elite monsters of the 10,000 Snake Cave have sacrificed most of their abilities in exchange for an even more potent poison. This is a small venomous snake, about the thickness of a thumb and more than a foot long. There are 9 purple rings on its green body, and it can spray poisonous mist from its mouth, which is extremely toxic. It can poison its target to death within a dozen seconds, and even make the target watch its own body rot and fester to death. How terrifying the power is! Unfortunately, when the poison mist attack fails to work, they become fish on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered at will. After Jiang Chuan regained his vision, he immediately controlled the Phyxian sword to attack everywhere. Or go deep into caves and strangle the vipers hiding there. Or he would chop the entire stone wall with his sword, shattering the snake and the hole together. Even the defensive Lingsha shield, under Jiang Chuan's control, crashed into the 9-ringed purple vipers. The action of force is mutual. The Lingsha shield can rebound enemy attacks. Active collisions can create mutual force and still rebound. In this way, the 9-ringed purple vipers were smashed into pieces and died in a horrible way. If he continued like this, it wouldn't be long before Jiang Chuan could wipe out all the poisonous snakes in the cave. When they were on the verge of death, the remaining 9-ringed purple vipers could no longer hold back and shot out from the cave one after another. They were like arrows shot from a bow, turning into streaks of green light. It shot towards Jiang Chuan, as if it wanted to let him experience the joy of kissing a poisonous snake before dying. Unfortunately, the 9-ring purple viper was very fast, but Jiang Chuan was even faster. Jiang Chuan was seen manipulating the Phyxian sword, flying through the caves like a butterfly flying through flowers. As soon as a 9-ringed purple viper was ejected, the flying immortal sword rushed over. Cut left and chop right. Chop horizontally and chop vertically. The 9-ring purple poison viper was chopped into several pieces on the spot. Regardless of whether it was dead or not, the number of cuts must be arranged. I really understand the art of cutting watermelon. The 9-ringed purple viper, which was cut into several pieces, fell to the ground, emitting a strong stench. But Jiang Chuan has adapted to this environment and has not stopped. You get 59 silver coins and 13 copper coins. You obtain Purple Viper Fang X142. You obtain Purple Viper Venom Sac X71. You obtain Mist Poison Array Diagram, Entry Level. Jiang Chuan strangled the 9-ringed purple viper while happily picking up the spoils. The appearance of the fog and poison array diagram made him happy. This thing is the treasure of the life profession, the formation master, and is equivalent to the skill book of the combat profession. Mist Poison Array Diagram, Entry Level. Requirements, available to Array Masters. Effect: a fog poison array can be set up. Any enemy that enters this array will fall into a poisoned state, losing 50 health points per second and having their defense reduced by 30%. Requirements: 1 Junior Formation Master, 5 Poison Sacks, 24 Magic Crystals. Note: the effect of the formation depends on the quality and quantity of the poison sacks. The higher the quality of the poison sacks and the more they are, the better the effect. Look at the attribute description of the fog poison array diagram. Jiang Chuan was quite satisfied. Even though he did not suffer any damage after entering the poisonous fog of the 9-ring purple viper. The reason for this is actually the dual blessing of anti-poison buff and life buff. If it were someone else, he would have died 800 times already. With the fog and poison array map, Jiang Chuan can set up a fog and poison array to deal with the enemy. This is a powerful weapon, and he can't help but be happy. The battle continued, and 9-ringed purple vipers were strangled one after another, providing Jiang Chuan with a lot of spoils. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 8. You gain fixed attribute growth of 15 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 15 points of spirit. After more than 10 minutes, all the 9-ringed purple vipers in the stone wall were strangled to death. The empty hall was also filled with rocks. Only the scarred sword marks were left on the stone wall. The upgraded system prompt sound finally rang in Jiang Chuan's ears. Level 8 already. Good, keep it up. In the trial of 10,000 races, achievements such as first boss kill, first copy clear, first level up often receive additional rewards. For example, when Jiang Chuan got the first kill of the boss, you will be rewarded with a title called Boss Hunter. It allows him to gain attribute growth in addition to level upgrades, equipment bonuses, and potion amplifications when killing bosses. Historically, without exception, all trial takers who received similar rewards became the strongest among the strong. He beat his peers in the trial and even challenged veteran professionals of a higher level. For them, it's a piece of cake. Only the strong ones from other races can compete with them. Therefore, those who receive special rewards are also called seed players. They are the future of a race and the bright new stars rising on the battlefield of all races. Although Jiang Chuan was not interested in these honors, after experiencing the powerful attributes of the boss hunter, he couldn't help but become interested in other special rewards. It is said that the first trialist to reach level 10 will be awarded the title of Upgrade Maniac. This title allows the trial taker to gain additional experience points to accelerate level advancement. When you level up, you can gain more attribute growth, and its value is no less than that of the boss hunter. The higher the professional level, the more experience points are required to upgrade. When you reach level 50, your experience points can easily reach millions. After level 70, each level up will earn you hundreds of millions of experience points. Therefore, most professionals can only stay at level 50 or 60 throughout their lives. Those who can reach level 70 or above are the elite among the elites and can be regarded as the backbone of the clan. As for the powerful gods who are striving to reach the 100th level of perfection, they are rare in 1,000 years. Every time it appears, it means the rise of a race. For example, the base camp of the human race is a god-level strongman named Li Tianyang. After plundering the resources of all races, he cut off a corner of the continent and set up a large formation, which slowly evolved into the independent plain today. This is the combat power of a god-level warrior. Chapter 12. If Jiang Chuan wants to reach the top of the world and become a powerful god-level warrior with 100-level perfection, he must obtain the special title of Upgrade Maniac. Its importance is even higher than that of the boss hunter. With this in mind, he began to move deeper into the cave of 10,000 snakes. The Lingsha shield defends inside, and the Fixian sword roams outside. As Jiang Chuan went deeper into the cave, he felt the fishy smell in the cave dissipate and the musty smell become lighter. Even the air gradually became dry, as if no poisonous snakes could survive. After walking forward for more than 1,000 steps, there was still no sign of the poisonous snake. Just when Jiang Chuan thought that all the poisonous snakes in the 10,000 snake cave had been wiped out, a flickering light curtain appeared at the corner ahead. A light curtain isolates the cave. No interior scene was seen. This is... Jiang Chuan was surprised. He approached the light curtain cautiously, then stretched out a hand and reached into it. The light curtain was empty and without any obstruction, so the hand easily reached in. Then, he seemed to be pulled by someone and fell directly into the light curtain. When Jiang Chuan gained his footing, the scene inside the light curtain also came into his sight. Hiss! No wonder it's called the 10,000 Snakes Cave. So the snakes are all here. Inside the light curtain was an extremely empty cave, larger than a football stadium, and the ground of the cave was covered with bones. It seems that they are all transformed from various poisonous snakes after death. There were 5 or 6 meter-long blood plague rock snakes, 9 ringed purple vipers as thick as fingers, and some snake corpses that Jiang Chuan had never seen before. A faint black aura lingered on these corpses, clinging tightly to them like maggots on the tarsal bones. They refused to disperse even after the host dies. Jiang Chuan felt his scalp tingling after just one glance, because he had seen this kind of black energy in the literature. To be more precise, it should be the demon energy of the abyss. Damn! How could there be such a thing in the 10,000 Snake Cave? This is just a novice village. Don't you feel guilty about using the abyssal rift to scare an ordinary neutrialist? The battlefield of all races is filled with all races in the heavens. Dragons, angels, humans, demons, undead, orcs, it is no exaggeration to say that there are thousands of races. But these races are divided into 2 major camps. The Justice League is composed of humans, elves, angels, dragons, and other life forms. And the axis of evil centered around abyssal demons, undead creatures, and followers of evil gods. Clear distinction. And they are mortal enemies. Among them, demons live in the abyss, a ruin abandoned by heaven and earth, and the gathering place of all evil thoughts. The demons living there are naturally filled with desires for destruction, tyranny, and killing. They always want to invade the main continent and destroy everything. And establish a new magic domain. The demonic energy of the abyss is one of the means used by demons to invade the main continent. This thing can erode the target's will, transform the target's form, and even turn the target into a demonic creature. Moreover, the transformed demonized creatures are tireless, feel no pain, and know no fear. Fighting like a madman. They are the vanguard of the abyss invasion of the main continent. If you can gain a certain advantage, the main demon army will swarm in and expand the victory. If quickly eliminated, the demon will lay low and wait for the next opportunity. Anyway, the demonized creatures are all transformed from creatures on the main continent, so they don't suffer any losses. Whether successful or not, the force being attacked is the Justice League. Such a cost-free thing. The demons are happy to do it. Since the demonic energy of the abyss appears here, there must be abyss monsters or demonized creatures. But where are they? Jiang Chuan frowned and wanted to retreat, but the light curtain behind him was already blocked. Unless he kills all the monsters and destroys the abyss rift, he will have to stay here until he is transformed by the abyss demonic energy and becomes a member of the monster army. At this time, black smoke billowed in the cave and huge snake shadows appeared. One of them was the most terrifying, about 20 meters long, with a body as thick as a water tank, and a thick black aura lingering around it. There are 3 heads on its neck. 1 purple, 1 red, and 1 blue. The 3 pairs of scarlet eyes were as big as volleyballs. In the thick black smoke, it looked like 6 floating lanterns, very creepy. 3-headed Snake King, demonized. Level, 21. Template, Silver Boss. Attributes, Poison, Fire, Wind. HP 9135. Attack damage, 1195 2377. Defense, 1721. Skills: Poison Breath Spout, Red Venom Fire Ring, Wind, Fire, Poison Smoke, Undead Snake Body, Snake King Sacrifice. Introduction: The three-headed Snake King is the ruler of the 10,000 Snake Cave. Possessing the bloodline of the nine-headed snake, he possesses terrifying power. Unfortunately, after being infected by the demonic energy of the abyss, he has long lost his sanity and has completely become a minion of the abyss. Look at the attributes of the three-headed Snake King. Jiang Chuan's heart tightened. The Hydra is a mythical creature that can rival top creatures such as angels, dragons, titans, and behemoths. The three-headed Snake King has the blood of the Hydra, so his strength should not be underestimated. Especially the skill of Undead Snake Body, which can allow its snake head to be resurrected continuously. Unless you can cut off 3 snake heads at the same time, the Snake King will be immortal. There is also the Serpent King Sacrifice, which can permanently sacrifice a head to double its own attributes. In addition to being individually powerful, the three-headed Snake King also has a group of subordinate brothers. LV-11 Demonized Rock Snake, LV-15 Demonized Purple Viper, LV-17 Demonic Armored Python. From the name and attributes, it can be seen that the demonized rock snake is demonized by the blood plague rock snake, and the demonized purple viper is demonized by the 9-ring purple poison viper. The demonic armored python is a giant python that Jiang Chuan has never seen before. It is 12 or 13 meters long, as thick as a bucket, covered with scales, and its head is the size of a millstone, like a giant triangular hammer. Just by looking at its appearance, you can tell that it is extremely powerful and has incredible strength. There were not many of the 3 types of snakes, more than 100 rock snakes and about 20 purple vipers. There are only 9 armored pythons, the smallest number. But he is also the most powerful being besides the three-headed Snake King. It seems that when the evil energy of the abyss descended, a fierce battle broke out in the Snake Cave, attempting to resist the transformation of the abyss. But the rebellion failed. All the snakes, including the three-headed Snake King, were infected and transformed into demonic creatures. Jiang Chuan took a quick look around and quickly made a plan. Flying immortal, fast. He was seen slowly retreating to the side of the cave, with his back against the stone wall, manipulating the flying immortal sword, bypassing the three-headed Snake King, and focusing on attacking the weak rock snake and purple viper, as well as the demonized armored python that was too close to the front. After being demonized, the snakes became much stronger. But under the Phyxian sword, he would die in just 2 strikes. If 2 swords are not enough, then add another sword. Even the thick-skinned and tough demonic armored python could not withstand such an attack. Ding dong! You killed a LV-11 demonic rock snake and gained 75 experience points. Ding dong! You killed a LV-15 demonic purple viper and gained 99 experience points. Ding dong! You killed a LV-17 demonic armored python and gained 115 experience points. The enraged snakes swarmed towards Jiang Chuan's location. The snakes surged like a tide. Jiang Chuan remained unmoved, instead he controlled the Lingsha shield to restrain the most powerful three-headed Snake King. However, the rock snake and purple viper swam very fast. Too bad, it's fast. Death is quick. Chapter 13. The Phyxian sword was like a butterfly flying through flowers, constantly moving among the snakes, and specifically killing the poisonous snakes in the front row. One after another, rock snakes and purple vipers were killed by the Phyxian sword. Only the huge, thick-skinned and demonized armored python could barely withstand the attack and approach Jiang Chuan with difficulty. However, if an armored python gets too close to the front, Jiang Chuan will decisively abandon the other targets and strangle it instead. Every time the snake group advanced a certain distance, he would remove the Lingsha shield's control over the three-headed Snake King. When the three-headed Snake King catches up with the main force, the Lingsha shield will wrap around it again. Jiang Chuan carefully controlled the speed of the snakes, not letting them fall too far or get too close. As a result, in this empty cave, the demonized armored python took the lead, followed by the rock snake and viper, and the three-headed snake king was restrained. But the entire group of snakes was still surging towards Jiang Chuan's location. Hundreds of poisonous snakes came like a tide. It seemed as if the next moment, Jiang Chuan would be submerged. Unfortunately, when the tide is controlled, it becomes just a spectacular but not dangerous sight. Bang! A demonized armored python swam to a place not far from Jiang Chuan, immediately activated its headbutt skill, and rammed into him fiercely. But at this moment, Jiang Chuan flashed and disappeared from the spot. However, the demonized armored python's head hit a stone wall hard. Although a huge dent was created in the stone wall, the target disappeared out of thin air. A huge, bright red number also floated above its head. 2355. A large part of the long health bar was emptied. The huge snake head swayed, as if it was in dizziness. Looking at the place where Jiang Chuan disappeared, the snakes were stunned and didn't know what was going on. But just as they were about to leave, a provocative voice came from behind. "Hey! Idiots, Grandpa is here, come and beat me." Along with this sound came the fierce attack of the Phyxian sword. The Phyxian sword shot towards the dizzy demonized armored python like a stream of light. The sword entered the python's mouth and then broke out from the side of its neck. A huge demonic armored python with amazing defense. Just like that, it fell to the ground, shaking and making a loud noise. Ding dong! You killed a LV-17 demonic armored python and gained 115 experience points. This is a long story. In fact, only a moment passed. The snakes finally reacted, changed direction, and found their target behind them. Then, they rushed in without thinking. It turned out that Jiang Chuan activated the space jumping skill, which allowed him to avoid the impact of the demonized armored python, and jumped over the group of snakes in one fell swoop, appearing directly behind them. At this time, the snakes rushed towards Jiang Chuan again. Jiang Chuan also retreated while controlling the Phyxian sword to kill the rock snakes and purple vipers with low health and thin defense, as well as the armored python in the front position. At the same time, he relied on the Lingsha shield to tightly entangle the three-headed snake king. Don't let them get too far ahead, and don't let anyone fall too far behind. In this way, the speed and rhythm of the snake group were tightly controlled. When Jiang Chuan's back rested against a cold stone wall, when the snakes were about to surround him again. Space jump also happens to restore cooldown. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared again magnificently under the eyes of the snakes. "Hey! Idiots, Grandpa is here, come and beat me." The snakes swarmed from east to west and killed from west to east, but the size of the snakes was shrinking. But they were unconscious and had no idea about it. After repeating this several times, the swarm of snakes that was like a tide was reduced to a gradually drying up stream. Ding dong! You killed a LV-11 demonic rock snake and gained 75 experience points. Ding dong! You killed a LV-15 demonic purple viper and gained 99 experience points. Ding dong! You killed a LV-17 demonic armored python and gained 115 experience points. The system prompt sound keeps ringing. Until. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 9. You gain fixed attribute growth of 15 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 15 points of spirit. Finally level 9? One more level up, and I'll get the reward for my first 10th level upgrade. Upgrade maniac, here I come. Jiang Chuan shouted in his heart. At this time, out of the huge group of demonized snakes, only one three-headed snake king was left. Baby, I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Next, it's your turn. Flying immortal sword, fast. Jiang Chuan did not recall the Lingsha shield. He suddenly realized that instead of letting the Lingsha shield defend itself, it would be better to let it fight the enemy. 3 shields were seen flying around the three-headed Snake King. Once it tried to break through the encirclement of the Lingsha shield, the Lingsha shield would crash into it hard. Then use the inscription of thorns to give it a violent rebound. The harder the three-headed Snake King exerts, the greater the rebound damage will be. At this time, the three-headed Snake King whipped one of the Lingsha shields with his tail and lashed it out. But before it could escape the encirclement, the other 2 Lingsha shields entangled it. 1175. A huge, bright red number also floated up from above its head. Another headbutt. Then hammer over another Lingsha shield. As a result, the Lingsha shield that was thrown out flew back at some point and filled the gap. 985. At this time, the Phyxian sword finally arrived at the battlefield. The flying sword, imbued with the Genjin Qi, easily pierced through the scales of the three-headed Snake King. 1999. 1327. 871. But as the numbers floated up one by one, Jiang Chuan's brows furrowed and he muttered. Is it true that the only way to kill the three-headed Snake King is to cut off all 3 heads at the same time? In fact, the damage caused by the Phyxian sword had already reached the upper limit of the three-headed Snake King's health, but it never died. At this time, the Phyxian sword soared into the air, shot down from a high place, and slashed fiercely on the neck of the three-headed Snake King. 9155. The leftmost head of the three-headed Snake King fell off. It rolled on the ground, and black blood like oil spurted out, staining the ground black. But in the blink of an eye, a complete head grew out from the broken end. If there wasn't a head rolling on the ground, Jiang Chuan would have thought he was seeing things. As the head recovered, the health of the three-headed Snake King was restored to full. Hiss! Damn, this is disgusting. Mythical bloodline, is it really that powerful? Jiang Chuan gritted his teeth and steered the flying sword past at full speed, chopping off 2 heads with one strike. At the same time, the Lingsha shield also slammed into the 3rd head. Unfortunately, the Lingsha shield is a defensive equipment after all. Although damage can be reflected, the amount of damage reflected depends on the enemy's attack strength. You can't really rely on the interaction of forces. Kill the boss alive? Although the three-headed Snake King's head was smashed to pieces by the impact of the Lingsha shield, even its eyeballs burst open, and black blood flowed out. But it was still hanging well on the neck, and as the other 2 heads recovered, the shattered head also returned to normal. Damn! This guy's 3 heads are not in line. I can only cut down 2 at the same time. Are we going to return empty-handed today? While Jiang Chuan was fighting the three-headed Snake King, fierce battles also broke out in the monster refresh areas. In an unnamed valley, hundreds of trial participants formed hunting teams, besieging the monsters but injuring them instead of killing them. When the monster was dying, several more people came forward and dragged it to the edge of the battlefield. There, a young man in luxurious clothes was slashing with his sword, beheading monsters one after another. Hurry, hurry, the young master will be upgraded soon. As long as you win the reward for reaching level 10, everyone's bonus will be doubled. On a cliff, a baby Thunderfang pig was hanging in the air, with dozens of adult Thunderfang pigs below. A slender girl in leather clothes was standing on the cliff, drawing her bow and arrow, aiming at the herd of thunder-toothed pigs below. Humph! Humph! The thunder-toothed pig made a series of strange noises. Even when facing attacks, he was determined to save his offspring. Humph! Emperor Shishan, this time I will definitely surpass you. On a hillside, amidst the raging fire, there was a crackling sound of burning grass and a buzzing sound, like the roar of fighter jets taking off. A closer look revealed a giant beehive like a water tank in the center of the fire. Wasps the size of ping-pong balls flew out of the hive. But as soon as they leave the nest, their transparent wings start to burn in the high temperature, and then their bodies fall into the flames until they are burned to death. Next to the fire was a woman in red holding a magic wand with a smug look on her face. Ha ha! God is really helping me. I didn't expect there would be a giant beehive on this hillside. Today, the time, the place, and the people are all on my side. Let's see who can compete with me. Chapter 14. Jiang Chuan squatted under the stone wall, looking helplessly at the struggle with Lingsha shield. Then the three-headed Snake King, whose heads were chopped off again and again by the Phyxian sword, roared continuously but never died, sighed. Hey! Why are you so stubborn? Wouldn't it be better to die earlier so that you don't have to suffer so much? You are not tired, but I am tired. Seeing Phyxian sword kill the three-headed Snake King again, Jiang Chuan stood up suddenly, gritted his teeth, and said viciously. It seems that I can only take the risk myself. Jiang Chuan strode forward and stopped only when he entered the attack range of the three-headed Snake King. Hiss hiss hiss. The three-headed Snake King went crazy immediately when it smelled the breath of a living person. It wanted to attack Jiang Chuan, but was stopped by the Lingsha shield. Again, and again. Every time his attack was blocked, the three-headed Snake King became more and more furious. As for the Phyxian sword, it had stopped attacking at some point and was hanging quietly in the air, motionless. Bang! The three-headed Snake King whipped his tail and lashed out a Lingsha shield that was blocking the way. But soon, the other two Lingsha shields quickly filled the position and blocked its attack again. Looking at the enemy who was less than 2 meters away from him, but he was unable to attack. The anger of the three-headed Snake King almost reached its peak. Roar! 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 I saw the three heads of the Snake King raised high. Each of them emits a faint light, either purple, red, or blue, and the light continues to get brighter, and the energy continues to accumulate. In the end, it was like 3 giant chandeliers, shining brightly in the cave. You finally can't help it and want to use your ultimate move. Hey! I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Chuan's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister sneer. Then, he took away the Lingsha shield. He opened his arms and faced the attack of the three-headed Snake King. A pillar of red fire. A purple poisonous breath. A puff of blue smoke. They spewed out from the mouths of the three-headed Snake Kings, and swept towards where Jiang Chuan was. But Jiang Chuan remained unmoved, standing quietly and responding calmly. Just when the three-headed Snake King's skill was about to cover him, the quietly floating Lingsha shield suddenly turned and blocked in front of him. Ding dong! Alert Trialist Jiang Chuan, you are under a fatal attack. The Lingsha shield automatically protects the master, this damage has been exempted. Ding dong! Remind the trial participant Jiang Chuan. Ding dong! Remind the trial participant Jiang Chuan. Following a series of 3 system prompt sounds, Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up. Now, Phyxian sword, kill. The flying fairy sword that was quietly floating in the air suddenly disappeared, like an arrow shot from a bow, and instantly slashed towards the poisonous head on the left side of the three-headed Snake King, and the fire head in the middle. A flash of light passed by. The 2 heads of the three-headed Snake King fell off. At this time, the rebound damage of Lingsha shield finally arrived. And it hit the third wind head completely. 3571. 4299. 3827. As 3 huge and bright red numbers floated up, the last head of the three-headed Snake King exploded like a watermelon hit by a hammer, shattering into pieces and shattering beyond recognition. The system's prompt sound also sounded like raindrops. It never stops. One after another. Ding dong! Trialist Jiang Chuan detected. You killed the silver boss, the three-headed Snake King. You will gain the following stat growth. Strength attribute plus 20. Constitution attribute plus 20. Agility plus 20. Spiritual attribute plus 20. The boss hunter allows the trial taker to gain additional attribute growth after killing the boss. A silver level boss gave Jiang Chuan 80 points of 4-dimensional attributes. It's simply against the will of heaven. And this is just the beginning. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you successfully killed the silver boss, the three-headed Snake King, and earned 3,500 experience points. You gain fixed attribute growth of 15 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 15 points of spirit. The huge amount of experience points from the three-headed Snake King. Let Jiang Chuan's level directly reach the level 10 that he has always dreamed of. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. As you are the first person to reach level 10 among this year's trialists, you will receive the following rewards. 1. You have obtained a special title, Upgrade Maniac. Please check for details. 2. You gain Battlefield Merit, 2,000 points, which can be used to redeem equipment, treasures, skill books, territory and real estate, etc. 3. You obtain a rare item, Mother-Child Teleportation Array, Advanced. A series of system rewards appeared in Jiang Chuan's package. Upgrade Maniac. Level 1. Property. Strength plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Agility plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Special effect, Upgrade Maniac. Professionals will gain an additional 100% experience points for killing monsters, completing tasks, etc. And after each upgrade, professionals will also gain an additional 100% attribute growth. Note, Upgrade Maniac is a special title, only one is awarded each time, and it cannot be transferred, dropped, or destroyed. Doubling the experience points is equivalent to doubling the leveling speed. With this title, Jiang Chuan no longer has to worry about not upgrading fast enough. What's more, it also has the effect of double attribute growth. Mother-Child Teleportation Array, Advanced. Attributes, the mother disk can be placed in a safe place, and the child disk can be carried with you. When in use, start the child disk and it will be transferred to the location of the mother disk. Maximum transmission distance, 1,000 kilometers. Jiang Chuan was also quite surprised when he saw this high-end prop. With it, it is like carrying a teleportation array with you. Traveling to and from the novice village will also become very convenient. Then, Jiang Chuan opened his property panel again. Study it carefully. Name, Jiang Chuan. Level, 10. Title, Boss Hunter, Upgrade Maniac. Occupation, Divine Refiner, Immortal Medicine God. HP 4000. MP 4970. Strength, 422, affects attack power. Constitution, 370, affects health and defense. Agility, 371, affects movement speed and attack speed. Spirit, 474, affects magic power, spell attack, spell resistance. Innate ability, Almighty Creator, God level, only innate ability. Buff, Primary Health LV10, Primary Magic LV10, Primary Anti-Poison LV10. Skills, Devouring LV1, Space Jump LV1. Equipment, Phyxian Sword, Lingsha Shield, Thousand Gods Mask. Props, Mother-Child Teleportation Array, Advanced. Merit, 2000. Looking at the new attribute panel, Jiang Chuan was delighted. With an average of more than 400 attributes, it is completely comparable to some previous professionals in their 30s. 4,000 health points far exceed the blood cows of the same level. What's more, there are 9,000 health points stored in the Lingsha Shield, and a life buff that restores life at a rate of 100 points per second. It's no exaggeration to say that it's an indestructible cockroach. Add to that the mana value of 4,970 points, which can make magic units ashamed, and Jiang Chuan just wants to shout. That's awesome! Who would have thought that this would be the attribute panel of a life professional? Not to mention the combat professionals of the same level, even some veteran professionals of the past can hardly match him. Just when Jiang Chuan was excited, the system prompt sounded again. Ding dong! Reminder to trialist Jiang Chuan, as the first trialist to reach level 10, the system will make a world announcement about you to encourage all trialists to learn from you. Yes. I'm hiding my identity and making this announcement under the code name, Emperor Shishan. Chapter 15. Just when all the trial participants were full of fighting spirit and working hard to upgrade, 3 announcements were made in succession. The whole world fell into a brief silence. World announcement: Trialist Emperor Shishan, striving for progress and fearless of hard work, successfully reached level 10. As the first trialist to reach level 10. This announcement is made to encourage you. I hope that all those who are undergoing the trial will learn from their mistakes and then be brave enough to catch up and not fall behind. After a moment of silence, all the trial participants became excited. The name Indra. He once again became a celebrity figure that countless people talked about. FK. I just reached level 3 and was showing off with the girls. You tell me this? Don't you think I have any dignity? I'm only level 2, so I'm envious of the people above me. I'm so jealous. I'm so embarrassed. The gap between people is really bigger than that between people and dogs. Indra, this name seems to have been heard somewhere before. This guy is the first to kill the boss. Damn. When the world announcement was made yesterday, I said this guy was lucky to have picked up a low health boss. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I'm really envious. I want to add some weight to the boss's legs. I'm only 28 years old, and I'm easily overwhelmed by soft music software. I just want to spend a happy marriage with Emperor Shi Tian. Compared with these ordinary trial participants, a certain small group seemed to be furious. In an unknown valley, a young man with a sinister face was slaying monsters one after another with his knife. Not far away, new monsters were constantly being sent in. For some people, upgrading is so simple. Haha. At this rate, I can reach level 10 in half an hour at most. When the time comes, let's see who can still compete with me. But at this moment, the world announcement sounded, causing the boy's body to stiffen. Even the knife in his hand fell to the ground with a ding-dong sound. Ah! Indra, I want you to die, I want you to die. The boy's angry voice continued to ring out, echoing back and forth in the valley. The trial participants who were responsible for transporting the monsters were silent as a mouse, not daring to make the slightest sound. On a cliff, a girl in leather armor with a curvy figure and a hot and attractive body. He was drawing his bow and arrow, aiming at the thunder-tooth pig cub hanging on the cliff. If I kill you, I can level up. Give me. When the announcement sounded, the girl flicked her wrist, and the arrow flew off the string, brushing past the Thunder Fang pig cub's ear and then falling into the grass under the cliff. The girl stood on the cliff in amazement. His face was full of disbelief. Emperor, Emperor Shishan. Are you my nemesis? Just one more monster missing. On the hillside, the flames burned out and the air was filled with the fragrance of honey. A woman in red holding a staff, pursed her fiery red lips, her eyes full of anticipation. Kill the queen bee and I'll level up. The revival of the Shangguan family lies here. When the announcement sounded, the woman in red froze and her eyes became dull. How is that possible? Jiang Chuan had no idea how much trouble his actions would cause. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. What Indra did? What does it have to do with me? If you have that much time, wouldn't it be nice to pick up more loot? You get 21 gold coins, 89 silver coins, and 37 bronze coins. You get Magic Rock Snake Skin X123. You obtain Purple Viper Venom Sac X37. You obtain Dragon Python Golden Scale X9. You obtain 3 heads of the Snake King, silver level. You obtain Demonic Snake King Skin, silver level. You obtain snake fangs, snake skin, and some venom sacs. Unfortunately, although there are a lot of spoils, there are no high-value items such as equipment and skill books. Fortunately, he is a divine refiner, so after converting these materials into equipment, it won't be a loss. Especially the 3 heads of the Snake King and the demonized Snake King skin. In Orn's hands, at least platinum level equipment can be forged. Even diamond level is not a fantasy. On, use the demonized Snake King skin as the main material and forge a piece of leather armor for me. Attribute enhancement prioritizes health, defense, and damage reduction. Jiang Chuan summoned the forge and threw the demonized Snake King skin and some other ingredients into it. I saw Goathorn Orn controlling the flames, carefully burning the Snake King's skin until the impurities were removed, and then he slowly stopped. Then, he refined some metals, bones, gems and other auxiliary materials into mineral essence. And merged with the Snake King's skin. A series of knocking sounds were heard. After a moment, the flame in the furnace went out and the system's cold and mechanical prompt sound rang out. Ding! Forging successful, you obtain level 10 platinum equipment, indestructible demon armor. A piece of black leather armor engraved with strange patterns appeared in Jiang Chuan's hands. Immortal demon armor. Level 10. Quality, platinum. Heavenly Dao inscription, immortal body, demon soul substitute, demon soul sacrifice. Equipment requirements, none, exempt for divine refiners. Equipment additional effects. 1 Constitution plus 250. 2 Vitality plus 2500. 3 Defense plus 2500. 4 Immortal Armor is immune to 25% of damage. 5 Immortal Magic Armor is immune to all intermediate abnormal states. Number of Demon Souls, 0/100. When killing a monster, the monster's soul can be converted into demon souls. There is no upper limit on the number of conversions, but a maximum of 100 demon souls can be stored. Immortal Body increases the maximum health regeneration speed, and defense of the equipment holder by 100%. Demon Soul Replacement, the damage suffered by the equipment holder will be borne by the demon soul. As long as the demon soul is not dead, the host will not be destroyed. Demon Soul Sacrifice, the equipment holder can sacrifice demon souls to gain strength. For each demon soul sacrificed, all attributes will increase by 1% and last for 5 minutes. Looking at the attributes of the immortal demon armor, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but take a breath. Contributed to global warming. This equipment is truly terrifying. Not to mention the attribute effects such as constitution, life, defense, damage reduction, etc. The 3 major inscriptions alone are enough to be called a miracle. Jiang Chuan has 4,000 health points. The indestructible magic armor increases his physical attributes by 250 points, and 2,500 vitality points. 1 point of constitution can increase health points by 5, which adds up to 7,750 health points. The immortal body doubles the health points, bringing the total to a terrifying 11,500 health points. If you add the increase in attributes such as life recovery and defense, it is said to be an immortal body. It's no exaggeration. If that's not enough, then take a look at the inscription of Demon Soul Substitute. After equipping the indestructible demon armor, the enemy's soul can be transformed into a demon soul, which can then bear damage for the equipment holder. As long as the evil spirit is immortal, the host will not perish. Even if each demon soul can only withstand damage once, it can also be immune to hundreds of attacks. But in Jiang Chuan's opinion, the most important function of the demon soul is actually the 3rd heavenly Dao inscription, Demon Soul Sacrifice. Every time you sacrifice a demon soul, you will gain a 1% increase in all attributes. 100 means a 100% increase in attributes, which is equivalent to doubling the strength. Its terrifying effect can be seen from this. Chapter 16. After putting on the immortal demon armor, Jiang Chuan looked at the three-headed Snake King again and thought to himself. I've seen the effects of enchanted snake skin. What about you? What kind of surprise will it bring me? 3 poems on the Snake King. Quality, silver. Effect, the 3 heads of the Snake King are Wind Head, Fire Head, and Poison Head. They are used to forge equipment and can randomly add 1 wind, fire, and poison skill each. The skill level depends on the quality of the equipment. Success rate bonus, 70% for silver, 25% for gold, 5% for platinum. According to the instructions, the 3 heads of the Snake King are very effective when used to forge offensive equipment. A staff? I don't need one. Knife? Sword? Gun? It's not what I want either. Suddenly, Jiang Chuan glanced at the Lingsha shield floating quietly beside him. He felt a flash of inspiration in his mind and blurted out. Who said that only weapons can be used to attack? The Lingsha shield, in addition to defense, can also control the target, rebound damage, and even assist in blood recovery. In the future, it will also be a shield that can cast skills. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan laughed and said, Orn, help me modify my equipment. Using the spiritual shield as the base, I'll incorporate the 3 heads of the Snake King into it. The attribute enhancements will still focus on health, defense, and life-saving effects. But you must be able to inherit the magical skills of the 3-headed Snake King. Besides, the Lingshu and the Thorns don't seem to be very useful, so let's replace them if we can. Jiang Chuan threw the Lingsha shield and the 3 heads of the Snake King into the forge. The goat-horned dwarf Orn immediately began to work, and flames burned brightly in the forge. First the Lingsha shield was melted, and then the 3 heads of the Snake King were burned. The sound of forging ding 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 was then heard. Bite. Forging successful. You obtain level 10 diamond equipment, Snake King shield. A moment later, 3 shields that had changed drastically in shape were suspended quietly in front of Jiang Chuan. The shield is like a coiled python. The shield has a ferocious snake head. The only difference is the color of the 3 shields. Purple, red, and green correspond to the attributes of the 3-headed Snake King. Poison. Fire. Wind. Snake King shield. Level, 10. Quality, diamond grade. Heavenly inscriptions, guardian heart, indestructible shield, golden barrier. Equipment requirements, shield warrior, exempt for divine alchemist. Equipment additional effects. 1 constitution plus 350. 2 health plus 3500. 3 poison dragon roar, the purple shield turns into a poison dragon, releasing poison magic below the advanced level to attack the enemy. 4 wind dragon roar, the green shield transforms into a wind dragon, releasing wind magic below the high level to attack the enemy. 5 fire dragon roar, the red shield turns into a fire dragon, releasing fire magic below high level to attack the enemy. Defensive heart, the 3 shields of the Snake King can automatically defend against enemy attacks and can also be controlled by thoughts. Immortal shield, the 3 shields of the Snake King can form an airtight shield, defending against attacks and rebounding damage. Golden barrier, when the host is in a life or death crisis, the 3 shields of the Snake King can transform into a golden barrier to protect the host. Each golden barrier lasts for 30 seconds, during which the host is immune to all damage. Looking at the attributes of the Snake King shield, Jiang Chuan nodded with satisfaction. The 3-sided Snake King shield, in addition to its defensive effects, can also release wind, fire, and poison magic skills. Although it is limited to the advanced level, its power is not weak at all. You know, the skills of the 3-headed Snake King, poisonous breath gushing, red poisonous fire ring, wind, fire, and poisonous smoke, are only intermediate skills. In addition, the Heavenly Dao inscription on the Snake King shield has also been strengthened to a certain extent. The indestructible shield formation retains the rebound damage. Defensive capabilities have been greatly enhanced. The golden barrier turns, blocking 1 damage into damage immunity lasting 30 seconds. The effect is so strong. It goes without saying. After this change of clothes, Jiang Chuan's strength increased greatly. He had a feeling that if he went through the 10,000 snake cave again, he might only need half the time to pass it completely. Even if I encounter the 3-headed snake king, it won't be as difficult as before. Oh right, the abyssal demonic energy didn't just appear out of thin air. To be able to transform so many monsters into demonic creatures, there must be an abyssal rift here. We have to destroy it. The 3 giants of the evil axis, the demons, are born with the will to destroy, and can use the magic energy of the abyss to forcibly transform other creatures into demonized creatures that are tireless, fearless, and know no pain. The undead are the abode of the dead and the mortal enemies of the living. Once they smell the scent of the living, they will launch an attack and fight to the death. After killing the target, it can also transform the target into a new undead creature. Or a skeleton, or a lich, or a ghost. Once a war breaks out, the number of undead creatures will tend to increase, like a snowball, and eventually become difficult to control. Also known as the Scourge of the Undead. As for the last evil god believers, they are some religious fanatics who believe in evil gods from other worlds. They come from all races, but they use their belief in evil gods to forcibly convert their own people or other creatures. The ultimate goal is to welcome the arrival of the evil god and even dedicate the entire world to the evil god. If it was placed before the time travel. These 3 forces must be classified as anti-human and terrorists and religious fanatics and traitors. Therefore, the different races had to unite. Form a justice league to fight against the invasion of the evil axis. Even mortal enemies like humans and orcs, dragons, and behemoths, under pressure from the axis of evil, temporarily put aside their disputes and united to fight the enemy. This shows how dangerous the axis of evil is. Jiang Chuan followed the passage and walked deeper into the cave. A moment later, an altar appeared before his eyes. On the altar, there was a grey snake egg the size of a football. Under the altar was a bottomless crack. I saw the altar constantly drawing demonic energy from the ground and then injecting it into the snake eggs. Every time the snake eggs swallowed a wisp of demonic energy, they would beat slightly like a heart. It is obvious that this altar was man-made. The purpose should be to hatch the snake egg. 12 demonic snake eggs. Quality, unknown. Status, about to hatch. Description: the offspring of the 3-headed snake king has a trace of the 9-headed snake bloodline, but under the erosion of the abyss, the snake eggs have undergone some unpredictable changes. Hiss! The Hydra is already a mythical creature. 12-headed demonic snake. Isn't it even more powerful? Looking at the properties of the 12-headed demon snake egg, Jiang Chuan took another breath. While he was greatly shocked, an emotion called greed was also surging in his heart. Fixian, go! Jiang Chuan gritted his teeth, controlled the Fixian sword, and shot towards the crack in the ground. Without stopping, he directly put the 12-headed demon snake eggs into the package. Then turn around and run. Although no one knows who set up this altar. But he was able to set up the altar on such a grand scale, extract the demonic energy from the abyss, and cultivate the 12-headed demon snake eggs. It is obvious that he is not an ordinary person. If he runs a step slower and is caught by the original owner, it would be a lot of fun. Rumble! Rumble! I heard a series of loud noises behind me, and then the entire snake cave shook like an earthquake. FK. Fixian, are you so awesome? Chapter 17. Jiang Chuan had only run 100 steps when the Fixian sword caught up with him. He did not dare to hesitate and immediately jumped onto the Fixian sword. One man, one sword, fled out of the 10,000 snakes cave. Fortunately, the light curtain that had previously blocked the snake cave had long since disappeared as the altar was destroyed. At this time, the whole mountain was shaking, huge rocks fell, and the passage was blocked. There were also bursts of angry roars coming from the belly of the mountain. Obviously, this is the master of the 12-headed demon snake. To be more precise, it should be called X. After all, Jiang Chuan will not vomit out what he has eaten. He was seen manipulating the Snake King's shield, holding it above his head to prevent the boulders from falling, while also floating it behind him to guard against attacks from the front. The last side rushed forward, opening a path to the outside world for Jiang Chuan. One section of the road was the most dangerous, with several huge rocks falling and blocking the passage. The vibration above is still intensifying. If we delay any further, we might be buried in the cave. Humph! Phyxian sword, clear the way for me. Jiang Chuan jumped to the ground with the Snake King shield on his head, then controlled the flying fairy sword and slashed at the rocks wildly. The sword flashed, and the huge rocks blocking the passage were chopped into pieces. The rocks falling from above were also bounced away by the Snake King's shield. Finally, with the joint efforts of one man, one sword, and 3 shields, the channel is completely connected. Before the 10,000 snake cave completely collapsed, he also controlled the flying immortal sword and rushed out of the cave. At this time, the sun is shining and the breeze is blowing gently. Jiang Chuan's tense heart finally relaxed. He stood on a flying sword, 100 meters in the air, looking down at the mountain below. I saw that the location of the 10,000 snakes cave collapsed rapidly, and there seemed to be a black hole underneath, greedily devouring the earth. In a short while, a bottomless pit like an abyss was formed. The surrounding environment is also affected. The earth cracked, mountains shifted, and rivers were blocked. Countless monsters emerged from every corner and fled into the distance in panic. The tiger had no intention of hunting and turned a blind eye to the fat hare in front of it. The elk forgot its natural enemies and walked with the wolves. Hiss! Is this a breakthrough? Although I know that the person behind the scenes is not ordinary. But do you have to be so strong? With such strength, is it necessary to hide treasures in a monster nest in a novice village? Brother, let me put the big baby back and we can stop making trouble, okay? Jiang Chuan's liver trembled a little when he saw this scene. Being able to trigger a vision of this scale, the opponent's strength is so terrifying that it is almost impossible to describe in words. The reason why they didn't attack him was probably because he was too far away and out of reach. Otherwise, one slap could kill 100,000 Jiang Chuans. This earth-shaking phenomenon seemed to be caused by violent fluctuations in space. Is this teleporting? FK. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. This is the human race's trial ground. Making such a big commotion will definitely attract the attention of the human race's strong men. By the time you teleport here, I'm sure the powerful human race will be nearby. In the midst of a war, who would care about my life and profession? Jiang Chuan touched the Thousand Gods mask on his face and felt relieved. The Thousand Gods illusion mask has 2 major inscriptions, heavenly secrets and chaos, and hundreds of changes in illusions. The former can block the prying eyes of abilities such as insight, divination, and tracking. The latter can change into many forms and hide invisibly. Even if the mastermind appears, they won't be able to find me. Jiang Chuan thought so, turned around, and flew towards the novice village. Halfway through the flight, he suddenly landed on the ground and hid in the woods. A moment later, 2 figures flew past overhead. Judging from the direction, it should be starting from the novice village, and the destination is the 10,000 snake cave. The guardian of the novice village. Jiang Chuan raised his eyebrows, and waited until the 2 flew far away before mounting his flying sword and flying towards the novice village again. Then land in the valley outside the novice village. Finally, he blended into the crowd and entered the village quietly. At this time, people everywhere in the village were discussing the previous earthquake. Some people are terrified. Some people are curious. Some people were delighted. After all, when the monster fled from its nest before, many people seized the opportunity and killed many panicked monsters. Boom! 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 Just at this moment, bells rang out over the novice village. Everyone stopped involuntarily. Wait quietly. Because this is the alarm sound when humans encounter enemies. After 9 bells rang, an old man in black appeared above the novice village. Children, don't panic. A deep rift has appeared near the base. It's just a minor issue and someone will take care of it. But now, we have to find another place to complete the trial. Everyone, follow the guidance of the guards and enter the teleportation array in an orderly manner. There is a large teleportation array in the square, which is the way for rookies to leave the novice village after completing the trial. But this time, it became their transfer channel. In the crowd, Jiang Chuan looked puzzled and thought to himself. I originally intended to destroy the demonic energy channel with that sword strike, but after I took the 12-headed demon snake eggs, the person behind the scenes became furious. The other party, regardless of their identity being exposed, insisted on forcibly teleporting. The spatial fluctuations caused the demonic energy channel to expand, completely transforming into an abyssal rift. However, judging from the tone of this senior, he doesn't seem worried. Forget it, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, why should I be in a hurry? With this feeling, Jiang Chuan boarded the teleportation array and completely left novice village number 9527. Ding! The trio list has reached level 10 and will be teleported to the town level trial base, Maple Leaf Town. Jiang Chuan was not assigned to any other novice village, but went directly to a place called Maple Leaf Town. The novice village, as the name suggests, is where novices below level 10 stay. Jiang Chuan, who has reached level 10, has already left the category of a novice and can be called a veteran. Who on earth could be so generous as to extract the demonic energy from the abyss and transform the descendants of the Hydra? If the news leaks out, the person behind this will become the mortal enemy of the Abyss and the Hydra clan. However, now that the thing has fallen into my hands, there is no need to foolishly spread the news and cause trouble for the other party. I just hope the 12-headed demon snake eggs aren't too rubbish. Otherwise, this adventure will be a huge loss. On a bed in an inn, Jiang Chuan played with the 12-headed demon snake eggs and muttered to himself. The Hydra is a powerful race on the battlefield of all races. It has mythical bloodline and can be compared with angels, dragons, behemoths, and titans. It has 2 major abilities. One is immortality, an ability that Jiang Chuan had experienced not long ago. It took him a lot of effort to chop off 3 heads at the same time. If it had 9 heads, he would definitely turn around and leave without stopping. The second is the natural mastery of the mysteries of magic. Each head of the Hydra represents a magical power. For example, the 3-headed Snake King before controlled the magical powers of wind, fire, and poison. 9 heads represent 9 different kinds of magic. The terrifying strength. This also gives us a glimpse of things. But how can I control the 12-headed demon snake? It's not like you read a novel. The ducklings that, after hatching, take the first person they see as their mother are just like those in fairy tales. Buy a bondage collar. Or learn a contract skill. An ordinary slave collar is definitely not capable of controlling the 12-headed demonic snake. As for contract skills, only professions like summoners or beastmasters can learn them. I'm just a job, what can I do? Hey! Life occupation. Chapter 18. Originally, Jiang Chuan's third occupation should be chosen from miner or postman. Because these 2 professions can increase the upper limit of attribute growth. But the 12-headed demon snake eggs in his hand forced him to change his target. Jiang Chuan opened the merit mall and started searching. Among the professions related to animals, there are shepherds, veterinarians, breeders, animal trainers, circus directors, etc. Veterinarians are therapeutic. The circus director is a performer. The shepherd boy and the breeder, to put it bluntly, are just poop scoopers. They don't seem to have any contract-related abilities. That beast Tamer. Ding dong. Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. You've spent 1500 merit points and successfully redeemed the Tamer inauguration manual. Information about the animal trainer quickly emerged in Jiang Chuan's mind. Although this profession is also a life profession, its role is no less than some combat professions. For example, nightingales and owls can perform guard duties at night. A tracking dog that can track enemies. A falcon that can detect enemy activity. Gold-loving rats, etc. can search for metallic minerals. They are all tamed by animal trainers. If it is a large beast, it can even give the trainer a certain degree of combat power. It is one of the few aggressive professions in life. It is said that this profession is a simplified version of the combat profession, Beastmaster, and has a higher upper limit. Therefore, the exchange price for animal trainers is quite high. 500 more merit points than pharmacists. You should know that the pharmacist's inaugural gift package includes 3 potion recipes and 10 ingredients for each potion. As for the animal trainer, all he needs is an employment manual. Nothing. Jiang Chuan clapped his hands, and the animal tamer induction manual turned into starlight. Slowly merged into his body. Ding dong. Congratulations, trialist Jiang Chuan. You have successfully changed your job to Beast Tamer, and your current job title is Junior. Junior Tamer. Quality, Ordinary. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional ability, familiar with the habits of wild beasts, able to tame wild beasts and let them perform some simple tasks. Taming time, normal 10 days, elite 100 days, rare 1000 days. Note 1. Taming a normal beast will gain 1 proficiency point. Taming an elite beast will gain 10 proficiency points and taming a rare beast will gain 100 proficiency points. Note 2. When the proficiency reaches 100, you will be automatically promoted to intermediate tamer. Look at the tamer's attribute panel. Jiang Chuan understood. He knew that this was the ability he wanted. Then the innate ability is triggered, saying, Promotion. Ding dong. Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. You have triggered your innate ability, Almighty Creator. Your tamer has been promoted to Divine Tamer. Please check for details. Primary Divine User. Quality, God level. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional abilities. One Eye of the Void. The Divine Envoy can see the bloodline essence and evolution path of the pet and make plans accordingly. 2 Myriad Beasts Illustrated Book. After the God of Control contracts a pet, the Myriad Beasts Illustrated Book can copy its strongest ability and feedback it to the Master. 3 Spiritual Communication. The Spirit Driver can communicate with the pet, understand the pet's thoughts, and can also teach the pet his own skills. Note 1. As the pet's strength increases, the Divine Controller will gain proficiency. The higher the quality of the pet, the more proficiency will be gained. Note 2. When the proficiency reaches 100, you will be automatically promoted to Intermediate Divine Master. Note 3. Every time a Divine Envoy's job title is upgraded, he or she will gain a new professional ability. Looking at the attribute panel of the Divine Envoy, Jiang Chuan nodded with satisfaction. But at this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang, which surprised him greatly. Ding! Reminder to the trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been promoted to the God level class, Divine Rider. Leveling up will grant you fixed attribute growth of 10 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. And 5 points of charm attribute growth. Your current level is 10, and you will receive 50 points of charm attribute compensation. The attribute growth of the Divine Controller is relatively even. With each level up, the 4-dimensional attributes increase by 10 points. From this point of view, the Divine Controller is not as good as the Divine Refiner and the Immortal Medicine God. But the Divine Controller possesses a hidden attribute, the growth of charm value, which is an advantage that the divine refiner and the immortal medicine god cannot compare with. Although it can only increase the charm value by 5 points per level, it is a hidden attribute. Even if there are free attribute points, they cannot be added. Jiang Chuan was extremely satisfied with this. After being happy, he looked at the 12-headed demon snake eggs again. 12 demonic snake eggs. Potential, demigod level. Status, about to hatch. Bloodline, Hydra 37%, Abyss Dragon 21%, Black Water Mystic Serpent 13%, Jade Phosphorus King Serpent 5%, 9 Nether Sky Snake 3%, 8 Winged Black Snake King 1%. Advanced Route 1, devour a large number of magic crystals to activate the magic power and evolve it into a 12-headed elemental serpent king, demigod level. Advanced Route 2, absorb a large amount of abyssal demonic energy, activate the demonic essence, and evolve it into a 12-headed abyssal demon dragon, demigod level. Advanced Route 3, descend to the netherworld, bath in the yellow springs, ascend to the sky, temper in the thunder pool, and evolve into a 12-headed yin-yang dragon snake, demigod level. The 12-headed demon snake has multiple bloodline inheritances. Different advancement routes represent different evolutionary directions. The strongest among them are the 3 roots of Elemental Snake King, Abyss Dragon, and Yin-Yang Dragon Snake. Choosing any advancement direction means the birth of a demigod-level pet. You know, creatures like Hydra, angels, dragons, etc. are only mythical. Among the 3 evolutionary routes, the Elemental Snake King is good at magic. The Abyss Dragon is invincible in close combat. The Yin-Yang Dragon Snake combines the strengths of both and is good at both melee combat and magic. Although in the professional field, it is not as good as the Elemental Snake King and the Abyss Dragon. However, its abilities are relatively balanced, without any obvious weaknesses. When fighting, you can adopt Tianji's horse racing method and specifically target the enemy's weaknesses. For example, use magic to deal with the Abyss Dragon and use melee combat to deal with the Elemental Snake King. In addition, the Eye of Dongxu also shows more than a dozen advancement routes. They correspond to the bloodline inheritances of the Black Water Mystic Snake, the Green Phosphorus King Snake, the 8-Winged Black Snake King, etc. The worst of them are epic. From this we can see that the ancestors of the 12-headed demon snake were extremely glorious. Unfortunately, Jiang Chuan was not satisfied with this. Only children make choices. I want all of these. As he finished speaking, more than 10 advancement routes disappeared, replaced by an attribute panel. Agayi, the god of destruction. Potential, god level. Description: Agaya has the gift of immortality and controls the 12 types of magic. It feeds on the gods and can devour the sky and the earth, digesting everything. Matter is indestructible, which means Agaya will last forever. Advanced method: 1. Swallow a large amount of magic crystals, activate the power of magic, enter the netherworld, bathe in the underworld, until you completely master the power of the 12 series of magic. 2. Draw upon the vast abyss of demonic energy, activate the power of the devil, ascend to the sky, temper your body in the pool of thunder, awaken your immortal talent, and strengthen your immortal origin. 3. Devour the gods, use their divine power as firewood, and their divine nature as a furnace, then use the divine fire to ignite the power of magic, immortal talent, and immortal origin, and finally merge them into one, becoming the true world-destroying evil god Ajaya. Advanced success rate, 0.1%. Note 1, the 12 magic systems are the natural forces of heaven and earth, while the immortal talent and the indestructible source are forged by plundering heaven and earth. Their properties conflict and are incompatible. Once you complete the second stage, you must immediately enter the third stage, using the spirits as fuel to forge the magical power, the immortal talent, and the indestructible source. Otherwise, Ajaya may explode and die at any time. Note 2, Agaya feeds on the spirits of the gods and is the mortal enemy of all the gods. Whether it is the gods of heaven, the demons of the abyss, the gods of the dead, or the evil gods of other worlds, none of them want to see its existence. Once discovered, the gods will immediately nip the danger in the bud. For this reason, they will not hesitate to stop the war to kill Agaya. Hiss! Feeding on gods. Isn't this a bit perverted? Although this is the advancement direction I want. But I'm so small, I can't handle it. A pet that can make the gods of heaven, the devils of the abyss, the gods of the dead, and the evil gods from other worlds put aside their prejudices and unite to kill it. Is this really something I can have in my profession? Chapter 19. At this moment, Jiang Chuan finally understood what it meant to have a beating heart and trembling hands. The price of Ajaya's advancement made his hands tremble. But Ajaya's powerful strength also made him excited. Maybe it failed halfway. Gods and Buddhas, if you pass by, please don't shake your hands, or you'll slap me to death. It's just for fun, I'm not really going to cultivate a world-destroying evil. Myriad Beasts Atlas, Contract. As Jiang Chuan finished speaking, an ancient book full of wild atmosphere appeared in front of him out of thin air. On the cover of the ancient book, there are 4 characters written in ancient seal script. Illustrated Guide to Beasts. Around the characters are engraved patterns of dragon, phoenix, unicorn, white tiger, and black tortoise. Each pattern is lifelike and very exquisite. The atlas of 10,000 beasts unfolded, an array of colorful light shone out, covering the 12-headed demon snake eggs. Jiang Chuan's original intention was to contract the 12-headed demon snake before it hatched to avoid any accidents. But the 12-headed demon snake eggs disappeared when the colorful light dissipated. There was a crisp sound. Crack! A crack also appeared on the grey eggshell. As if in a chain reaction, crisp sounds were heard and cracks appeared one after another. Crack! 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 A thumb-sized head pushed open the eggshell fragments. Then, more heads appeared. Ding dong! Congratulations to the trialist Jiang Chuan, you have successfully contracted a pet, the 12-headed demonic snake. Please check for details. As the system prompt sounded. A small black snake, more than a foot long, as thick as a thumb, with 12 heads on its neck, crawled out of the eggshell. Black. Ugly. If you don't move. Jiang Chuan would probably think that this was Zhu Beiji's 9-toothed rake. The only difference is that there is a crystal stone the size of a grain of rice embedded in the head of this little fellow. The crystals come in different colors: purple, red, green, silver, blue, white, black, corresponding to the 12 types of magic: fire, water, wind, thunder, light, darkness, earth, poison, life, death, space, time, etc. The little snake crawled along Jiang Chuan's arm and all the way up to his shoulder. It felt cool and somewhat comfortable. Squeak! Squeak! Master, Master, I'm hungry, I want to eat. The little guy made a squeak sound. But Jiang Chuan could clearly sense its thoughts. This feeling was strange and interesting. Okay, you want to eat, right? For you. Eat your fill and evolve quickly. By the way, from now on, your name will be Agayi. Obviously, Jiang Chuan has not given up on the advancement direction of the world-destroying evil spirit. Otherwise, the name would not have been locked in advance. He opened the trading channel and bought all the dozens of magic crystals there like a shopping spree. They are all common magic crystals, such as wind, fire, water, earth, etc. As for the rare light, darkness, thunder, and poison, and more specifically life, death, time, and space, he didn't see it. After all, those are rare resources, scarce in quantity, and expensive. But even so, Jiang Chuan spent a lot. On average, an ordinary magic crystal costs as much as 1 gold coin, which is 10,000 Tianyang coins. However, Jiang Chuan did not feel distressed about this. Compared to a god-level pet, this investment is nothing. But the next moment, a sharp voice rang out in the guest room. What? A magic crystal only indicates 0.01% of the evolution degree. Jiang Chuan lost his composure a little, and his usually mild voice became sharp. Akia, the 12-headed demonic serpent. Level 1. Potential, God level. HP 1250. MP 990. Strength, 35. Constitution, 35. Agility, 35. Spirit, 35. Attack power, 599,999. Defense, 732. Talents. Immortality, SSS level talent. As long as one of the 12-headed demon snakes still has a head, it can quickly recover from all injuries. Magic control, SSS level talent. The 12-headed demon snake controls all types of magic. Each time you level up, you will automatically comprehend a skill. Magic types include fire, water, wind, thunder, light, darkness, earth, poison, life, death, space, time, etc. Skills: Hellfire Line LV1, Chain Spikes LV1, Water Curtain Defense LV1, Storm Spear LV1, Light Healing LV1, Dark Corrosion LV1, Mass Thunder LV1. There is no doubt that the attributes of the 12-headed demon snake are very gorgeous. At level 1, it has 35 points of 4-dimensional attributes. This made Jiang Chuan very envious. What's more, it has 2 SSS level talents. Immortality, Elemental Control, and 4 magic skills. These are things that human professionals cannot compare to. It also made Jiang Chuan feel extremely satisfied. But its other attribute is really scary. Degree of evolution. Fire evolution degree, 0.09%. Earth evolution degree, 0.05%. Water evolution degree, 0.03%. Before, Jiang Chuan fed 9 fire magic crystals, 5 earth magic crystals, and 3 water magic crystals. But now it seems that 1 magic crystal has only increased the degree of evolution by 0.01%. This means that Jiang Chuan has to consume 10,000 magic crystals to increase the evolution degree of a single attribute to 100%. To raise all attributes to 100%, a terrifying 120,000 coins would be consumed. Among them are magic crystals of water, fire, wind, and earth. 1 gold coin each. Magic crystals of light, darkness, thunder, and poison. 10 gold coins each. The magical crystal of life, death, time, and space. 100 gold coins each. A total of 4.44 million gold coins. With so much money, even if I sell Jiang Chuan at the price of lobster, it still won't be enough. It's over. My world-destroying evil god, is gone before it even begins. Ah! What destruction of the world! What divine evil! You are here to destroy me. What a sin! Jiang Chuan's body collapsed and he fell directly onto the bed, unwilling to move even a finger. It took so much effort. Took such a big risk. I had such high expectations. You told me that you were a child of an aristocratic family. It's expensive to raise, right? If I had known this earlier, I would have eaten roasted snake eggs. Squeak. 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 Master, Master, I'm hungry, I want to eat more, I want to eat more. Jiang Chuan's scalp tingled. He threw a guyi onto the shelf with a flick of his hand, hanging him like a belt. Eat, eat, eat. I'll eat you to death. Just when he was thinking about sending Ajaya away, a cold and mechanical system prompt sounded in his ears. The content of the voice made him feel like he was struck by lightning. Ding dong! Reminder to the trio list, Jiang Chuan, you are being divined by an unknown entity. Because the Thousand Gods illusionary mask possesses the heavenly Dao inscription Heavenly Secret Chaos, you will be exempt from this divination. Note: please do not let the divination anchor point be too far away from you, otherwise there is a risk of being locked. At the same time, the thousand gods mask on Jiang Chuan's face also became slightly hot, as if silently telling of danger. Jiang Chuan shuddered, then quickly jumped up and stood up. Then he trotted and picked up Ajaya. Squeak! 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 Master, I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. Chapter 20. Ajay lay on Jiang Chuan's hand, and his 12 heads rubbed his wrist over and over again like brushes. The 12 pairs of tearful eyes made him feel even more unbearable. Alas! What a sin! After all, I contracted a pet. Or did you find an ancestor for yourself? Although he was complaining in his heart, Jiang Chuan still took out the remaining magic crystals and said to Ajaya. Okay, I'll give it all to you. But after we finish eating, we have to agree on 3 rules. If you agree, just nod your head. If not, save it for breakfast tomorrow. Seeing the magic crystal, Agayi's body suddenly stood up. The body is no longer soft. The tears stopped flowing. I won't pretend to be wronged anymore. 12 pairs of eyes stared at the magic crystal in Jiang Chuan's hand, emitting light. When Jiang Chuan asked it whether it agreed or not, several heads nodded frantically like chicks pecking at rice. It was so up and down that it made people dizzy. FK, you're really good at pretending. Jiang Chuan laughed on the spot. Unexpectedly, this little guy is also a drama queen. He had a feeling that there might be something interesting to watch in the days to come. Okay, since you agreed, it's yours. When Jiang Chuan placed the magic crystal on the table, Ajaya's body slid down as well, and then he pounced on the magic crystal like a vicious dog. However, there were not enough magic crystals, and the 12 heads did not share the spoils equally, so they started fighting. Bump into me. I pushed him. The fight was so fierce. They all have one stomach, and I don't know what they are fighting about. Jiang Chuan shook his head, ignored this funny guy, and continued. Hey! You guys eat, let's set some rules first. First of all, you are not allowed to leave me even 1 meter away. Second, if I walk away, you must follow me immediately. Third, 15 magic crystals per day, 7 in the morning and 8 in the evening. No more. I can't afford any more. Agayi's 7 heads devoured the magic crystals with relish. In just a moment, he had devoured all 7 magic crystals. There were 4 other heads staring intently, their saliva almost dripping onto the table. Only the last one was slightly raised, listening to Jiang Chuan setting the rules, as if thinking hard. But his little eyes would occasionally steal glances at his companions who were eating heartily, and then he would swallow hard, looking very greedy. This scene also made Jiang Chuan's mouth twitch. Damn it! Eat slowly. It's not a big deal to have more brains. You guys are eating with my money. After hearing Jiang Chuan lay down the rules, Ajaya's eyes widened, and he looked incredible and shouted. Squeak! 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 What? Master, don't you know that life is precious, but love is more precious, and if it is for freedom, both can be abandoned. Let us be your followers. What about freedom? Where is Snake Chuan? What about democracy? Agayi paused, then spoke through gritted teeth. Squeak! Squeak! You have to pay more. The snake's fangs were clenched, its face was wrinkled, and it looked heartbroken. Jiang Chuan was stunned. More money, hey! Okay, I'll add it. From now on, 8 pills in the morning and 7 in the evening. Is this okay? After Agayi finished eating the magic crystal, all his heads raised up and nodded excitedly. Squeak! Squeak! Long live the Lord! But before he could finish his words, Jiang Chuan raised the Book of All Beasts and directly put Agayi into it. On the first page of the Myriad Beasts Atlas, a 12-headed black snake slowly appeared. It was small, delicate, and somewhat cute, but its fawning and cheering appearance made it seem a bit funny. Ding dong! Reminder to the trialist Jiang Chuan, you have successfully contracted the 12-headed demonic snake Agaya. You will copy its strongest ability. You can choose from the following talents. 1. Immortality, SSS level talent. 2. Magic control, SSS level talent. The Myriad Beasts Encyclopedia can copy the strongest abilities of your pets. Agaya has 2 SSS level talents. Therefore, Jiang Chuan had the opportunity to choose between 2 options. Who should I choose? 1 that improves survivability. 1 improves output efficiency. It's so hard to decide. Look at the powerful effects of the 2 talents. Jiang Chuan had a headache. But when he opened his property panel, after a careful study, suddenly, the view became clear. I have the indestructible demon armor and the Snake King shield, so my survivability is sufficient. What's lacking now is attack and damage. In that case, I choose magic control. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have obtained SSS level talent ability, magic control. Please check for details. Magic control. Level, SSS level talent ability. Effect, when your level increases, you can automatically comprehend a magic skill. Skill types include fire, water, wind, thunder, light, dark, earth, poison, life, death, space, and time. Looking at this talent, Jiang Chuan was quite satisfied. As a life profession, it is difficult for him to acquire skills, except for some general skills. Even if you have a skill book, you can't learn it. However, magic mastery allows him to automatically comprehend magic skills as his level increases. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you've triggered the SSS level talent ability Magic Mastery. You've successfully comprehended Ice Storm, Wind Binding, Sky Thunder, Aurora Wall, Thunder Arrow, and Death Storm. 9 skills appeared in a row on Jiang Chuan's attribute panel. It has attack, defense, control, and assistance, and its functions are very complete. The gold-eating beast isn't completely useless, ha! Still work hard to make money. Get ready to support your family. The powerful attributes of the world-destroying evil god Ajaya made Jiang Chuan extremely envious and even unforgettable. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will not give up easily. Not to mention, Agaya also contributed a very good talent ability. Ding! You get a primary life potion. Ding! You obtained a primary magic potion. Ding! You obtained a primary antidote. As system prompts sounded one after another, one medicine after another appeared on the tray in front of Jiang Chuan. On the trading channel, he almost bought out all the materials that could be used to refine the above-mentioned potions. There is no other reason, there is a Shen Muangding that can automatically refine medicine, it is just so willful. Moreover, the cost of the medicinal materials is 1 silver coin, but the price of the potion is as high as 10 silver coins. The 900% profit also gave him enough motivation. In fact, the profits of these primary medicines are not that high, and it can even be said that there is no profit at all. Because the success rate of junior pharmacists in refining these potions is only a pitiful 10%. If you succeed once in 10 times, you just break even. Apart from newcomers who are practicing, few people make it. In other words, the immortal medicine god's success rate in refining medicine is high enough. Otherwise, there is really no profit. Ding! You get 50 silver coins. Ding! You get 30 silver coins. Ding! You get 70 silver coins. As each pill was bought, Jiang Chuan's pockets gradually became fatter. But the next moment, his expression changed and he was very surprised. Ding! The primary life potion was bought. You get 21 gold coins. Ding! The primary magic potion was bought. You get 13 gold coins. Ding! The primary antidote potion was bought, and you received 9 gold coins. A potion costs 10 silver coins. 43 gold means 430 potions. That's almost all the potions he has on the trading channel. Who is so generous that they can spend so much money at once, and buy some elementary medicine? This kind of potion is only in demand by newcomers. Could it be some newcomer guild? Just as Jiang Chuan frowned and thought, a message appeared, interrupting his thoughts. Ding dong! Alert to Trialist Jiang Chuan, ID Trial Base, General Logistics Department, Pharmacy Purchaser 01 requesting a communication. Do you want to connect? Chapter 21. Looking at this long string of ID, Jiang Chuan's mouth twitched. General Duty Officer, what do you want from me? Did I steal their business? Or do you want to recruit me? Jiang Chuan didn't want to get involved with the authorities so early, because it might put him in the spotlight. But after hesitating for a moment, he decided to first understand the other party's intentions. Connect. The trading channel does not require real name registration, so Jiang Chuan also put on a vest when entering it. So there is no need to worry about your identity being exposed. Hello, Mr. Sun. Are these potions all made by your team? Sun Simiao was Jiang Chuan's pseudonym at that time. The king of medicine. Appropriate. But the other party's question made Jiang Chuan stunned. Team, where's the team? Did too many potions appear at once, causing a misunderstanding? Yes, it takes a junior pharmacist 5 minutes to complete the preparation of a potion. And the success rate is only 10%. Hundreds of potions are not enough for one person to complete. As for high-level pharmacists, I would rather not bother to make such a basic medicine. Jiang Chuan thought for a moment and gave a vague answer. Yeah. Just for newbies to practice. Excuse me. Neither admit nor deny nor lie. As for how you think about it, alas, it has nothing to do with me. Haha. I understand, you're new here. You need to practice more in order to grow. It's really rare to find a team leader like Mr. Sun who can actively develop new people. It's like this. We're currently in the rookie trial period, and the pharmacies in the novice villages are in high demand for entry-level potions. Our pharmacy department is trying to find a way to alleviate this problem. I'm contacting you to see if we can establish a cooperative relationship and entrust you with refining medicine. The other party responded quickly. After a few polite words, he immediately got down to business. Your logistics department has tens of thousands of pharmacists, including many top-level master and grandmaster pharmacists. Do you still need to cooperate with a wild team like me? Jiang Chuan was very confused and asked. Haha. Mr. Sun, you're joking. Although we have many pharmacists in the logistics department, our main focus is on providing pharmaceutical supplies to the front lines. Moreover, most high-level pharmacists are unwilling to refine these basic potions. The success rate of newcomers is relatively low and cannot meet the strong demand. At this time, we need talents like Mr. Sun to provide us with help. Look at the word talent. Jiang Chuan's mouth twitched. Fortunately, the other party didn't say it. Our logistics department needs talents like you. Otherwise, he would probably kick the other person out of the chat channel immediately. Then just block them and never see them again. But I don't have any extra herbs. When refining medicine before, Jiang Chuan cleared out all the medicinal materials on the trading channel. Otherwise he could have made more potions. Haha. Mr. Sun is joking again. If you want to cooperate with our logistics department, you'll need to prepare the medicinal materials. Our logistics department has taken care of all the medicinal materials. As long as the cooperation agreement is signed, Mr. Sun can purchase medicinal materials from the logistics department at a 10% discount, and we will charge the market price for the refined medicine. This way, you can also have a 10% profit margin. This is our logistics department's encouragement to Mr. Sun, a team leader who is willing to train new people. Jiang Chuan grinned and thought to himself. I'll tell you this and scare you to death. My profit margin isn't 10%, it's 900%. After calming down for a moment, Jiang Chuan said again. Yes, but I still need some special primary potion formulas. I wonder if the logistics department can provide them. He did not forget that one of the abilities of the immortal medicine god is to convert the effects of potions into permanent buffs. However, on the battlefield of all races, items for daily life and professions are rarely seen. This is an adventurer's paradise. Life and occupations are all concentrated in the Tianyang realm. There are quite a few merit mall items, but he doesn't have any extra merit points to redeem. Yes, there are many primary potions, but few that can be called special. I happen to have a good elementary potion recipe here, I'll give it to you. By the way, how big is Mr. Sun's team? Don't get me wrong, I'm sorting out the agreement and need to fill in the data. After all, the quantities of medicinal materials supplied and medicines purchased still need to be clearly stated. While the other party was speaking, Jiang Chuan also heard a message prompt. Ding dong! Alert Trialist Jiang Chuan, ID Trial Base General Logistics Department Pharmacy Department Purchaser 01 has sent you a package. No dangerous items were found. No spatial markers found. No items related to curses, divination, or tracking were found. The package is safe, do you want to receive it? Looking at the thoughtful service of the trading channel, Jiang Chuan smiled with satisfaction and said. Take over. Ding dong. Alert Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have obtained the formula for the primary strength secret medicine. Please check for details. Secret strength potion formula. Level, beginner. Effect, after taking it, you can gain 10 points of strength attribute increase, which lasts for 1 minute. Required herbs, ambergris, dew grass, blue leaf bauhinia. Refining method. Study requirements, pharmacist or other related professions. Note, disposable item, disappears after use. Tisk tisk. As expected of the logistics department. It's generous to be generous. I've been searching for the formula for this potion in vain, and someone just gave it to me. It's a high-end secret medicine. Jiang Chuan sighed, clapped his hands, and learned the potion formula. The potion formula turned into particles of light and slowly merged into his body. Information about the secret potion of strength also appeared in my mind. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan. You've learned how to refine the primary strength potion. Please check for details. Since there is a secret potion of strength, then are there any secret potions for physical fitness, agility, and spirit? If there's a chance, I must get it. Jiang Chuan was looking forward to this very much. The four-dimensional attributes were important data that determined the professional's life, magic power, attack, defense, resistance, 3 speeds, and even the effects of spells. After all, no matter how powerful the attributes of weapons, equipment, and props are. But that is also an external object. If its own properties are not sufficient, it will be like a mirage that will break with a single poke. And with the primary strength secret medicine, Jiang Chuan's strength will be further improved. After all, he is the man who can transform potions into permanent buffs. As long as the supply of medicinal materials is stable, 500 bottles of 3 kinds of medicine per day is not a problem. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chuan replied. He didn't dare to say more. A junior pharmacist takes 5 minutes to make medicine once, works 12 hours a day, and can make medicine 144 times. Based on a 10% success rate, there are less than 15 doses. A mission to deliver 1,500 potions. This means that he needs at least 100 junior pharmacists to complete the task. This team is already quite large. If it gets bigger, it will attract attention and may even be recruited by the authorities. For others, being able to eat the emperor's food is naturally a good thing. But for Jiang Chuan, it was a huge disaster. Once the powerful ability of the immortal medicine god is exposed, he will be included in the hunting list of the hostile race and hunted down by killers from all races. At that time, I'm afraid the only option left is to hide back in the Tianyang realm and seek refuge. Becoming a Grand Master of Pharmacy, then being given the title of Expert Professor and being admired by thousands of people. Haha! This expert is not even worthy of being called a dog. Chapter 22. Sure enough, this pharmacy purchaser No. 01. I was not interested in Jiang Chuan's small team of 100 people. After confirming the 1-month cooperation period, both parties are under the supervision of the trading channel. The contract was signed. The content is that Jiang Chuan purchased medicinal materials from the logistics department at a 10% discount. But 1,500 primary medicines need to be submitted to the logistics department every day. It is worth mentioning that when Jiang Chuan signed the contract, he still used the pseudonym Sun Simiao. However, if he fails to complete the task, it's useless to wear 10,000 layers of vests. The trading channel will freeze all accounts bound to him. It will not be unfrozen until he pays the fine. But after signing the contract, Jiang Chuan soon could no longer live in Bengbu. Because of the 500 potion materials he mentioned, and 500 medicine materials understood by purchaser No. 01. They're completely different things. After all, in the mind of purchaser No. 01, the success rate for a novice pharmacist is only 10%. Materials needed to craft 500 potions. It should be 5,000 doses of pharmaceutical materials. But in fact, Jiang Chuan's success rate is 100%. There is no need to use so many medicinal herbs at all. You can't just say, I only need 500 pieces of materials. Isn't that a confession? Forget it, let's make the medicine first and find a way to deal with it later. At worst, we can just create a few more pharmacist vests and sell them back to the pharmacy department. With so many novice villages, there must be a huge shortage of primary potions. Jiang Chuan took matters into his own hands. Put it aside for now. Instead, he began to refine the secret elixir of strength. Bite. Refining successfully. You have obtained the primary strength secret medicine. A thumb-thick, purple-red and slightly hot medicine appeared in Jiang Chuan's hand. Secret potion of strength. Level, beginner. Effect, after taking it, you can gain 10 points of strength attribute increase. Duration, 1 minute. Note, the effects of a single attribute secret medicine cannot be superimposed. Jiang Chuan glanced at the effect of the potion. Look up. He drank it all. Ding dong. Trio list Jiang Chuan, you have gained a primary strength buff. Please check for details. Primary strength buff. Level 1. Effect, increase strength by 10 points. Duration, permanent. Haha. It's true. See the ideal property. Jiang Chuan was overjoyed. Soon he entered a frantic state of refining medicine. Ding! You obtained the primary strength secret potion. Ding! You obtained the primary strength secret potion. Ding! You obtained the primary strength secret potion. 9 secret elixirs of strength. Each of them shines with a strange purple-red color. It's very pleasing to the eye. Ding! Primary strength buff has been upgraded to level 2. Ding! Primary strength buff has been upgraded to level 7. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan. Your primary strength buff has been upgraded to level 10. Please check for details. Note, the primary strength buff has reached its maximum level and cannot be further upgraded. Please look for a more advanced potion. He took one pill after another. Jiang Chuan felt a surge of warmth. It kept washing over his body. Warm. Full of power. After a moment, the system prompt sound of the buff reaching full level rang out. Primary strength buff. Level, max. Effect, gain 100 points of strength attribute increase. Duration, permanent. Jiang Chuan's strength attribute. Also from 289. Increased to 389. This attribute is probably only seen by combat professionals in their 20s or above. You should also feel ashamed of yourself. I hope to find the other 3 secret medicines soon. Perfect growth of the 4 attributes. That's what I'm pursuing. Perhaps, this buyer No 01 is a good channel. Jiang Chuan didn't speak immediately. Because doing so would make people mistakenly think that he is taking advantage. However, since the two sides have established a cooperative relationship, sooner or later he will be able to pry the other person open his mouth. It really doesn't work. Create a few more vests. Go to each door one by one to fleece the sheep. A potion recipe is obtained. 1 increases KPI. Win-win. Jiang Chuan thought about it while refining the task potion. Ding. You get a primary life potion. Ding. You obtained a primary magic potion. Ding. You obtained a primary anti-venom potion. These are the hot-selling potions in the novice village. Very popular among rookies. Who goes out without 2? I don't dare to kill monsters anymore. Among them, primary life potion is the most popular. Magic potions come second. Anti-poison potion. Minimal demand. However, the logistics department must supply goods to all newbies in the novice village. No matter how many medicines are given, they will accept them all. There are even cases of insufficient supply. Otherwise, such a big order would not have been the responsibility of Jiang Chuan, a self-taught person. When he turned all 15,000 medicinal herbs into potions. It's already late at night. These medicines. It is Jiang Chuan's 10-day workload. It will bring him a profit of 1,365 gold coins. And on his information bar. I don't know when, a message reminder appeared. Ding dong. Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, your title has been upgraded to Immortal Medicine God. You are currently at intermediate level. Please check for details. Upgrade your Immortal Medicine God title and gain a new professional ability Infinite Deduction. Jiang Chuan was delighted. He quickly opened the attribute panel of the Immortal Medicine God. Check them one by one. Immortal Medicine God, Intermediate. Professional abilities. For unlimited deduction, the Immortal Medicine God can deduce new prescriptions based on known medicinal materials, potions, or formulas. Refining success rate, Intermediate 100%, Advanced 10%, Master 1%. Note 4, if you refine a potion whose rank is lower than your own, you will not gain proficiency. Watching the changes in the Immortal Medicine God, Jiang Chuan was slightly happy. Especially the professional ability of infinite deduction. This means that he can deduce more advanced potion formulas based on existing potions. For example, intermediate life potion, intermediate magic potion, etc. Even able to create original potions. The former means a higher level buff. The latter means new buff. Each one plays a vital role in improving his strength. The only pity was that he was refining the primary potion. Can no longer gain professional proficiency. Otherwise, he could have trained the Immortal Medicine God to the Grandmaster level in just one night. Intermediate Life Potion. Deduction. Jiang Chuan's first target. It is to deduce the formula of Intermediate Life Potion. By then, he will be able to upgrade the primary life buff to the intermediate level. That would be his first mid-level buff. Ding dong. Deduction in progress, countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. 24 hours. It's not too long. Just wait. Next, it's time to implement the Indra marketing plan. Chapter 23. Nothing happened that night. When Jiang Chuan woke up, it was already bright outside. Is it already so bright? Damn it, it's all because of too much going on last night. I made potions, forged equipment, and even found time to edit a video. Staying up all night almost delayed something important. Jiang Chuan washed up quickly, then walked out of the room, crossed the empty streets and came to the outside of the town. And at the town gate, he summoned the flying immortal sword in a high-profile manner. Flying with a sword. Floating away. Wait until his back completely disappears. 3 more figures appeared on the city wall. A spirited old man in black, a burly man with his upper body bare, and a young man in white who was yawning, had a pale face and dark circles under his eyes. These 3 people are the guardians of Maple Leaf Town. Known as the Maple Leaf Big 3. Is this the trial participant who checked in last night? It's him. Only on the 3rd day, they've already fought their way out of the novice village and entered the town-level trial base. Young people these days are truly remarkable. Incredible. Back then, it took us 9 days to leave the novice village. There's no comparison. 7 days. Flying with a sword, I remember that 800 years ago, the sword god Junwen seemed to have this ability. Could this young man be the successor of the sword god? I don't know. By the way, what's this young man's name? Li Xiaoao. Li Xiaoao? I thought it was Emperor Shishan. I didn't expect that among this year's trial participants, besides Emperor Shishan, there is also such a top-notch player. The human race is about to rise. Zhang Xing. The old man in black and the muscular naked man started a question and answer communication mode. However, one is filled with emotion. One is to be frugal with words. Hearing the young man next to him rolling his eyes, he quickly spoke up to change the subject in order to interrupt the strange question and answer between the two. You too, Indra has appeared. Do you want to see him? As soon as the young man finished speaking, 2 pairs of eyes stared at him. He was so scared that he covered his mouth with his hands and stammered without even finishing the remaining half of his yawn. What are you doing? The young man was a little nervous, afraid of being beaten. Drakshatra really showed up. Where? The old man's voice was full of surprise, just like a young man chasing a star. The sturdy man was filled with fighting spirit, as if he wanted to find Indra and fight him. Last night, a professional named Jiang Xiaosheng did an exclusive interview with Emperor Shishan, and the video was posted on the forum. Here. Look. The young man projected a video. The old man in black and the muscular man immediately surrounded them. 3 heads put together. Staring at the projected image. An elegant middle-aged man in a blue shirt appeared in the projection. He was seen half sideways, holding a book in his left hand and a pen in his right hand, talking to the camera with a smile on his face. Everyone, I am Bai Xiaosheng. Today I have the honor to do an exclusive interview with Mr. Shishan. Now, everyone please stand. We respectfully invite Mr. Indra to come. Then the camera turned and aimed at the sky. In the picture, there is a mountain that looks like a pillar of heaven, reaching into the sky. The old man and the strong man looked at each other. Look puzzled. It was at this time. A 2-meter tall, burly, and tall figure suddenly appeared on the pillar of heaven. Just this one picture shows a heroic and proud temperament. The old man and the strong man cheered in unison. Even the young people who had seen it more than once were delighted. Very excited. The next moment, the figure jumped down from the top of the mountain again. Leaning down towards the earth. The 3 of them were frightened and their hearts tightened, fearing that the newcomer would be smashed into pieces. But they were obviously overthinking it. The man stepped on the ground one after another and flew straight to a huge rock as if riding on the clouds. Put your hands behind your back. Stand tall. Like a pillar of heaven. Such a domineering way to appear. It is also accompanied by a blood-boiling BGM. The three of them were so nervous that they subconsciously held their breath. Afraid of making any sound. Alarmed the people in the video. At this time, the visitor's appearance finally appeared in the picture. A face with sharp edges and corners. A pair of narrow, sharp black eyes. And a head of meticulously combed black hair. Paired with a purple robe. The whole person exudes an aloof and domineering aura, and an awe-inspiring temperament without even being angry. This also makes the viewer subconsciously ignore his age. What 18-year-old boy! He is obviously a tyrant who has been in a high position for a long time and is as cunning as the sea. I am Indra, Lord of Tianmen. 30 days later. The gates of heaven are wide open. Aspiring people. You can become my disciple. After Indra finished speaking. Tap your toes lightly. He flew up again and headed towards the pillar of heaven. Finally, it completely disappeared in the layers of clouds. It was as if a god had briefly descended to earth. It was like returning to heaven. And the huge rock that was touched by Indra's toes. There was a click sound. Broken all over the ground. At this point, the video ends abruptly. 3 people gathered together to watch. They all let out a breath of foul air. Then, he slumped down on the stone steps. Obviously, this video brought a lot of pressure to the 3 of them. The old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. While wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. While sighing. Ah! I'm old and useless. I've lived most of my life, and I'm completely overwhelmed by a video. I really can't refuse to admit defeat. The fighting spirit in the muscular man disappeared. Eyes dim. Open your mouth to speak. But he couldn't utter a single word. After a long time, he said dejectedly. I am not as good as him. It's really hard for this level 47 berserker to say that he is not as good as others. Rather, it is the performance of youth. Seems a little calm. This surprised the old man and the strong man. Looking him up and down. Treating him differently. Haha. You too, stop looking at me like that. I am a fun-loving person. I would have laid down long ago. It doesn't matter who is strong or weak. How does that saying go? I drink by myself, I get drunk by myself, wake up, turn over and go back to sleep. The young man hadn't finished speaking yet. The 2 companions glared at him angrily. Then he hurried down the city wall. He left in secret, feeling sad. And on a hill 100 meters away from Maple Leaf Town. Jiang Chuan caught a fat rabbit. Then I lit a small fire and roasted the rabbit while watching the barrage. Wow! Is this Indra? So majestic, so domineering. Just watching the video makes me want to kneel down. My mom asked me why I was lying on my stomach watching videos, and I replied, I was prostrating myself. How can I treat my weak legs? Is it too late to take calcium supplements now? Tianmen, could it be the guild of Emperor Shishan? I don't know what the boss's criteria are for hiring people. Is being able to warm the bed enough? What a sturdy body! If I could just touch his pectoral muscles, I'd be willing to die in his arms. Look at these barrages and... Jiang Chuan smiled calmly. Of course he shot this video. Whether it is Emperor Shishan or Jiang Sheng. They are all his vests. Even his current identity, Li Xiaoao. He is also one of the Vest Army. Chapter 24. The purpose of Jiang Chuan doing all this is, of course, to increase his momentum and appeal. In the future, Emperor Shishan will establish a guild, recruit talents, and build up his power. Not enough appeal. It is impossible. Only by building up momentum can we attract talents to join, make the guild stronger, and stabilize and develop its power. As his power grows, he will have a steady supply of free labor to mine resources, cultivate medicinal herbs, collect treasures, and earn gold coins for him. Only then will he have enough resources to cultivate a world-destroying evil. All of this is interconnected and connected to each other. Arrangements must be made early. As for whether it will bring danger to him. Haha! What does Emperor Shishun's affairs have to do with me? At this time, in the human race's base camp, in the Tianyang realm. In a black tower that reaches into the clouds. A group of people were watching Indra's video. They are either old or young. Either male or female. These people compared the video and calculated Indra's strength bit by bit. And continuously report the judgment results. Preliminary assessment: the target possesses some ability to fly, hover, or float. Based on the target's display speed, the initial estimate of its agility is 589 points. Based on the extent of the boulder's shattering, we can preliminarily determine the target's strength attribute to be 473 points. Insufficient information to determine physical attributes. Insufficient information to determine spiritual attributes. Insufficient information to determine talent or ability. Insufficient information to determine skill acquisition. The target once killed a bronze boss alone. The goal is to reach level 10 on the second day of the trial. Comprehensive judgment, target potential, SSS level, 5th in the human race's 10,000 years. When these words were spoken, everyone looked shocked. In the human race's 10,000 years of history. Ranked 5th. What kind of monster is this? There was also a middle-aged man listening quietly next to him. Expressionless. Silent. Even if you know the potential of Indra. Nor was he moved. But a profound and majestic aura, which was awe-inspiring without even being angry, was silently unfolding. It made everyone in the room lower their heads subconsciously. I didn't dare to look up any longer. Nor did they dare to make any unnecessary noise. Even he marveled at Indra's terrifying potential. Everyone only dared to make eye contact. But dare not exclaim. This is the real domineering side. Indra is comparable to him. There is still a big gap. It is obvious that this is a real person who has been in a high position for many years and holds great power. It's not something that Jiang Chuan can compare to with his acting and editing. After listening to the report, the middle-aged man walked into a quiet room next door. In the quiet room, there was an old man with a hunched body, white hair, and age spots all over his face and hands. At this moment, he was lying in a rocking chair with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. But when the middle-aged man walked into the quiet room, the old man's turbid eyes suddenly opened and asked, "How?" The middle-aged man's serious face suddenly lit up. He held up 5 fingers and said with a smile, "5th in 10,000 years, the pride of the human race." The old man heard this and smiled. The human race has existed for 10,000 years. Among them, there are 9 divine families, 37 imperial families, and countless other royal families. Some of these families have gone into seclusion, some have fallen into decline, and some have been completely lost in the dust of history. But no matter how the situation changes, there will always be geniuses emerging in our human race. In troubled times, we turn the tide. Strive to become stronger in prosperous times. Every time, it means the prosperity of civilization and the revitalization of the human race. It seems that you and I will also become witnesses of history and witness the arrival of the prosperous era with our own eyes. The middle-aged man nodded and said with some excitement on his face, "Yes, although Emperor Shishun's origins are mysterious, he is the pride of our human race, there is no doubt about that. His appearance means that our human race will have the opportunity to reach a higher level." After the old man heard what he said, he took over the conversation. 10 years ago, senior divine calculator and the director and deputy director of the Imperial Astronomical Observatory, used life divination to predict that the human race would be revitalized in this generation, even reaching an unprecedented peak. It seems that Emperor Shishan is the one who will lead the human race to the pinnacle. The two supreme rulers of the human race were like children at this moment, and were extremely excited about the appearance of Indra. The reason is simple: the sudden appearance of Indra really dazzled everyone. Get the first boss kill on the first day. The next day, I was promoted to level 10 and broke out of the novice village. On the third day, the establishment of the guild was announced. And the potential it has demonstrated is even ranked among the top 5 in the 10,000 years of human history. This is really incredible. Combined with the fact that many years ago, a senior who was good at divination calculated the secrets of heaven for the human race at the cost of his life. The two of them soon regarded Indra as the destined son of this generation. Soon, an order was issued and spread throughout the Tianyang realm. Unlock the human race's heritage, pour in resources, and vigorously cultivate this generation's nutrialists. Classify all relevant information about Emperor Shishan as top secret. Jiang Chuan had no idea that one of his videos would trigger such a huge change. At this moment, he was worrying about breakfast. Oops! My rabbit meat is almost burnt. Chapter 25. Jiang Chuan had a delicious breakfast. Then he controlled the flying fairy sword and flew towards the valley below. He kept muttering to himself while flying. Alas! My skills are getting rusty. It's a bit overcooked and sticky. I'll find some time to switch jobs and become a chef. I wonder what the food cooked by a god-level chef would taste like. Just a few breaths. Jiang Chuan then entered the valley. Shouted. Little ones, Grandpa is here to bring you warmth. Let you live longer than breakfast. Are you happy? Surprised? In the valley, there is a tribe of orcs. The resident Kamichino boar man. The body is obese and bloated. It also has a huge pig head on top. The sun is already shining on everyone's butt, but they are still sleeping in. His drool was all over the floor. It's quite disgusting. Jiang Chuan decided to save them. FK. Who's disturbing Grandpa Pig's sleep? Grunt. Grunt. It's a two-legged sheep, brothers, hunk. Go, kill him, hunk hunk. Enemy attack, ring the bell quickly, humph. The lair was attacked. The boar people could no longer sleep. One by one, the wild boar people woke up from their sleep. When he saw Jiang Chuan, he was not surprised but happy. Because in their eyes, this is breakfast delivered to their door. But soon, they just couldn't be happy no matter what. The Phyxian sword was like a swimming dragon, shuttling back and forth among the wild boar people. 23135 19999 37211. Blood-red numbers floated up from the boar man. Then one wild boar man after another screamed and fell in a pool of blood. Jiang Chuan's ear. System prompt sounds also continued to be heard. Ding! You killed a LV-17 boar warrior, triggering the upgrade maniac special effect and gaining 230 verification points. Ding! You killed a LV-23 boar guard, triggering the upgrade maniac effect and gaining 390 verification points. Ding! You killed a LV-29 boar captain, triggering the upgrade maniac special effect and gaining 520 verification points. Special title, Upgrade Maniac. Allows Jiang Chuan to gain double experience points. Therefore, he gained 3-digit experience points after killing the boar man. Upgrade efficiency has doubled. Very sour and refreshing. However, Jiang Chuan also discovered problems from the battle. That is because the level of Phyxian sword is too low. It's only level 1. I can't keep up with the pace anymore. Especially when dealing with these thick-skinned wild boarmen. One sword strike. There are still some people alive with some blood left. If it weren't for the high frequency of attacks, plus Jiang Chuan's terrifying attribute bonus, I'm afraid this battle will be difficult to fight. Hey! When we get back, let's find some high-level ores and upgrade the Phyxian sword. If that doesn't work, I'll just build a new flying sword. The Phyxian sword is made of ordinary iron ore. If it weren't for the powerful ability of the Divine Refiner, guaranteed gold-level equipment. There are also bonuses from Orn's projection and inscription of heaven. I'm afraid I can't forge the flying immortal sword. Jiang Chuan wants to get more advanced equipment. Better materials must be found. Ding! Thousand Gods Illusion Mask has been upgraded to level 3. The Thousand Gods Illusion Mask is an equipment created by Jiang Chuan using the Thousand Illusion Wolf Head. It has the characteristics of chaos and ever-changing changes. It can also be upgraded infinitely. In the Cave of 10,000 Snakes, it's already been upgraded to a higher level. Now it has been upgraded again, which is good news. Thousand Gods Phantom Mask. Level 2-3. Quality Platinum. Heavenly Deo Inscription, Chaos of Heaven, Thousand Changes, Infinite Growth. Equipment Attribute Enhancement. 1 Spirit plus 155160. 2 Mana plus 1550 1600. 3 Magic Resistance plus 15501600. Infinite Growth. The wearer of the Thousand Gods Mask gains corresponding growth points for each monster he kills. Killing ordinary monsters will gain 7/100 level growth points, and killing bosses will gain 2/10 quality growth points. The Thousand Gods Illusion Mask increases by 1 level each time. Attribute enhancement can also be increased accordingly. Among them, Spirit increases by 5 points. Mana and Magic Resistance are increased by 50 points. What a pity! Quality growth points are too difficult to obtain. An upgrade. You actually need to kill 10 bosses. There is still a long way to go. After a moment, Jiang Chuan's level also increased. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 11. Trigger the Upgrade Maniac special effect. You gain fixed attribute growth of 30 points of strength, 20 points of constitution, 20 points of agility, and 30 points of spirit. You gain 10 points of hidden attribute growth in charm. In addition to the double experience effect, the Upgrade Maniac can also allow Jiang Chuan to obtain double attribute growth, which makes him quite happy. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have leveled up and activated the SSS level talent ability, Magic Control. You have successfully comprehended the intermediate fire magic, Skyfire Burial. Please check for details. Heavenly Fire Burial. Level 1. Effect: summons Skyfire to descend, forming a sea of flames, causing 500 plus spirit *3 burning damage per second to enemies within a large area, lasting 15 seconds. Cooldown: 90 seconds. Cost: 200 mana points. Proficiency: 0/100. The control of magic comes from the contribution of the 12-headed demon Snakeagaya. As long as the level of Jiang Chuan is upgraded, you can understand the skills. For a living profession, it is simply a gospel. The Skyfire Burial also made Jiang Chuan quite satisfied. This is an intermediate fire magic. The damage is not low. Wide coverage. Lasts long. Very suitable for the current environment. Heavenly Fire is coming. Jiang Chuan raised his arms slightly 45 degrees. With your palms facing down. The surrounding fire elements immediately surged. The sky gradually turned red. Wisps of fire appeared. Then it rained down, covering half of the battlefield. Any Borman touched by the flames. A fire immediately ignited on his body. Flame meets grease again. Then it burned even more fiercely. Dozens of wild Borman turned into fireballs. The fireballs connected again while running. Then a sea of fire was formed. Screams rang out. The aroma of meat wafted in the air. A scene of hell's end. It makes people shudder. Ah! Help me, it hurts so much. Two-legged sheep, Lord Pig God will not let you go. Human, please spare me. I will never dare to eat humans again. Jiang Chuan stood on a high place, unmoved by the tragic scene below. Not of my kind. His heart must be different. Humans and beastmen are competitors for survival resources. They are also competitors for living space. There is no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. After all, there are only so many resources. There is only so much space. Eat one more bite of rice. I will lose a piece of meat. You occupy an extra piece of land. I'll have to build one less house. People of the same ethnic group may love each other and help each other. But alien. It's not you who will die. I'm going to die. There is no third option. Look at the powerful effect of the Skyfire funeral. And a lot of roast suckling pig. Jiang Chuan smacked his lips and spoke with a lingering feeling. It's a pity that I don't have a professional staff, otherwise this skill would be even more powerful. Chapter 26. When the Skyfire funeral displayed its power, the Phyxian sword's attack did not stop. Although the host has lost control, killing efficiency has been reduced. But it still killed quite a few boarmen. At this time, the warriors of the boar tribe finally gathered together. Hundreds of wild boar men, killing towards Jiang Chuan's location. Unfortunately, the Snake King shield, which had been waiting for a long time, took the initiative to attack. Because Jiang Chuan was on the hillside, the quill boar will have to climb up hard to reach him. Snake King shield takes advantage of this. Looking down from a high position, easily stopped the boar man. One boarman after another was knocked out by the Snake King's shield. Then it rolled like a gourd, rolling down the hillside with a gurgle sound. In the end, the Phyxian sword pierced his throat. Died on the spot. The most amazing thing is when the wild boar people finally came up the hillside. The three Snake King shields suddenly turned into giant dragons. Or purple. Or blue. Or red. The poisonous dragon spewed out black smoke. Any boar man who comes into contact with black smoke. Everyone screamed. Rolling on the ground in pain. The body gradually decays. Until death. The wind dragon roared. Then two tornadoes came from the left and right. Blow the wild boar men into the sky. The boarmen would either be torn to pieces by the strong pulling force of the tornado, or fall to the ground and die. But the most ferocious attack came from the red fire dragon. I saw it hovering in the sky. As the dragon's mouth opened and closed, fireballs fell in all directions, pillars of fire shot up into the sky, and lines of fire swept across the sky wantonly. Countless wild boarmen were burned to ashes, transformed into nutrients for Jiang Chuan's strength improvement. Shield casts magic. Just so willful. Ding dong. Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 12. Trigger the Upgrade Maniac special effect. You gain fixed attribute growth of 30 points of strength, 20 points of constitution, 20 points of agility, and 30 points of spirit. You gain 10 points of hidden attribute growth in charm. A moment later, Jiang Chuan's level was upgraded again. The system prompt sound keeps ringing. Fixed attribute growth. Hidden attribute points. Skills are learned one after another. Ding dong. Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have leveled up and activated the SSS level talent ability, Magic Control. You have successfully comprehended the intermediate ice magic, Frozen Pillar. Please check for details. Frozen Pillar. Level 1. Effect: summons an icicle to freeze the target. During this period, the target cannot move or attack. When the icicle disintegrates automatically or is broken by external force, it will explode and shoot out thousands of ice blades, causing 450 plus 3 asterisk spirit magic damage to surrounding targets. Cooldown, 100 seconds. Cost, 320 mana points. Proficiency, 0/100. This is a control skill. Can forcibly freeze the target. When the icicle disintegrates, it can shoot out ice blades, causing damage to surrounding targets. Jiang Chuan frowned slightly. The experimental target was soon found among the wild boar people. Leave 31 boar leader, elite. This is one of the leaders of the boar tribe. Before, it was this guy who commanded the wild boar people to besiege Jiang Chuan. Just too cunning. Each time with the assistance of other quillboar men. Escape from the pursuit of Fixian sword. Go, hurry up, kill that damn two-legged sheep, so that the pigs can have meat tonight. Jiang Chuan sneered. Raise your hand. A blue icicle enveloped the boar leader. Sharp fangs, a dirty mouth and nose, bloodshot pupils, and a terrified expression. In translucent icicles. Every detail is clearly visible. Seeing his boss being frozen, the remaining boarmen were immediately at a loss. He no longer cared about the enemy Jiang Chuan. One by one, they turned around, waving bone sticks, wooden sticks, and stone axes in their hands, smashing the icicles desperately. Want to rescue his boss. For this reason, they even forgot that there was a deadly flying sword behind them that could take their lives at any time. Bang! Snap! Two voices sounded one after another. Finally a crack appeared in the icicle. The wild boar people were overjoyed. Suddenly cheered. Great! The frozen stone finally cracked. The commander-in-chief is saved. Now, I don't have to worry about being eaten by the Pig King. Yes. The commander is the Pig King's favorite subordinate. It is said that he will become the next Pig King. If he dies, we will all be buried with him. Stop talking nonsense and break this frozen stone. As the boarman hammered and chiseled, the cracks in the icicles continued to grow. The gap is also widening. Boom! But at this moment, there was a loud bang, and the boarmen closest to the icicle were instantly torn into pieces, and blood splattered all over the ground. The icicle exploded, and sharp ice blades shot out in all directions. The boar people around, like harvesting wheat, they fell down in large numbers. Only a torn corpse was left on the ground. Jiang Chuan estimated that at least hundreds of wild boar people died in the exploding icicles. This efficiency is much better than the Skyfire funeral. Ah! He is a devil, he is a devil. Everyone run away, the devil is going to eat the pigs. Woo woo woo. Pig God, please have mercy and save our pigs. Pig King, where are you? Your pigs are about to be killed by the devil. The boar man who survived by chance. He howled and fled into the depths of the valley. While fleeing and crying and shouting. Unfortunately, this is a closed valley. There is only one passage at the foot of Jiang Chuan to leave. In the past, this terrain makes the boar tribe easy to defend but difficult to attack. But today, it has become the cage that destroyed the wild boar people. Ding! You gained 520 experience points. Ding! You gained 230 experience points. Ding! You gained 390 experience points. At the moment the icicle bursts Jiang Chuan's ear, a series of system prompts sounded. Massive experience points. Let him be promoted twice. Ding dong, you have been upgraded to level 13. You have successfully mastered the elementary water magic, hydrotherapy. Please check for details. Ding dong, you have been upgraded to level 14. You have mastered the intermediate lightning magic, mass thunderfall. Please check for details. The upgraded system prompt sounds sounded one after another. There are also two new skills. First up is hydrotherapy. It can absorb water elements from the surrounding air. Heal injuries slowly. What an effect! Generally, not as fast as Jiang Chuan's health recovery speed. After all, he is a man with a primary life buff. What's wrong with being faster? The second is the group thunder technique. As we all know, lightning magic is the most destructive of all elemental magics. Therefore, the group lightning spell is also an intermediate magic. The effect is much stronger than the Skyfire Funeral. Group Thunderfall. Level 1. Effect: summons 100 thunderbolts and attacks the enemy accurately within 30 seconds, each causing 1000 plus 5 spirit magic damage. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Cost: 700 mana points. Proficiency: 0/100. Chapter 27. Jiang Chuan did not hesitate either. Acquire skills the first time. Then he raised his hand and released it. The sky suddenly turned dark. The sky is overcast. Lightning and thunder. Silver snakes shuttled through the black clouds. Every time it lights up, it illuminates the dark sky with silver-white light. Lightning strike in progress. Jiang Chuan pointed forward. A silver-white streak fell from the sky. A wild boar man running at the end. He was struck by lightning on the spot. Ah! A half scream was heard. Then he fell to the ground trembling. Eventually it turned into a pitch-black corpse. Seeing this scene, the remaining boar people were even more frightened. They fled to the valley in panic. There is no desire to fight at all. However, Jiang Chuan stopped outside the valley. There was no rush to go in. Pig King, could he be the chief of this wild boar tribe? Jiang Chuan looked at a stone temple in the center of the valley. I have some doubts in my mind. Before that, he slaughtered wild boar people outside the valley. In the valley, wild boar people kept coming out to rescue. But from beginning to end, the Pig King mentioned by the wild boars never showed up. Even its favorite commander was killed. The Pig King was also indifferent. Jiang Chuan is very familiar with this scene. The Pig King must have set some trap in the valley, waiting for him to step in. Or they are offering sacrifices to some unspeakable terrifying existence. When he went in, the Pig King had just gained great power. Then he counterattacked with force. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan became even more reluctant to take risks. Humph! If you don't come out, I'll kill all your people and see if you can sit still. Jiang Chuan sneered. He stepped on the flying fairy sword and flew above the valley. The view here is wide. Once something strange happens in the valley, he will be able to discover it in time. Then he rode away on the flying fairy sword. After arranging a retreat, Jiang Chuan controlled the thunder and madly struck the wild boar people in the valley. Thunder fell one after another. The boarmen died one by one. Hundreds of thunders killed or injured more than 120 wild boarmen. Many of them. Because the distance was close, he was chopped to death together. If the distance is a little further, you may also be injured by the splashing lightning plasma. On Jiang Chuan's side, the group lightning spell had just been released. Skyfire Funeral is back on cooldown. Then, Jiang Chuan performed the Thunderfall technique with one hand and the Skyfire Cremation technique with the other. Alternating with each other. Continue to kill the remaining wild boar people. At this point, the boar people completely lost the courage to resist. They either die in agony, or hide in a corner and shiver. During this period, Jiang Chuan also released the Snake King Shield. The three-sided Snake King Shield transformed into a giant dragon and began to cast magic. The storm is sweeping. The air is filled with poisonous smoke. The fire dragon destroys the world. Screaming in agony. Finally, Jiang Chuan felt it was too slow and released a Jaya as well. Squeak! Squeak! Hey! Is dinner ready? A Gayi lay on Jiang Chuan's shoulder, with 12 little heads looking around, as if looking for its breakfast. This scene. Jiang Chuan was very upset. Your boss is fighting a bloody battle with the enemy. You were just busy eating. Is there any law left? Agaya was also a snake spirit, but when he saw his master's face turn dark, he didn't dare to make any jokes. It pretended to have just seen a fierce battle below and spoke while shaking its head. Squeak! 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 You bold pig demon, how dare you offend my master's majesty? I'll beat you! I saw it jump off Jiang Chuan's shoulders. Then it continued to grow larger in the air. Waiting for landing. It has turned into a giant black snake with a torso as thick as a water tank and about 60 to 70 meters long. The 12 snake heads look ferocious and terrifying. As soon as he opened his mouth, magic poured out. Black flame rays, cyan storm spears, blue water belts. Although not as powerful as Jiang Chuan, they are better in number and frequency. The output is actually much stronger than Jiang Chuan. This is normal. Who lets him have 12 heads? All at once, thunder flashed, skyfire burned, icicles sealed, and wind dragons swept across. Countless magic spells were cast on the battlefield. Jiang Chuan's experience bar also rose with the death of the wild boar man. Until. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 15. Trigger the Upgrade Maniac special effect. You gain fixed attribute growth of 30 points of strength, 20 points of constitution, 20 points of agility, and 30 points of spirit. You gain 10 points of hidden attribute growth in charm. After a huge attribute growth, Jiang Chuan triggered his innate ability of magic control again. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have leveled up and activated the SSS level talent ability, Magic Control. You have successfully comprehended the advanced dark magic, Dark Dragon Spear. Please check for details. Dark Dragon Lance. Level 1. Effect: gathers the dark magic power from the surrounding world and condenses it into a dark dragon spear. After hitting the target, it can cause 3500 plus 10 spirit plus 10 strength dark magic damage. Cooling time, 30 minutes. Cost, 1000 mana points. Proficiency, 0/100. Holy crap! It's actually advanced magic. Single attack. Such strong damage. The properties of Dark Dragon Lance. Jiang Chuan was shocked at first. Then overjoyed. Dark Dragon Lance's attack is divided into two parts. Part of it is guaranteed damage. 3500 points. Part of it is growth damage. It depends on the strength and spiritual attributes. 10 times the power. 10 times the energy. Jiang Chuan's strength is now 672 and his spirit attribute is 624. That is 3500 plus 10672 plus 10624 equals 16460 points of damage. Imagine such an attack. Who can bear it? The battle continues. Under the brutal strangulation of Jiang Chuan, there are only a handful of wild boarmen left in the valley. There are only a few scattered here and there. Hidden in every corner. It's not difficult to kill it. The hard part is finding them. Aren't you coming out yet? Jiang Chuan looked at a huge stone temple in the center of the valley. This is in the Boar tribe. The only stone building. The other Boar people either built huts or dug holes in the ground, and their living conditions were very poor. Therefore, Jiang Chuan concluded that this stone temple was either the bedroom of the Pig King or a temple where the wild Boar tribe worshipped gods. The Pig King won't come out. He must be hiding inside and setting a trap. Waiting for Jiang Chuan to fall into the trap. Even if you have a huge trap that can kill me 1,000 times, but all my clan members are dead, what's the point of you being a commander without any troops? Forget it, if you don't come out, I'm going to leave. Jiang Chuan felt like quitting. But at this moment, a gust of evil wind came from behind. How fast! Horrifying! He didn't even have a chance to react. The evil wind blew behind him. Fortunately, the immortal demon armor lit up, and translucent black boar figures appeared one after another. Standing behind Jiang Chuan. Ding dong! Alert Trialist Jiang Chuan, you've been attacked maliciously. The damage will be borne by the demon soul. Chapter 28. Jiang Chuan turned around. I saw a blood-red sword slashing down. And at this critical moment, translucent boarman figures emerged from the indestructible demon armor. One after another, they threw themselves under the bloody knife. When the blood knife touched the translucent boar man, his figure quickly melted like spring snow meeting the summer sun, turning into wisps of black smoke and disappearing into thin air. Until more than 20 boarman shadows disappeared. The bloody knife dropped weakly. Immortal demon armor. Number of demon souls, 79/100. When killing a monster, the monster's soul can be converted into demon souls. There is no upper limit on the number of conversions, but a maximum of 100 demon souls can be stored. Demon soul replacement, the damage suffered by the equipment holder will be borne by the demon soul. As long as the demon soul is not dead, the host will not be destroyed. Phew! Luckily I have the immortal demon armor, otherwise I would have been chopped apart. Killed 21 demon spirits at once. It seems that this guy is coming for my vital point. Looking at the immortal demon armor. That number 79. Jiang Chuan was shocked at first. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. My heart is in my throat. Slowly put it back into the stomach. The immortal demon armor can transform the soul of the killed target into a demon soul. The demon soul can also bear the damage for the host. This saved Jiang Chuan from disaster. However, the opponent can kill 21 demon souls at once. It also left him with lingering fears. I'm so scared. Ah! They are all good people. I wiped out your entire family, and you still helped me block the fatal blow. Go with peace of mind. I won't remember you. After silently saying goodbye, Jiang Chuan looked angrily at the pig shadow that attacked him. You're the one who attacked me. He saw a 2.5 meter tall second brother, bloated like a meatball, hanging not far away, staring at him with red eyes. Bah! It was you who attacked my tribe and killed my people while I was away. How can it be said that I attacked you? Jiang Chuan scratched his head and said with a little embarrassment after hearing this. Shit! So you're not home? Since you haven't come out yet, I thought you were hiding in there preparing for your ultimate move. I was so scared that I could only squat outside the valley and send out my qigong remotely. It was such a waste of effort. Jiang Chuan was extremely embarrassed at this time. I recalled the scenes I had imagined before, such as setting traps, preparing for a powerful move, and sacrificing the evil god. I couldn't help but want to find a hole to crawl into. Just die. If I wasn't wearing shoes. At this time, he was almost carving out a 2-bedroom and 1 living room apartment on the Fixian sword. Second brother was also embarrassed. A full-strength surprise attack. But I found that it didn't break the defense at all. The sneak attack was discovered. I can't beat him. What should I do? One person, one pig. They looked at each other in bewilderment. I don't know who attacked whom. I don't know whether I should run away or continue fighting. Jiang Chuan also took the opportunity to see the attribute panel of the second brother clearly. Wild Boar Chieftain Pig. Level, 35. Template, Gold Boss. HP 11675949%. Attack damage, 31955477. Defense, 4721. Talent, Divine Pig Hell, not enabled. Skills, Wild Boar Charge, Thick Fat, All Direction Chaos, Pig Rampage, Pig God Possession. Introduction: The Pig King is the chieftain of the Wild Boar tribe. His own strength is average, but the tough and sturdy wild boar army under his command is a force that cannot be underestimated. Victory requires a large-scale siege. So Zutun is the name of second brother. A mere tribal chief dares to call himself king. It's like when there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. With such attributes, it's not even as good as the three-headed snake king. Look at the properties of the pig. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Somewhat disdainful. But the next moment, several rows of new information appeared in his eyes. Eye of the Void 1, possession by the pig god, consumes 51% of HP to summon the pig god, causing the next attack to deal an additional 300% damage. When the pig god's possession ends, the possessed player will fall into a weak state, with all attributes reduced by 90%. Eye of the Void 2, Pig God Bloodline 0.001%, Tianpeng Bloodline 3%, Meng Shan Porcupine 11%, Kang Shan Barbarian Tooth Pig 37%. Eye of the Void 3, has a certain chance of evolving into the Hellish Treasure Divine Pig, demigod level. The Eye of the Void is the professional ability of the Divine Controller. But Jiang Chuan didn't expect it. Meet a boss at random. He actually possesses demigod-level bloodline. Are demigod bloodlines so common now? This is a long story. In fact, only a moment passed. Aj is searching for enemies in the boar tribe. Seeing his master being attacked. Fly back immediately. Squeak. 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 Wow! How dare you, you pig head, attack my master! I'm going to turn you into a roast suckling pig. Then cut it into 10,000 pieces. Eat one piece, throw one piece away. Seeing Ajay so excited, Jiang Chuan was still very happy. Although this child is a bit naughty, he still cares about me. But the happiness didn't last long. I heard the phrase eat one piece, throw one piece away again. Jiang Chuan's face was suddenly filled with black lines. While comforting himself in his heart. Home raised, home raised. At the same time, he stopped Agayi who was about to rush forward. Squeak. 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 Master, why don't you let me do it? Don't you like roast suckling pig? Braised spare ribs, charcoal grilled pig's trotters, stir-fried pork belly. I can make these too. You said to eat that. Hearing this, the second brother was frightened and backed away repeatedly, as if he wanted to stay away from this brutal master and servant. I'm not dead yet. You guys discuss how to eat it. Are we going to give pigs a chance to survive? Zutun looked at the tribe that was burned to ruins, then looked at the road behind him, and then looked at Agayi who was eager to try. His face was full of hesitation. But Jiang Chuan tiptoed, flew to Ajaya, stood still, and spoke slowly. Actually, I prefer a whole pig feast. Just when Zutun was frightened to death and wanted to run away, he heard Jiang Chuan again. However, if you can give me a reason not to kill you, I won't mind having the pig feast a few days later. When Zutun heard this, he fell to his knees with a thud. I've never eaten humans. I'm a good friend of humans. Cows don't eat humans, and they even help people with their work, but humans still eat them. Ugh! My meat is not tasty. It's fishy, tough, fat, and greasy. Scallions, ginger, and rice wine remove the fishy smell and oiliness. I know a 300-year-old elephant-armored bull. Its tendons are strong and firm. It can be braised, steamed, or stir-fried, no problem. First, eat the whole pig feast, then eat the beef tendon. For every word the pig said, Akia would retort with 12 words. Soon, the second brother was at a loss for words. How can one mouth compete with 12 mouths? I saw that he was sweating profusely. He spoke unclearly and stuttered, not knowing how to argue next. I am still young. I don't want to die. I haven't even held Bunny Girl's hand yet. If I die like this, my life will be incomplete. The second brother's eyes rolled around. Suddenly, it saw a meaningful smile on Jiang Chuan's lips. I shuddered suddenly. Yes, the one in charge here is this two-legged guy, well, this strong human being. Why bother with a stinky snake? Wait until I become the boss's disciple. Find a way to deal with this stinky snake. Tie a knot on its head and use it as a meteor hammer. Or pour molten iron into its mouth and make a 12-tooth rake. No, it is said that our ancestors used the 9-toothed rake. I would use a 12-tooth one. Would it be too ostentatious? Zutun was thinking about all sorts of things, while putting a flattering smile on his face. It turned towards Jiang Chuan, prostrated itself on the ground, and spoke rapidly. Boss, I am willing to be a pig under your feet. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I will never chase a chicken. Chapter 29. The fluency of speech. It's just like a machine gun. As if worry wasn't convincing enough, the second senior brother took out a rough animal skin scroll and continued. Boss, I know of a large star iron mine. I'd like to offer it to you as a tribute. I discovered this vein not long ago. It's not occupied by anyone else yet, and the reserves are rich. I can mine it for 10 or 8 years without any problems. I heard that second brother agreed. Jiang Chuan was overjoyed. Boy, that's what I've been waiting for. If you had said that earlier. Why should I stand here in the cold wind for so long? It's coercion again. It's bribery again. But Jiang Chuan never expected it. There was an unexpected surprise in this matter. Star iron. That's high-quality material for forging equipment than ordinary iron ore. It's several levels higher. In his hands, he could at least forge diamond-grade equipment. Not to mention large star iron mines. According to records, the output of a large mineral vein. At least it can support a city of tens of thousands of people. If it is high-quality metal such as star iron, you have to add a zero at the end. When adopting a pet, is there such a thing as a ownership fee? Think of this. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but look at Ajaya. When this guy saw that the situation was not good, he lowered his head and became a turtle. Well, in that case, let's skip the whole pig feast. I've been trying to lose weight recently, so I shouldn't eat greasy food. Jiang Chuan looked at his second senior brother, took the animal skin scroll, and said comfortingly. And he had just finished speaking. Second brother couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The whole person collapsed to the ground. I couldn't even move a finger. One is because I was scared. Second, the time of the pig god's possession has ended and it has entered a period of weakness. Jiang Chuan looked at the rough lines on the animal hide roll. Reach out and touch it. There was also a trace of ink stain. He was certain that his second senior brother had indeed gone prospecting before. As a result, the mine was found. The house was also robbed. In the end, both pigs and mines were taken away. They are all adults now. Such an experience is so tragic. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you've successfully contracted a gold-level pet prison king treasure fragrance piglet. Please check for details. Jiang Chuan took out the myriad beasts atlas. Aim at the second senior brother. Then a colorful light burst out. Fall on it. The system prompt sound indicating that the contract was successful also sounded. Although the second senior brother has the possibility of evolving into a demigod level, the hell-suppressing divine pig. But at this moment it's just a gold-level boss. Even his innate abilities have not been awakened. The name is quite domineering, Prison King Baok Siang Pig. At this time, the image of a majestic and brutal wild boar man also appeared in the beast atlas. It is different from the original pig. In the illustrated book, it is holding a 12-toothed rake in its hand. There is actually a bit of powerful and domineering temperament. That's right, from now on, you can be called Beiji. Surname Zhu, name Beiji, how about that? Yes, thank you for the name, master. Beiji replied weakly. Even my life is in his hands. What's the big deal about changing your name? What's more, the name Beiji is quite pleasant to the ear. Ding dong. Reminder to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have successfully contracted the prison king's treasure pig, Beiji. Since his innate abilities haven't yet awakened, you can copy his other abilities or wait for them to activate. Wait. Look at Beiji's skills. Jiang Chuan said with a look of disgust. What the hell is this? Board charge? Thick fat? Pigs are running wild? Is this a skill a man should have? Evolutionary direction, hellish treasure divine pig. Potential, demigod level. Description, the hell-guarding divine pig is a species of mythical beast that has long been extinct in the battlefield of all races. It is passed down from generation to generation and is born with the power to control the laws of the hell. Once it reaches level 100 and gathers enough faith, it has a chance to become a god. Advanced method. 1. Fusion of a legendary hell treasure, awakening the innate ability, divine pig hell. 2. Swallow a large amount of space crystals, open up the hell inside the body, and continue to expand. 3. Capture the target and suppress it in hell. The stronger the target is, the more there are, and the higher the evolution degree is. Advanced success rate, 5%. Note 1, the higher the quality of the fused Hell Dao treasure, the stronger the innate ability, and the larger the hell space. Note 2, the larger the divine hell space, the more enemies it can suppress, and the stronger the targets it can withstand. Looking at Beiji's attribute panel, Jiang Chuan looked helpless. Okay, here comes another gold-eating beast. Although he still didn't know what the hell treasure was. But there is a minimum quality requirement. They all have to be legendary. Can this be cheap? What's more, it consumes space crystals to open up the hell in the body. Space crystals are generally used for package expansion, storage item production, and teleportation array layout. The price is not too high. It's only 100 gold, 1. God damn it, a lot. Can anyone tell me how much a lot is? 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 or 1 million? Jiang Chuan curled his lips. Directly add the 2 gold-eating beasts to the beast atlas. Then control the flying fairy sword. Fly according to Beiji's map instructions. As for cleaning the battlefield, there is a large mine worth millions of gold. Who would still care about these little things? Half an hour later, the Jiang Chuan stopped above a meteorite crater. It seems that this is the place. Stellar iron, also known as meteorite iron. It is said to be a metallic mineral formed from the falling of stars. This meteorite crater exactly matches the legend. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you've discovered a large star iron ore vein. Please check for details. Star iron ore. Resource level, large mineral vein. Resource production, 5,000 units/day. Capacity for miners, 1,000. Mining period, 10 years. Hiss. It really is a large mineral vein. I'm going to get rich now. But how do I mine it? Although star iron mine can produce 5,000 units per day. But there must be enough miners. One person missing. The output is 5 units less. Obviously, it is impossible for Jiang Chuan to recruit miners to help him mine star iron ore. That means that this large mineral vein will be exposed to the sight of countless people. Based on his current strength, it's impossible to hold on to such a big piece of cake. After all, the output of a large star iron ore vein. Enough to support a city of 100,000 people. Moreover, with these star iron ores, we can continuously create weapons and equipment and enhance our strength. It has strong strategic value. Do I have to wait until I become stronger before I can start mining? If that's the case, it would be better to sell it to the government or a large consortium. For a moment, Jiang Chuan said in a somewhat angry tone. Wait, the miner I've always wanted to switch to seems to be doing this kind of work. Although it's impossible for a single miner to complete such a large mining task. But a god-level miner might have a chance. Jiang Chuan glanced at the remaining 500 merit points. Enter the merit mall in seconds. Retrieve miners and related occupations. Ding! Search successful. The list of miners and related occupations is as follows. 1 miner, 500 points. 2 prospector, 800 points. 3 metallurgist, 1000 points. Chapter 30. Look at this list. Jiang Chuan chose the miner without hesitation. First, he only has 500 merits. Second, the miners just met his needs. It's so cheap, is it because the miners' lives are too hard and no one wants to change jobs? Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. You've spent 500 merit points and successfully redeemed the miner's inaugural handbook. The system prompt sounded. A pornographic booklet appeared in Jiang Chuan's hand. He just clapped his hands. The booklet then transformed into starlight and merged into his body. The system notification sound indicating successful employment also rang out. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you've successfully changed your job title to miner and are now a junior. Junior miner. Quality, ordinary. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional abilities. 1. Strengthen endurance and enhance tolerance to harsh environments such as dark and humid environments. 2. Mineral mining, which can mine metal minerals. The higher the quality of the minerals, the slower the mining speed. Daily mining rate, 20 units of common minerals, 10 units of high-quality minerals, 5 units of rare minerals. Note 1. Successfully collecting common minerals will earn you 1 proficiency point, high-quality minerals 10 points, and high-quality minerals 100 points. Note 2. When the proficiency reaches 100, you will be automatically promoted to an intermediate miner. Look at this properties panel. Jiang Chuan was silent. Star iron is a rare mineral. Junior miners can only collect 5 units of star iron per day. This is just a drop in the bucket for him. This is for large star iron mines. It's just a drop in the bucket. Hey! I hope the god-level miner can satisfy my needs. Career advancement. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. You have triggered your innate ability, Almighty Creator. Your miner has been promoted to Earth Walker. Please check for details. As the system prompt sounded, Jiang Chuan's consciousness began to sink. He seemed to have come to a cocky world. There is no air in this world. But he didn't feel suffocated at all. Instead, I feel a bit comfortable, like a fish in water. Safe, comfortable and warm. It's like returning to the womb. There is no light in this world either. But Jiang Chuan can see everything around him clearly and clearly. Front, back, left, and right. Up and down. All scenery within 360 degrees. All of them are vividly displayed in my mind. This is not what the naked eye sees. It is perception, perception on the spiritual level. He could even sense the fluctuations, breathing, and heartbeat of this world. It was as if the entire continent had come alive. Is this the underworld? No, to be precise, this is the center of the earth, the heart of the earth. At this time, a system prompt sounded. Bring Jiang Chuan back to reality. Ding! Reminder to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been promoted to the godly class Earth Walker. Leveling up will grant you fixed attribute growth of 10 points of strength, 15 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. Your current level is 15, and you will receive 75 points of physical attribute compensation. You trigger the Upgrade Maniac special effect. You gain 150 points of physical attribute growth. The system prompts continued to sound, and 150 more points of physical attributes appeared on Jiang Chuan's panel. From then on, he would gain 30 points of physical growth every time he advanced to a higher level. Far superior to the tank profession of the same level. Now, all I need is a profession that allows for agile growth. Jiang Chuan sighed and slowly opened the attribute panel of the new profession. Check them one by one. Primary Earth Walker. Quality, God level. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional abilities. 1 Earth Protection. The professional will be protected by the earth, walking in the earth veins, like a fish into the water, an eagle soaring into the sky, and all earth magic will be amplified by 100%, and the magic consumption, cooldown time, and upgrade difficulty will be reduced by 50%. 2 Earth Perception. Professionals can sense the ground conditions within 1000 meters. All caves, creatures, minerals, and other things in the area are within the perception range. 3 Earth Control. Professionals can control the earth within 100 meters and move it within a range of no more than 10 meters. Note 1. Each hour you stay in the ley line will gain 1 point of proficiency. Note 2. When the proficiency reaches 100, you will automatically be promoted to Intermediate Earth Walker. Note 3. Every time the Earth Walker's job title is upgraded, a new job ability will be realized. Note 4. With each level up of the Earth Walker's rank, the range of perception, control, and displacement will increase tenfold. Look at this properties panel. Jiang Chuan frowned. Because among the 3 professional abilities of the Earth Walker, none of them can mine. Instead, it is the earth that senses. It actually includes prospecting effects. The effect of Earth Shelter is to amplify earth magic. For a while, he was a little skeptical. Did I change my job to become a fake miner? But after a moment, Jiang Chuan slapped his head and said in surprise. Holy crap! Manipulating the earth to move. Doesn't that mean I can control the minerals in the earth and make them come out on their own? After thinking about this, Jiang Chuan closed his eyes again, used his consciousness to communicate with the mineral vein, and controlled his body to merge into it. If there is someone else here, it must be shocking. Because Jiang Chuan's body was actually sinking slowly. It's like being stuck in a swamp. Being swallowed up bit by bit. First, the feet and calves. Then the waist and chest. Finally, even the neck and head disappeared. Jiang Chuan came to the ochre-colored mineral vein. Because it is actively controlled, the body also enters the earth. He saw more clearly this time. The area within 1000 meters is like the night sky, with twinkling stars. Starlight has different colors. Blue, purple, green, red. Brilliant and brilliant. Complement each other. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Among them, blue light spots are the most numerous. It occupies almost half of the light group. Jiang Chuan sensed it slightly. He knew that these blue spots were the target of his trip, star iron. And the rest of the light groups. They are metals such as copper, iron, lead, and zinc. Throughout the entire mineral vein, there are also black areas. Some are in strip shape. Some are in block shape. These black areas made Jiang Chuan feel subconsciously upset, and he wanted to reach out and wipe them off immediately. After further perception, he realized that these black areas were underground holes. The strips are channels. The blocky ones are caves. It's like a scar on the earth. No wonder it's frustrating. As soon as Jiang Chuan had an idea, the soil and rocks around the scars began to wriggle, and then erased the holes bit by bit. The whole world becomes clean and refreshing. It's refreshing. At this time, Jiang Chuan suddenly noticed. There were ripples in the upper earth vein world. It's like a lake where naughty children throw stones into it. Sparkling. There is constant turmoil. He extended his thoughts. All I saw was a huge elephant-armored bull walking above. The ripples are the vibrations caused when it moves. Wow! What a wonderful feeling! It's as if as long as I stay on the earth, I can do anything and know everything. Jiang Chuan sensed it clearly. He can change the structure of the earth world like plucking the strings of a guitar. Although it is limited to a range of 100 meters. But it's also very remarkable. Mining first, and everything else will come later. Jiang Chuan swims flexibly in the soil like a fish. Wait until he reaches the area with the most blue light spots. Then he slowly stopped. Then, his thoughts activated the earth veins. A circular space with a diameter of 10 meters is formed in front. The thought comes again. Chunks of blue star iron ore. It actually looks like a blackhead. Squeezed out of the rock. Then it falls into the circular space. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the circular space was filled with thousands of units of star iron ore. Star iron ore. Quality, rare metal. Effect. 1. When forging weapons, you can add effects such as durability, sharpness, and armor breaking. 2. When forging armor, you can add effects such as durability, hardness, and toughness. 3. When forging other tools, 3 special effects will be added randomly, and the effect depends on the quality of the tool. Success rate increase, gold 70%, platinum 29%, diamond 1%. Conditions of use, available to high-level blacksmiths. Chapter 31. Ordinary iron ore. It is worth no more than 8 or 9 copper coins. The value of star iron ore is more than 100 times that of ordinary iron ore. 1 unit costs thousands of copper coins. But it's worth the price. Materials that can be used to forge gold, platinum, and diamond-grade equipment. A little more expensive. It's worth it. It's just because star iron is too hard. Ordinary blacksmiths cannot use it to forge equipment. So the value is slightly reduced. But Jiang Chuan gave it a try. Divine Refiner. Unrestricted. Orn's forge can melt any metal. Star iron is no exception. Hiss. The mine has been opened. But how can I take it? Looking at the star iron ore piled up like a hill. Jiang Chuan had a headache for a moment. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to mine it. Now it's mined. Then I found that the package was not big enough and I couldn't take it away. What a happy trouble. Upgrade the equipment first, and we'll take care of the rest later. Jiang Chuan first summoned the Orn forge. Then he threw the Fixian sword in and asked. On, can this equipment be upgraded? The flying sword is a standard feature of Li Xiaoao's alias and cannot be easily discarded. Just imagine a sword immortal who has no flying sword and cannot fly with the sword. Is he still a sword immortal? Orn stood quietly in the flames. Silent. Just assume Jiang Chuan thought it was just a projection. When there is no self-awareness. Orn actually nodded. Then, his gaze passed through the forge and turned to where the star iron ore was. Although he didn't say a word. But Jiang Chuan already understood its meaning. Okay, please help me reforge the Fixian sword. I'll keep the ability to fly the sword and control it with my mind. You can handle the rest. After a pause, he added. I hope the new Fixian sword can have a killer skill to deal with boss-like creatures. There's also a group attack skill similar to Spectral Shadow. Used to deal with hordes of common monsters. One by one, the star iron ores were pulled by Orn. Fly into the forge one by one. Then, the fire in the forge became brighter. Blocked Jiang Chuan's sight. Only a series of ding-ding-ding sounds were heard. It was the sound of Orn forging equipment. Junior Divine Alchemists have a 100% chance of forging gold-level equipment, a 10% chance of forging platinum-level equipment, and a 1% chance of forging diamond-level equipment. Star Iron has an additional success rate bonus. They are 70% for gold level respectively. Platinum level 29%. Diamond level 1%. In this way, the probability of platinum level equipment appearing is 39%. The success rate of diamond level equipment also reaches 2%. Jiang Chuan hopes to get at least a platinum level flying sword. Of course, it would be even better if it was diamond level. Byte. Forging successful. You obtain level 15 diamond equipment Star God Flying Shadow Sword. Hear the system prompt tone. Jiang Chuan was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, there is only a 2% chance of success. He also encountered it. Star God Flying Shadow Sword. Level 15. Quality Diamond grade. Inscriptions of Heavenly Dao, Ancient Sword Soul, Sword opens Heaven's Gate, 10,000 swords return to their origin. Equipment requirements, none, exempt for divine refiners. Equipment additional effects. 1 strength plus 450. 2 agility plus 450. 3 critical hit rate plus 100%. 4 armor penetration rate plus 100%. 5 can cause 100% additional damage. Ancient Sword Soul, the Star God Flying Shadow Sword awakens the Ancient Sword Soul, which can help the host fight and even assist the host in flying with the sword. Sword opens the Sky Gate, the Star God Flying Shadow Sword can transform into a sword that opens the sky. The sword has the power to split mountains, cut rivers, and shatter the void. 10,000 swords return, the Star God Flying Shadow Sword can transform into 10,000 swords, attacking multiple targets at the same time. The number of sword shadows depends on the magic power consumed. Look at the attributes of the Star God Flying Shadow Sword. Jiang Chuan was very satisfied. Level 15 diamond equipment. It's enough for him to use for a long time. Especially the Heavenly Dao inscriptions on the equipment. It surprised him even more. Because of the functions of flying with sword and flying to the sky. They were actually fused together. It became the new inscription Ancient Sword Soul. Jiang Chuan gripped the hilt of the sword. Suddenly I felt a sense of closeness, admiration, and joy. Is this the Sword Soul? But why is it called the Ancient Sword Spirit? Just at this moment, a message came from the Star God Flying Shadow Sword, answering his doubts. In ancient times, sword cultivators used their spiritual energy to nourish their swords, allowing them to develop consciousness and gradually develop into sword spirits. At this point, ordinary swords would also evolve into spiritual weapons. However, this method of nourishing sword spirits has been lost since ancient times, so sword spirits are also called ancient sword spirits. Jiang Chuan browsed the information content. And retell it. Holy crap! The Heavenly Dao inscription is awesome. It's incredible that he could even produce a sword spirit that requires long-term cultivation and whose cultivation method has been lost. The Star God Flying Shadow Sword with Sword Spirit. It gave Jiang Chuan the feeling of being able to use his own arms as easily as his own fingers. The place covered by thoughts. That's where the flying sword attacks. It is much stronger than the Phyxian sword. This is because the sword spirit's consciousness is weak. Once the sword spirit fully grows up, the role it can play will be even stronger. Except for Ancient Sword Soul. The other two inscriptions are also quite good. Sword opens the Sky Gate, as the name suggests, this must be a powerful attack skill, and it is this kind of explosive ability that Jiang Chuan lacks. He doesn't worry about ordinary monsters. The stuff that can be bought in seconds. But encountered a boss-level monster. His methods are somewhat lacking. After all, boss-level monsters have very strong vitality. With the ultimate move of sword opening the Sky Gate, Jiang Chuan finally has the ability to kill the boss with one hit. Meet the three-headed Snake King again. It won't be so passive anymore. 10,000 swords returning to the origin is a group attack skill that splits into 10,000 swords and attacks multiple targets at the same time. This is the most effective ability when dealing with a large army of monsters. With this equipment, Li Xiao's alias can finally go online. Sword Immortal Li Xiao. This name sounds very carefree. After putting away the star god flying shadow sword, Jiang Chuan turned his gaze to the remaining star iron. Alas! It's just a drop in the bucket. Although a lot of star iron was used to upgrade the Fixian sword, the remaining star iron is still like a small mountain. How can I take so much with me? Soon, Jiang Chuan thought of a solution. Why do you have to take it away? If we put it here, we don't have to worry about packaging, right? As for whether others will take advantage of it. Hee. Jiang Chuan has his own way. He was seen wandering in the star iron ore vein. Gather all the star irons together bit by bit. Then send it deep into the earth. 10,000 meters below. Even if they were found, no one could move them away. This is the confidence of the Earth Walker. What's more, Jiang Chuan also covered the star iron with a layer of granite 100 meters thick, all over and around it. If someone really finds this place, seeing such thick rock layers, I also have to despair on the spot. Then completely stay away from the area. That's about it. Let's just throw these star irons here. Wait until the need arises. Now, time to go to lunch. Jiang Chuan raised his head, looked at the direction of the ground, sneered, and said, "You've been jumping around on my head for so long, is it okay for me to eat your flesh?" Chapter 32. In the wasteland, an elephant-armored bull was leisurely eating grass. More than 3 meters high and more than 5 meters long. Stand there. It's like an extended RV. There were dozens of hyenas surrounding the elephant bull. While it lowers its head to eat grass, a hyena suddenly jumped onto the shoulder of the elephant bull. Then the fangs bite. The sharp claws scratched wildly. Unfortunately, the weevil bull is, as its name suggests, with thick skin and flesh and extremely strong defense. The hyenas tore and bit. But it can't even break the skin. It's simply like the action is as fierce as a tiger, but when you see the damage, you are stuck in the spot. The elephant bull shook its shoulders and the hyena was thrown away. Then a giant foot like a pillar descended from the sky, crushed it with one foot, and sank deep into the mud. There was only a bang sound during the incident. There was no more sound. Seeing this, the surrounding hyenas quickly retreated, but did not leave. Seems like he's still looking for opportunities. But at this moment, a figure slowly appeared on the hill not far away. He is like a blade of grass. Slowly grow out of the soil. First, the head. Then the neck, waist, abdomen, legs and feet. The scene was extremely strange. But no one saw it. Even the elephant-armored bulls and hyenas at the foot of the mountain did not notice it. I only heard the figure muttering to himself. A cow this big should be enough to feed us for a long time, right? Then, the figure raised his hand, and a flying sword shot up into the sky and hung in mid-air. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. I saw the flying sword swaying left and right in the sky. Then sword shadows appeared. Hundreds of sword shadows filled the entire sky. It was pitch black. It feels very oppressive. Both sides were aware of the threat. But don't wait for them to react. Then an extremely cold voice was heard coming from the top of the mountain above. Kill! Sword shadows fell like raindrops. The hyenas screamed as they were killed by the sword shadows. Or cut off the waist and abdomen with a sword. Or pierce the head with a sword. Or it can be split into 2 pieces with one sword. The death was horrific. Ding! You killed a LV-17 Grey Hyena, triggering the Upgrade Maniac special effect and gaining 230 experience points. Ding! You killed a LV-13 Grey Hyena, triggering the Upgrade Maniac special effect and gaining 180 experience points. Ding! You killed a LV-21 Grey Hyena, triggering the Upgrade Maniac special effect and gaining 300 experience points. Unfortunately, there are too few hyenas. Even with the double experience bonus, Jiang Chuan's level was not able to reach a higher level. Moo. Moo. This is a long story. In fact, it only takes a moment. The elephant-armored bull was startled at first. Then he discovered that the sword shadow's target was not him. I couldn't help but feel relieved. Looking more closely, I found that several hyenas were injured but not dead, which meant that the damage was not too serious. Such an attack. Even if it falls on me, it's just a tickle. As a result, the worries in the heart of the elephant-armored bull were gone. It turned and faced the hill where Jiang Chuan was. Make two moo sounds as a sign of goodwill. Then he lowered his head and began to nibble the grass. You're welcome, I just don't want to eat other people's saliva. Jiang Chuan, who possesses a divine envoy. Naturally, he could understand the kindness in the voice of the weevil bull. What a pity, for breakfast. He could only say sorry for these kindnesses. Sword come. Jiang Chuan raised his hand, and the star god flying shadow sword shot straight into the sky, sank into the clouds, and disappeared. Although the elephant-armored bull did not understand its meaning, but a sense of life and death crisis lingered in his heart. It sensed something was wrong and immediately decided to stay away from Jiang Chuan. The elephant-armored bull turned around, running towards the distance. Boom! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps, like the beating of drums, echoed across the wasteland. The elephant-armored bull ran madly, breaking a tree that two people could hug in half and directly smashing a huge rock the size of a water tank. The reason is that I just don't want to turn. The elephant bull did not stop its escape pace at all. Such a huge force. So arrogant. The three characters elephant, barbarian, and cow in the name are fully reflected. Ha! You have such great strength. If you were to use it on the battlefield as a heavy cavalryman, charging into battle and destroying the enemy lines, you would definitely be a master. Unfortunately, the bloodline level is too low. Jiang Chuan smiled calmly. I saw a bright golden light in the clouds, and the light continued to spread, soon breaking through the clouds and shining down. The whole sky. Everything turned golden. The armored bull noticed the change. Apply force from your feet. The speed increased again. At this moment, a giant sword that was hundreds of meters long and more than 10 meters wide slowly fell and slashed towards the elephant-armored bull. First, the tip of the sword broke through the clouds. Then the sword slowly appeared. Finally, there is the huge hilt. It seemed that the sword was falling very slowly, and it took a lot of effort to move a little distance. Like a child pushing a cart. But that's because the sword is too huge. It's just the visual effect. In fact, every time the sword moves, it's a distance of hundreds of meters. This is what the elephant bull felt most deeply. With its magical power running wild, it discovered in despair that no matter how fast it ran, it could never escape the attack range of the magic sword. A divine sword that covers the sky and the sun. It seemed to cover the entire continent. No matter how fast you run, can you still escape from the mainland? In the lantern-like eyes of the elephant bull, he couldn't help revealing a trace of sadness. Two tears the size of ping-pong balls fell. Hit the ground. Torn apart. Niu Sheng, it's about to end. Bang! The sword fell. Cut off the neck of the elephant-armored bull with one sword. It's like a bull's head the size of a small car. With inertia, it rolled another 100 meters. Then he slowly stopped. 13519. A huge number. It slowly floated up from the head of the elephant-armored bull. System prompt tone. It finally rang. Ding! You killed a LV-35 Weevil Bull, triggering the Upgrade Maniac effect and gaining 1080 experience points. This is why Jiang Chuan is unwilling to contract the Weevil Bull. No matter how powerful the body is, the destructive power is amazing. Lack of bloodline, potential, and talent. It's all in vain. After all, the second senior brother is a gold-level boss. Legendary bloodline. Demigod potential. You're an ordinary monster. How can you compare? Hey! Not bad, one is invincible in group attacks, and the other one can break through 10,000 in single attacks. This is the inscription I want. Foodie, come out and cook. Jiang Chuan waved his hand. Put the star god flying shadow sword into the package. Then he called out Ajaya. Tell it to cook. See such a big elephant bull. Agayi was even more active than Jiang Chuan. It jumped off Jiang Chuan's shoulders, grew bigger, and then happily dragged the elephant-armored bull away and began to deal with it. The huge snake's tail lifted up the elephant bull. Then the wind blade cuts. Flush with water. Burning cow hair. Each of the 12 heads has its own division of labor and they work together very skillfully. He didn't forget to hum a little tune. Just 12 heads speaking 12 different tones. Obviously out of tune. At this time, the second senior brother had passed the weak period. Finally left the myriad beasts atlas. Ah! Master, you actually killed it. The second senior brother looked at the elephant-armored bull that was hung up by the snake's tail. It feels a little unbelievable. Although it can also kill the elephant bull, it will take a lot of effort. You can see the corpse of the elephant-armored bull. Except for the severed head. There wasn't even a single extra scar. Kill instantly with one sword. Luckily I threw it quickly, otherwise I would have been roasted on the fire. The second brother stole a glance at Jiang Chuan. I feel extremely fortunate. At this moment, a somewhat angry voice suddenly sounded, scaring the second senior brother. Squeak! 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 Hey! You pighead over there, how dare you stand there like that? Want to eat something ready-made? Hurry up and light the charcoal. We'll be having charcoal grilled beef later. Remember to light some more. Chapter 33. Ajaya has 12 pairs of eyes. Staring at the second senior brother. A vicious look. It looked like he was going to roast it if they had a disagreement. Oh well. But after taking a few steps, the second brother reacted. It stopped and frowned. Can't you breathe fire? Why burn charcoal? Also, why should I go and why don't you go? Ajaya's tail released the elephant-armored bull. Then he swung his tail and lashed out towards the second brother. He smoked and cursed at the same time. Squeak! Squeak! You stupid pig who loves potatoes but is too lazy to peel them. Charcoal grilled beef, where does the charcoal come from if you don't light a fire? Barbecue is such a sacred thing. You actually want to use magic. 12 Mouth spitted at the second brother and washed his face on the spot. The second brother knew he was in the wrong. Finally, he went into the woods in despair. Start looking for a tree with small white flowers. Because the stinky snake said that the meat is delicious when grilled over silver-grey pear charcoal. Jiang Chuan ignored the bickering between the two funny guys. He is reading the news on the forum. RZTV reports today. Last night, a violent earthquake struck Novice Village 9527. Upon investigation, a recently formed deep rift was discovered nearby. To protect the lives and property of the neutralists, the trial committee has quickly issued an order to evacuate all personnel from Novice Village No 9527. This morning, the trial committee's investigation team arrived at Novice Village 9527 and began investigating the cause of the abyssal rift, but was ambushed by a powerful alien. The guardian responsible for guarding East Area 31, Reverend Rising Sun, quickly arrived at the battlefield and repelled the attackers. Since the trial participants had already evacuated and the members of the investigation team were carrying self-defense gear, the surprise attack did not result in any casualties. The identity of the attacker is under investigation. We will provide you with full coverage. Watch to the end. Jiang Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no casualties were caused. This is good news. The attacker is probably Ajaya's first wife, the mastermind behind setting up the Abyss altar. What is his purpose? Cultivate a world-destroying evil. No matter who he is, don't try to snatch Ajaya from me. Where can I find such an excellent chef? At this time, a smell of meat wafted into my nose. Jiang Chuan looked back and was immediately upset. He thought the elephant-armored bull was so big that it would take him a long time to eat. Unexpectedly, Ajaya roasted the whole head of it. Roast it! Roast it! If you can't finish it in a while, I'll stuff it into your stomachs, meat and bones included. As his gaze widened, his expression darkened. All I saw was a hill that was once lush and green. It was a mess by now. Big trees were cut down one after another, exposing large areas of loess slopes, which was very eye-catching. If you roast a cow, you chop down a mountain of trees. If I gave you a kun, wouldn't you flatten the Shennong forest? Jiang Chuan shook his head and thought speechlessly. Note: Shennong forest is the oldest forest in the myriad races continent and the ancestral land of the elves. When Jiang Chuan came to his senses, he saw Ajay approaching with a fawning look on his face, and Beiji was holding a huge tray in his hand, also with a fawning look on his face. My face is too oily. It's disgusting to look at. Squeak! Squeak! Master, the meat is ready. This is the hind leg, this is the rump, this is the ribs, this is the liver, this is the tenderloin. On a pallet more than 2 meters long. The beef was cut into neat pieces. And every part of the meat. The best ones were cut. From this we can see that these two guys really put their heart into it. Yeah. That's thoughtful. These are enough for me, you can share the rest. Ajaya was overjoyed. Swimming towards the grill, tail twitching. The second senior brother also quickly put down the tray and followed Ajaya away happily. There is no trace of tit-for-tat at all. At this time, it had already been conquered by Agayi's craftsmanship. It is said to conquer a man. Just conquer his stomach first. It seems that to conquer a pig, you have to stuff its mouth first. Jiang Chuan shook his head. Get rid of all the random thoughts from your mind. Then he picked up a piece of hind leg meat. It was golden and translucent in color and smelled fragrant. He took a small bite and the juice burst in his mouth, making him almost swallow his tongue. I have to say, the meat was grilled very well. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with crispy skin and juicy meat. It can be said to be delicious in color, aroma, and taste. I don't know where Ajaya's cooking skills come from. Could it be something that comes with the inherited memory? Jiang Chuan guessed. At this moment, a series of system prompt sounds suddenly sounded. Ding! You trigger the Devour effect, HP plus 10. Ding! You trigger the Devour effect, Constitution plus 0.1. Ding! You trigger the Devour effect, Constitution plus 0.1. Jiang Chuan was stunned. It's just a meal, can it increase attributes? Then why didn't you add it the first 2 days? Did I eat a fake meal? It wasn't until he found a skill that he had almost forgotten in the skill column that he suddenly realized it. Swallow, an intermediate general skill that swallows organisms to quickly restore health and magic points. If the swallowed organism is of a higher grade, there is a certain chance of obtaining permanent attribute enhancement. It turns out that you need to devour high-level creatures to increase your attributes. From now on, I'll have to endure more hardships when eating from the high-level monsters in the wasteland. In order to improve my strength, I can only make them suffer for now, and I will bear the blame. Why is it a cook? Half an hour later. Finished a plate of barbecue. Jiang Chuan gained a full 300 points of health growth. And 3 points of physical attribute growth. Don't underestimate these attributes. Long-term accumulation. It's also very scary. Just pay attention to the balanced diet structure. You can't always focus on eating one kind of creature. That will lead to unbalanced attribute growth. You have to change it. I added the physical attribute today. I have to find something that can increase the agility attribute tomorrow. The acquired attribute is strength. After Jiang Chuan had eaten, he stood up and moved around to help with digestion. During this time, he casually glanced at Beiji and Ag who were still eating Haisai crazily, and nodded, thinking to himself. It seems that Xiaoe and Zioba are both sensible and understand the principle of loving each other. I ate one of the two hind legs of the elephant bull. The other one was actually given to Hachi. I saw the second brother holding a huge cow's hind leg and gnawing on it with a grunt. Mouth full of oil. It's really fun. This is the most essential part of the elephant-armored bull. But the next moment, Jiang Chuan was upset again. Agayi was seen with his tail coiled and his body standing upright, and his 12 heads were quickly gnawing at the elephant-armored bull from all directions. In such a short time, it had eaten nearly half of the entire roasted cow, revealing large pieces of the skeleton. Wow! So you used a leg to exchange for a cow. This mind is so dirty. The most amazing thing is that Ajaya's 12 heads are still communicating with each other. Brother, I want to eat ribs, let's switch. Xiao Xiai, I'll trade you my hind leg for the tenderloin, okay? Fifth brother, do you want some butt meat? It's so plump and beautiful. Chapter 34. Ajaya's heads communicated with each other. You take a bite of my tenderloin, I take a bite of its ribs, and it takes a bite of your rump. But after changing it so many times, doesn't it all go into the same stomach? This is brother and younger brother. How is it divided? For a while, Jiang Chuan almost doubted his life. Just at this moment, a system announcement sounded. World announcement, 100 trialists have now emerged from the novice village. The newbie level rankings are now open. Note 1, those who make the list will receive rewards. The higher the ranking, the richer the reward. Note 2, the list will be calculated and rewarded on the last day of each week, month, quarter, and year. Note 3, the list will be closed at the end of the trial period. The trialist who has been on the list the longest will receive a special reward. Rookie rankings. Haha. That's quite interesting. Jiang Chuan seemed lost in thought. Especially when he saw Note 3, his eyes flashed and he was very interested. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have made it onto the ranking list, current rank, 1 ST. Please select, real name on the list / anonymous name on the list / pseudonym on the list. Alias, Emperor Shishan. When Jiang Chuan made his decision, a list appeared before his eyes. Trialist level ranking, rank, name, level. 1 Indra level 15. 2 Yinwuju level 11. 3 Shangguan Li level 11. 4 Hou Yuiao level 11. 5 Li Yuanlang level 10. 21 Han Yuanping level 10. 41 Ning Longxiang level 10. 73 Gao Yeping level 10. 100 Nangong Wu level 10. Note, you will receive system rewards if you are ranked on the ranking list. Rewards will be calculated weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annually. The higher your ranking, the richer the rewards. On the leaderboard, Jiang Chuan tops the list with a rating of 15. The next 3 took up the second, third, and fourth places with a score of 11. Later on, from 5th to 100th, they are all level 10. The competition is fierce. This is generally evident. It can be said that on the level ranking list, everyone except Jiang Chuan. If you are not careful, there is a risk of being overtaken or even replaced by others. At the same time, there are countless caring people also studying this newcomer list. Wow! Emperor Shishan is really awesome. Not only did he beat everyone else, he was even so much higher than the second place. This is terrifying. I just opened the novice village yesterday evening, and it's already level 15 this afternoon. What kind of monster is this? The rankings are full of challenges. If you're not careful, you'll be overtaken. Only Emperor Shishan remains unfazed. Yet, the competition for other places is extremely fierce, but for him, the first place, it's so calm. It's really weird. The boss is the boss, he dominates the crowd, no one dares to disobey. In Maple Leaf Town, the big three are together again. Studying this list. As expected of Emperor Shishan, the difference is obvious at a glance. It's clear at a glance. While everyone else is at level 10 or 11, Emperor Shishan is able to top the list with his strength at level 15. It's no exaggeration to say that he's the best of the bunch. Overwhelming all. I hope to meet the real person one day. I must take a photo with Emperor Shi Tian, even if he is on the stage and I am in the audience, and the photos are taken with the positions reversed, that's fine. Take a photo. A strange communication mode of question and answer begins. However, this time, the two of them were filled with emotion. A person cherishes words like gold. But without exception, the three of them admired Indra's record of being at the top of the list. Even if they are no longer in the age of passion. I actually have the urge to chase stars. Hey! That's weird, why isn't Li Xiaoao's name on the list? Isn't he on the list? No, he arrived in Maple Leaf Town yesterday, which means he's already level 10, and the ranking list was only opened today. The old man and the young man looked at each other. Somewhat confused. In the end, it was the burly man who was very frugal with words who woke the two of them up. Code name is on the list. Hide your identity. Apparently, he has also been on the rookie list. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know that the code name was on the list. The old man and the young man looked at each other. They nodded heavily and said in unison. Yet, why didn't I think of that? Immediately, the two of them turned their heads away in embarrassment. Since he doesn't want to reveal his identity, then we have to keep our mouths shut and not reveal his identity. The human race's base camp, Tianyang Realm. Still in that black tower. More big guys gathered together. Indra is on the list, level 15, at the top. That's so much higher than the second place, it's overwhelming. Seniors like Divine Calculator, Tianjizi and Ziwei Taoist, as well as those from the Stargazing Tower, the Imperial Astronomical Observatory, and the Moon-Watching Platform, have all divined this. Although they haven't been able to discern any information about Emperor Shishan's origins, when they divined the future of humanity, without exception, they all concluded that humanity will rise. He was able to cause so many people to be defeated, yet he couldn't predict anything. Adding to that the fact that the human race is about to rise, it's clear that Emperor Shishan is the son of destiny for this generation. Yes. Only the child of destiny would have such a confusing secret. Open up resources and speed up the training of new talents. Indra is bound to rise. We can't help him much, but we can still help him cultivate future followers. Yes, with figures like Emperor Shishan around, the next few decades will be the era of our human race. Let's train new people, let them follow in Emperor Shishan's footsteps, and lead the human race to the pinnacle. I seem to see a new star rising, radiant and dazzling. He will be like the divine king Li Tianyang, the sword god Junwohen, and the ice queen Shang Guanqing, leading the human race and suppressing all other races. According to the divination results, even if Emperor Shishan is not the son of destiny, the son of destiny will definitely be born among this group of children. Jiang Chuan didn't know. Behind a list. It also involves so much of my mind. However, it doesn't matter even if I know. The matter of Indra. What does it have to do with me? It's getting late today, let's go back to Maple Leaf Town first. After taking the two pets back to the Myriad Beasts Atlas, Jiang Chuan controls the star god Flying Shadow Sword. Fly towards Maple Leaf Town. Of course, before leaving, he did not forget to pack more than 1,000 units of star iron into the package. These star irons are enough for him to use for a long time. At least, forge 180 star god flying shadow swords. It's still okay. In addition, he dug an underground palace deep in the star iron ore vein, and then set up the mother disk of the mother and child teleportation array. When needed, you can use the sub-disk you carry with you. Come back here anytime. Xinggun, let's go. Because of the ancient sword spirit, Jiang Chuan plans to experience the autonomous driving service. Although the sword spirit consciousness is weak, but as a flying sword, it should be a qualified veteran driver. Half an hour later, Jiang Chuan staggered into Maple Leaf Town. Then I lay on the toilet in the hotel. He vomited all over the place. Nat, this isn't autonomous driving, it's just a drifting hearse heading to the funeral home. Whose self-driving car can make a 90-degree right-angle turn? You're moving like a snake. I think you're a snake. The star god flying shadow sword floated beside Jiang Chuan, looking at a loss. After Jiang Chuan finished vomiting, it leaned over, rubbed his shoulder aggrievedly, and sent out a trace of thoughts, explaining intermittently. What? You blame me for pointing you in the wrong direction. Yes, I pointed in the wrong direction, but I didn't ask you to make a 90-degree turn, did I? Is it my fault for landing? I'm letting you land, not letting you fall. You still dare to mention speeding up? FK, I % number you in at end plus. Chapter 35. After Jiang Chuan gave Xing Shen Fei Ying Sword a severe lesson, a communication alert sounded. Mr. Sun, have you completed today's medicine order? Jiang Chuan took a look and saw that it was Tech 01. Pa. It was the message from Logistics Department, Pharmacy Department, Purchaser 01. Okay, I'll send it to you now. Inside Jiang Chuan's package were 15,000 primary potions. Enough for him to complete 10 days of tasks. Naturally, I am not afraid of being urged to pay. Got it. I've also sent you the herbs for tomorrow. Looking at the 15,000 medicinal materials in the email, Jiang Chuan has a headache. The 15,000 potions from yesterday haven't been sold out yet. Coming again today? But Tech 01. The next message from the buyer. It made him raise his brow. Mr. Sun, if you have any extra medicine, please feel free to send it to us. Our pharmacy department will accept all of it. Jiang Chuan naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to believe what the other party said. It doesn't matter if there are 3 or 200 extra ones. It can produce tens of thousands of extra medicines. It's completely off the mark. However, Jiang Chuan also heard the other party's urgency and couldn't help but hint at it. What's going on? Your logistics department also runs out of medicine. The other party replied. Hey! Forget it. I don't know what's wrong with the higher UPS. They actually asked our pharmacy department to provide each trial participant with 5 primary potions per day. There are over 20 million participants in this trial, and we need to prepare hundreds of millions of potions every day. The pharmacy department is already working at full capacity, and even some high-level pharmacists have received mandatory tasks. Hey! Mr. Sun, if you have any extra medicine, please send it to me. Please. Looking at the darkened avatar, Jiang Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He has the medicine, but he cannot hand it over to the same person, otherwise his origin cannot be explained. But how do we sell the medicine back to the pharmacy department? Although I don't know why the top management suddenly pays attention to this year's new trial participants. But Jiang Chuan knew that since there was demand, he would make a profit. The question now is how to get the profits safely, securely, and covertly. Idle and bored Jiang Chuan, while refining new herbs into potions. While browsing the forum, suddenly, a post caught his attention. To all the big-breasted pharmacists out there, those who have potions, those who can refine potions, and those who have access to potions. Good news is here: Trial Base, General Logistics Department, Pharmacy Department Purchaser 07. In this post, there is not much useful information. After induction, there are only 2 words left: buy medicine. 1 or 2 is never too few. 1800 is just right. The main theme is accept all who come. Moreover, the poster is a logistics department purchasing agent who has passed real name authentication from the same department as the previous one. However, the former is numbered 01. The latter is numbered 07. Haha. Someone from the pharmacy department of the logistics department actually openly purchased medicine from ordinary people, and their attitude was so humble. It was obvious that they were under great pressure from KPI assessment. Jiang Chuan said nothing. Create a vest instantly. Then I had a private chat with buyer no 07. Hello, Mr. Li Shichen, can you really supply 2,300 doses of medicine every day? Please don't joke, this is a serious. Purchaser no 07 responded quickly. Obviously waiting for news online. Jiang Chuan saw that he didn't believe it. So he sent a screenshot of 2,300 medicines. Buyer no 07's doubts were all gone. Said with joy. Wow! Mr. Li, from today on, you are my real brother. I'll cover all your medicines, and I'll cover all your future needs too. Jiang Chuan was unmoved and said. You know, there's no profit in making primary potions. If I give it to you at the market price, I'm essentially working for nothing. So, you have to pay more. This time, 07 was silent for a moment before replying. Mr. Li is right, but these potions are only for new trial takers, and the price is strictly controlled. 10 silver coins is our purchase price, and it's also our selling price. I really can't raise the price for you. Seeing this, Jiang Chuan grinned and thought to himself. I've been waiting for you to say this. If you don't refuse, how can I make any conditions? This time, he didn't say anything, as if he was offline. After just a moment, no 07 couldn't hold it in any longer. Said proactively. How about this? From now on, Mr. Li's medicinal herbs will be provided by our logistics department, and we'll give you a 15% discount. How about that? Seeing this scene, Jiang Chuan laughed out loud. You are anxious. I won't be in a hurry. As for the 15% discount. Haha. Who are you looking down on? My medicine has a profit of 900%. The profit is higher than that of diluting your medicine. Jiang Chuan remained silent, during which time no 07 kept sending messages, complaining and raising the discount on medicinal materials. Until a message appeared. Mr. Li, I really have no choice. The department assessment is coming soon. If I fail to complete the task, I will be demoted to the herb garden to grow medicinal herbs. So, Mr. Li and I will sign a contract based on the purchase price of 10 silver coins, and the discount on the medicinal materials will be 20%. But privately, Mr. Li, I'll give you 1 silver coin for every potion mission you complete. How about that? After seeing this message, Jiang Chuan knew that this was the other party's limit. So I replied. Forget it. Seeing that you are a down-to-earth person, I can't bear to ask you to subsidize me out of your own pocket. In this way, you provide me with a potion formula every day. Remember, it should be rare, special, or high-end, not the common stuff you can buy outside. Can you do that? If we can do it, we'll sign the contract. This is Jiang Chuan's real purpose. Among the entire human race, where is there the most potion formulas? There is no doubt that the logistics department has the most pharmacy departments. Many medicines that cannot be seen in the outside world. It can be seen everywhere here. Jiang Chuan wants to get enough potions to activate the buff. The best way is to start with the internal staff of the pharmacy department. Mix, recipe. Why, can't you do it? Yes, 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 I am so capable. It's just a small matter. If you had said it earlier, it would have been over. Look at this reply. Jiang Chuan had the urge to strangle the other person. Is it true that the saying goes, it is easiest to cultivate in the public sector? However, he was not angry. Just be happy. Sooner or later you will cry. The logistics department has many pharmaceutical formulas. But 10 or 100 insiders helped me collect it. There is something to gain in the morning and nothing to gain in the evening, it's all a repetitive day. At that time, you will either breach the contract or be fined heavily. Or you can take a risk and help me steal the banned, strictly confidential potion formula. Those are the real treasures. Jiang Chuan reminded again. Remember, it has to be rare, special, and high-end. Common goods don't count. Duplicate recipes don't count. The recipes I have don't count either. See the prescription in the medicine. Chapter 36. The deal was done quickly. The two parties signed 2 contracts, one explicit and one implicit. One is a contract for Jiang Chuan to supply drugs to the pharmacy department. One is a contract for No. 07 to collect high-quality formulas for Jiang Chuan. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Chuan has a veto power over the second contract. Once he thinks that the formula provided by the other party does not meet the requirements, then number 07 must be collected again. If the stipulated time limit is not met, you will have to pay a fine of 10 times the amount of the medicine. Maybe the assessment pressure is too great. Or maybe it's easier to collect recipes. No. 07 signed the contract readily and completed the first round of transactions. And Jiang Chuan also got the formula of the medicine he had been longing for, the formula of the secret medicine of spirit. The demand for hundreds of millions of medicines every day is too much for me to consume 100,000 of them, right? There's also equipment. Do you want to create a vest and make some money? Your name is Ouyuzi. Or should I call him Ganzhong? Or Moi in female form? During the completion of the contract, Jiang Chuan also learned about it from No. 07. It's not just the pharmacy department that has tasks to do. Equipment forging, prop manufacturing, pet training and other related departments. They also received orders. Provide sufficient resources for new trialists. Obviously, the top management has begun to allocate resources to train new people. This made Jiang Chuan very confused. If you want to train new people, you should start when the trial begins. This happened halfway. I don't know what's wrong with him. Bite. Refining successfully. You have obtained the primary spiritual elixir. Ding dong. Trialist Jiang Chuan, you've taken the primary spiritual elixir, triggering the undead elixir body special effect and gaining a primary spiritual buff. Please check for details. Buff has been upgraded, currently at level 2. The buff has been upgraded and is currently at level 5. The buff has been upgraded and is currently at level 7. Ding! Your primary spirit buff has been upgraded to level 10. Please check for details. Note, the primary spirit buff has reached its maximum level and cannot be further upgraded. Please look for a more advanced potion. After getting the formula of the secret medicine of spirit, Jiang Chuan began to refine it. Then pour them into your mouth one by one. What followed was a series of system prompt sounds. Primary spirit buff. Level, max. Effect, gain 100 points of spiritual attribute increase. Duration, permanent. Jiang Chuan's spiritual attributes. From 421 points. Increased to 521 points. Even some magic professionals in their 30s. I can't compare to him. And there is more than one piece of good news. Ding dong. Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have successfully deduced the formula for the intermediate life potion. Please check for details. Life potion recipe. Level, intermediate. Effect, after taking it, it can restore 1000 health points at a time, and restore 100 health points per second Indiana the next 30 seconds. Required herbs, star leaf, green yuan flower, dew grass, snow ganoderma. Refining method. Study requirements, pharmacist or other related professions. The immortal medicine god's fourth professional ability is infinite deduction, which allows him to deduce new or more advanced formulas based on known medicinal materials, potions, and formulas. After obtaining this ability, Jiang Chuan was there at the first opportunity. Deduced the intermediate life potion. After all, there are thousands of roads, but only one life. The deduction results are also surprising. Because the human race's intermediate life potion has the effect of restoring 500 health points at one time, and 50 health points per second Indiana the next 15 seconds. This effect is 5 times that of the primary life potion. But it is only half of the Jiang Chuan version life potion. This further determined Jiang Chuan to collect the primary potion formula. Then make your own decision. Bite. Refining successfully. You obtain an intermediate life potion. The potion was successfully refined. Then we enter the popular buff upgrade phase. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan. You've taken the intermediate life potion. Your buff has been upgraded to the intermediate life buff. Please check for details. Intermediate life buff. Level 1. Effect. 1. Increase the upper limit of health by 1000 points. 2. Restore 100 health points per second. Duration, permanent. It still has a health cap of 1000 points. Could it be that I got a fake level up? The LV10 primary health buff can increase the upper limit of health by 1000 points and restore 100 health points per second. The same is true for the properties of the intermediate life buff. This made Jiang Chuan doubt his life. Fortunately, the following system prompt sound made him feel at ease. Buff has been upgraded, currently at level 2. The buff has been upgraded and is currently at level 5. The buff has been upgraded and is currently at level 7. Ding! Your intermediate life buff has been upgraded to level 10. Please check for details. Note: the intermediate life buff has reached its maximum level and cannot be further upgraded. Please look for a more advanced potion. Intermediate life buff. Level, max. Effect. 1. Increase the upper limit of health by 10,000 points. 2. Restore 1000 health points per second. Duration, permanent. Haha. 10,000 health points. Many tank classes don't have that much health. Let's talk about the health recovery rate of 1000 points per second. How many combat professions can deal 1000 points of damage in 1 second? Life and career are finally taking off. Look at the properties of the intermediate life buff. Jiang Chuan was very surprised. How long does it take to deduce a high-level life buff? Ding! Your profession level is intermediate. It will take 100 days to deduce the formula. Do you want to deduce it? Let's deduce the formula for the intermediate magic potion. Ding dong! Intermediate magic potion deduction in progress. Countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Jiang Chuan first time. So he wanted to deduce an advanced life potion. Unfortunately, reality gave him a heavy blow. In desperation, he could only settle for the next best thing and start deducing the formula of the intermediate magic potion. It is in this process. On the trading channel, a large number of primary potions appeared. These medicines came from a series of pharmacists including BNK, Hua Tuo, and Zhang Zhongjing. It is said that there is an independent team of pharmacists behind them. As soon as the potion appeared, they will be sold out immediately. And these pharmacist teams. You will soon become a guest of honor for some people. As secret agreements were reached one after another. Jiang Chuan's heritage is becoming more and more profound. My wallet gradually became fatter. 30,000 doses per day. It can bring him more than 4,000 gold coins. In the future, this number will be even greater. Similar scenario. It also appears in the equipment section of the logistics department. I saw an old man who was short and strong but had white hair and beard. Holding a long sword, he looked at it carefully. It was as if he was looking at his beloved goddess. Extremely obsessed. Hey! The technique of this equipment is very unique. The attributes of gold level equipment are almost catching up to platinum level. This must be a master blacksmith. I've never heard of Ouyuizi. Could he be the descendant of some hidden family of craftsmen? Contact him and see if he's willing to join the logistics department. The salary and other things are easy to negotiate. What? You don't want to? Then you have to try your best to reach a cooperation agreement with him. Does he want a high-level magical material to make a staff? There's a piece of Qinglong wood in the material warehouse. I can give it to him, but we have to sign a long-term cooperation agreement and supply at least one piece of gold-grade equipment every day. Master Hu, there's a blacksmith here named Ganzhong who has also created a fine piece of equipment. His technique is completely different from that of Ouyuizi. Could you please come and take a look? Chapter 37. Jiang Chuan was lying on the bed, listening to the ding-ding sound coming from the forge. He squinted his eyes comfortably. This is the sound of money colliding. How wonderful! Not long ago, he used the names of Ouyuizi, Ganzhong, and Mo Yat. Sell equipment in the trading channel. It immediately caused a sensation. A gold-level equipment without any heavenly Dao inscriptions attached. It was sold at a sky-high price of 300 gold coins. This is 3 million Tianyang coins. You can buy a small villa in some not-so-bustling logistic spaces. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but sigh and said. These tycoons are so damn rich. You know, the equipment he took out was all made by Orn casually. In order not to reveal the secret of the divine refiner. There isn't even any heavenly Dao inscription attached. And that's it, it was sold for 300 gold coins. After that, I received many private messages, some wanting to customize equipment, some wanting to cooperate. Jiang Chuan selected a few with high bids. Start customizing your service. He finally understood. If you want to make a lot of money, you either have to sell in large quantities like medicine. Thousands and tens of thousands of medicines were thrown down. The gold coins rustled. Or something like equipment customization. Take the boutique route. Specially customized equipment for some local tycoons, second generation, and elites. These people, for a nice set of equipment. Just a wave of the hand can give you hundreds or thousands of gold coins. I have no shortage of money at all. In order to prevent anyone with ulterior motives from noticing the clues from the equipment, Jiang Chuan also had Orn forge equipment using different techniques. The three vests, Ouyuizi, Ganzhong, and Moi, are each equipped with a different set of forging techniques. Even a Grand Master level blacksmith couldn't find any connection between them. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, your title has been upgraded to Divine Refiner. You are currently at intermediate level. Please check for details. Upgrade your Divine Refiner title and gain a new professional ability, decomposition of all things. Every time a Divine Refiner successfully forges a piece of equipment, you will gain 10 points of professional proficiency. Previously, Jiang Chuan had forged 4 pieces of equipment, including the Fixian sword, Lingsha shield, Thousand Gods illusion mask, and Undead demon armor. Plus the upgrades to the Snake King shield and the Star God flying shadow sword. Gain a total of 60 points of professional proficiency. Now I have taken on the task of equipment customization. The upgrade conditions were quickly met. Intermediate Divine Refiner. Professional abilities. For decomposition of all things, Orn's Forge has the ability to decompose all things in the world and extract their essence. Forging success rate, Platinum 100%, Diamond 10%, Legendary 1%. Note 6, you cannot gain proficiency by forging equipment below Platinum level. Decompose everything. As an equipment maker, you want me to play disassembly. Is this appropriate? For this professional ability, Jiang Chuan was very dissatisfied. No blacksmith would be willing to throw the equipment he worked so hard to forge into the furnace to be decomposed. Unless it's garbage. The decomposition of everything is simply a mockery. I, Oyuizi, am a man who is determined to become a great blacksmith. Oya's Hiko on display. Must be a masterpiece. How come there is garbage? Forget it, let's take 2 big orders first to calm down. Now, only the sound of gold coins colliding can soothe my wounded young heart. 180 gold, who are you looking down on? With all the requests, why don't you go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Meet in person? Are you kidding me and making me laugh to death so you can inherit my hobby? This girl really knows how to yell, calling me Master Oyuizi all the time, it makes me feel so comfortable. If you can yell like that, yell a few more times. As each order is successfully placed, Jiang Chuan also felt happy. There is no trouble that cannot be solved by earning gold coins. If so, it could just be that you are not earning enough. Suddenly, a piece of news appeared. Jiang Chuan raised his eyebrows. Ding dong! Alert to Tria List Jiang Chuan, purchaser number 9 from the equipment section, General Logistics Department, Trial Base, has sent you a package. No dangerous items were found. No space markers found. No items related to curses, divination, or tracking were found. The package is safe. Do you want to receive it? Hey! You actually agreed. This time, the equipment is of high quality. Jiang Chuan has no intention of cooperating with the logistics department. But it's not easy to refuse directly. Therefore, some very harsh conditions were put forward. For example, asking for high-level materials. For example, you can decide what equipment to forge by yourself. For example, the number of equipment forged every day. 1 at most. But unexpectedly, the other party agreed. And he met his conditions in advance. Don't care about anything. Don't ask anything. Just submit 1 piece of gold-level equipment every day. Gold-level equipment? Isn't it enough to just have hands? Receive it. Jiang Chuan felt helpless. You can only choose to receive. You can't just put forward conditions, and then quit after they meet all of your requirements, right? Of course, the reason why I accepted it was also because the other party was too generous. I don't want to work either. But he gave too much. Let Oyuizi, the alias, maintain contact with the logistics department. Although in terms of equipment, I choose to go the boutique route. There's also a huge amount of star iron as a foundation. There's no shortage of materials. But the logistics department still has a lot of good stuff. For example, Qinglong wood. Quality, fine. Attributes, a branch of the ancient Qinglong wood tree. Used to forge equipment, it can randomly obtain equipment special effects such as Dragon Power, Dragon Soul, and Qinglong Body Protection. Success rate increase, Platinum 70%, Diamond 29%, Legend 1%. Conditions of use, Master Blacksmith available. Tisk tisk. Just pick up a piece of tree branch and it's a high-quality material. The human race of this world. What a profound background. It seems we still need to maintain cooperation. This time it's branches, but next time we can get the trunk and the heart of the tree, right? Qinglong wood is a material that can be used to forge legendary equipment. The quality is even better than star iron. It's a pity that Jiang Chuan's professional level is too low. The value of this piece of Qinglong wood has not yet been fully tapped. Forget it, it's just transitional equipment, nothing to worry about. You can't let me keep rubbing my hands together to do magic. Ever since acquiring the innate ability of magic control, Jiang Chuan now has a stable source of skills. Now, he was only one magic wand away from becoming a qualified magician. I don't have any requirements for this equipment. It's up to you. Just maximize its potential. Chapter 38. Orn looks like a dwarf with goat horns. The whole body is dark red. Just look at the appearance. Some look like the goat-horned demon in the abyss. But the goat-horned demons are just a cannon fodder race in the abyss world. How could a character like Orn appear? This is the god of forging. The pinnacle blacksmith in the world. After taking the azure dragon wood and examining it carefully for a moment, Orn bowed to Jiang Chuan, then turned and walked into the flames. The flames are burning fiercely. Blocked Jiang Chuan's sight. A series of ding-ding-ding sounds came from the forge. This time goes by slowly. Jiang Chuan actually felt like every day was a year. Even though I know it's impossible. But he also hoped for a miracle to happen. Bite. Forging successful. You obtain the level 15 legendary equipment, Great Sage's Staff of Annihilation. Hear the system prompt tone. Jiang Chuan was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, there is only a 2% chance of success. He also encountered it. Great Sage, Staff of Nirvana. Level, 15. Quality, Legendary. Heavenly Dao inscriptions, Heart of the Sage, Dignity of the Dragon, Azure Dragon Bodyguard, Thunder of Destruction. Equipment requirements, Mage, Divine Alchemist exempt. Equipment additional effects. 1 Mana plus 10,000. 2 Spirit plus 1,000. 3 Magic damage plus 100%. 4 Magic cooldown minus 50%. 5 Mana consumption minus 50%. Sage's Heart, every time the wearer releases magic 10 times, he will enter the Sage time, and the next attack will cause 1000% magic damage. Dragon's Majesty, the wearer will cause an additional 100% damage to beast creatures and an additional 50% damage to dragon creatures. Blue Dragon Bodyguard, when the wearer's health is less than 50%, a blue dragon projection will descend to protect the host and kill the enemy. Destruction Thunder, the wearer can release Destruction Thunder, causing 5 spirit magic damage to enemies within 1000. Jiang Chuan opened the attribute panel of the Staff of Annihilation. Check them one by one. I have to say. Legendary equipment. The attribute is abnormal. Tens of thousands of mana increases, thousands of mental attribute bonuses, doubled damage, and the double reduction in cooldown consumption that the mage profession values most. Pick any one of these attributes. They can turn an ordinary piece of equipment into a top quality one of the same level. Not to mention, all integrated in one. In addition, when the Divine Refiner reaches the intermediate level, you can add 4 Heavenly Dao inscriptions to the equipment. The Staff of Annihilation is the first piece of equipment to be tested. Among them, the attribute of the Sage's Heart is the strongest. Can after 10 attacks make the next attack deal 1000% damage. With Jiang Chuan's current strength, I'm afraid it's for professionals and monsters below level 50. No one can withstand a single attack. The second one is the Thunder of Annihilation. This is an area of effect attack with scalable damage. Wide coverage. Can cause damage to enemies within a square kilometer. And 5 times the damage of mental attribute. It has also led to remarkable growth. Jiang Chuan now has 2,215 spiritual attributes. After 5 times. That's 11,075 points of damage. Deals 11,075 damage to all enemies within a square kilometer. Who can bear this? And Jiang Chuan's spiritual attributes will continue to grow. This means that the damage of the Thunder of Annihilation will continue to increase. Instead, it is the majesty of the dragon and the protection of the Azure Dragon. Seems dispensable. The former can increase damage. But the objects are limited. The scope of application is narrow and the effect is not high. The latter has a trigger condition, and the Azure Dragon projection will only descend when the health value is lower than 50%. However, Jiang Chuan has the Snake King shield and the indestructible demon armor to protect him. Who can reduce his health to below 50%? This is almost impossible. Just at this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan. You've obtained legendary equipment, triggering the equipment rankings. As the person who opens the equipment ranking list, you will receive the following rewards. 1. You have obtained the rare title, Great Collector. Please check for details. 2. You gain battlefield merit, 3,000 points, which can be used to redeem equipment, treasures, skill books, territory and real estate, etc. 3. You obtain a rare item, Gold Synthesizer, Advanced. Hey! Is legendary equipment the condition for triggering the equipment rankings? Then why didn't the pet rankings trigger when I contracted a Yi and Beiji? One of them has god-level potential, and the other is a demigod. Okay. Potential and quality are two different ways of evaluation. Potential represents the future. Quality stands for the present. On the battlefield of all races, there are many rankings including level rankings, equipment rankings, pet rankings, wealth rankings, territory rankings, guild rankings, etc. These lists are divided into newcomer lists and kill lists. The former is aimed at new trial takers from all races. The latter is aimed at all powerful people from all races. After the rookie trial period, the rookie rankings will be merged into the kill rankings. Where is the focus of the contention? But few newcomers make it past the end of the trial period. Enter the kill list. After all, the strong ones on the killing list are all veterans. It's not something a newbie can compare to. It is said that in addition to the newcomer list and the kill list, there is also a ranking list of all races. Sort by overall racial strength. The stronger the strength, the higher the ranking. And the top 10 races on the list. All members of the tribe can gain a ranking increase. For example, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the Angel Clan, the Titan Clan, the Hydra Clan, the Three-Eyed God Clan and other powerful clans in the heavens. Unfortunately, the human race is ranked 21st. Failed to obtain the increase for the entire clan. But this ranking is not low. This can be seen by looking at the races that rank behind the human race. For example, 22 of them are elves. 23 are beastmen. 24 are from the sea tribe. Able to suppress these races and whip them. It is enough to illustrate the strength of the human race. Jiang Chuan looked at the 3 rewards. I was so happy. Big Collector. Level 1. Property. Strength plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Agility plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Special effect, Great Collector. For each piece of legendary equipment owned by the professional, all attributes are increased by 10 points. For each piece of epic equipment owned, all attributes are increased by 100 points. For each piece of mythic equipment owned, all attributes are increased by 1000 points. Tisk tisk. What a great stuff. If it were someone else, this title may not be a big deal. Because of legendary equipment and above, the number is extremely rare. The value is extremely expensive. Ordinary people would be very lucky to have one of these. Having such a title is nothing but useless. But Jiang Chuan is different. He is a divine refiner, and forging high-level equipment is as easy as eating and drinking. It won't take long. He will be able to obtain a full set of legendary equipment. In the future, you will be able to obtain epic, mythical, and even god-level equipment. Big collector. It was simply tailor-made for him. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. We've detected that you possess a legendary item. You will receive the following attribute enhancements. Strength attribute plus 10. Constitution attribute plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spiritual attribute plus 10. Note, after the equipment is removed, the attribute enhancement will disappear. Jiang Chuan was silent, feeling a little disappointed. It turns out it's not a permanent amplification. He thought it was like a boss hunter. As long as you obtain a piece of legendary equipment, you can permanently enhance its attributes. Professionals have limited equipment slots, including weapons, hats, armor, shoulder pads, belts, bottoms, shoes, cloaks, rings, bracelets, and necklaces. Add at most one secondary weapon. Like my shield. There are only 12 in total. If I change into all legendary equipment, it will be 120 points. Even epic equipment is only worth 1200 points. Not even a dog would want this attribute. And if you put on mythical equipment, then... Holy crap! 12,000 points, all attributes are over 10,000. For a moment, Jiang Chuan was beaming with joy and excitement. You know, he is a level 99 extreme professional. The attributes of the naked equipment may not necessarily exceed 10,000. The second reward is 3,000 merit points. With these merit points, Jiang Chuan can redeem many life professions. The third reward is a high-level item, the Golden Synthesizer. Gold Synthesizer, Advanced. Attributes, can combine 3 pieces of equipment into one, and can choose to keep 5 of their attributes and 3 characteristics on the new equipment. The quality of the new equipment depends on the quality and quantity of the synthesized equipment. Use times, 1/1. Look at the properties of this item. Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up. When synthesizing equipment, its properties and characteristics can be preserved. That's great. Chapter 39. Jiang Chuan thought about the equipment on him. These equipment, including the Staff of Annihilation, or low level, or poor quality, they can only transition during the novice period. Sooner or later it will have to be replaced. But they all have some good attributes, special effects, and inscriptions. For example, the Demon Soul substitute of the Immortal Demon Armor, the Golden Light Barrier of the Snake King Shield, the Heavenly Chaos, hundreds of changes and illusions, and infinite growth of the Thousand Gods Illusionary Mask, the Sword opens the Sky Gate and 10,000 swords return to the origin of the Star God Flying Shadow Sword, the Sage's Heart and Divine Thunder of the Sage's Staff of Nirvana, etc. They are all top-notch equipment attributes. If he changes his equipment, it means he will lose these attribute enhancements. If you don't change it, it will hinder the growth of your strength. It's really a dilemma. But after having the Golden Synthesizer, this problem can be solved. Jiang Chuan can even use the Golden Synthesizer to integrate the special effects of several pieces of equipment into one piece of equipment, thus creating a best of the best piece of equipment. That was when Jiang Chuan was researching the 3 rewards. The system prompt sounded again. Ding dong! Alert to trialist Jiang Chuan, multiple pieces of your equipment are on the leaderboard. The rankings are as follows. 1 Legendary Equipment, Great Sage's Staff of Nirvana, ranked 1st. 2 Diamond Level Equipment, Star God Flying Shadow Sword, ranked 2 ND. 3 Diamond Level Equipment, Snake King Shield, ranked 3 RD. 4 Platinum Level Equipment, Immortal Demon Armor, ranked 5 TH. 5 Platinum Level Equipment, Thousand Gods Phantom Mask, ranked 7th. Please select the method of being listed, public information/hidden information/hidden part of the information. Look at the information in the list. Jiang Chuan smiled. He has only 5 pieces of equipment in total. Not to mention all of them on the list. It also occupied the top 3 places. The remaining 2 items are also ranked highly. A 5th place. A 7th place. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chuan said. The Great Sage's Staff of Nirvana, the Serpent King's Shield, and the Indestructible Demon Armor are listed in the name of Emperor Shishan. Hide equipment attributes. The rest of the information is not hidden. The Star God Flying Shadow Sword is listed in the name of Li Xiaoao. Hide equipment attributes. The rest of the information is not hidden. Hide all the information about the Thousand Gods illusion. Emperor Shishan and Li Xiaoao are both Jiang Chuan's aliases. But the two have different positioning. Indra is the ruler of a region, he must be powerful and have great appeal. Therefore, all the high-end equipment is under his name. Li Xiaoao, as his name suggests, is a chivalrous knight who plays with the world and is free and unrestrained. It's enough if the strength is about the same. A bit of a reputation. But it doesn't need to be too conspicuous. The flying sword will be his signature equipment. So the Star God Flying Shadow Sword was given to him. As for the Thousand Gods illusionary masks, it was the premise for Jiang Chuan to create a bunch of vests. Naturally, information cannot be disclosed. Not even a name. At this time, the equipment ranking list slowly unfolds. Trio list equipment ranking, rank, equipment, quality, owner's name attributes. 1 Great Sage, Staff of Nirvana Legendary Indra hidden. 2 Star God Flying Shadow Sword Diamond level Li Xiaoao hidden. 3 Snake King Shield Diamond level Indra hidden. 4 Surprise Attack Captain Crossbow Diamond level Hou Yuiao hidden. 5 Immortal Demon Armor Diamond level Emperor Shishan hidden. 6 Words of the Fire Spirit Platinum level Shangguan Li hide. 7 Hide, hide, hide hide. 8 Avenger Battle Axe Gold level Ninglong Elephant hidden. 9 Scorpion Spear, Gold level, Yin Wuju hidden. Note, equipment holders will receive system rewards. Rewards are calculated weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annually. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. The emergence of equipment rankings once again attracted the attention of countless people. As expected of Emperor Shishan, he tops the level rankings and has 3 pieces of equipment on the list, occupying 2 of the top 3 spots. Wow! Legendary equipment! I'm so jealous! A piece of silver level equipment dropped yesterday, and I felt like I owned the whole world. I quietly closed the list. Give me a novice sword, and I can chop my way from Heaven Mountain to the Divine Moon Forest. Li Xiaoao, I've never heard of him. He's not even on the rank list, but he has a piece of equipment ranked 2nd. He's so lucky. Luck is also a kind of strength. Who is this 7th? He hides the equipment information, the equipment quality, and even the equipment name. Is he trying to hide it from the public? A town-level trial base. A young man in elegant clothes. Looking at the pitch-black spear in his hand, which looked a bit like a scorpion's tail, he shouted in anger. Damn it, this is the equipment you found for me. It can't even make the top 3. It's garbage. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler came forward. He explained in a low voice. Master, we have placed an order with Master Ouyuizi. He has agreed to customize a platinum-grade spear for you. Humph! Platinum level, can't even make it into the top 3, are you here to be a firewood stick? The young man interrupted. Go, contact that Ouyuizi immediately and give him 1,000 gold coins. I want diamond-grade equipment. Diamond-grade, understand? This time, I'm not going to overwhelm Emperor Shishan, but I'm going to at least take his 3rd place in equipment. Not enough? If not, just pay more. Yin Wuju, have plenty of money. My Dongning Yin family has plenty of money. Because he was dissatisfied with Indra. So he clamored to give money to Ouyuzi. If Jiang Chuan knew that there were such strange people in the world, he would die of laughter. Yin Wuju, this name sounds familiar. Never mind, none of this matters. 1,800 gold to customize a diamond-grade spear. No matter how you look at it, I'm making a killing. I'll take it. That's when Jiang Chuan took the order. The Maple Leaf's big three also reunited. The young man winked at his colleagues and spoke excitedly. I'll tell you. Indra is invincible. This equipment ranking list once again proves my assertion. The old man sighed and said. Alas! The young are truly formidable. A newcomer's equipment is even more gorgeous than an old man like me who has worked hard for most of his life. There's no comparison. The burly man held a huge sword as big as a door panel and remained silent. The three of them were silent for a moment. The young man said again. Look. Li Xiaoao is on the list, and he's ranked second. Equipment. The strong man still held the giant sword tightly. Just after the young man finished speaking, he added in a muffled voice. Right, right, right. The one on the list is Li Xiaoao's equipment, not Li Xiaoao himself. You are such a boring guy. Speaking of Li Xiaoao, the old man took over the conversation with pride and said. No matter what, Li Xiaoao came from our Maple Leaf town. This is our honor. A passerby. Hiss. Can't you make people happy for a moment? He's obviously been hit by Emperor Shishan, and he hasn't recovered yet. Chapter 40. Complete the potion delivery and equipment customization tasks. Jiang Chuan. There are already tens of thousands of gold coins in the package. He went on a routine shopping spree. Search for magic crystals on the trading channel. No matter what the attribute is. No matter what the price. Jiang Chuan welcomes everyone who comes. If a Jaya wants to truly evolve into a world-destroying god, requires a huge amount of magic crystals. This money cannot be saved. Of course, he didn't forget his second brother. Unfortunately, after searching around, no treasures of the prison path were found. There were only a few things like gags, tortoise-shell ropes, and 9-section whips. It left him completely confused. A gag in the mouth. Stuff the prisoner's mouth to prevent her from speaking. This is understandable. But that rope is not even as thick as a little finger. Can it tie up the prisoner? The 9-section whip is even more pulling. A whip composed of 9 ribbons. Can hitting a criminal make him confess? Who knows, it might even lead to ridicule. Sir, are you tickling me? Down there, it's itchy. Push harder, push harder. When I think of this picture, Jiang Chuan felt very ashamed. Being mocked by the prisoners, I would rather die. Forget it. If you can't find it, just keep looking. You'll find it one day. Let's plan it now. What kind of new career should I choose? I have these merit points, but they don't earn any interest if I save them. I might as well spend them sooner rather than later. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan took out a long-forgotten prop from the package. Mist Poison Array Diagram, Entry Level. Requirements, available to Array Masters. Effect, a fog poison array can be set up. Any enemy that enters this array will fall into a poisoned state, losing 50 health points per second and having their defense reduced by 30%. Requirements, 1 Junior Formation Master, 5 Poison Sacks, 24 Magic Crystals. Note, the effect of the formation depends on the quality and quantity of the poison sacks. The higher the quality of the poison sacks and the more they are, the better the effect. This was one of the spoils he obtained in the Cave of 10,000 Snakes. Due to occupational restrictions. So it has never been used. How about changing to a formation master and try it? Jiang Chuan is very active. He immediately opened the merit mall. Start searching. System, help me search for formation-related professions. Ding dong. Search successful. The list of formation-related professions is as follows. 1. Grave robbers, Feng Shui, finding dragon points, moving mountains, digging graves, and opening hills. Exchange price, 3,500 merit points. 2. Feng Shui master, observe the heavens and earth, find spiritual veins, build formations, change Feng Shui, and change people's fate. Exchange price, 4,000 merit points. 3. Formation master, communicate with the spirit of heaven and earth, connect mountains, rivers, and lakes, and form independent and unique formation spaces. They can trap, deceive, kill, and confuse the enemy. They are omnipotent. Exchange price, 5,000 merit points. Look at the occupations on the list. Jiang Chuan looked envious. His face was covered with sweat again. You little rubbish, you can't afford to play with me. You actually attacked me from behind. Pharmacist 1,000 points. 1,500 points for the Tamer. The miner only has 500 points. You're a formation master, why do you want 5,000 points from me? He only needs 3,000 merit points. Not to mention being a formation master. Even the cheapest tomb raiders can't afford it. Grave robbers, hey. A Feng Shui master, hey. A formation master, right. I'll have to replace all of you in the future. Twist one, throw one, and then burn another. Obviously, Jiang Chuan was a little moved when he saw the information description in the list. Especially the profession of tomb robber. To find the dragon's A-cup ointment, look at the winding mountain. Each winding mountain is a new level of difficulty. All the races in the heavens. How many ancestors does this have? No, digging up someone's ancestral grave is something I, Jiang Chuan, would never do. It's clearly Wu Xiat, Hu Bei, and Man Yu Ping. I'd rather be late and stand in the corner as punishment than help an old lady cross the street. Chapter 41. Jiang Chuan happily closed the search list and said, System, please help me search again to see if there are any professions with particularly large backpacks, who walk particularly fast, and who can carry particularly heavy loads. I don't want to experience picking up a mountain of gold again. But I found it embarrassing that I couldn't move away. Ding dong. Search successful, the occupation list is as follows. 1. Postman, 1,500 merit points. 2. Escort, 2,500 merit points. 3. Traveling merchant 3,500 merit points. It's too expensive for the itinerant merchants to buy, no need to say more. A bodyguard is a combat profession. I can't change my profession, so there's no need to explain. Postman, 300% backpack capacity and load capacity, 100% movement speed increase when delivering goods, and you can also contract amount. Besides, this is the profession that I've always dreamed of, one that focuses on agility growth. After reading a few brief introductions to the professions, Jiang Chuan made a quick decision. Ding dong! Congratulations to the trialist Jiang Chuan, you've spent 1,500 merit points and successfully redeemed the postman's inauguration manual. The system prompt sounded. A booklet appeared in Jiang Chuan's hand. On the cover of the booklet, there is a picture of a yellow knight traveling through wind and rain. The mount's hooves are flying. The cavaliers are as stable as a rock. Jiang Chuan clapped his hands. The booklet then transformed into starlight and merged into his body. The system notification sound for successful employment. It also rang. Ding dong! Congratulations to the trialist Jiang Chuan, you have successfully been appointed as a postman, and your current position is junior. Beginner postman. Quality, ordinary. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional abilities. 1. Package enhancement, professionals can obtain a 300% package capacity and load increase. 2. Travel 1,000 miles a day. Professionals can get a 100% increase in movement speed when transporting goods. 3. Knight's Heart. Professionals can contract a mount, and the rider become one, traveling thousands of miles with the help of the wind. Note 1. Each time you complete a cargo transfer, you will gain corresponding proficiency. The more cargo you have and the longer the distance, the more proficiency you will gain. Note 2. When the proficiency reaches 100, you will be automatically promoted to intermediate postman. Look at this properties panel. Jiang Chuan nodded. It's the ability he wants. Especially the expansion of backpack capacity and increase of load capacity. With this ability, there will be no embarrassment of finding a mountain of gold but not being able to move it away. Promotion. Ding dong. Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you've triggered your innate ability, Almighty Creator. Postman has been promoted to Dragon Knight. Please check for details. Primary Dragon Knight. Quality, God level. Proficiency. Professional abilities. 1. Void Warehouse. Professionals have a void warehouse, which exists in the boundless void. The space is infinite and there is no time flow. You can store and take at any time, and the quality is always guaranteed. 2. Space Coordinates. Every time a professional arrives at a place, he can choose to leave the space coordinates. When the professional moves between the space coordinates, the movement speed increases by 1000%. 3. Heart of the Divine Dragon. Professionals can contract a dragon creature. The dragon creature will evolve as the professional's strength increases, and may eventually evolve into a god-level dragon. Note 1. Every time the professional's strength increases, the contracted creature will gain a corresponding degree of evolution. Note 2. The greater the improvement in the professional's strength, the more evolution points the contracted creature will gain. Note 3. Each time the contracted creature completes an evolution, its job title will be upgraded by 1 level. Note 4. Contracted creatures theoretically have the potential to evolve into divine dragons, but the specific effect depends on the strength of the professional. Note 5. Every time a Dragon Knight's job title is upgraded, he or she will gain a new job ability. Chapter 42. Looking at the attribute panel of the Dragon Knight, Jiang Chuan was very emotional. This ability is somewhat unreasonable. The package was expanded as promised. As a result, you built a warehouse for me. It is still a void warehouse where space is infinite and time stands still. Deposit and withdraw at any time. Always keep the quality. Is that a bit of cheating? There are also spatial coordinates and a 1000% movement speed bonus. Are there rocket thrusters installed on the boots? However, the most perverted thing is the most useless mount contract ability. After all, Jiang Chuan is the profession of a divine envoy. You have the ability to contract and train pets. Contract mount. Isn't it repeated? But after reading the specific effect description, Jiang Chuan realized that he had underestimated the heart of the dragon. This is not a mount. It's simply a real dragon. Ride a dragon to deliver express. Absolutely amazing. What's more, this mount has the potential to evolve to god level. Although Jaya also has god level potential. But look at that guy's evolutionary requirements. A single magic crystal of 120,000 units. It makes your scalp tingle. Not to mention that later on, you may face the danger of being strangled by the gods. But what about the heart of the dragon? As long as Jiang Chuan's strength improves, dragon mounts can gain evolution. Until it evolves into a dragon. It is worth mentioning that there is no proficiency limit for the Dragon Knight's career advancement. Every time the contracted creature evolves, the job title can be upgraded to a higher level. As long as I evolve 5 times, I can get a max level class. It's so easy. Compared to the upgrade difficulty of Divine Refiner, Divine Controller, Immortal Medicine God, and Earth Walker. The Dragon Knight is a free gift. After all, whether there is a Dragon Knight or not, Jiang Chuan needs to improve his strength. By the way, you can also get a full-level profession. Why not? At this moment, a system prompt sounded late. Ding! Reminder to the trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been promoted to the godly class Dragon Knight. Leveling up will grant you fixed attribute growth of 10 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 15 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. Your current level is 15, and you will receive 75 points of agility compensation. You trigger the Upgrade Maniac special effect. You gain 150 points of agility attribute growth. From now on, every time Jiang Chuan's level is increased, all attributes will be increased by 30 points. No other combat profession can compare to him. He has more strength than a warrior, more health than a knight, faster than an assassin, and more magic power than a wizard. It has become a hexagonal warrior. The next morning, Jiang Chuan woke up from bed. Then do a somersault. Turn over and get up. When he left the inn, new trial takers can already be seen in groups of 3 or 5 on the streets. Perhaps it was stimulated by Indra. The levels of this year's trial participants increased much faster than in previous years. Maybe this is the role of a leader. Jiang Chuan walked out of Maple Leaf Town. In full view of the public. Summon the flying sword, fly on it, and soar into the sky. Until it disappears into the distance. What the hell? A sword that can fly and carry people, what's going on? Could it be that the sword has become a demon? Silly. I can tell at a glance that you've been daydreaming in history class. This is a sword immortal. The sword god Jun Wuhen from 800 years ago was this same profession. Yes, I've also seen it in the biography of human heroes. Sword god Wuhen's signature ability is flying with a sword. I'm jealous. It's actually the legacy of the sword god. Alas! I finally made it out of the novice village, thinking I was the best for a while, but I got hit hard. I'm so upset. There is always someone stronger than you, and there is always someone higher than you. Some young female trial participants cheered with eyes full of love. Wow! The sword immortal in white clothes is so handsome. I have to say, this little brother really suits my aesthetic taste. It makes me want to. If I could be held in the arms of this handsome guy and fly around in the sky, I would have no regrets even if I died. Suddenly, someone shouted and said. I know who he is. Who? Li Xiaoao. The second on the equipment ranking list, the owner of the Star God Flying Shadow Sword, Li Xiaoao. So it was him, no wonder. He's not a lucky guy. He's not even on the level rankings. He only got a piece of diamond level equipment by luck. How could he be the descendant of the sword god? Luck is also a kind of strength. Besides, they might be hiding their strength. The reason why Jiang Chuan is so high profile. Of course, this was to make Li Xiaoao's alias officially appear in front of everyone. After all, Indra has so many halos around him. First kill of boss. First level 10. First in the level rankings. 5 pieces of equipment made it to the equipment rankings. With so many halos around you, you won't be suspected or forgotten even if you don't show up. AKA Sun Semiao, Ouyz, etc. They also have their own skills. His reputation in the circle is well known and admired by everyone. Only Li Xiaoao is mediocre and has no highlights. Don't hype it up. I really don't feel like I exist anymore. Yesterday's equipment rankings. Matching today's gorgeous appearance. Complement each other. Just right. In addition, Jiang Chuan has no plans to return to Maple Leaf Town. It doesn't matter whether it is exposed or not. Anyway, it was Li Xiaoao who was exposed. What does Jiang Chuan have to do with me? A moment later, Jiang Chuan appeared on a small hill. He took out the sub-disc of the mother and child teleportation array from his arms. Then start directly. In an instant, people appeared in the underground palace of the star iron ore vein. With the void warehouse, there is no need to keep it here. Tisk tisk. Tens of millions of star iron ore, not to mention forging equipment, it's enough to even build a star iron city. If Jiang Chuan sold these star irons, you can become a millionaire in an instant. There is no need to use a vest. Making money everywhere. But he didn't. Although there are many stars and irons. But compared to the resources required for a Jaya's evolution, it's just a drop in the bucket. More importantly, 1 unit of star iron is only worth 10 silver coins. And gold level equipment can be forged with 10 units of star iron, worth at least 300 gold coins. Comparing the two, Jiang Chuan knew exactly what to choose. Hey! Finally delivered the star iron to the void warehouse. Let's have breakfast somewhere. Then go find a dragon-type creature suitable for the contract. Build a dragon mount. Squeak! Squeak! Pighead, how could you be so stupid that you couldn't even catch a rabbit? Now the rabbit has escaped. What are you having for breakfast? A whole pig feast. Humph! 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 Can you blame me? The hole was so small, the rabbit slipped right in. I didn't stand a chance. At the foot of a mountain, Jiang Chuan holds the Orn Forge in his left hand. In the right hand is the sacred wooden king tripod. Pieces of ore. Each medicinal herb. He threw them into the furnace one by one. When they came out, they turned into equipment and potions. However, 2 loud noises startled him. What's wrong? Jiang Chuan frowned and asked. Squeak! Squeak! Master! It's all this stupid pig's fault. He couldn't even catch a rabbit. We even missed our breakfast. Humph! Humph! Master, this is all my fault. I don't know how Jaya trained him. It actually made Beiji stop talking. I changed to squealing like a pig. The grunt sound is hilarious. Jiang Chuan possesses the professional ability of a divine charioteer. Can understand animal language. Just let them do whatever they want. The ancients said, neither stupid nor deaf. Don't be a father-in-law. The same is true for keeping pets. It's just a rabbit. If it runs away, it runs away. Aren't there enough food all over the mountains for you two to mess around with? Squeak! 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 Master, this rabbit is different. It smells delicious. If only it could be made into breakfast. It's definitely a great tonic. Humph! Humph! It smells so good. Chapter 43. Jiang Chuan raised his eyebrows, feeling a little strange. It's not a roasted rabbit. Where's the fragrance? But he also knew that although these 2 guys were unreliable, they would never dare to lie. Everything happens for a reason. Well, let's go and take a look. Led by the 2 little ones, Jiang Chuan came to a cave. The entrance of the cave is very low, close to the ground. It's also very small. Only the size of a bucket. It is indeed impossible to pass through it in the normal way. But Jiang Chuan is not one to follow the beaten path. He just waved his hand and sank into the ground with his 2 pets. Then follow the direction of the cave. Keep moving forward. But wait until they get through the whole mountain. No one found the rabbit that entered the cave. Instead, there was a pungent smell of blood. Jiang Chuan looked up. I saw blood seeping down from somewhere on the surface. Consciousness extends out. All I saw above me was an empty valley. The valley is vast, 7 or 8 miles from east to west and about 20 miles from north to south. Birds singing and flowers blooming. The scenery is pleasant. At this moment, 2 groups of people were fighting in the valley. A scene of blood flowing like a river. It ruins the beautiful atmosphere of the valley. Humph. I hate people who dump garbage in other people's homes the most. After changing his job to Earth Walker, Jiang Chuan regarded the earth as his second home. Now, someone dares to pollute the earth with blood and water. How could he not be angry? Jiang Chuan had an idea. He then came out from underground with Beiji and Ajaya. One man and two beasts, like small trees, slowly grew from the ground. Head, chest, abdomen, waist, and legs. Emerging from the ground inch by inch. Separate the warring parties from the middle of the battlefield. The enemy you were fighting for life and death just a minute ago. Just like that, I stared blankly at a man and two beasts growing out of the ground. 12 ferocious snake heads. An ugly pig's head. A handsome human face. Both sides were stunned. Jiang Chuan walked out from underground, stretched his hands and feet, and then looked at the two warring parties. On the left, there was a group of beautiful white-eared fox girls. They were dressed in expensive clothes. Or colorful gauze skirts. Or a noble robe. A staff in his hand. Declaring their identity as legal professionals. However, they had the fewest people and most of them were injured, so they were clearly at a disadvantage. If Jiang Chuan had not arrived in time, I'm afraid they have already died out. Among them, a middle-aged beautiful fox was the most eye-catching. Under the lake blue gauze skirt, a pair of plump white rabbits were almost about to burst out of the clothes. Even if you stand still, you will feel that it is about to fall and you want to step forward to help support it. Coupled with a pair of talking almond eyes. A face as beautiful as a peach or plum. It is even more amazing. If I had to use one word to express my praise for her, it must be charming. But if you want to use an object to describe her, it should be peach. And they are the kind of peaches that are so ripe that they will ooze out juice when you pinch them. Jiang Chuan never thought about it. It turns out that people can also be described as ripe. Such a beauty, I hope to have a chance to have an in-depth communication with her. If we say that the middle-aged beauty fox attracts attention because of her amazing curves. There was a young fox girl next to her. She simply dazzled everyone with her beauty. She was wearing a white dress. She has a graceful figure and exquisite body. Especially that pretty face that is clear, delicate as fat, and white as jade. It is even more unforgettable. For a moment, Jiang Chuan felt that his heartbeat slowed down for a beat. However, he quickly recovered his composure. He looked nonchalant. Then turn your attention to the other side of the battlefield. There, gathered a group of ugly male black foxes. They are dressed in a messy manner, and the weapons in their hands are mostly daggers, short swords, claws and other melee physical equipment. Because of the large number of people, the black foxes have the advantage. Judging from the situation, it probably won't take long. Then all the white-eared fox girls can be killed. You are the ones throwing dirty water on the ground. Jiang Chuan glanced at the black fox side, then pointed at a pool of blood and asked. Black Fox was stunned when asked. Somewhat confused. But soon, some people began to react, and their faces showed indignation. This blood was shed by enemies and also by companions. If this is dirty water, then what am I? Is it garbage? Also, both sides were bleeding. Why are you only questioning us? Are you a double-standard person? If it weren't for Jiang Chuan and the others' appearance being too shocking. Add to that the 12-headed Agaya. And the appearance of pig-headed Beiji is too intimidating. I'm afraid someone has already drawn his sword and stepped forward. Fight with them desperately. The number of people on the white-eared fox girl's side is smaller. When Jiang Chuan asked the question, he didn't look at them. So no one answered. Even a few lowly fox girls were pushed back by their elders. Don't forget to stick your head out. Steal a glance at Jiang Chuan. But when Agaya's snake eyes and Beiji's pig head turned, he will be frightened and scream again, shrinking behind the elders. However, the male black foxes are the largest in number. Courageous too. After being questioned, a fox soon stepped forward and said angrily, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Sky Fox tribe and speak rudely to us? Are you courting death?" But Jiang Chuan's side has not spoken yet. The pretty fox girl among the white-eared fox girls said with an indignant look on her face, "Now you know it's the Sky Fox tribe. Aren't you traitors planning to overthrow the King Kai's Sky Fox inheritance and establish your own Ghost Eye Fox kingdom? If you have the guts, don't use the name of my Sky Fox clan to show off your power." Pretty fox girl just finished speaking. He was pulled back by the middle-aged beautiful fox. "Shwetter, stop messing around." The black fox who was scolded by Shwetter was shocked and a little ashamed. After they reacted, they retorted harshly, "I used it." "What? Your Tishan clan has long been in decline, and you only have a little girl left. How dare you speak so arrogantly? I thought it was time for you to be in charge. King Kaiu is now ruled by the Su, Bai, and Hu families. Look at them, will they stand up for you, Tishan clan?" Ha ha! Upon hearing this, the white fox side panicked and their faces changed drastically. As if she had thought of something, she cried, "What, what?" It turned out that the Su, Bai, and Hu families were behind this. No wonder. We've already left King Kaiu. Do they still want to kill us all? Alright, since King Kaiu can't accommodate us, you won't be able to get that secret. Damn it! Don't forget that Lady Suanv is the ancestor of our Tishan clan. Once the Tishan clan is destroyed, you will never be able to inherit the ancestor's legacy again. The white-eared fox girls all looked miserable. Many of them. He even closed his eyes and said nothing. Even the staff was abandoned. He looked like he was waiting to die. The black fox who had spoken earlier also changed his expression and spoke in panic. Did I say anything? When did I say that the Su, Bai, and Hu families were the ones who ordered us to do this? It was clearly us who took the initiative. Its words are spoken without restraint. But even his own people couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, if it's yes, and if it's no, it's no. What's there to explain? They are all a bunch of dead foxes. So what if they knew? Secret? Hey! That lord gave me a soul-binding bead. After I kill you all, I'll extract your souls and send them back to King Kaiu. Naturally, there's a way to get the secret. Lady Suanv? Humph. She's been dead for years, and she still wants to scare us. As for her inheritance, you're just a harmful spirit, take it to your coffin. How many Kuabai-sama have died under that inheritance in the past 3,000 years? Stop talking nonsense and get started quickly, or else there will be more trouble. Kill everyone here, not even one. When Jiang Chuan heard the name of King Kaiu Sky Fox, my heart trembled. The Fox clan is also one of the myriad clans. However, the power of this race is scattered in various places. Never unified. The strength is not too strong. The Sky Fox is the representative of the Fox clan. It is divided into ordinary white fox, legendary three-tailed spirit fox, epic six-tailed demon fox, and mythical nine-tailed celestial fox. 3,000 years ago, a god-level powerful being was born, Juxuan Tianv, which can be regarded as a wealthy family whose ancestors had once been rich. In King Kaiu, the 9 mysterious goddess plundered resources and cut the continent to construct an independent plane. Just like the Tianyang realm. The base camp of the King Kaiu Sky Fox. But its scale is far from comparable to that of the human race's Tianyang realm. It is said that the King Kaiu Sky Fox is not too strong. That depends on who you compare yourself with. If compared with the entire human race, King Kaiu can indeed be destroyed in the blink of an eye and broken at any time. But compared with Jiang Chuan, This is definitely a powerful force that cannot be provoked for the time being. Chapter 44. Think of this. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but feel moved. Open the Eye of Void. Then he looked towards the white-eared fox girl. Taking advantage of the quarrel between the two sides, he read through all the information about the white-eared fox girl. Unfortunately, the result disappointed Jiang Chuan. Among the more than 50 white-eared fox girls, only 3 were of the legendary fox bloodline. A young lowly, a pretty girl, a beautiful middle-aged woman. Wait, this is... Jiang Chuan looked back disappointedly. But he caught a glimpse of a pretty face that was half covered and half exposed. It was the beautiful white fox girl who had previously mocked the black fox group and was then pulled behind by the middle-aged beautiful fox girl. White Fox Titian Snow. Level, 23. Potential, Mythical. Status, White Fox, 99%. Description: the bloodline of the exiled nine-tailed sky fox is locked and cannot be broken through. Bloodline: nine-tailed sky fox 33%, phantom fox 21%, fire cloud fox 17%, moonlight fox 9%, snow fox 5%. Advanced method: 1. Feeding with the petals of the moon palace laurel and soaking in the moonlight spring can remove the blood lock. 2. Bathing in the moonlight spring can increase the blood concentration of the fox spirit. When the blood concentration reaches 100%, it will be promoted to a legendary three-tailed fox spirit. 3. Absorbing the essence of the moon god stone can increase the blood concentration of the three-tailed fox. When the blood concentration reaches 100%, it will be promoted to an epic six-tailed fox. 4. Set up the Changzi Jade Array on the day of the Swanyu to absorb the essence of the moonlight, which can increase the blood concentration of the six-tailed fox. When the blood concentration reaches 100%, it will be promoted to the mythical nine-tailed fox. 5. When the nine-tailed fox bloodline is complete, you can try to fuse the divinity of the nine mysterious goddess and inherit the nine mysterious goddesses' position to be promoted to a god-level fox. Note: this move is extremely dangerous, with a 100% chance of survival. In the past 3,000 years, no one from the King Kaihu Fox clan has ever succeeded. Holy shit! Is this even possible? Even if you come out for breakfast, you can still pick up a mythical creature. Still a beautiful nine-tailed fox girl. Am I the child of destiny? No, 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 this is impossible. How could I be the child of destiny? That thing is so dangerous. Jiang Chuan shuddered subconsciously. Shake your head like a rattle. At the same time, a black fox with a ferocious and ugly face was staring at Jiang Chuan fiercely and said, "Kill everyone here, not even one." Apparently, Jiang Chuan heard some secret information that could not be passed on to others. These male black foxes had no intention of letting the man and two beasts escape alive. Seeing this, Beiji's eyes rolled around and he seemed to understand something. It pulled out a nine-toothed rake from its crotch and shouted, "How dare you be disrespectful to my master? Watch the fight!" Then he rushed towards the black fox. With just one encounter, the black fox who said "kill everyone here" was smashed to the ground and turned into a ball of meat paste. This nine-toothed rake was naturally made by Jiang Chuan specifically for Beiji. It's also a bit of his bad taste. But for some reason, after Beiji got the nine-toothed rake, it was so intimate that I couldn't let it go and didn't want to leave it for a moment. The only place where it hides the rake. It's a bit hard to accept. Beiji was seen brandishing his nine-toothed rake and killing the black foxes. After a few moves, he beat the black foxes and made them flee in panic. He kept shouting, "How dare you, black fox, be disrespectful to my lord? Damn you sy fox, die! Look at the power of my nine-toothed rake! Haha! This was made specifically for me, old pig, by my master. Isn't it amazing? Come on, take another bite from me. Hey! Let me, old pig, send you into the abyss. Beiji fought and shouted while turning his head to look at Jiang Chuan frequently. It is obvious that this guy is showing his loyalty and presence. Unfortunately, Jiang Chuan was too lazy to pay attention to it. Looking at the reckless man's behavior, Agayi couldn't help but cover his face with his snake tail, looking as if he was too embarrassed to watch. Second brother, this pig-headed flattery is too obvious, isn't it? How embarrassing! Let me hide quickly. Hee hee. A pighead is a pighead, so uneducated. The word saucy is used to refer to female foxes, but the one it hit was a male fox. Being in the company of such an idiot is like having a snake's face. Let me hide from him. Brother, should we flatter the master as well? Otherwise, the master will believe the pig-headed nonsense. We brothers are afraid that we will fall out of favor. Oh! Who is squeezing me? No need, third brother. As long as we keep our master's stomach, we won't have to worry about falling out of favor. Stop pushing, save me a spot. Unfortunately, there are too many snake heads, and when you cover one face, you reveal that face. Covering that face, and then revealing this face. Several snake heads are fighting for the tail. To hide your face. An internal conflict broke out. I don't know what they are ashamed of. If I hide it, will the shame disappear? This scene also left the group of white-eared fox girls behind him stunned. Brother, the war has started, can you be serious? Just as the white-eared fox girls were hesitating whether to step forward to help, a dozen black foxes circled around Beiji. Actually came towards Jiang Chuan. Careful! Tu Shangxue was shocked when she saw this and immediately spoke up to remind him. After saying that, he waved his staff again. Get ready to unleash the magic. Support Jiang Chuan. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But Tu Shangxue was soon dumbfounded. Because of that good-looking human, he actually ignored the impending sneak attack. Turn around and smile to yourself. His smile is so beautiful, it actually warms my heart, like an electric shock. I really want to. Pa! This is a battlefield, what am I thinking? Tu Shangxue was stunned at first. Then react quickly. She was seen waving her hands, desperately signaling Jiang Chuan to be careful behind him. A pretty little face was filled with anxiety. Brother, you are being attacked, can you please be more serious? Pets are unreliable, and owners are unreliable too. Even if you have feelings for me, let's talk about it after we fight, okay? Forget it, let me save you. Alas! In the end, I alone have to shoulder all the responsibility. Tu Shangxue raised his staff and muttered something. Ancient ice spirit. Please grant me the power of extreme ice. I can condense ice into shape, transform frozen blades into arrows, and destroy. An ice arrow half a meter long and as thick as a thumb. It condensed in front of Tishan Shuet. But when she was about to shoot the ice arrow, something happened that stunned her. I saw one of Ajaya's snake heads being squeezed out. Then he spat at the black fox that was running towards him. A fireball as thick as a water tank roared and smashed over. The fireballs landed on the ground, directly blowing several black foxes into charcoal, mummies, and ashes. Then, the flaming snake head squeezed back. Squeezed out another snake head. The snake head that was squeezed out opened its mouth, and dozens of wind blades swirled and flew towards the approaching black foxes. The wind blade slashed across the black fox's body. Immediately his head and body were separated. Broken limbs and arms flew everywhere. In this way, one snake head after another was squeezed out. Then he casually cast a spell. After killing the approaching black fox, then he pushed in hard. The snake head that squeezes and pushes out the other snake heads. This cycle repeats itself. Not a single black fox could get close to Jiang Chuan. In the hearts of every white-eared fox girl, this thought came to my mind. Are you guys playing a game, or are you playing me? Chapter 45. Following the killing of Beiji Inagaya, Jiang Chuan also heard the system prompt sound continuously. Ding! You gained 1080 experience points. Ding! You gained 390 experience points. Ding! You gained 520 experience points. Finally, he killed the boss of the ghost-eyed Black Fox clan. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan. Your pet Zhu Beiji successfully killed the golden boss, the ghost-eyed Fox King. You earned 5,000 experience points. With the infusion of massive experience points, Jiang Chuan's level is successfully upgraded. Ding dong! Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 16. Trigger the Upgrade Maniac special effect. You gain 30 points of strength, 30 points of constitution, 30 points of agility, and 30 points of spirit. You gain a hidden attribute growth of 10 charm points. And the level increase triggers the innate ability, Magic Control. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan. You have leveled up and successfully comprehended the intermediate fire magic Burning Flame Ring. Please check for details. Burning Flame Ring. Level 1. Effect: releases a ring of burning flames centered on itself, attacking nearby enemies, dealing 1000 plus 3 * spirit magic damage and sending them flying. Cooldown: 100 seconds. Cost: 500 mana points. Proficiency: 0/100. This is already Jiang Chuan's magical control. The 6th skill acquired. Also at this time, the 3rd system prompt sounded. Ding dong! Trialist Jiang Chuan, you killed the gold rank boss the ghost-eyed Fox King. You will gain the following stat growth. Strength attribute plus 40. Constitution attribute plus 40. Agility plus 40. Spiritual attribute plus 40. A gold level boss. Increases Jiang Chuan's attributes by 40 points. Having accomplished this feat, Beiji proudly returned to Jiang Chuan carrying the 9-toothed rake. Then he looked at the white-eared fox girls viciously. It seems like we haven't killed enough. He looked like he wanted to continue killing. Only Agaya was still playing hide and seek. Jiang Chuan ignored these two funny guys. He turned around and smiled at Tu Shangxiu. Then he strode over. Wow! He smiled at me again, so heartwarming. I'm almost dizzy. He's coming towards me. Is he going to confess his feelings? What should I do? What should I do? Should I agree? Or should I agree? Saw Jiang Chuan coming. The white-eared fox girls were terrified. Retreat again and again. But he found Tu Shangxiu still standing there motionless. He walked forward again, trembling and blocking the way in front of Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan didn't force it. He stood up and asked Tu Shangxiu across a group of white-eared fox girls. Will you be my pet? When the white-eared fox girls heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Our own young master. How can it be a human pet? This is the only bloodline of Lord Juxuan. But before they could speak, Tu Shangxiu actually nodded directly and said shyly. I do. This answer almost made the white-eared fox girls faint. Little ancestor, what the hell do you want? Also, what does that shy look on your face mean? They collect pets. Not a proposal. Tu Shangxiu finally reacted. Hey! Pet, pet! She looked disappointed, and felt as if her heart was being squeezed hard. But look at the remaining tribesmen around you. Then look at the little sisters lying in a pool of blood. Look at Zhu Beiji with a ferocious look on his face, Ajaya playing hide and seek with a snake alone, and Jiang Chuan with a warm but determined look. Tu Shangxiu suddenly smiled again. Maybe this is a good thing. At least the remaining members of the tribe won't be bullied. Ding dong! Congratulations to the trialist Jiang Chuan, you have successfully contracted a common level pet, the White Fox 2 Shangxiu. Please check for details. White Fox Tishan Snow. Level, 23. Quality, Ordinary. Bloodline, White Fox, Mythical Potential, Sealed, 99%. HP 1325. MP 1100. Strength, 135. Constitution, 127. Agility, 149. Mental, 211. Attack power, 987 1399. Defense, 825. Talents. 9 deaths, SSS level talent, the host can be resurrected without damage after death, and each time it is resurrected, all attributes will be increased by 10%, the remaining number of resurrections and increases, 9/9. Charm of the Celestial Fox, SSS level talent. The nine-tailed Celestial Fox possesses the ability to charm all beings. Once this talent is activated, the target's favorability towards you will be increased by 100%. If the target's spiritual attribute is lower than the nine-tailed Celestial Fox's, they will become the nine-tailed Celestial Fox's charm slave, controlling their body, mind, and soul. If the target's spiritual attribute is more than twice that of the nine-tailed Celestial Fox, the nine-tailed Celestial Fox will be counterattacked and become the target's charm slave instead. This talent has not been awakened and is currently unavailable. Skills: Ice Arrow LV3, Ice Spear LV2, Ice Rain LV1, Ice Storm LV1, Frozen Secret LV1. Chapter 46. Looking at Tu Shangxiu's attribute panel, Jiang Chuan was quite surprised. She was sealed. He actually possesses 2 SSS level talents. This is no less powerful than Ajaya's 12-headed demon snake bloodline. Although one of them has not yet awakened. But it is enough to prove to Shangxiu's future potential. Moreover, the attributes of these 2 talents. They are all very good. 9 resurrection opportunities, and each resurrection will gain a 10% increase in all attributes. If you hold it until the late stage. When the attributes exceed 10,000. Send 9 more waves, and your attributes will double. In each wave, take away a powerful enemy. Tisk tisk. So sour and refreshing. And the charm of the Sky Fox, which can actually transform its target into a charm slave. Just when Jiang Chuan was surprised, the illustrated book of all beasts opens. On the 3rd page, a beautiful girl with natural charm, pure and lovely appearance appeared. There are 9 white tails dancing behind the girl, combining 2 completely different temperaments, charm and purity. It is truly a model of purity and desire. 9-tailed Celestial Fox. She is indeed a beauty who can charm everyone. The system prompt sounded. Ding dong. Alert to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have successfully contracted the White Fox 2 Shangxiu and will copy her strongest ability. You can choose from the following talents. 1 9 deaths, SSS level talent. The host can be resurrected without damage after death, and each time they are resurrected, they will gain a 10% increase in all attributes. 2 Charm of the Celestial Fox, SSS level talent. The 9-tailed Celestial Fox possesses the ability to charm all living things. Once this talent is activated, the charm attribute increases by 100%. If the target's spiritual attribute is lower than the 9-tailed Celestial Fox's, they will become the 9-tailed Celestial Fox's charm slave, and their body, mind, and soul will be controlled. If the target's spiritual attribute is more than twice that of the 9-tailed Celestial Fox, the 9-tailed Celestial Fox will be counterattacked and become the target's charm slave. Note 1. Charm of the Celestial Fox has not yet awakened and cannot be copied. You can wait for it to awaken, or choose to copy other talents. Note 2. Charm of the Celestial Fox is a talent exclusive to female Celestial Foxes and cannot be copied. Please copy other talents. See these 2 tips. Jiang Chuan rolled his eyes. If you can't copy it and can't use it, then why are you out here? A waste of time, a waste of expression. Copy, 9 deaths. Ding dong. Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have obtained the innate ability, 9 deaths. Please check for details. The 9 deaths ability is a life-saving talent. It's also a life-threatening talent. It is also a talent that can grow explosively in the later stages. Jiang Chuan does not plan to use it in the early stages. Anyway, he has so many life-saving abilities. This one is not missing either. After completing the contract, Tu Shangxiu pulled the middle-aged beautiful fox aside. He whispered to persuade. Then, the other white-eared fox girls joined in. Another moment passed. I don't know what they talked about. The white-eared fox girls actually began to sob softly. Then he burst into tears. A sad look. This made Jiang Chuan very embarrassed. If the big villain is not himself. And I haven't done anything yet. After hearing the crying, I'm afraid everyone would mistakenly think that they have done everything. Tu Shangxiu came over with a group of white-eared fox girls with red eyes. Then he handed the 2 things to Jiang Chuan and said, Master, this is the soul-blocking orb brought by the ghost-eyed black fox. It can extract the souls of the recently deceased. It is a cruel and evil weapon. I now hand it over to you for disposal. Jiang Chuan took it and looked at it, frowning slightly. Soul Forbidden Bead. Quality, Legendary. Attributes, can extract the soul of a recently deceased person and imprison it in a soul bead, making it impossible for the person to live or die. Note, the vessel of the undead created by the Lich. You actually used the weapon of the dead to deal with your own people. Damn it! The undead clan likes to use their souls to refine various equipment, props, and treasures. The Soul Forbidden Orb is a tool specifically used to collect souls. But I didn't expect that the King Kaihu Sky Fox would actually use it against its own clan, which is disgusting. This kind of prop that imprisons the soul. It is almost every living being's nightmare. After all, no one wants to die without a peaceful rest. Jiang Chuan nodded immediately and said, Okay. I'll take it. I'll find a place to dispose of it later. Tu Shangxiu picked up the second item and introduced it. Master, this is the last bit of Artisan clan's treasure. Now I present it to my master. I hope the master will treat my people well. Speaking of this, I don't know whether he was reluctant to part with the treasure or was thinking of his dead tribesmen. Tu Shangxiu's eyes were slightly red. Xian wanted to cry. The other white-eared fox girls also looked sad. Jiang Chuan wanted to refuse, but he had already accepted the person as a pet. He also covets ancestral treasures. Somewhat unauthentic. But once he saw the properties of the item, he couldn't take his eyes off it. This is a palm-sized black token. On the front is written the word Ling in ancient seal script. On the back is a huge city with houses, walls, and roads clearly visible. There were even crowds of people. There is already a lot of traffic. Territory Construction Token. Function: after placement, you can build a territory on the original site. The territory is recognized by the Heavenly Dao and can be continuously upgraded and expanded, bringing continuous income and growth to the Lord. Note 1. The builder will automatically open the sub-profession column and change to Lord. Note 2. Each professional can only own one territory. The words Territory Construction Token. Jiang Chuan was very excited. Although the Wanzhou continent is vast, there is no man's land everywhere. But few people are willing to build territories in the wilderness. Even if there is such a territory, no one is willing to join it. Because these territories are not recognized by the Heavenly Dao system, they have no attribute bonuses. And the territory recognized by the Heavenly Dao can load a variety of territory characteristics. For example, increasing grain production and livestock breeding. Another example is increasing the success rate of equipment forging, potion refining, etc. Another example is increasing the city's defense capabilities. There are many types of attributes. The effects can vary. However, the wilderness territory does not have these attribute bonuses. Low returns. Not safe either. From this we can see the value of the territory construction token. But for Jiang Chuan, the second effect of the territorial order made him even more jealous. That is the job change to the Lord class. Occupation. This is for Jiang Chuan, who has the Almighty Creator. What does it mean? It goes without saying. Okay, I'll take it. From now on, I will protect the Sky Fox tribe and the King Cultivation clan, and will not let you come to any harm. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath and spoke in an extremely serious tone. Hearing this, Tu Shangxiu and the white-eared fox girls couldn't help but cheer, looking excited. They have all witnessed Jiang Chuan's strength. Although he, the master, did not take any action. But Beiji was so powerful when he killed everyone. Ajaya is so powerful that he can easily destroy his enemies. They all left a deep impression in their hearts. Although they don't want to live under someone else's roof, being protected by a strong person and not being bullied is enough to make them excited. After all, the tragic scene of the massacre of their tribesmen is still vivid in their minds. But unexpectedly, the surprises didn't end there. One day, I will help you recapture King Kaiyu and rebuild the Tishan clan. Chapter 47. Jiang Chuan had just finished speaking. All white-eared fox girls, including Tishan Shuet. I couldn't help but burst into tears. Tu Shangxiu even threw herself into Jiang Chuan's arms. Tears instantly soaked his collar. This is not a sad cry. It was an expression of extreme excitement. Since the rebellion, the entire Tishan clan was expelled and fled in all directions, living in danger of their future. Many tribesmen died on the way. Until now, he is the direct descendant of Lord Juxuan. Tu Shangxiu was the only one left. Just ask yourself, who doesn't want to return to King Kaiyu and take back everything they have lost? Regardless of whether Jiang Chuan has the ability to fulfill his promise. At least for now. In the hearts of all white-eared fox girls are full of hope. Because this is the last straw they can grasp. Jiang Chuan stretched out a hand, gently patting Tu Shangxiu's back. Comfort silently. The soft jade and warm fragrance also made him feel peaceful. At this time, the middle-aged beautiful fox walked forward with red eyes. Jiang Chuan thought she was also there to seek comfort. I couldn't help but stretch out a hand. Give up half of your shoulder. So she came along. But unexpectedly, the middle-aged beautiful fox not only did not fall into Jiang Chuan's arms. After glaring at him fiercely, Tu Shangxiu was also taken away. This disappointed Jiang Chuan greatly. What? I gave you half of my embrace, but you didn't want it. Do you want to eat it all by yourself? Woman, I'm not that kind of person. Jiang Chuan walked to the center of the valley while complaining in his heart. Then he inserted the territory construction token. The system prompt sound came as expected. Ding dong. Remind the trialist Jiang Chuan, do you want to build a territory here? I'm sure. Jiang Chuan had seen that the valley was very large, about 7 or 8 miles from east to west and about 20 miles from north to south. There is also a waterfall cascading down from the top of the mountain. Then across the valley. It also flows out from the underground river. Moreover, the valley is secluded, with only one canyon and a cave leading to the outside world, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. It's a great place to develop your own territory. As for whether there will be development bottlenecks in the later stage. Hehe. On the continent of all races, there are many props that can move cities. As long as you can afford it, you can even move mountains. Ding dong. Please name your city. Yanhuang leader. This may be Jiang Chuan's only memory of his previous life. Ding dong. Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. Your territory has been successfully built. Since you are the first trialist to build a territory, you will receive the following rewards. 1. You have obtained the rare title, Chosen King. Please check for details. 2. You gain battlefield merit, 5,000 points, which can be used to redeem equipment, treasures, skill books, territory and real estate, etc. 3. You obtain a rare item, Minotaur's War Horn, Advanced. There was only a simple wooden house. It rises from the center of the valley. It is said to be a wooden house. In fact, it is more like a shack built casually with a few pieces of wood. There are large gaps between the wooden boards. Just standing outside. The interior environment is also visible at a glance. A breeze blew, causing the wooden door to sway and creak. Jiang Chuan didn't care. Just open the properties panel silently. Study them one by one. Territory, Yanhuang territory. Faction, human. Lord, Jiang Chuan. Level, small village territory. Features, none. Area, 100*100. Population, 1/100. Economy, 0/100. Culture, 0/100. Military, 0/100. Existing building, Lord's Cabin. Buildings to be constructed, fences, arrow towers, houses, taverns, tailor shops, blacksmith shops. Territory troops, none. Resource point, none. Supplies, none. Upgrade condition 1, population, economy, culture, military and other indicators all reach 100 points. Upgrade condition 2, own 10 civilian buildings and 5 military buildings. Upgrade condition 3, possess at least one territory specialty. Looking at this desolate land, Jiang Chuan was actually quite satisfied. A towering building rises from the ground. Rome was not built in a day. Sooner or later he will be able to take over this new territory. Build a hegemon. At this time, he finally had time to look at the system rewards. The Chosen King. Level, 1. Property. Strength plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Agility plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Special effect, Chosen King. For every kilometer increase in the diameter of the Lord's territory, 1 point of luck and 1 point of charm will be increased. For every 1,000 miles increase, 1 point of destiny attribute will be gained. The destiny attribute can make everything go smoothly for the ruler, and the ruler can also make a wish to the heaven by consuming the destiny attribute, and everything will come true. Luck value. Charm value. Destiny attribute. Looking at the attribute panel of the Chosen King, Jiang Chuan frowned slightly. Luck and charm are both hidden attributes of professionals. The former can increase the equipment explosion rate, as well as the success rate of life professionals in forging, refining medicine, and making tools. The latter can increase one's own attractiveness. For example, the Lord's appeal to his subjects. For example, the success rate of a beastmaster when contracting a pet. These are all quite useful attributes. But the attribute of destiny touches on Jiang Chuan's blind spot in knowledge. A territory of 1,000 meters can only increase luck and charm by 1 point. Isn't this too difficult? As for the destiny attribute and the 1,000-mile territory, are you kidding me? Forget it. Let's just leave it there and collect dust. Obviously, this title will be of no use in the short term. The second reward of the system is also good. 5,000 merit points. Plus the remaining 1,500 merit points. It's enough to exchange Chuan for any one of the 3, Tomb Raider, Feng Shui Master, and Formation Master. The third reward is a territory treasure. Can improve the combat capability of the army. Tauren's War Horn, Advanced. Attributes, after blowing the Minotaur's War Horn, the attributes of the entire army can be increased by 50%, and all people are not affected by negative effects such as fear, weakness, and curse. Maximum coverage, 1000 meters in diameter. Unfortunately, I don't have a single gun, and this treasure is temporarily useless. Jiang Chuan sighed. At the same time, Tu Shangxue was appointed as consul, and asked her to enter the rest of the white-eared fox girls into the territory's household registration. These were the first inhabitants of the territory. Although the naive Tu Shangxue doesn't know how to manage a territory, but that middle-aged beautiful fox understands. This person is a loyal supporter of Tishan. She once served as the female prime minister of King Kaiyu, responsible for handling the internal affairs of the entire King Kaiyu. Assist Tu Shangxue. Manage a small newcomer territory. It's a piece of cake. The other white-eared fox girls are also elite talents under the Tishan clan. It is just enough to set up the organizational framework of Yan Huangling. At this time, the system prompt sound that Jiang Chuan had been thinking about finally rang. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. You have successfully become a lord, triggering the talent Almighty Creator. Lords will be promoted to the god-level profession, ruler. Current title, Baron. Please check for details. Baron Ruler. Quality, God level. Proficiency. Professional abilities. 1. Baptism of Destiny. All subjects under the ruler's command will have their qualifications increased by 1. 2. Immortality. As long as the ruler's territory is not destroyed, the ruler will not die. Every time he dies, he will be resurrected in the territory. 3. Destiny enhancement. The ruler will get a chance to enhance when the territory is upgraded, and can enhance equipment, arms, heroes, treasures, and buildings to god level. Note 1. There is no proficiency requirement for the overlord to upgrade. The overlord's professional level will automatically increase with each level of territory upgrade. Note 2. The ranks of rulers are divided into 5 levels: Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, and Duke. Note 3. When the dominance territory reaches the large city level, it is necessary to establish a country to continue to improve, and the professional level will enter the title stage, such as King, Emperor, etc. Note 4. Every time a dominant gains a level, he or she will gain a new professional ability. Chapter 48. Before Jiang Chuan could open the Overlord's panel to check, the system prompt sounds rang one after another. Ding! Reminder to the trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been promoted to the God level class, Dominator. Leveling up will gain 5 points of charm and 5 points of luck, hidden attribute growth. Your current level is 16, and you will receive 75 points of luck attribute compensation. Trigger the Upgrade Maniac special effect. You gain a hidden attribute growth of 150 points of luck. The Overlord's regular attribute growth is not outstanding, but the luck value of 5 points per level made Jiang Chuan quite satisfied. This is a hidden attribute. Even if you have free attribute points, you cannot actively add them. But compared to the professional abilities of the ruler, the effect of attribute growth is somewhat pale in comparison. These 3 professional abilities are truly amazing. The Baptism of Destiny can increase the qualifications of the subjects by +1. This means that Beiji, who only has the potential to be a demigod, will have the opportunity to enter the realm of gods. And Agayi, who already possessed god-level potential, the potential will also be taken to a higher level. There is also Tu Shangxue, who possesses the bloodline of the mythical 9-tailed fox, and she will become even more powerful. If the Baptism of Destiny is to enhance the strength of others. If the destiny is not to die, it is an absolute life-saving ability. Possesses this professional ability, Jiang Chuan will be immortal. As long as the territory still exists, he can be resurrected infinitely. Speaking of which, if this ability is combined with the 9 deaths body, will it work wonders? Every time I die, all my attributes increase by 10%. If I die a few more times, I'll go to heaven. However, even though I thought so in my heart. But Jiang Chuan had no intention of putting it into action. Only a fool would joke with his own life. The Overlord also has a professional ability called Destiny Enhancement. This ability mainly enhances the strength of Jiang Chuan and territory from the external aspect. Ordinary items such as equipment, arms, heroes, treasures, buildings, etc. can be directly enhanced to God level. This made Jiang Chuan very envious. Can I gain more reinforcements only after upgrading my territory? What a pity that I can't try it right away. It really makes me anxious. In addition to the three major professional abilities, the upgrade conditions for the Overlord are also very interesting. Other professions need to continuously improve their professional proficiency in order to achieve the goal of upgrading. But the ruler's professional level is tied to the territory. Only the territory level is increased. The professional level will be improved. Moreover, the levels of professional titles are also different. Other occupations are divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. But the rulers were divided into Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. When the territory reaches the large city level, it is even more necessary to establish a country and establish a regime in order to continue to improve. At that time, the title was changed to King, Emperor, and Emperor. At most before the title. Plus the title of professional. What title should I give myself? King of Heaven, Emperor of Heaven, Heaven. Ugh. This is a bit disgusting, pass. Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Late Emperor, this is not auspicious, pass. God King, God Emperor, God Emperor. This one is not bad, it can be included in the list of candidates. Just when Jiang Chuan was thinking about what title to give himself, there were frequent strange changes throughout the valley. The middle-aged beautiful fox pulled Tu Shangxiu and gave her careful instructions. Shuer, you need to be more reserved. Don't rush into a man's arms so easily. If you get something too easily, those stinky men often won't cherish it. The middle-aged beautiful fox is named Nai Yorong. She is the female prime minister of King Kaihu. She is also Tu Shangxiu's aunt. After being taught a lesson, Tu Shangxiu's pretty face turned slightly red and she felt very shy. The fox-eared girls surrounding her also nodded repeatedly. You need to be more reserved. Men are not good. Be careful not to be taken advantage of. While speaking, he kept glancing at Jiang Chuan, as if he was guarding against a pervert. However, at this moment, 5 colored beams of light fell from the sky and landed on each of the fox-eared girls. And the fox-eared girls were wrapped in 5 colored light beams. I also suddenly realized that there was an intense, bone-deep, and irresistible feeling of pleasure spreading throughout my body. Boo! Boo! Ah! 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 Unable to control themselves, they let out a series of incomprehensible groans. Even the dignified and elegant Nai Yorong. I couldn't help but let out a sound of HMM. For a moment, the entire valley. The sounds of boo. Ah. Uh-huh. Ao, came one after another, without stopping. Then, wait until the tingling pleasure that made them disappear. The fox-eared woman suddenly discovered. My strength has actually improved. I seem to have comprehended the power of extreme ice. This is the nether flame, this is the nether flame, I finally mastered the nether flame, haha. Woo woo woo. If I could have controlled the wood revival earlier, Mom wouldn't have died. Hey! Where, you've grown 3 tails. You're a 3-tailed fox now. Sister Ling, you too, you also grew 3 tails and became a spirit fox. Not only us, everyone has evolved into a 3-tailed fox. Ah! Aunt Rong has been promoted to a 6-tailed demon fox. And Ping Ping and Xiaojini are, they've both become 6-tailed demon foxes. Quick, come and see how His Highness is doing. Oh my god! You finally opened your eyes. The King Kaihu clan is saved. All I saw were white foxes behind them. Grow tails like blankets. The fox's tail sways and dances. Very strange. Obviously, these white foxes have evolved into legendary three-tailed foxes. Nai Yorong, Hua Jinner and Duguping are the three-tailed fox spirits themselves. All evolved into more advanced six-tailed demon foxes. The fox-eared woman, upon discovering her own changes, went crazy searching for Tishan Shui's trace. Tu Shangxiu was seen being pulled by a colorful beam of light, slowly flying into the sky, and then floating quietly in the air. She spread her arms, leaned back, tilted her face up, and closed her eyes. The white dress moved without wind, floating in the air. It seemed as if he was about to fly away like an immortal in the next moment. Time was paused. Everyone stood still and silent, waiting for the end of Tu Shangxiu. Tu Shangxiu was seen in the beam of light, with her hands slowly stretching out from her sleeves, revealing a pair of arms as white as lotus roots and 10 fingers as white and tender as onions. The hem of her skirt gradually rose, revealing a pair of embroidered shoes and snow-white ankles, and stopped at her calves. But after a closer look, everyone was shocked. This isn't just stretching out your hands, it's lifting up the skirt. It was obvious that Tu Shangxiu's body was developing rapidly. In just a moment, Tu Shangxiu, who was originally 1.6 meters tall, it grows to about 1.75 meters. The body that had not yet opened gradually stretched out. From the little lotus just showing its pointed tip, to the bud about to bloom, to the flower that is like a jade bowl in the heart. It only took a few breaths. Long hair hanging down, like a black waterfall. The already delicate little face has become more mature, charming, and elegant. She at this moment. It is truly pure and lustful. It's very imaginative. And it was between Tishan Shui's eyebrows. I don't know when, but 3 peach petal-like lines appeared. Adds 3 points of beauty. Moreover, it is not only the Tishan snow that is changing in the valley. Before, Jiang Chuan just made up the numbers. He also recorded Ajaya and Zhu Beiji into the territory's household registration. Baptism of Heaven. Nature also descends upon them. Chapter 49. I saw a colorful beam of light falling on Beiji. It raised its head and let out a roar. Then he fell to the ground with a grunt. Finally it turned into a big black pig with sharp fangs. He is over 9 meters tall. More than 4 meters tall. It's like a dump truck crawling on the ground. It is so huge that it is no smaller than the elephant-armored bull. But under the illumination of the 5-colored light column, Beiji's size not only did not grow larger, but instead tended to shrink. The big black pig slowly shrank. 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. Even the hair is fading from black to white. Until it turned into a tusked white pig that was 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. But Jiang Chuan clearly felt that Beiji's strength did not weaken as his body size shrank. Instead, it becomes more powerful. There seemed to be some earth-shaking power hidden in the shrunken body. Once released, it will shock the world. Finally, the one who underwent changes was Ajaya. Compared to the huge movements of Tu Shangxiu and Beiji, the strongest Ajaya. The noise is minimal. Ajaya's body was seen coiled up into a small hill, with his 12 heads drooping casually, almost reaching the ground, as if he was asleep. But Jiang Chuan felt something was wrong. He blinked, then carefully counted Ajaya's heads. But he found that it had grown 3 more heads. Hiss! 15 heads! This is so damn good, could it be broken? I'm just a hydra. Aren't you being a little disrespectful to the original creator by changing it so much? Can the Hydra clan agree to this? For a moment, Jiang Chuan was a little overwhelmed. But then a system prompt sounded. He immediately forgot all these troubles. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. Your pet Tu Shangxiu has broken through the bloodline lock and successfully advanced. Your SSS level talent, 9 deaths, has been promoted to the God level, Undead Foxtail. Please check for details. Immortal Foxtail. Level, God Immortal. Attributes: when the host dies in a battle of equal strength, he can be resurrected by consuming a foxtail as a substitute. Each time he is resurrected, he will gain a 10% increase in all attributes. Remaining resurrection times and amplification times, 9/9. Note 1, due to special reasons, the host can refine a surrogate doll or other surrogate props instead of the foxtail. Note 2, if the remaining times are used up and the host cannot replenish the death substitute item, the resurrection effect will not take effect. Look at the talents and abilities after the promotion. Jiang Chuan blinked. So, I can keep increasing my power until I die. Before, he had imagined that if the resurrection ability of the immortal destiny was combined with the amplification effect of the 9 deaths, perhaps something interesting would happen. But now, this idea has been realized. Jiang Chuan, who possesses the mandate of immortality. There is absolutely no need to look for a scapegoat. You can keep increasing and keep dying. Until you are invincible. However, the Almighty Creator is a God-level talent. It created the profession of the ruler, and the ruler created the undead foxtail. A God-level talent creates another God-level talent. Isn't this an infinite nesting doll? Jiang Chuan opened the property panel with doubts. Almighty Creator, unique. Level, God Heaven-Mender level. I saw the attributes of the Almighty Creator change. From God level, it became God Heaven-Mender level. Let's look at the God Immortal level of the undead foxtail. Jiang Chuan suddenly realized and thought to himself. So, even God level talents are divided into different levels. Heaven-Mender level should be higher than Immortal level. But above the Heaven-Mender level, are there any more advanced talents and abilities? Just when Jiang Chuan was fascinated, Tu Shangxiu came over with a group of fox-eared girls. Then he bowed to him and spoke in an extremely sincere tone. Master, my people, and I thank you for your gift. I, Tu Shangxiu, swear in the name of the only descendant of the Tu Shan clan in King Kaiyu and the direct descendant of the 9 profound goddess. From now on, the entire King Kaiyu will serve you as their master. If you give me the order, Tishan will fight to the death. If you break this oath, you will be rejected by heaven and will not be tolerated by the gods. Although Tu Shangxiu and Jiang Chuan signed a pet contract, 100% loyal to him. But the white-eared fox girl didn't. They still insist on the idea that the Tishan clan of King Kaiyu is the orthodox one. Join Jiang Chuan's territory. It's just due to the situation. And Tu Shangxiu's persuasion. But after collective evolution, they already knew what a thick golden thigh Jiang Chuan was. Don't rush to get on the bus at this time. Wouldn't that make you a fool? Tu Shangxiu, who broke through the shackles of blood and completed her first evolution, also underwent tremendous changes. This girl successfully transformed herself from a beauty who had not yet grown up. She grew into a beautiful lady with delicate appearance, graceful figure, and captivating eyes. Charming and affectionate, graceful posture, confident and elegant. His every move and gesture revealed a touch of elegance and grace. Under her leadership, a group of fox-eared girls began to take the oath. Jiang Chuan's ears were also constantly ringing with system prompts. Ding dong! Nai Yurong pledges allegiance to you, loyalty level is 99. Ding dong! Dugu Ping pledges allegiance to you, loyalty level is 99. Ding dong! Hua Jin'er swears allegiance to you, loyalty level is 99. As the oath ended, these fox-eared girls are considered to be the true subjects of Jiang Chuan. And the loyalty is as high as 99 points. Away from 100 points of loyalty. Just one step away. Jiang Chuan guessed that this loyalty would only increase if he actually led these fox-eared girls back to King Kaiyu and won. Haha! Welcome everyone to join the Yanhuang territory. I promise that in the future, you will be proud of the choice you made today. As soon as Jiang Chuan finished speaking, the fox-eared girls bowed again and spoke in a sweet voice. Yes, I am willing to follow you, my lord, and go through fire and water without hesitation. Yes, I am willing to follow you, my lord, and go through fire and water without hesitation. Yes, I am willing to follow you, my lord, and go through fire and water without hesitation. Jiang Chuan glanced at the fox-eared girls who had already come out of their sadness, nodded, and made arrangements. Okay, Yorong, you will be responsible for assisting Shuai in planning, managing, and developing the territory. Everyone else has their own job. Build the framework of the territory as soon as possible. There is nothing wrong with a group of fox-eared girls. He bowed his head and began his new work. Just at this moment, another system prompt sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan. Your pet AJ has completed its advancement. Your SSS level talent, Magic Mastery, has been promoted to God level, God of Magic. Please check for details. God of Magic. Level, God Immortal. Effect. 1. When the host's level is increased, he will automatically comprehend a magic skill. The skill types include fire, water, wind, thunder, light, dark, earth, poison, ice, life, death, curse, destruction, space, and time. 2. The host is proficient in all magic skills damage increased by 100%, magic consumption and cooling time reduced by 50%. Chapter 50. Originally, magic control only included 12 types of magic. But after Agayi completed his evolution, the Master of Magic becomes the God of Magic. The number of categories also increased from 12 to 15. In addition, there is an additional effect of increasing damage and reducing consumption and cooldown. This made Jiang Chuan very satisfied. Hey! Why did I fall asleep? Yo! How come after a good night's sleep, there are a few more brothers? You are Xiao Shizhen, right? Welcome to join our big family. The remaining 2 brothers, please introduce yourselves. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Shizi, and I'm good at curse magic. Please take good care of me. Haha. Not bad, little 14 is very sensible. From now on, when you go out, just say my name. If anyone dares to bully you, come find me. I am 15, the Destruction Mage. If I do anything wrong in the future, please forgive me. Oh. It's the Destruction Mage. That's amazing. Don't worry, we're all brothers from the same pot, everything will be fine. Ouch. Damn it, little 15, why are you casting magic at me? Destruction Ray, hiss. It hurts so much. No, sorry, 7th brother, destruction magic is too violent, and I can't control it well, burp. Oh my god. He murdered my brother. No, sorry. Jiang Chuan shook his head. Agaya ignored the battle between the snake heads. Turning to look at Beiji. At this time, Beiji's evolution also came to an end. I saw a 3-meter-tall and 5-meter-long white pig with tusks slowly shrinking. Eventually he turned into a burly man with a round belly, pig ears, and pig nose. The sturdy man was holding a 9-toothed rake made by Jiang Chuan himself. Although his appearance is very different from the previous Zhu Beiji. But by virtue of contractual connection, Jiang Chuan made a quick conclusion. This is the evolved Zhu Beiji. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan. Your pet Zhu Beiji has completed his advancement and evolved into Tianpeng Jinayu Divine Pig. Please check for details. Tinpeng Mountain Guarding Divine Pig. Potential, God level. Description: the ancient mythical beast, Tianpeng Jinayu Shensu, is born with the power to control the 3 laws of Zhen, Shan, and Yu. Once it reaches level 100 and has enough faith, it can condense the godhood, ignite the divine fire, and achieve the status of a god. Advanced method. 1. Devour a mountain range and continuously integrate it with treasures containing the laws of Zhen, Shan, and Yu, and finally refine it into a treasure of enlightenment, Jinayu Shen Shan. 2. The bloodline of Tianpeng Jinayu Divine Pig will be promoted along with Jinayu Divine Mountain. If Jinayu Divine Mountain is at legendary level, then Tianpeng Jinayu Divine Pig will be at legendary level. If Jinayu Divine Mountain is at epic level, then Tianpeng Jinayu Divine Pig will be at epic level, and so on. There is no upper limit. 3. When Tianpeng Jinayu Divine Pig devours a mountain, it consumes space crystals. The larger the mountain, the more space crystals it consumes. 4. The larger the mountain that Tianpeng Jinayu Shenzhou devours, the higher its evolutionary potential. Originally, Beiji's bloodline was the semi-god level hell-suppressing treasure Shenzhou. But after being baptized by destiny, he successfully evolved into the god level Tianpeng Jinayu Shenzhou. It seems that not much has changed. But the strength is very different. For example, the characters and in their names. The former means imprisonment, confinement, and prison. But the latter has the meaning of suppressing everything in the world. Comparing the two, the difference is obvious. However, after Beiji's qualifications were improved, the difficulty of promotion also increased by 1 level. Before, it only needed to fuse a legendary Hell Dao treasure. You can awaken your talent. Complete the first stage of evolution. But now, it needs to devour a mountain. Although mountains can be seen everywhere. But the mountains are bigger. The more space crystals are consumed. After swallowing the mountain range, no one knows how much resources will be consumed to refine the 5 Peaks Sacred Mountain. When I think of this, Jiang Chuan had a terrible headache. He seemed to see the scene where he had earned a lot of money but was still a poor man. Who's working for whom anyway? Raising a pet is like raising an ancestor, I think. At this time, Beiji came over. He bowed respectfully to Jiang Chuan. Old pig meets the master. Before, it submitted to Jiang Chuan, but it was intimidated by Jiang Chuan's powerful strength. But at this moment, Beiji was willing to submit to Jiang Chuan. Even if Jiang Chuan takes the initiative to set it free, it won't leave either. Such a big golden leg. If I don't hold on tightly, wouldn't I be a fool? Jiang Chuan answered with a nasal tone in an unhappy mood. Then turn and walk away. That's when it happened. The system prompt sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the trialist Jiang Chuan. Your pet, Zhu Beiji, the heavenly canopy god of the mountain, has awakened his talent. Do you want to copy it? Before, when Jiang Chuan contracted Beiji, this guy hasn't awakened his innate ability yet. So he kept the opportunity to copy his talent. Now the wait has finally come. Copy. Ding dong. Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. You have successfully copied the SSS level talent ability Jinayu Divine Mountain. Please check for details. Jinayu Sacred Mountain. Level, God Immortal. Attributes, refining a mountain range, and continuously integrating it with treasures containing the laws of town, mountain, and Yu, and finally refining it into an evolutionary treasure, Jinayu Shen Shan. Note 1, the larger the mountain the host refines, the higher the potential of Jinayu Divine Mountain. Note 2, in theory, Jinayu Divine Mountain possesses infinite evolutionary potential. As long as there are sufficient resources, it can evolve into a true divine weapon. Hey! Refining, not devouring. So, I don't need to consume space crystals. Also, I seem to be able to borrow the power of the Divine Refiner to refine the Jinayu Divine Mountain. This news. For Jiang Chuan. It couldn't be better. At this time, although he was making a fortune, he was as poor as a ghost. Save as much as you can. At this time, the fox-eared women were cleaning up the corpses of their own kind. Hold a funeral. Buried in the ground. It will take quite a while. As for the corpse of the ghost-eyed black fox, gathered together by Beiji, then Ajaya burned it to ashes. Finally, Jiang Chuan controlled the earth and rolled the ashes of the ghost-eyed black fox into the soil. Dust to dust. Earth to earth. This is also their destination. Next year, this place will be developed into farmland and crops will be planted. With so much fertilizer, the crops must be growing well. While Jiang Chuan was taking care of his territory, the entire human race was in an uproar. World announcement: Trialist Emperor Shishan, with his great talent and strategy, has successfully established an independent territory, Yanhuang territory. As the first trialist to build an independent territory. This announcement is made to encourage you. I hope that all those who are undergoing the trial will learn from their mistakes and then be brave enough to catch up and not fall behind. Chapter 51. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Countless trial takers were awakened by this world announcement. Holy crap! Boss Emperor Shishan is making big news again. How many times has this happened? You make a world announcement once a day. You can handle it, but I can't handle it. As expected of a big boss, awesome. Don't you see who he is? Indra. He means both Emperor and Heaven. Just hearing the name tells you he's pretty cool. Establishing a territory means that Emperor Shishan can become the lord of a city or even establish a country and become the king in the future, right? Establish a kingdom and become king? Who are you looking down on? My brother Emperor Shishan can at least establish an empire. Wow! Indra, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Even if I can't be your queen, I can at least make him your concubine. Isn't that Xiao San? Humph! What do you know? I'd rather be a hero's concubine than a mediocre man's wife. Inside a manor. Yin Wuju, who just returned from leveling up. I heard the 3 words Indra. He immediately threw the diamond-grade spear that he had just been holding on to the ground and cursed. What a piece of crap! I spent 1,800 gold and couldn't even get 3rd place. Seeing his young master furious, the butler quickly stepped forward to explain. Master, this is already very good. I've had an appraiser look at this equipment. It's close to the diamond level. Even some lesser quality legendary equipment can't compare to it. Master Oyuize has done his best. Yin Wuju's eyes rolled and he continued. I don't care. My equipment must surpass Emperor Shishan's. Isn't Oyuize a master? Go, find him and ask him to customize a piece of legendary equipment for me. This time, I must surpass Emperor Shishan. The housekeeper said with an embarrassed look on his face. Master, Oyuize is undoubtedly a master blacksmith. This is a consensus in the industry. There are 2 difficulties in forging legendary equipment, the craftsman's skill and the quality of the materials. Master Oyuize's craftsmanship is beyond reproach, but without the best ingredients, even the best cook can't cook without rice. Hearing this, Yin Wuju's expression changed again and again, he was hesitant and felt a little painful. After a while, when the butler thought that his young master had regained his composure, Yin Wuju gritted his teeth, took out a black token from the package, and said. This is the family treasure token my father gave me. Take this, find some legendary materials in the treasury, and send them to Master Oyuize. Ask him to customize a piece of legendary equipment for me. As long as it succeeds, my Dongning Yin family will not treat him unfairly. The butler continued, Master, the success rate of a master blacksmith forging legendary equipment is only 15%. Master Oyuize has superb skills, but his success rate is only 20% at most. What do you think? Stop talking nonsense, get him 5 pieces. Go quickly. Jiang Chuan had no idea that someone would choose to give him money because of a system announcement. If I knew, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. You see, Indra is unhappy, so he gives money to Ouzi. What does that mean? Aiding the enemy? Are you afraid that Indra is not strong enough? On a city wall, a woman in red stared blankly into the distance, her expression struggling. Dad, what should I do to revitalize the Shangguan family? My daughter has been really hard-working. Just then, the world announcement sounded. The woman in red was stunned for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. Indra, what a terrifying person. Once upon a time, I wanted to compete with you, but now I can't even touch your back. Suddenly, the woman seemed to have thought of something, her face froze, and the words she hadn't finished were stuck in her neck. A childhood conversation surfaced in her mind. Haha. Brother Shangguan, my wife has given birth to another big fat boy for me. How about it? Are you envious? Humph. What's so good about having a son? What if he turns out to be a loser or a black sheep? Then you won't even have a place to cry. Having a daughter is different. With a daughter, I can pick sons from all over the world. A son-in-law is also half a son. Although Shangguan Li knew that this was just a joke made by his father to protect his mother and daughter. But she murmured softly as if she had made some kind of decision. Father, I will definitely rebuild the Shangguan family and restore the glory of the Emperor of Fire. Now, it's time for my daughter to fulfill her family duties. Compared to the envy, jealousy, and hatred of the trial participants, some people somewhere seem particularly restless. What? An independent territory? How is it possible that someone could build an independent territory during the trial period? Emperor Shishan, what kind of monster is he? An independent territory means that Emperor Shishan can at least establish a country and become king, or even develop it into an empire. There is still hope for an empire. With Emperor Shishan's strength, it's only a matter of time before he establishes a kingdom and becomes king. Indeed, those who can establish an independent territory during the rookie trial period are rare. Emperor Shishan is incredible. In the past 10,000 years of human history, has there ever been a powerful person who established a territory during the trial period? Some. Really? How come I didn't know? 8,000 years ago, a man named Li Tianyang established a territory during the novice trial period. Li Tianyang, sounds familiar. Holy crap! Tianyang? Tianyang God King? You're not saying that the Tianyang realm is the territory built during the rookie trial period? Hey! It seems that Emperor Shishan is truly the son of destiny. I think our plan should be accelerated. Yes, initiate the revitalization plan immediately. Our human race must complete its revival within this generation. Jiang Chuan's feat of establishing a territory during the rookie trial period. It not only shocked the Black Tower Council. It also made some people from all races. He began to focus his attention on Indra. In a desolate ancient palace, there were figures with animal heads and human bodies sitting there. It has a tiger head and a human body. It has a lion's head and a human body. There are also people with elephant heads, wolf heads, and leopard heads. On every figure, they all exude this infinite momentum. Obviously, these are the leaders among the beastmen. The human race is truly full of talented people and elites. The human race has produced another powerful individual who can establish a territory during the rookie trial period. Humph! 8,000 years ago, our ancestors didn't kill Li Tianyang immediately, which allowed the human race outside the 1,000 to grow and rise in the rankings, and even overwhelmed my beast race. This time, we can't miss this opportunity. If you are not a king-level warrior or above, you are not allowed to enter the trial space. I must strangle Emperor Shishan with my own hands. Hee. Killing a human genius is my favorite thing to do. The brains of a human genius should be more delicious than those of others. Don't the nether spirit cats clamor every day to restore the glory of their ancestors? Let them infiltrate the human race, find a way to get close to Emperor Shishan, and then kill him. That's right. If we want to revive something, we can't just rely on words, right? If we bring back Indra's head, we'll give the civets a seat on the parliament. If we can't get it back, hee hee. Chapter 52. Inside Kamitsuki Forest. In a palace with a giant tree that blocks out the sun. A group of elves with beautiful faces and pointed ears were having a meeting. Haha. It seems that another genius has risen among our human friends. Isn't the 7th princess going to visit the human race to discuss tribal affairs? Why not include Emperor Shishan in the list of targets for observation? If that's a good idea. Indeed, the human race and the elves have been allied for 3,000 years, supporting each other. If this human genius truly has potential, we elves might as well invest in him and make friends with the future human leader. Haha. With the charm of our 7th princess, I guarantee that she will be able to make that Indra be completely captivated and lose all sense of the world. According to the ancestral system, outsiders cannot become the elf king, but being a prince or a royal consort seems to be in accordance with the rules. In the endless ocean. The area is vast. Unlimited resources. There are many ethnic groups. Nature also gave birth to some powerful civilizations. Inside a huge coral palace. It is dotted with pearls and gems everywhere. It is priceless among humans and is as big as a basin. It can be seen everywhere here. Just like the lamps on the roadside. It emits light, illuminating everything around it. Hey! Has another genius emerged from the human race? Interesting. However, humans are on land, and we are in the sea. We don't interfere with each other and have no conflicts of interest. There's no need to do anything to Emperor Shishan. Let him be. By the way, have you found those little bee? On the throne, a young man covered in jewels opened his mouth, revealing a mouth full of shark-like fangs, which was very terrifying. Your Majesty, we've found them. The fake princess has taken our clan's most precious treasure and fled towards the mainland. However, we've already informed the surrounding forces, so no one is willing to protect them. General Swordfish and Commander Snake Princess have already gone after them. That's right, if he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Jiang Chuan didn't know. A system announcement made him the focus of all parties. But even if I knew, I wouldn't care. If you have the guts, go find Indra. If you find it, I lose. At this time, Jiang Chuan had sunk into the valley. Began to transform the valley environment. The first step is to dredge the river channel to allow the water to flow smoothly into the underground river. He has carefully explored this underground river. Very profound. Almost bottomless. I don't know where it leads. After confirming that there is no risk of blockage in the underground river, Jiang Chuan transformed 5 lakes in the valley, 1 large and 4 small. Evenly distributed throughout the valley. The middle is connected by ditches of varying sizes. A complete territory naturally needs to develop industries such as agriculture, animal husbandry, and fishery. Reasonable distribution of water resources. It can make these industries develop better. These areas planned for agriculture were also transformed by Jiang Chuan. Stones within 3 meters of the ground surface, or other objects that hinder agricultural cultivation. He moved them all deep into the earth. He also turned over the topsoil. Complete reclamation. Crops can be planted directly. Secondly, Jiang Chuan also made some modifications to the valley passage. To the north of the valley is a mountain range that rises high into the clouds. The top of the mountain is covered with snow and shrouded in clouds and mist. The mountain range splits into 2 branches, extending to the east and west sides of the valley. Eventually they met at the south end of the valley, forming a canyon passage. It was like a giant stretching out his arms. It's like holding the valley in its arms. The towering mountains in the north are the giant's body, the peaks in the east and west are the giant's outstretched arms, and the canyon in the south is the gap between his hands. There are two access routes into the valley. One is the cave where the Jiang Chuan came from, a low and narrow cave. Only some smaller creatures can pass through. Jiang Chuan thought for a moment. So they buried the passage. It's useless anyway, so why leave a loophole in the territory? The second is the canyon passage on the south side of the valley. Jiang Chuan reconstructed the canyon topography. The two sides are raised and deepened, and the middle is widened and straightened. Eventually it becomes a straight and smooth road that is narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. In the middle of the canyon, 3 checkpoints are formed with huge rocks. Anyone who wants to pass through the canyon, you have to go through many levels. Not to mention it's as stable as a rock. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. This is because the territory has a small population and is difficult to defend thoroughly. Otherwise, Jiang Chuan can build more levels and defense facilities. In short, we must ensure the security of the territory. Because the territory is safe. Only then can he, as the Lord, continue to go out and have fun. During this period, Jiang Chuan also explored the conditions of the 3 mountains. In the towering mountains to the north, there are rich mineral materials hidden. There are also a large number of trees, stones, and iron ores in the mountains on the east and west sides. It is enough for the early development of the territory. Possessing the power of the Earth Walker, he easily squeezed a large amount of mineral materials out of the mountain like squeezing toothpaste, and finally piled them on one side of the valley. However, Jiang Chuan also had some doubts in his heart. He hasn't forgotten the reason why I found the valley. It's because of chasing a breakfast bunny. And that rabbit. There is still no trace of him. Could it be that he took advantage of the previous battle and escaped through the canyon passage? If it's still hiding in the valley, it will definitely not escape my search. It's not easy to hide from the Earth Walker's induction. When Jiang Chuan came out from the depths of the earth, Tu Shangxiu hurried forward to meet him. The look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Chuan was also full of brilliance, as if stars were twinkling. She had seen Jiang Chuan transform the valley before. The power displayed. Lakes and rivers were created casually. Then turn the barren land into fertile farmland. It can even turn a winding and difficult to walk canyon into a smooth road. These scenes are simply breathtaking. Master, you have worked hard. Tu Shangxiu stepped forward, picked up a silk scarf, and started to wipe Jiang Chuan's face. Although there were no beads of sweat or dirt on Jiang Chuan's face. But he also enjoying the tenderness of the beautiful woman. The fragrance is warm and soft, and it is very enjoyable. As Tu Shangxiu wiped, her pretty face turned slightly red, as if she was thinking of something unhealthy. Shuer, when you meet an outstanding man, you must take the initiative and actively grasp him in your hands. Don't let him run away. Ah! Aunt Rong, didn't you say before that you should be reserved and stay away from the master? Silly girl, before was before, and now is now. How can it be the same? At that time, Aunt Rong didn't know how powerful this lord was, so she underestimated him. You have to remember that if you don't act early on such an outstanding man, there is a risk that he will be snatched away by someone else. Come on, let me teach you a few tricks on how to hold a man in your hand. Aunt Rong, this is too embarrassing and too explicit. I can't do it. Why don't you do it yourself? The thought of my aunt running away. Tu Shangxiu burst into laughter. What you said sounds very logical and reasonable. It turns out that I have never practiced it myself. But then I thought of what my aunt taught me. Her pretty face suddenly felt hot. Even the body becomes weak. I can hardly even stand up straight. What's wrong with you? Jiang Chuan noticed something strange about Tu Shangxiu. He quickly reached out to support him. As soon as he made contact, he found that Tu Shangxiu's body was burning hot, as if she had a fever. Is this a cold? No, you've already broken through the bloodline shackles and become a spirit fox. How could you catch a cold? It should be that the cold is keeping you away. Chapter 53. Tu Shangxiu's body became even weaker after being supported by Jiang Chuan. He pounced directly on him. Soft and difficult to move. Master, Master, I'm fine, my legs are just a little weak, I'll be fine after a rest. Tishan Shui's breath is as fragrant as orchid. The hot breath sprayed on Jiang Chuan's neck. It made him feel hot. Fortunately, at this time, the white-eared fox girls also noticed that something was wrong here and hurried over. Nai Yorong looked at Tu Shangxiu's flushed face and charming eyes. I don't know what happened then. She is so old, has she never eaten pork or seen a pig run? This little girl is so useless. I haven't done anything yet. It looks like everything's been done. Are you really going to let me go? When he thought of this, Nai Yorong's body felt weak and hot. However, she was once the female prime minister of King Kaiu. This is not comfortable. She could still hold it in. Pooh! Nai Yorong, what are you thinking about? What's so good about this stinky man? It's too late to get away. You still want to take the initiative to approach me, shameless. Nai Yorong cleared his throat and said with forced calmness. My lord, Her Highness is not feeling well. Let me take her back to rest. Although Jiang Chuan was a little reluctant, he had to say it after seeing the people around him and the bright sunshine in the sky. Okay. She might have some sequelae from the evolution of her bloodline. Send her to rest. After hearing this, Nai Yorong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She directed Hua Jinner and Duguping behind her and took the soft Tishan snow from Jiang Chuan. Then he turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, a hot yet powerful hand held her arm. Nai Yorong staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the big hands are very strong. He forced her up. Lord, Lord, do you have anything else to say? Nai Yorong subconsciously thought of the things he had taught Tu Shangxiu, and his body became hot and weak. Sister Rong, why do you want to hide when you see me? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Jiang Chuan waved his hand and asked Hua Jinner, Duguping and the others to help Tu Shangxiu go down to rest, and then he spoke softly. Ah! Yes, is there? How dare I hide from my lord? It's just that there are too many things to do in the territory, and Shui lacks experience, so I just want to help her more. Nai Yorong still thought about what he had instigated Tu Shangxiu before. Discovered by Jiang Chuan. Now we have to launch an attack to hold them accountable. Therefore, I felt a little uneasy. Yet, in that case, forget it. Nai Yorong felt relieved when he heard the words, and then he heard it again. By the way, has there ever been a rabbit in the valley that smells like medicine? We just followed it in. But now, I have searched the whole valley and there is no trace of it. Nai Yorong's heart tightened at first. I felt relieved when I heard that he wasn't asking me. When you hear clearly the medicinal scented rabbit. He slapped his head again and said in a panic. By the way, where's your? Before the war, there was no trace of it. Now it's over, it hasn't appeared either. Could it be that it was killed by those beasts, the ghost-eyed black fox? Nai Yorong looked anxious, with red eyes, as if he was about to cry at the next moment. Seeing that she was expressing her true feelings and didn't seem to be pretending, Jiang Chuan let go of her hand and comforted her. Don't worry, Sister Rong. We are here to chase the rabbit. The ghost-eyed black fox will definitely not have the opportunity or time to commit a crime. Think about it, where does it usually like to go? Let's look for it. I heard that rabbits are good for raising. Jiang Chuan felt relieved. The reason why he cares so much about the rabbit? Certainly not for breakfast. But the rabbit knows the existence of the valley. This may lead to leaks. He was also curious about how the rabbit could avoid the detection and tracking of the Earth Walker. You know, even an ant crawling on the ground. He can also accurately capture the opponent's fluctuations. There's no reason why you can't find a rabbit. Okay, I know a place that's quite secluded and you likes to go there too. I'll take you to find. The white-eared fox lady has been here for more than 10 years. Many wooden houses have already been built. There are about 200 seats. But now, most of the owners of these wooden houses have been killed. This made Jiang Chuan angry. Although the one who died was the white-eared fox girl. But they are also his potential subjects. If the ghost-eyed black fox could be resurrected, he would have to kill it 100 times to relieve his hatred. There is a huge stone temple in the center of the tribe. A statue of a 9-tailed celestial fox is enshrined in the stone hall. Although the white-eared fox girls live in poverty. But this statue is made of a whole piece of mutton fat white jade. Life-size statue. The materials alone are worth a lot of money. This shows the respect the white-eared fox girls have for the owner of the statue. This is the 9 mysterious lady. If she were still alive, how could the Su, Bai, and Hu families dare to bully Artisan clan? Nai Yorong explained with slightly red eyes. Then tinker with a pillar a few times. There was a rumbling sound behind the statue. Come closer and take a look. A stone door opened. A dark underground passage was revealed. Nai Yorong led the way, holding a fist-sized night-shining pearl. Under the faint pearl light, its lush curves make people imagine endlessly. Jiang Chuan's breathing became a little faster. Fortunately, the purpose of this trip is to find the mysterious rabbit. He did not make any unnecessary moves. Walked about 300 or 400 meters. The road ahead suddenly became clear. A hall covering several hundred square meters comes into view. In the hall, there are boxes placed there. There was a glint of gold in several open boxes. It was filled with gold coins. There are also rows of wooden racks. It is also filled with various rare treasures. There are equipment, props, potions, and books. There are also various unused high-level materials. Many of them are of grade not lower than Qinglong wood. That was after the trial began. This is the best material Jiang Chuan has obtained. On 2 rows of shelves at the back of the hall, there are even a few more high-end treasures. These are the treasures we took with us when we fled King Kaiu. It is considered the last wealth of the Tishan clan. However, they all belong to you, Lord. Nai Yorong said as he spoke. While carefully observing Jiang Chuan's expression, he looked expressionless and unmoved. He couldn't help but emphasize his tone. Unfortunately, I left in such a hurry that I could only take a few items with me. The truly important treasure fell into the hands of the 3 traders, Su, Bai, and Hu. Jiang Chuan felt amused. This woman was obviously trying to provoke him to launch a counterattack on King Kaiu as soon as possible. But is King Kaiu so easy to conquer? Although King Kaiu has declined. But there are also several strong men above level 90 in charge. It is almost impossible to expect him to counterattack King Kaiu in a short period of time. Nai Yorong saw that Jiang Chuan had no reaction. I felt angry and bitter. Lien Tishan's last legacy. Nothing can move this person. Then what bargaining chips do we have to exchange for his early capture of King Kaiu? Is she destined to die of old age in this desolate mountain? Chapter 54. Nai Yorong felt helpless. But there is no other way. I can only take Jiang Chuan with me. Walk to the corner of the hall. Just turned around a row of wooden shelves. Then I saw a big furry white rabbit lying in a box, fast asleep. This box is filled with various rare medicinal herbs. Jiang Chuan is the god of immortal medicine. He could judge the value of these herbs at a glance. At worst, it can be used to refine high-level potions. Among them, the most valuable one is the fire phoenix grass. It is also an essential herb for refining flame-enhancing potions. Now, it is used by this rabbit to build a nest. What a waste of resources! Shwetter picked this up from outside when she was young, and has been raising it in the valley ever since. And the little guy is very sensitive to herbs. You can often find some rare medicinal herbs. The most special thing is that it can predict crises, allowing us to avoid danger several times. So everyone loves it. But at this time, Jiang Chuan no longer wanted to listen to anything Nai Yorong said. His eyes were fixed on the rabbit in the herb nest and he was unwilling to look away for a moment. Rabbit pounding medicine UER. Potential, unknown. Description: born with the talent of a pharmacist, he can transcend professional levels and refine more advanced potions. Due to some unknown reasons, some indescribable changes have occurred in the medicine rabbit. Occupation: Guanggan medicine servant, advanced. Bloodline: unknown 13%, Guanggan jade rabbit 87%. Talent: jade rabbit pounding medicine, SSS level talent. The medicine pounding rabbit is born with the mythical profession, Guanggan medicine servant. It has a strong pharmacist talent and can refine potions one level higher than its own profession level, and the success rate of refining medicine is doubled. Heaven's secret sensing, God level talent. The medicine pounding rabbit can weaken Heaven's secret insight, can sense good and bad luck, and has a very small chance of predicting changes in Heaven's secret for a period of time in the future. The closer the changes are to oneself, the longer the prediction time and the higher the accuracy. Moon God body, unknown innate ability, and has not yet awakened. Advanced direction, none. This was the first time Jiang Chuan had seen this creature with unknown potential. Moreover, the ability of the Void Eye is so great that even the little rabbit's third talent attribute cannot see through it. This is a God-level professional ability. Obviously, the talent of Moon God body. It has exceeded the capabilities of the Eye of Void. But what caught Jiang Chuan's attention the most was Yuer's second talent, Divine Perception. This is a God-level talent. You know, before Ajaya and Tashanks you received the baptism of destiny. They both only have 2 SSS level talents. But Yuer has 3 innate abilities. An SSS level jade rabbit pounding medicine, the effect is quite good. But Jiang Chuan still looked down on it. The other is the God level perception of divine secrets. The 3 effects of this ability weakened his clairvoyance, his ability to sense good and bad luck, and his ability to predict the future, all of which made it difficult for Jiang Chuan to control himself. For example, weakening the divine sense can effectively resist the pursuit of divination-type abilities. And the calmer the state, the harder it is to detect. Jiang Chuan guessed that the reason why Yuta fell into a deep sleep at this moment was that it wanted to use a similar method to avoid his search. No wonder we couldn't find it. It turns out it used this method to avoid the Earthwalker's detection. I'm determined to get this ability. Although Jiang Chuan possesses the magic face of 1,000 gods, he can reverse the will of heaven and prevent others from divination. For example, Ajaya's first wife had made extensive divinations for him. But it was successfully resisted by the 1,000 gods illusion mask. When it comes to life-saving abilities, every bit counts, and no one thinks it's too much. The ability to sense good and bad luck is even more powerful. It allows Jiang Chuan to sense the coming of danger in advance. Then successfully avoid danger. The value is even higher than the weakening of Tianji. Predicting the future is the core effect of this talent. Predict future changes in the universe. It's like having a god's perspective, it's hard to lose. What's more, Jade Rabbit has an innate ability that has not yet awakened, the Moon Goddess body. Regardless of the name Moon God Deo body. It's an attribute effect that even the Eye of Void can't see the clue of. Jiang Chuan dared not underestimate this talent. At the very least, the level of the Moon Goddess's Taoist body should be higher than that of the God of Magic, the immortal foxtail, and the divine sense. Seeing Jiang Chuan silent, Nai Yorong walked forward, held the jade rabbit in his arms, then reached out and pinched its ears, whispering. Yuer, don't sleep anymore, the bad guys have been chased away. Maybe his weakness was discovered. The sleeping jade rabbit slowly opened its eyes. Boo! Boo! "Aunt wrong, there's a bad guy chasing me. I'm scared, so I'm hiding." The jade rabbit made a series of whimpering sounds. But Jiang Chuan clearly saw it. This little thing is glancing at itself out of the corner of its eye. "Oh. That's it. Don't be afraid, the bad guys have been driven away. We are all safe." Nai Yorong patted the jade rabbit and said comfortingly. Then she turned around and explained to Jiang Chuan. "My lord, Yuer said it was frightened by the black fox, so..." But before he could finish his words, Jiang Chuan raised his hand to stop him. "No need for translation, I understand." Then, Jiang Chuan turned his gaze to the jade rabbit and exposed it with a smile. "You deliberately led me into the valley, come and rescue them. Haha. Your plan was successful. I have wiped out the ghost-eyed black fox. The Sky Fox tribe is now safe." When he said this, the smile on his face faded and his voice became a little cold. "But why are you hiding from me? Do you think I'll leave after saving people? Haha. After using me, you want to kick me away. And then you can continue to hide in this valley, develop steadily, and accumulate strength." Nai Yorong was shocked when he heard this and exclaimed. Were you the one who led the Lord to rescue us? How is this possible?" "My lord, you must have misunderstood. Yuer is just an ordinary rabbit. Although she has some peculiarities, she doesn't have such abilities. How did she know we were in danger? How can we be sure that the Lord can save us? Is there a misunderstanding here?" Nai Yorong had an incredible look on his face, and subconsciously began to defend the jade rabbit. Jiang Chuan shook his head without explaining, but continued to speak coldly to jade rabbit. "Haha. You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from my sharp eyes. Since you've used me, you'll have to pay the price. Be my pet, or be my dinner. Choose one." Although the jade rabbit has the ability to foresee danger, but the main function of this ability, it's precognition. It's prevention. It's about avoiding. Now he was caught red-handed by Jiang Chuan. It will be impossible to escape again. Unless its third innate ability suddenly awakens. "Hey, Lord, is there some misunderstanding? Yuer is kind-hearted. Even if she was acting weird for a while, she doesn't have any bad intentions. I hope you'll do this for me and Shue'er's sake. Let it go." Chapter 55. Faced with this, there is a plea for mercy. Jiang Chuan remained unmoved. He looked at Jade Rabbit with a cold expression. This little thing was like an ostrich, with its head tucked into Nai Yorong's arms, not moving at all. Want to avoid danger. It can be seen that Jiang Chuan has a determined and even murderous look on his face. The little thing finally couldn't hold it in anymore. As soon as it opened its mouth, it let out a baby-like cry. "Woo woo! You are a bad guy, you are a bad guy! Woo woo woo!" When Nai Yorong heard this, he was also dumbfounded. The Jade Rabbit has lived in the Sky Fox tribe for many years, but has never spoken. Everyone thinks it is just a little rabbit with some special powers. Now that he opened his mouth, how could she not know that there was definitely something wrong with this little thing? Therefore, he stopped persuading and pleading. Seeing that no one spoke for it, the Jade Rabbit could only jump in front of Jiang Chuan with tears in its eyes, looking like it was going to die bravely. Ding dong! Alert to Trialist Jiang Chuan, an unknown creature has sent you a contract request. Do you accept? Accept. Jiang Chuan was a little surprised by how smoothly the process went. He thought that at least he would have to go through the whole process of coercion and inducement. Unexpectedly, the little thing gave in without any bribery or threats. Ding dong! Congratulations to Jiang Chuan, the Trialist. You have successfully signed a contract with an unknown creature, triggering the Divine Controller's professional ability. You can copy any ability of the other party. Due to the excessive number of unknown creature abilities, and the fact that some of them have not yet awakened, you can wait for their talents to awaken, or choose one of the following abilities to copy. 1. Jade Rabbit Pounding Medicine, SSS level talent ability. After copying, it can automatically transfer to the mythical profession, Guangon Medicine Servant, and the success rate of potion refining is doubled. 2. Heavenly Sense, a god-level innate ability that can weaken heavenly insight, sense good and bad luck, and predict the future. 3. Identify Herbs, advanced skill. Look at Jade Rabbit's array of abilities. Jiang Chuan was quite amazed. This little thing. It's really a treasure trove. Copy the heavenly secret induction. Logically speaking, Jade Rabbit has the strongest innate ability. It must be the unawakened moon god's Dao body. The best option is to wait for it to awaken and then copy it. But Jiang Chuan did not hesitate at all. He directly copied the heavenly secret induction and gave up the more promising moon god body. The moon god's Dao body, just by hearing the name you can tell that it is definitely not a good thing. He doesn't want to become someone's body one day without knowing it. It is better to settle for the second best and choose the safer and more useful TNG sensing. As for someone who really dares to come. I'm afraid I can only be his pet. As for Jade Rabbit's SSS level talent for pounding medicine, Jiang Chuan didn't even bother to take a second look at it. Mythical profession? Is it cool? Learn about the god-level professions. I have a bunch of this stuff. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations to the trialist Jiang Chuan, you have obtained the god-level talent ability, Divine Sense. Please check for details. Heavenly Secret Induction. Level, God Immortal. Property. 1. Weaken TNG, the host can weaken TNG. All tracking, insight, divination, stargazing, prophecy, and causal abilities will be weakened by 50%, and there is a greater chance of misleading the other party. 2. Sensing good and bad luck, the host can sense the good and bad luck in the future, thereby avoiding risks and seizing opportunities. 3. Predict the future, the host can predict an event in the future. The closer the event is to the host, the higher the accuracy. Look at this ability on the panel. Jiang Chuan felt relieved. TNG is weakened and cooperates with the ability of Thousand Gods' illusionary face. No one can catch his tail, and they may even be misled to other places, which really confuses TNG. And sense good and bad luck and predict the future. It will also make him safer. At this moment, Jiang Chuan felt dazed and pictures appeared in his mind. A group of monsters with wolf heads and human bodies. Kill your way out of the canyon. Due to the lack of manpower in the territory, the white-eared fox girl who was in charge of vigilance happened to leave, allowing the werewolves to enter the valley smoothly. Although he was defeated by Beiji and Agaya. But it also caused some damage. Even several white-eared fox girls died. Is this what's going to happen in the future? Haha. An unknown sneak attack is a disaster. But a known sneak attack is just a delivery. Jiang Chuan had an idea and contacted Beiji through the 10,000 Beasts illustrated book. Master, please give me your orders. Stand outside the canyon. If anyone approaches, notify me immediately. But don't alert the enemy. With Beiji guarding, the werewolf tribe that has not yet arrived will have no chance of invading the valley. At this time, on the 4th page of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, a beautiful woman with a high bun on her head, wearing a white dress with wide sleeves and a cool and unworldly temperament appeared. What will you look like in the future? Jiang Chuan glanced at the little rabbit in front of him. He looked at the image of a woman in the Myriad Beasts Atlas again, who looked like the fairy Guangon. In any case, the two cannot be linked together. Haha. Little thing, you are blessed. You will know later how wise it is to follow me. Jiang Chuan said with a smile. Then, the Jade Rabbit was included in the territory's household registration, making it a part of the Yanhuang territory. The ability of the ruler's baptism of destiny is triggered. A colorful beam of light appeared out of nowhere. sinking into the body of Jade Rabbit. Boo! Boo! Jade Rabbit hasn't reacted yet. His body fell limply. Jiang Chuan believed that after the little thing was baptized by destiny, it would enter the evolutionary mode. Even awakened the innate abilities of the moon god body. But at this moment, something strange happened. I only saw the Jade Rabbit's head. A crescent moon was forced out by a five-colored beam of light. Then, there was a crisp sound, as if a mirror shattered. Crack! Fragments of the waning moon fell to the ground. It turns into a milky white substance the size of marbles. Rolling around. This scene stunned Jiang Chuan and Nai Yorong. They couldn't imagine that there was something hidden inside the Jade Rabbit. How dare you blaspheme the gods! At this moment, a sharp shout exploded in the underground palace. The sound was faint, as if it came from the sky above. As if there were a pair of cold eyes dropped from the moon palace high in the sky, staring at the two people and one rabbit in the hall. In an instant, Jiang Chuan felt as if his entire body was frozen. Even consciousness is difficult to move. But Nai Yorong's condition is even worse. He actually fainted. I don't know whether he is dead or alive. Jiang Chuan looked very anxious. I wanted to shout, but no sound came out. Want to contact Ajaya? The 10,000 Beasts Atlas did not react at all. Even the star god Flying Shadow Sword could not be summoned. The only thing that made him feel alive. I'm afraid it's the Thousand Gods illusion mask that's abnormally hot on its face and keeps giving warnings. Ding dong! Reminder to the trio list, Jiang Chuan, you are being divined by an unknown entity. Because the Thousand Gods illusionary mask possesses the Heavenly Dao inscription Heavenly Secret Chaos, you will be exempt from this divination. Ding dong! Alert to trio list Jiang Chuan, the god-level talent Heavenly Sense is activated. The fortune teller will be misled. Chapter 56. Following the two system prompt sounds, Jiang Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! I can move now. He tried moving his fingers, twisting his head, and even collapsed twice on the spot. Hey! Damn it, what the hell is going on? Inside the Jade Rabbit. There really is a big problem. Jiang Chuan turned his head and saw that the Jade Rabbit had been lying straight on the ground, unable to move. Then looked through the atlas of all beasts. The woman above, wearing a wide-sleeved fairy dress, with a beautiful face and a cold temperament, is still there. But a pair of lively eyes became empty. Like a doll without power. Lack of soul. But in the arms of the cold woman, a big white rabbit appeared. A pair of furry, long ears that look like upright antennas. A pair of big red eyes like gems. Isn't it the dead rabbit on the ground? On the attribute panel, the innate ability Moon God's Dao body also changes to Moon God's Dharma image. The description of capabilities is also beginning to emerge. Moon God Dharma image, God-level talent ability, can summon Moon God Dharma image to assist in battle. The strength of Moon God Dharma image will increase with the promotion of Jade Rabbit. Oh shit! This is a huge loss! Jiang Chuan exclaimed, crying out in pain. This sentence has two meanings. First, the Moon God's Taoist body turned into the Moon God's Dharma image, and its quality was obviously reduced. Second, he had already copied the divine induction, and thus missed out on this more powerful innate ability. Of course, although the quality of talent is reduced. But the hidden troubles also disappeared. Jiang Chuan is not stupid, so how could he not see that the Jade Rabbit before was obviously someone's puppet, container, or backup? Now it's all right, the backhand has been broken and the hidden danger has disappeared. This is also good news. But the bad news is that Jiang Chuan has already copied the heavenly senses, so he can no longer copy the combat type innate ability of the Moon Goddess Dharma. The image of the Moon Goddess. Anything that has something to do with God cannot be weak. Forget it. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, I'm doomed. If I hadn't chosen the heavenly secret sense, I might have been predicted by that dark existence. Even with half the power weakened, it still caused the thousand gods illusion mask to give such a violent warning. How terrifying! Fortunately, he was misled. At least this buys me some time to develop. Think of this. Jiang Chuan raised his hand. So he put the sleeping jade rabbit into the atlas of all beasts. This guy has been baptized by destiny. Not to mention the future troubles. And enter a deeper level of evolution. When it wakes up, it will definitely give Jiang Chuan a big surprise. After doing all this, Jiang Chuan then turned his gaze to Nai Yorong lying on the ground. Sister Rong, wake up quickly. He picked up Nai Yorong and placed him on a box. But as soon as he let go, Nai Yorong's body fell limply again. Helplessly, Jiang Chuan could only sit on the box and hold Nai Yorong in his arms. This prevented her from falling further. After a round of calls, Nai Yorong slowly woke up. What's wrong with me? She first shook her head, trying to clear her dizzy mind. But the burning touch from behind made her body stiffen again. Ouch! What are you doing? Let go, let go! Nai Yorong struggled to break away from Jiang Chuan's embrace. Jiang Chuan touched his nose helplessly. You can only let go. But as soon as his hand loosened, Nai Yorong's body fell to the ground weakly. Seeing this, Jiang Chuan became even more helpless. He quickly reached out and took Nai Yorong into his arms again. But Nai Yorong was shocked at first. After sitting firmly, he started struggling again. But when Jiang Chuan let go, she would fall limply again. Obviously, the previous changes had caused her a severe shock. So much so that it is impossible to return to normal now. Don't move, be careful of accidental discharge of the gun. After repeating this several times, Jiang Chuan got fed up. He raised his hand and slapped Nai Yorong's proud curves hard. Then he warned in a hoarse voice. Nai Yorong, whose vitals were attacked, froze up and dared not move anymore. Jiang Chuan could only hold her in his arms. Because she also noticed that after several frictions, the temperature from behind her gradually became hotter. Even the breathing became heavy and disordered. Okay, I won't move, don't mess around. Nai Yorong said with tears in his voice. For a moment, the underground palace became eerily quiet. There were only two breathing sounds coming and going. Complement each other. A messy and short one. A heavy and long one. Jiang Chuan to ease the awkward atmosphere. Then he started telling jokes. There is a monkey riding on a tree and 8 monkeys on the ground. How many monkeys are there? 10, 15. Wrong, it's 9. Listen carefully. There's a monkey riding on a tree. A man and woman slept in the same bed. The woman drew a line on the bed and said that anyone who crossed the line was a beast. The next day, she woke up and found that the man had not crossed the line, so she slapped him hard. Why? Because the woman said, "You are worse than an animal." Haha. How can this be? A few days later, the two slept in the same bed again. The man learned his lesson and planned to cross the line late at night. As a result, after daybreak, the woman slapped the man again. Hit again? That's too much. The woman said, "You are worse than animals." Chuckle. A few jokes followed. Nai Yorong was no longer nervous. He talked and laughed with Jiang Chuan, and when the jokes were too funny, he would reach out and slap Jiang Chuan's chest in anger. He didn't even notice his body returning to normal. Suddenly, Jiang Chuan asked curiously. Sister Rong, why are you so afraid of me? Every time you see me, you find an excuse to leave after just a few words, making me feel like a jackal or tiger. Nai Yorong was silent for a moment before explaining softly. When I was a child, I was not yet in my current human form. I was once captured by a hunter and handed over to a skinner. The skinner's sinister eyes looked as if he wanted to eat me alive. So you left the shadow? But I'm not a skinner, why are you afraid of me? Jiang Chuan felt a little aggrieved. Although you are not a skinner, your eyes are the same as his, as if you want to eat me alive. The difference is that his eyes are sinister, while yours are scorching. Every time you look at them, it's like two flames burning on someone. Jiang Chuan touched his nose and wanted to explain, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was no difference. After a moment, he leaned close to Nai Yorong's neck and spoke in a hoarse, nasal voice. Sister Rong, you're wrong. I'm not going to peel your skin off, but, hiss. Following a tearing sound, two fat rabbits jumped out. It sparkles brightly under the light of the night pearl. Like beautiful jade. Nai Yorong felt a chill at first, and then two streams of hot breath slid down from her shoulders and rolled down. I couldn't help but exclaim. Ah, mmm. Chapter 57. In front of the Shenmue King Ding. Jiang Chuan rubbed his waist. While working hard to make medicine. Ding. You get a double experience potion. Ding. You get a double experience potion. Ding. You get a double experience potion. Double experience potion. It is the secret recipe that Jiang Chuan obtained from the Sky Fox treasure house. As the name suggests, it allows people to gain double experience bonus when killing monsters. The effect is similar to that of the Upgrade Maniac. However, the amplification effect of the Upgrade Maniac can double the experience points obtained through all channels. And double experience potion. It can only amplify the experience points gained from killing monsters. Double experience potion, intermediate. Attribute, when you kill a monster, you can get double experience points. Time limit, 30 minutes. Watch the effect of the medicine. Jiang Chuan drank it all in one gulp. Ding dong. Trialist Jiang Chuan, you've taken the double experience potion, triggering the undead body special effect and gaining a permanent double experience buff. Please check for details. Double experience buff. Level 1. Effect, when you kill a monster, you will get double experience points. Duration, permanent. Look at this new buff. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but laugh. The cost of refining the double experience potion is 1 gold coin. The price is as high as 10 gold coins. But the validity period is only 30 minutes. Except for a few professionals who have strong backers and are wealthy and powerful. Few people use this potion to fight monsters and level up. But Jiang Chuan is different. A bottle of medicine. Let him get a permanent double experience buff. It's a really good deal with huge profits. I don't know if the double experience buff can be upgraded. With doubts, Jiang Chuan picked up another potion. Then drink it all in one gulp. Ding dong. Reminder to trialist Jiang Chuan, you already have the double experience buff. Repeated potions will not produce any effect. Please take a higher level potion, such as the triple experience buff. The system prompt sounded. Jiang Chuan was a little disappointed. However, this was also within his expectations. The effects of double experience potions can also be stacked. He had to multiply it 10-fold or 100-fold. Even higher levels. That way, maybe it won't take long. He can then reach levels 70, 80, and 90. And successfully sprinted towards level 100. At this moment, another system prompt sounded. Ding dong. Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have successfully deduced the formula for an intermediate magic potion. Please check for details. Intermediate magic potion recipe. Effect, after taking it, it can restore 1000 magic points at a time, and restore 100 magic points per second Indiana the next 30 seconds. Required herbs, blue-leafed bauhinia, ice heart flower, pluvialis ternata, tong xinlian. Refining method. Study requirements, pharmacist or other related professions. The immortal medicine god's fourth professional ability is infinite deduction, which allows him to deduce new or more advanced formulas based on known medicinal materials, potions, and formulas. Last time, Jiang Chuan deduced the intermediate life potion. This time it's an intermediate magic potion. Bite. Refining successfully. You obtain an intermediate magic potion. The system prompt sounded 10 times in a row. This means that 10 intermediate magic potions have been successfully refined. Then, Jiang Chuan entered the popular buff upgrade phase. Ding dong! Congratulations, Trialist Jiang Chuan! You've obtained the intermediate magic buff. Buff has been upgraded. Buff has been upgraded. Buff has been upgraded. Ding dong! The intermediate magic buff has reached the maximum level. Please look for a more advanced potion. Intermediate magic buff. Level, max. Effect. 1. Increase the magic point limit by 10,000 points. 2. Restore 1,000 mana points per second. Duration, permanent. Haha. 10,000 mana points. Even a mage of the same level doesn't have such a high mana value, right? Plus a recovery rate of 1000 points per second. I can then unleash my magic skills without restraint and at full power. The god of magic's talent will also be developed to its full potential. Look at the properties of the intermediate magic buff. Jiang Chuan was very surprised. Deducing the formula for an intermediate strength potion. Ding dong! Intermediate strength potion deduction in progress, countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Life buff upgraded. Magic buff upgrade. Then comes the upgrade of attribute buffs such as strength, physique, agility, and spirit. For professionals, anything can be fake. Only these basic attributes. There cannot be any falsehood. Because only these attributes are the foundation of a professional. With the refining of this series of medicines, Jiang Chuan's ear. Finally, a refreshing system notification sound rang out. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, your title has been upgraded to Immortal Medicine God. Currently, it's at senior level. Please check for details. Upgrade your Immortal Medicine God title and gain access to a new professional ability, Divine Tree Space. Jiang Chuan was delighted. He quickly opened the attribute panel of the Immortal Medicine God. Check them one by one. Advanced Immortal Medicine God. Professional abilities. 5 Shenmue Space, Shenmue King Ding will open up an independent, upgradable spiritual medicine space where professionals can plant spiritual medicines. Refining success rate, Advanced 100%, Master 10%, Grandmaster 1%. Note 4, if you refine a potion lower than the advanced level, you will not gain proficiency. Watching the changes in the Immortal Medicine God, Jiang Chuan was quite happy. But new professional capabilities. It also made him feel confused. Shenmue Space, what is this? With doubts, Jiang Chuan looked at the Shenmue Wang Ding. To the naked eye, the Shenmue King Cauldron is just an ordinary four-legged square cauldron. The body of the tripod is light green. 14 kinds of plants are engraved on each. Some are shaped like baby dragons, and some are shaped like colorful phoenixes. The remaining trees either appear in human form or are shaped like trees covering the sky. Each with its own unique vision. There are many more. But when Jiang Chuan's eyes focused on him, the Divine Wood King Cauldron suddenly released a ball of green light. The ball of light turned into a door in the air. And the door keeps expanding. It will not stop until there is enough space for one person to enter or exit. Is this the portal to and from the Shenmue space? Jiang Chuan hesitated slightly. Then he stepped into it. It's like walking through an ordinary door. There was no dizziness or lightheadedness. The only difference is that the Shenmue space gives people a cool, comfortable, and fresh feeling. There is no sun in the sky. There are no clouds. The whole world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of light green light. Looks vibrant. Jiang Chuan closed his eyes and sensed it. It was discovered that the Earthwalker's abilities were severely weakened. He can only manipulate the topsoil. Perform some small flips. Instead of sinking directly into the earth and doing whatever they want like the outside world does. The space is not large either. About a kilometer in radius. The uncultivated land is covered with various flowers and plants. Looks full of vitality. Is this the Shenmue space? Chapter 58. Growing Spiritual Herbs. Jiang Chuan thought about the description of Shenmue space. Muttered to himself. Before that, he started working with the logistics department to refine primary medicines. The main purpose is to obtain enough medicinal materials. Later it was because there were too many medicinal herbs. Just create a vest. Return medicines to the pharmacy department. Although I made a lot of money. But it is also subject to the control of others. Once the supply of medicinal materials is cut off, his money-making game will no longer be able to continue. But with the Shenmue space, Jiang Chuan had a way to break the deadlock. Even though growing medicinal herbs is not something that can be done overnight. He was also quite excited about this. Planting. But I can't. Suddenly, Jiang Chuan had an idea. He immediately opened the Merit Mall and said, "System, help me search for people with agricultural professions." Ding dong. Search successful, the occupation list is as follows. 1 farmer, 1000 merit points. 2 fishermen, 1000 merit points. 3 nomads 1000 merit points. Looking at this uniform life and occupation, Jiang Chuan didn't hesitate at all. Make your choice immediately. Ding dong. Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. You've spent 1000 merit points and successfully redeemed the Farmer's Employment Handbook. The system prompt sounded. A booklet appeared in Jiang Chuan's hand. He just clapped his hands. The booklet turned into green starlight. Slowly merged into his body. The system notification sound for successful employment. It also rang. Ding dong. Congratulations to the trialist Jiang Chuan, you have successfully been appointed as a farmer, and your current job title is Junior Beginner Farmer. Quality, Ordinary. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional abilities. 1. Planting. Farmers are good at planting various crops, including grains, fruits, medicinal herbs, etc. 2. Increase production. Farmers can increase crop yields by 50% through careful care. Note 1. Each time you complete a harvest, you will gain proficiency. The amount of proficiency depends on the planting area and total output. Note 2. When the proficiency reaches 100, you will be automatically promoted to an intermediate farmer. Looking at this expected properties panel, Jiang Chuan nodded and said, "Promotion." Ding dong. Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. You have triggered your innate ability Almighty Creator. Farmer has been promoted to Venerable Shennong. Please check for details. Primary Shennong Venerable. Quality, God level. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional abilities. 1. Heart of Shennong. Venerable Shennong can cultivate all plants in the world, and the growth rate increases by 1000%. 2. The Harvest Messenger. Shennong Venerable's crop yields will increase by 1000%. 3. Gift of Nature. Shennong can ripen crops, increasing their growth by 1000 hours each time. Note 1. Shennong will gain proficiency every time he completes a planting cycle. The amount of proficiency depends on the crop level, planting area, and total crop yield. Note 2. When the proficiency reaches 100, you will automatically be promoted to Intermediate Shennong Venerable. Note 3. As the title of Shennong Zun rises, he will gain a new professional ability. Jiang Chuan looked at the professional abilities of Master Shennong. I took a deep breath. This ability is 2Fg abnormal. 10 times the growth rate. 10 times the output. Isn't this a 100-fold return? If you grow ordinary crops, a 100-fold return is not considered high. What can be planted are high-level medicinal herbs. For example, the main material for refining magic potions is the rare blue-leafed bauhinia. One plant is worth 79 silver coins. A 100-fold profit is 79 gold coins. Shenmue space covering thousands of square kilometers. How many blue-leaved red buds can be planted? How terrifying will the profits be? In addition, there is a ripening effect that increases by 1000 hours each time. Come a few more times. Radishes can also become ginseng that can last for thousands of years. Use once per minute. Consume 10,000 magic points each time. Haha. Who are you looking down on? I recover 1000 points of mana per second. Jiang Chuan sneered disdainfully. Then is Li Shichen. Found technician No. 07. Ahem, purchaser No. 07, said. Brother, help me collect some high-value medicinal seeds. With the help of Li Shichen, this guy's KPI has been rising. He has almost become the rising star of the department. Of course, this is also because the contract he signed with Jiang Chuan was the most demanding. Otherwise Jiang Chuan would not have given his full support. Okay, Brother Li, I promise to pick the best medicinal seeds for you. No. 07 didn't even ask, and just started working, almost to the point of responding to every request. While he was searching for medicinal herbs, Jiang Chuan glanced at the attribute growth of Shennong Zun. Like the miner, it was more physical and had no special features. Next, he began to study the Shenmue space. Shenmue space. Level, small dimension. Area, 1000 times 1000. Property. One Shenmue space can be used to grow common, rare, and top-quality medicinal herbs. 2 Shenmue space can simulate various environments and is suitable for the growth of any medicinal material. 3 Shenmue space can be upgraded infinitely, and as the space is upgraded, more attributes will be developed. Upgrade conditions: 1000 units of elemental crystals, 100 units of space crystals, 10 units of 1000-year-old wood hearts, 1 unit of life stone. Come on, another big spender. Look at the upgrade conditions of Shenmue space. Jiang Chuan grinned. Elemental crystal, 10 gold coins per unit. Space crystal, 100 gold coins per unit. Millennium wood heart, 1000 gold coins per unit. Life stone, 10,000 gold coins per unit. Although market prices fluctuate from time to time, but it's not much different. Tens of thousands of gold coins, at least Jiang Chuan's weekly income. And this is just the first upgrade of Shenmue space. Later consumption. I don't know how scary it is. Gan. I won't spend a penny more on the Shenmue space. As a mature dimensional space, it's time for you to learn how to make money and support your family. Earn money and upgrade yourself. Perfect. At this time, No. 07 also collected all the medicinal seeds. Brother Li, these are the seeds I just collected. They include seeds of commonly used but relatively high-value medicinal herbs such as blue-leafed bauhinia, sky spiritual grass, star flower, green dragon vine, dew grass, and snow fungus. You can use it first. I'll send it to you when I have collected all the other seeds. Jiang Chuan supports No. 07 so that he can better collect formulas. After all, many advanced recipes. They are all kept secret. I don't have enough status to be qualified to view it. And since then, No. 07 became Jiang Chuan's loyal little fan. Not only is he busy running around, he also often provides us with some top-secret information. It is also one of his main sources of information. Yet. Well done, thank you. Brother Li, you are so kind. If it weren't for your strong support and the introduction of pharmacists Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing to me, I would not have been able to exceed my tasks and become the department head. Wow! You've become a supervisor, congratulations! After the greetings, Jiang Chuan started his planting business. He who possesses the Earth Walker. When it comes to farming, it really feels like God is helping us. I just saw him walking across the ground. The soil was rapidly churned. Cover weeds and wild flowers. Then, gullies appeared automatically. After Jiang Chuan threw the seeds into the gully, the ravine closed automatically again. Just walked back and forth twice. The planting of all medicinal materials is completed. It can be called a human seed drill. After doing all this, Jiang Chuan came to a corner of the Shenmue space. Open a properties panel. Study it carefully. Blue leaf Bauhinia. Level, ordinary medicinal materials. Status, germination stage. Growth cycle, 215 days. Note 1, when the blue leaf Bauhinia has grown for 215 days, you can choose to continue planting. After 500 days, there is a certain chance that it will be promoted to a rare medicinal material. After 1000 days, there is a certain chance that it will be promoted to a top-grade medicinal material. After 3000 days, it can be promoted to a magical medicine. Note 2, triggering the special effects of the Shennong Master, the growth cycle is shortened to 21.5 days, the promotion cycle of rare medicinal materials is shortened to 50 days, and the promotion probability is increased by 100%, the promotion cycle of top-grade medicinal materials is shortened to 100 days, and the promotion probability is increased by 50%, the promotion cycle of spiritual medicine is shortened to 300 days, and the promotion probability is 10%. Note 3, triggers the special effect of the Venerable Shennong, increasing each harvest by 1000%. Chapter 59. Looking at the attribute panel of blue leaf Bauhinia, Jiang Chuan thought secretly. As expected, it's the main ingredient for magic potions. It can actually be continuously upgraded and evolved. Ordinary is for beginners, rare is for intermediate, and top quality is for advanced. The spiritual medicine and precious medicine correspond to the Grand Master level and Master level magic potions. In that case, nature's gift, let me grow. The third professional ability of the Venerable Shennong, Gift of Nature, can ripen the target plant, increasing its growth rate by 1000 hours each time. At this time, Jiang Chuan used it on the blue-leaved Bauhinia without hesitation. As the green beam fell, I saw a tender sprout growing out of the ground. And the sprouts continue to grow. Eventually it turns into a lush green plant. And on each green leaf, there are blue veins that look like blood vessels. Oh! So this is what blue leaves mean. I thought leaves were really blue. Jiang Chuan muttered to himself and looked into the lush leaves. There were thumb-sized, red fruits dotted there, looking like rubies. The quantity is neither too much nor too little. Exactly 40 pieces. This is the material that can be used to make potions. Normally, 3 to 5 thorn fruits can be produced each time. But with the special effects of the Harvest Messenger, the result rate increases tenfold. Ding dong! The standard blue-leafed red buds are ripe and ready for harvest or planting. This time you can get 40 ordinary grade thorn fruits. After 8 days, there is a 100% chance that the blue leaf thorn will be promoted to a rare medicinal material. The growth cycle of blue leaf bramble is 21.5 days. Jiang Chuan's ripening process adds 1000 hours to the process, equivalent to 42 days of natural duration. It takes 50 days to upgrade rare medicinal materials. So there are only 8 days left. Blue leaf Bauhinia. Level, ordinary medicinal materials. Attributes, can refine primary magic potion. Status, mature. Yield, 40 thorn berries. Evolution time, 8 days. Evolution success rate, 100%. Hey! Keep ripening. Nature's gift ability is on cooldown. Jiang Chuan started immediately. Ding dong! Blue-leaved bauhinia has been promoted to a rare medicinal herb. You can harvest it or continue to plant it. This time you can get 40 rare thorn fruits. After 16 days, there is a 50% chance that the blue leaf thorn will be promoted to a top-grade medicinal material. As system prompts sounded one after another, the properties of blue leaf thorns have also changed. Blue leaf bauhinia. Level: rare medicinal material. Attribute: Kin refine intermediate magic potion. Status: mature. Yield: 40 thorn berries. Evolution time: 16 days. Evolution success rate: 50%. Come again. Possesses an intermediate magic buff. Jiang Chuan's magic power is inexhaustible. As long as nature's gift cools down, he will immediately activate his ability. Ding dong! Blue-leafed bauhinia evolved into a top-grade medicinal herb. Ding dong! Blue-leaf bauhinia evolved into a spiritual-level medicinal herb. Ding dong! Evolution failed, you received 40 spirit-level thorn fruits. The system prompt sound continued to ring. A pile of thorn berries appeared next to Jiang Chuan. There are rare thorn fruits. There are top-quality thorn fruits. There are also spiritual-grade thorn fruits that can be used to refine Grandmaster-grade potions. However, this is also the upper limit of Shenmue space. Want to cultivate precious medicinal materials? Unless he upgrades the level of the Shenmue space. Otherwise, success is impossible. But even so, Jiang Chuan was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, I was very excited. A spiritual-grade thorn fruit is worth 10 gold. And he only needs to keep using the gifts of nature. It can be cultivated. And every cultivation is successful. You can get 10 times the profit. It's so cool. Of course, Jiang Chuan also did not forget the task of refining potions. A dozen or so sock puppets cooperated with the pharmacy department. It brings more than just gold coin income. There are also various pharmaceutical formulas. For example, the secret medicine for primary physical condition. And the primary agility secret potion. They have all been pocketed by him. In addition, there are various strange and bizarre potions. For example, primary fire resistance, primary purification, primary stone skin, etc. He turned them all into buffs one by one. Enhance your own foundation. Jiang Chuan naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, the scope of cooperation is constantly expanding. It even extends to mid to high-level pharmaceutical cooperation. On the other hand, the equipment customization service has not stopped. Many people bring their own materials. Come and ask Master Ouyuizi, Master Ganzhong, and Master Moi to forge equipment. This is forging. There is definitely a failure rate. Therefore, the rich need to prepare more materials to ensure the success rate. That makes sense. In particular, several masters have successively released news. Gold success rate 100%. Platinum success rate 50%. Diamond success rate 25%. Almost other. More wealthy people flocked in. After all, it is equipment forged by several masters. The attributes are superior to those of the same level. And the success rate is so high. Who wouldn't be moved? But in fact, after Jiang Chuan was promoted to an intermediate divine refiner, the success rate of forging platinum level equipment, it has reached a terrifying 100%. Even at diamond level, it only reaches 10%. Plus the increase in high-quality materials. There is almost no possibility of failure. Therefore, Jiang Chuan's package contained quite a few high-quality materials. At this moment, a message marked special attention caught my eye. Yin Wuju, is he the boy who brings wealth? What does he want this time? This is an exceptionally generous customer. Every time he makes a move, he spends thousands of gold coins, and the materials he provides are one level higher than others. This caught Jiang Chuan's special attention. Of course, the person who contacted him was the other party's butler, rather than myself. But Jiang Chuan didn't care. Make money. Who cares who sent it to him? Master Ouzi, my young master wants a legendary piece of equipment. Can you take it over? 1 piece of epic material, 4 pieces of legendary material. As long as there is one, it will be fine. Don't worry, your efforts won't be in vain. The fee is 5,000 gold coins. In addition, there is the friendship of the Yin family of Dongning. First, look at the other party's conditions. Jiang Chuan's eyes flashed. Legendary equipment, I'm not sure. The last time the staff of annihilation was just an accident, we can't expect accidents every time. Thinking of this, he opened the attribute panel of the Divine Refiner again. Start checking. Intermediate Divine Refiner. Quality, God level. Proficiency, 70/100. Forging success rate, Platinum 100%, Diamond 10%, Legendary 1%. Oh. It's almost time to upgrade. That's okay. Based on past experience, the success rate of high-level Divine Refiners forging legendary level forges will increase to 10%. Adding the bonus from the materials, the success rate should be around 20 to 30%. This job is doable. The two sides signed the agreement quickly. The materials and deposit were also sent over. Unexpectedly, the butler added. Master Ouzi, my young master said that if you can surpass Emperor Shishan and take his 3rd place in equipment, you will be rewarded with an extra 2,000 gold. If only I could snatch the 2nd place in Li Xiaoao's equipment ranking. The reward is 5,000 gold. Of course, if the equipment you forge reaches the top of the rankings, the young master will also give you 2 additional legendary materials. Chapter 60. Hearing this, Jiang Chuan was stunned and couldn't react. You don't like Emperor Shishan and Li Xiaoao? Give money to me, Ouzi? What kind of magical operation is this? Are you afraid that Emperor Shishan and Li Xiaoao are not strong enough? Don't think the challenge is stressful enough? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chuan rolled his eyes and said. The materials you provided are good. They will replace the Snake King shield. It's simple. It's actually not difficult to overpower the Star God's flying shadow sword. Upon hearing this, the other party immediately spoke excitedly. Then I'll leave it to you, Master. Don't worry, our Dongning Yin family will never treat the Master unfairly. Jiang Chuan smiled faintly, changed the subject, and continued. Emperor Shishan is not a simple man, and Li Xiaoao's origins are quite mysterious. They may obtain better equipment at any time. My equipment can surpass the Star God's flying shadow sword and the Snake King's shield. But I can't guarantee that your young master will make it into the top 3. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Chuan did not mention the 1st place. Because he knew that unless he was willing to reveal the secret of the Heavenly Dao inscription, or forge high-quality epic equipment, otherwise, it would be impossible to overshadow the great sage's staff of Nirvana. After all, this is a legendary equipment. It also has the blessing of the Heavenly Dao inscription. Many ordinary epic equipment cannot compare with it. The other party was also very sensible and didn't mention it at all. Yes, Master is right, but I need to ask the young master what he thinks. After he finished speaking, the other person's profile picture turned grey. Obviously offline. Jiang Chuan didn't take it seriously and was busy processing other orders while waiting for the other party to come back online. Anyway, the bait has been thrown, so there is no need to worry about the fish not taking the bait. After a moment, the butler came back online and said. Master Ouzi, my young master said that as long as the equipment can suppress the Snake King's shield this time, he will reward you with 2,000 gold coins. Suppress the Star God Flying Shadow Sword and receive a reward of 5,000 gold coins. If you can suppress the Staff of Annihilation, you will be rewarded with 8,000 gold coins. Plus 2 legendary materials. As for whether or not I can make the list, it all depends on God's will. Everything I said can be written into the contract. Look at the other party's modified contract. Jiang Chuan laughed. Sign your name promptly. You may win, but Emperor Shishan will definitely not lose, and I, Jiang Chuan, will make a lot of money. He dared to sign the contract so readily. The confidence also comes from several materials provided by the other party. Tianhe Cinnabar, Qianlian Star God Iron, Fire Relieving Silver, and Suankai Iron are all high-quality materials that can be used to forge legendary equipment. The success rate has increased quite a bit. For example, one of them. 1000 Refined Star God Iron. Success rate increase, Platinum 70%, Diamond 45%, Legend 15%. This 1000 Refined Star God Iron is refined from Star Iron. 1000 units of Star Iron. Only 1 unit of Star God Iron can be refined. Used to forge legendary equipment, it can increase the success rate by 15%. But the most valuable material is the last one, the Phantom Thunder God Conferring Jade. Phantom Thunder God Jade. Success rate increase, Diamond 50%, Legend 25%, Epic 5%. This is a material that can be forged into epic items. It's just that the success rate is lower. But settle for the next best thing. It is used to forge legendary equipment with a success rate of up to 25%. It is also the material that Yin Wuju has the highest hopes for. Hey! When I reach a high level as a divine refiner, there will be a 10% chance of forging legendary equipment. Plus 15% increase in materials. That's a 1 in 4 success rate. There's no need to consume the Phantom Thunder God Sealing Jade at all. This treasure. It's mine. Jiang Chuan did not start refining immediately. Anyway, the contract states that the goods can be delivered within 3 days, so why rush? Everything will be decided after the divine refiner is upgraded. It's late at night, and the wonderful life has just begun. Aunt Rong, please get up quickly. A werewolf tribe is attacking. The Lord is missing. What should I do? Early in the morning, Nai Yorong's door was banged on. Judging from the voice, it should be the little lowly Huajiner. Nai Yorong was awakened. His face changed drastically. He pushed hurriedly. Hurry, hide. That girl is probably going to push the door open. Nai Yorong hadn't finished speaking yet. The door creaked open. Being pushed away from outside. A delicate and pretty girl about 13 or 14 years old walked in. Aunt Rong, who are you talking to? Aren't you the one who usually wakes us up? Why are you so late today? But before Nai Yorong could say anything, the little Lolita who walked to the bedside covered her nose and said in disgust. Hey! What's that smell? Aunt Rong, you really don't care about hygiene. How long has it been since you washed the sheets? Listening to the little girl's rapid-fire questions, Nai Yorong was speechless. When he turned around and saw that the bad guy was gone, he suddenly felt braver. She just took on the airs of an elder, raised her eyebrows, and scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? Little girl, you don't know any manners. Be careful, I'll spank you soon. The little girl was startled and immediately covered her mouth, not daring to ask any more questions. Nai Yorong asked as he dressed. By the way, what are you chirping about so early in the morning? Hua Jin'er stuck out her tongue and said. Oh, how could I have forgotten something important? A werewolf tribe ran outside the valley and tried to come in from the other side of the canyon, but was discovered by General Pig. Several brothers from Xiao's family are rushing over with their sisters to provide support. But for some reason, I can't find the Lord. I don't know where he went. It's really unreliable. When Nai Yorong heard that there were enemies, he was startled at first, but when he heard that Beiji and Agaya had already rushed over, he couldn't help but relax. After all, she still remembered the performance of these two yesterday. But after hearing an unreliable name, Nai Yorong felt embarrassed. He should have passed away. Ah! She argued in a low voice, somewhat lacking confidence. Just at this moment, a hand stretched out from the ground, grabbed a pair of pants, and quickly retracted into the ground. This scene scared Nai Yorong. She couldn't help but let out another scream. This damn thing, where is it hiding? It turns out it was drilling into the ground. What's wrong, Aunt Wrong? No, it's okay. I saw a mouse and got scared. Stop talking and let's go over there quickly. Looking at Nai Yorong's limping figure, Hua Jin'er sniffed and muttered softly. What happened to Aunt Wrong today? Strange, weird. Chapter 61. When Jiang Chuan arrived at the canyon, the battle has begun. According to his plan, Beiji released the werewolf into the canyon. Then they got stuck at the first checkpoint in the canyon. The werewolf was completely unaware of this. When they ran into Ajaya who came to support them at the second level, he was immediately beaten by the 15-headed Agaya and fled away in panic. He wanted to escape again, but found that his way back was blocked and there was no hope of survival. I saw Beiji's body grow bigger, holding a 9-toothed rake, blocking the checkpoint and killing everyone. Every swing can kill or injure several werewolves. It can be said that if you touch it, you will die, and if you touch it, you will die. He single-handedly forced the werewolves to stay away from the checkpoint gate. For a moment, thousands of werewolves were trapped in the narrow passage. Became a rat in the bellows. Being bullied by both sides. Compared with Beiji's great display of power, Agaya, who was on the second level, started paddling in the water. This guy's mind is not on fighting at all. As long as the werewolf doesn't get close to the second level, its attacks will be sporadic, like it hasn't had a full dinner. Instead, he was chatting animatedly with the fox-eared girl next to him. The group of fox-eared girls are just making up the numbers based on their own strength. They are lower level and have weaker attacks. Most fox-eared girls need several attacks to kill a werewolf. More than 50 fox-eared girls. The output is not even as good as that of an Agayi who is just doing nothing. It's really just a soy sauce. Oh! Sister Ping, your ice spear is so accurate, it hits the vital point and kills instantly. I admire you so much. What? Brother 11's poison magic is really powerful. It can wipe out a large area with one blow. Wow! Ladies, look at Brother Zioki putting on a fireworks show for you. Rain of fire and meteors, falling. Wow! Brother Zioki is so awesome. Flame? It's just an evil way. Look at my extreme ice blooming. Kill. Mina is still more handsome. Humph. You scumbags, come and have a taste of Master Liu's Thunder Dragon out to sea. Oh! Master Liu is so powerful. Ajaya's image is terrifying. It has scared many fox-eared girls. But this guy has good cooking skills. He actually started from the stomach and completely conquered everyone in the valley. Now, the fox-eared girls are no longer afraid of it. Especially a few lowly fox girls. I followed it around the mountain all day long. Now the fight started. I instantly became its cheerleader. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chuan's eyes twitched, and he wished he could rebuild Ajaya. Home raised. Home raised. Home raised. Jiang Chuan kept comforting himself. Then, he vented all his anger on the werewolf below. Xinggun, kill. The star god's flying shadow sword shot out. Under the control of Star Soul, he continued to kill werewolves. Almost every attack can take away several werewolves. Limbs flew everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere. The werewolf was beaten so hard that his soul was frightened. Can't tell east, west, south, and north. From this we can see that Xinggun is not a qualified veteran driver. I like right-angle turns, hearse drifts, and indistinguishable falls. But he is still good at fighting. At this time, Jiang Chuan pulled out another silver staff. The staff was raised high. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Point forward. Lightning bolts as thick as arms fell from the sky. It fell onto the werewolf below. Lightning strikes. The instantaneous high temperature turned the werewolves into charcoal. Then it turned into ashes. 51235 40399 61117. Huge, bright red numbers floated up one after another. It also paints the canyon scarlet. Ding! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you killed a level 35 bloodthirsty werewolf. You trigger the double experience buff special effect. You trigger the upgrade maniac special effect. Gain 2160 experience points. Upgrade maniac, plus the bonus of double experience buff. Instantly increase the experience value of an ordinary monster. Raise it to a level that is comparable to the boss. You can see how terrifying its effect is. And Jiang Chuan's ear. Finally, the upgraded system prompt sound rang out. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 17. Trigger the upgrade maniac special effect. You gain 30 points of strength, 30 points of constitution, 30 points of agility, and 30 points of spirit. You gain 10 charm points and 10 luck points of hidden attribute growth. As the level gets higher, the experience points gained by professionals when upgrading are also increasing. So many werewolf deaths. But it only raised Jiang Chuan's level by 1 level. However, he didn't care about it. Is the difficulty of upgrading increasing? Oh! That doesn't exist. How fast I kill, how fast I level up. At this time, the second system prompt sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have leveled up and triggered the God level talent ability, God of Magic. You have successfully comprehended the advanced light magic, Great Judgment. Please check for details. Grand Judgment. Level 1. Effect, with the power of light, condense the body of an angel and cast the art of divine judgment, which can cause 4500 plus 10 asterisk spirit light magic damage to enemies in the area. If the target is an undead, demon, or dark creature, this damage will be increased by 100%. Cooling time, 45 minutes. Cost, 1000 mana points. Proficiency, 0/100. And when Jiang Chuan was upgraded, the werewolf below was already frightened silly. Ah! He is a devil, he is a devil. Run away. He's a man-eating demon. He'll kill us all. Woo woo. This is the punishment from the wolf god, condemning us for not bringing fresh tribute yesterday. God of the heavenly wolf, please put away your magical powers and forgive the sins of our humble people. We will definitely change our ways and provide you with the freshest young girls. One by one, the werewolves knelt down and begged for mercy. I thought it was their werewolves bringing down divine punishment. Little did they know, their words. But invisibly angered Jiang Chuan. Make them die faster and more miserably. Humph! You are a bunch of beasts who eat raw meat and drink blood. You deserve to be judged. I heard that the werewolf was going to sacrifice the human girl. Jiang Chuan was furious. He waved the staff in his hand. The endless brilliance was taken away. Then a huge angel shadow formed in the air. Angels shine all around. The milky white halo makes people feel extremely comfortable. It's like soaking your body in a hot spring after a hard day's work. The Lord says the wicked will be judged. The angel spread his wings, held the sacred giant sword in his hand, and slashed towards the canyon. A giant lightsaber that was 100 meters long and more than 10 meters wide slashed down. The werewolves huddled in the narrow passage had no escape. Countless werewolves were reduced to ashes. The system prompt sounded again in Jiang Chuan's ears. You gain 2160 experience points. You gain 2160 experience points. You gain 2160 experience points. Massive experience points. Let Jiang Chuan level up again. It's just like that saying goes. The faster I kill, the faster I level up. Ding dong. Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 18. Trigger the Upgrade Maniac special effect. You gain 30 points of strength, 30 points of constitution, 30 points of agility, and 30 points of spirit. You gain 10 charm points and 10 luck points of hidden attribute growth. The upgraded system prompt sound just sounded. Skills gained through skill comprehension come one after another. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have leveled up and triggered the God level talent ability, God of Magic. You have successfully mastered the advanced ice magic 10,000 Blades Ice Flower Flow. Please check for details. 10,000 Blades Ice Flower Flow. Level 1. Effect: consumes 10 mana points to condense an ice blade, causing 150 plus 3 asterisk spirit ice damage to the enemy. The number of ice blades depends on the mana consumed. Cooling time: 15 minutes. Cost: 10 mana/ice blade. Proficiency: 0/100. Chapter 62. Jiang Chuan's 2 attacks. The werewolf below was immediately stunned. Isn't it the wolf god who is angry? How did an angel appear? Are there mercenaries in the divine world? The white-eared fox girls looked at Jiang Chuan with admiration. There are stars in his eyes. Wow! Is this the Lord's strength? As expected of our Lord, you are truly powerful. He's so strong and handsome, I like him so much. Tu Shangxiu also looked at her master with a confused expression. If she had signed the contract at the beginning, she would have chosen to submit to Jiang Chuan. There is also the intention of protecting the tribe. That is Tishan Shui at this moment. Has been completely captured by Jiang Chuan. At this time, Nai Yorong and Hua Jin'er also arrived late. They were outside the canyon. A huge angel appeared. A sword slashed towards the canyon. I thought it was a strong enemy who took action. With the determination to die, the two men rushed directly into the canyon, wanting to fight the enemy to the death. But he found out that the angels were actually friendly forces. Is this his strength? Nai Yorong looked at Jiang Chuan's back in a daze. I just felt that this bad guy was so tall and majestic. It's worth it. Jiang Chuan ignored their little thoughts. But full fire. Continue to kill the werewolves below. He has an intermediate magic buff. Not to mention the magic point limit of tens of thousands. The amount of mana restored per second alone is as much as 1000 points. It can be said that what limits Jiang Chuan's output is not the amount of mana, but the cooldown time of the skills. Just a moment later, the system prompt sounded again. Ding dong! Congratulations, trialist Jiang Chuan, you have leveled up and are currently at level 19. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have mastered the intermediate wind magic levitation. Please check for details. Jiang Chuan now has magic skills below the advanced level. I can't stand it anymore. However, the effect of this levitation technique is quite good. It can make the practitioner's body lighter. Then float in the air. Can also move slowly. The higher it floats, the longer it lasts, the faster it moves, and the more mana it consumes. Unfortunately, Jiang Chuan can fly with a sword and has no lack of such flying ability. Where's the boss? Following a burst of heavenly fire, the funeral descended. The werewolves in the canyon are almost extinct. But Jiang Chuan still didn't hear the sound of the boss's death. Able to mobilize so many werewolves. He didn't believe that there was no boss in the other team. A boss. It not only means a huge amount of experience points, greater equipment drop rate. It also means additional attribute growth. No matter what the purpose was, Jiang Chuan would never let the other party go. He activated the Earthwalker professional ability. Close your eyes and feel for a moment. Soon a special fluctuation was found. The entire canyon battlefield looked like a Shura field. There was a dead silence everywhere. There was only one place that gave Jiang Chuan a dark, empty, and vague feeling. His consciousness just reached out. Then it was swallowed by an unknown force. As if nothing happened. But it also shows something extraordinarily different. Seeing this, Jiang Chuan curled his lips into a sinister smile. Want to hide like a mouse? Humph. Then you'll just die in the stinking ditch like a rat. Jiang Chuan glanced at the attribute panel of the Great Sage's Staff of Annihilation. The Heart of a Sage. Attributes: every time the wearer releases magic 10 times, he will enter the Sage time, and the next attack will cause 1000% magic damage. Number of casts: 10/10. Then he glanced at the bottom of his attribute column. There was a line of small words flashing there. Special status, Sage status, the next spell cast by the equipment holder will cause 1000% magic damage to the target. Dark Dragon Spear. Wisps of dark elements appeared and condensed into a black spear in the air. The black spear continued to grow. It soon turned into a dragon-shaped spear more than 3 meters long and as thick as a wrist. The pattern on the gun barrel looks like dragon scales. Lifelike. Very lifelike. The tip of the gun is sharp. There was also a giant dragon hovering faintly above. Make a roar. Go. Jiang Chuan shouted. The spear flew out of his hand. In midair, the spear suddenly turned into a giant black dragon. The black dragon suddenly turned into a spear. It is hard to tell that it is a giant black dragon. It was also a dragon-shaped spear. This is a long story. In fact, only a few breaths passed. I saw a black dragon roaring and shooting towards the shadow of a canyon. At this moment, a werewolf in a black cloak jumped out from the shadows, trying to escape the attack of the dark dragon spear. It did. In an instant, he flew several meters away. It was about to completely leave the attack range of the dark dragon spear. Boom! The dark dragon spear fell. The earth made a violent rumbling sound. A mushroom cloud as high as 100 meters rose into the sky. The entire mountain wall collapsed. The shock wave of the explosion also swept over the dark werewolf figure. Ah! A scream rang out. Then it stopped abruptly. Only a deep pit 10 meters square was left in its place. And a charred corpse torn into pieces. This scene completely stunned all the white-eared fox girls. Is this the strength of the Lord? How terrifying! He actually killed the chief of the werewolf tribe in one strike. Perhaps, I can really return to King Kaiyu in my lifetime. Wow! Lord, please give me a stack of this. Jiang Chuan ignored the group of white-eared fox girls behind him who were in shock. Because of him at this moment, it has been drowned out by the system prompt sounds that come one after another. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you killed the level 40 gold boss Dark Werewolf Warlock. Trigger the double experience buff special effect. Trigger the upgrade Maniac special effect. Gain 14,000 experience points. A level 40 gold boss can provide 3,500 experience points. After triggering the double experience buff, 3,005 becomes 7,000. Trigger the upgrade Maniac again. 7,000 became 14,000. The increase is terrifying. Even Jiang Chuan was shocked. Ding dong! Trialist Jiang Chuan detected. Killing the gold rank boss, Dark Werewolf Warlock, will grant the following attribute growth. Strength attribute plus 40. Constitution attribute plus 40. Agility plus 40. Spiritual attribute plus 40. Trigger the special effects of the title Boss Hunter. All attributes are increased by 40 points. This werewolf tribe is pretty good. It would be even better if you could come twice a day. Jiang Chuan thought happily in his heart. At this moment, the upgraded system prompt sound also rang. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have been upgraded to level 20. Trigger the Upgrade Maniac special effect. You gain 30 points of strength, 30 points of constitution, 30 points of agility, and 30 points of spirit. You gain 10 charm points and 10 luck points of hidden attribute growth. As a hexagonal warrior, every time Jiang Chuan gains a level, he will gain 30 points of growth in the four-dimensional attributes, as well as 10 points of charm and 10 points of luck, which are hidden attribute growths. At this moment, he almost forgot that he was a professional. At this time, the second system prompt sound followed. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you have leveled up and triggered the God level talent ability, God of Magic. You have successfully comprehended the Master level Earth Magic. Heaven collapses and Earth sinks. Please check for details. The sky is falling and the Earth is collapsing. Level 1. Effect: invokes the power of the Earth, causing violent fluctuations in an area. All enemies in this area will be subject to 9500 plus 15 * Spirit Earth Magic damage, but the terrain of the target area will be changed to a certain extent and difficult to recover. Cooling time, 100 minutes. Cost, 3000 mana points. Proficiency, 0/100. Chapter 63. After the battle, the white-eared fox girls were in a frenzy. They encountered 2 battles over the course of 2 days. In one battle, most of the tribe members were killed or wounded. But in another battle, he and the others were just doing nothing. And then it ended like that. The gap between before and after is huge. This caused the group of white-eared fox girls to fall into deep suspicion. They thought they were still dreaming. Until he pinched his arm. The pain made them realize it. That's the reality. Wow! We won, we won! My lord is so powerful! I almost fainted watching him. One sword kills one kid, is this the power of the Lord? Great! The Lord has finally driven the bad guys away. Hearing Hua Jinner's words, the group of white-eared fox girls fell silent subconsciously. They all turned around and looked at Hua Jinner with gloomy eyes. Fought him away. Are you insulting the Lord? Did you see a werewolf leave the valley? Blocking the canyon and killing them is a complete annihilation. I suspect the Lord did it on purpose, otherwise General Pig wouldn't have allowed the werewolf into the level. The scene fell into dead silence for a while. But everyone made eye contact. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock. Our Lord is really powerful. But they really don't leave any way for the enemy to survive. Putting the enemies into the canyon and then killing them all, is this something a human can do? They couldn't help but wonder if this werewolf was caught by the Lord while fishing. Fortunately, it's our Lord. This is the voice of all white-eared fox girls. If Jiang Chuan knew, he would definitely shout, "You are putting a straw hat on a rabbit, I am so wronged." After the battle, Nai Yorong commanded a group of white-eared fox girls to clean up the battlefield. The werewolf's body was burned to ashes by a Gaiyi's fire. The collapsed cliffs and the huge craters created by the explosions were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye by Jiang Chuan. My lord, the battlefield has been cleaned up. After a busy period, Nai Yorong was holding a book, a page of drawings, and a stack of brochures and talking about it. Everything else has been put into storage. Here are the receipts for the warehouse entry. Please have a look at them. There are also these 2 items. I thought the Lord might be able to use them, so I took the liberty of bringing them to you. Jiang Chuan took the warehouse receipt and looked at it, feeling very satisfied. Most of the items on the warehouse receipts are useless materials, sundries, and gold coins. But there are also dozens of silver-level equipment, several gold-level equipment, and one platinum-level equipment. This explosion rate has increased a lot compared to before. Is this the effect of increased luck? He nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the other two things. Is this the skill the werewolf boss just used? Or is it a general skill? Good, learn it. General skill book, Night Cloak. Level, Intermediate. Effect, condenses a dark night cloak, effectively reducing one's own perception and avoiding enemy detection. Learning conditions, none. Jiang Chuan clapped his hands. The booklet turned into starlight. Slowly merged into his body. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you have successfully learned the intermediate dark element universal skill Night Cloak. Dark Night Cloak. It can significantly reduce your own perception. Difficult to capture with the naked eye. It can also avoid the perception of reconnaissance skills. The only two flaws are that it cannot be moved. Otherwise the status will disappear automatically. Second, it consumes 500 mana points per second. Insufficient mana. Automatically release the status. The effect is good. But for Jiang Chuan, something is better than nothing. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the last page of drawings. Oh! Arrow Tower, a territory defense building. That's not bad, let's build it as soon as possible. Arrow Tower construction drawing. Level, Ordinary. Function, when the enemy approaches the arrow tower within 500 meters, arrows will be shot to attack the enemy. Study requirements, architect or other related professions. Construction requirements, 1 junior architect, 300 units of wood, 100 units of iron. Construction time, 5 hours. Note, adding an architect can reduce the construction time, 1 hour for beginners, 2 hours for intermediate. Arrow Tower is a territory defense building. It would be great if a few arrow towers could be set up on the canyon level. It will be difficult for the enemy to get close. Architect. Hey! Isn't this a coincidence? Looking at the learning conditions of the arrow tower drawings, Jiang Chuan grinned, opened the merit mall, and said, System, search the architect's employment manual. Ding dong! Search successful, Architect Employment Handbook 1500 merit points. Bye. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. You've spent 1500 merit points and successfully redeemed the architect's employment manual. The system prompt sounded. A booklet appeared in Jiang Chuan's hand. He doesn't talk too much. Clap your hands. The booklet turned into starlight. Slowly merged into his body. The system notification sound for successful employment. It also rang. Ding dong! Congratulations to Jiang Chuan, the trialist. You have successfully been appointed as an architect. Your current job title is Junior. Junior Architect. Quality, Ordinary. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional abilities. 1 Civil Engineer, you can build ordinary buildings. 2 Mastery, your buildings will gain additional attributes. 3 Overall Planning, can save 10% of construction time and material consumption. Note 1, each time you participate in the construction of a building, you will gain corresponding proficiency. The amount of proficiency depends on the building level, building scale, and construction participation. Note 2, when the proficiency reaches 100, you will be automatically promoted to Intermediate Architect. Glance at the Properties panel. Jiang Chuan asked again. Promotion. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan. You have triggered your innate ability Almighty Creator. Architect has been promoted to Wonder Designer. Please check for details. Junior Wonder Designer. Quality, God level. Proficiency, 0/100. Professional abilities. 1 Universal space. Wonder designers can design and plan buildings, simulate construction, and even experience architecture in universal space. 2 Infrastructure maniac. Wonder designer can build buildings of any level, regardless of job title restrictions. 3 Move mountains and cities. Wonder designers can move buildings and even move a city. Note 1. Each time you participate in the construction of a building, you will gain corresponding proficiency. The amount of proficiency depends on the building level, building scale, and construction participation. Note 2. When the proficiency reaches 100, you will be automatically promoted to Intermediate Wonder Designer. Note 3. As the title of Wonder Designer increases, a new professional ability will be realized. Look at the Properties panel of the Wonder Designer. Jiang Chuan was a little disappointed. The world is similar to design software. To put it simply, it is a place for drawing blueprints. Useful, but not very useful. A construction maniac who can build buildings of any level regardless of job title restrictions. It doesn't seem to have much value. After all, job titles are something that can be promoted sooner or later. What a rubbish professional ability. Only the moving of mountains and cities seems to be worth watching, and even makes people's eyes light up. Because once a building is built, it is difficult to move it. If it is not properly planned, it may hinder the development of the territory in the future. The best outcome is that it becomes useless and is abandoned and demolished. For example, Jiang Chuan is about to build an arrow tower on the canyon level. Because this is the only channel for the enemy to invade the territory. But as the territory expands, this place will gradually become the hinterland of the territory, and the arrow tower will naturally be useless. As a result, these arrow towers had no choice but to be demolished. But with the professional ability of moving mountains and cities, Jiang Chuan can continuously move the location of buildings according to the development of the territory. Let them shine in their new positions. It will not hinder the development of the territory. Nor will it become waste. There will be no problem of wasting resources. Chapter 64. Although the professional ability of moving mountains and cities is good. But Jiang Chuan was still not satisfied. He looked at the Properties panel of the Wonder Designer. Muttered softly. Ah! I might as well upgrade a few of the architect's professional abilities. High craftsmanship can grant buildings additional properties. Comprehensive planning can shorten construction time and reduce material consumption. After upgrading to God-level professional abilities, the effect will also be more powerful. Now these two. What a scumbag! In terms of attribute growth, the Wonder Designer and the Miner have a high degree of overlap, and there are no hidden attributes or other eye-catching features. It can be said that this is Jiang Chuan's most disappointing God-level profession so far. Ding dong! Congratulations, Trialist Jiang Chuan! You've successfully learned the arrow tower construction blueprints. As the system prompt sounded in Jiang Chuan's mind, a flood of information came in. All of this is knowledge about how to build arrow towers. For example, how high should the arrow tower be built? That kind of wood is the strongest. How to secure wood most securely. There's even information on how to make a crossbow. Bows and crossbows, isn't this the job of blacksmiths and carpenters? Jiang Chuan's eyes flashed. As if thinking of something extraordinary. He had a pile of wood brought in. He also took out a pile of star iron from the void warehouse. Finally, he happily summoned Orn and the forge. And tell about your requirements. This is a piece of combined equipment. The main body is in the shape of a tower, with a large number of crossbows inside. It can attack automatically. It should have early warning, monitoring, and locking functions. Ideally, it should also. Jiang Chuan was talking when he stopped awkwardly. It's not that I'm out of words. But it was the way Orn looked at him. Become a little resentful. Although Orn said nothing. But a pair of small eyes have expressed the emotions clearly. Are you kidding me? Look. Jiang Chuan also knew that this was not a very decent thing to do. After all, this is clearly an architect's job, but it was given to a blacksmith. But think of the huge profits after this is done. He still said it with a stiff upper lip. Ha! Orn, can you do this job? You are the god of craftsmanship. You can't even do this. Orn said nothing. Just staring at Jiang Chuan. The scene was awkward for a while. After a long while, just when Jiang Chuan thought that he had to do the job himself, a thought came to him. Ordinary wood cannot withstand burning and hammering. It must be replaced by metallic minerals. And the quality and grade will be reduced to a certain extent. When Jiang Chuan heard this, he was overjoyed and said quickly. Okay, as long as you can do it, you can say anything. He raised his hand, and pieces of star iron moved out of the void warehouse and fell to the ground. In a short while, it piled up like a small hill. A total of tens of thousands of units of star iron. If the blacksmith masters in the logistics department knew that Jiang Chuan used these materials that could be used to forge diamond equipment to build houses. I have to fight him to the death. Is this enough? If it's not enough, we still have more, as many as you want. Orn ignored him. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of units of star iron flew into the forge. The forging furnace also suddenly grew larger. It's as high as 3 stories. It is obviously adapted to the size of the arrow tower. Does the forge have this function? I've learned a lot. I saw a huge fire in the forging furnace. Blocked Jiang Chuan's sight. Then there was another sound of ding 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 of metal striking against metal. This time, Orn took a long time. It takes longer than forging the legendary equipment Great Sage's Staff of Annihilation. Bite. Forging successful. You have obtained the level 15 special gold equipment, Storm Dragon Hunting Tower. As the system prompt sound fell, a black arrow tower shining with metallic luster appeared. The arrow tower is divided into 3 floors. 15 meters high. There is also a basketball-sized crystal sphere inlaid on the top. Like an eyeball gazing in all directions. Jiang Chuan walked into the arrow tower. I couldn't help but gasp. On the first floor of the arrow tower, there is a huge crossbow. The arrows on the crossbow are more than 3 meters long and as thick as a wrist. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are giant spears. If I get hit by this, even if you don't die, you will still lose a layer of skin. On the second and third floors are floating longbows. The longbow is like a full moon. The arrow flies like a shooting star. Storm Dragon Hunting Tower. Level 15. Quality Gold. Heavenly inscriptions, Eye of Insight, Potential Burst, Star Arrow, Automatic Repair. Basic Attack Damage, 10-24-15-99. Equipment Additional Effects. 1 Storm Arrows. Storm arrows have a range of 1000 meters, dragon hunting crossbows have a range of 3500 meters. 2 Armor-piercing arrows. Arrows from the Storm Dragon Hunting Tower can ignore 50% of the enemy's armor defense. 3 Soul-breaking arrow. Arrows from the Storm Dragon Hunting Tower can cause an additional 50% physical damage. 4 Storm Longbow. Shoots 10 arrows per second, each arrow can cause 500 points of physical damage. 5 Dragon Hunting Crossbow. Fires 1 crossbow bolt per minute, each bolt can cause 5000 points of physical damage. Eye of Insight. The Eye of Insight has the ability to break stealth, anti-submarine, lock, and early warning. When the enemy approaches the arrow tower within 5000 meters, there is a possibility that the Eye of Insight will discover it. The closer the distance, the greater the chance of discovery. Potential Burst. When the Storm Dragon Hunting Tower bursts its potential, the arrow shooting frequency, recovery speed, and repair speed will all increase by 100%. Sky Star Arrow. the arrows of Storm Dragon Hunting Tower can be automatically recovered after hitting the enemy. If damaged, the arrow tower will automatically repair itself. Auto repair: when the Storm Dragon Hunting Tower is damaged, it will consume star iron to automatically repair itself. It can repair 1% of the damage per second, and can also repair 10 arrows and 1 crossbow bolt. It can store star iron, 0/1000. Look at the properties of this arrow tower. Jiang Chuan was very satisfied. 5 equipment additional effects. These are all normal arrow tower attributes. At most, there is a difference in the numerical value. What he was really looking forward to was actually the Heavenly Dao inscription. This is an ability only possessed by divine refiners. This was also the fundamental reason why he insisted that Orn refine the arrow tower as equipment. And the effects of the 4 inscriptions. It also lived up to Jiang Chuan's expectations. With the Eye of Insight, the Storm Dragon Hunting Tower becomes an immovable sentinel. Once the enemy approaches, there is a possibility of being discovered by it. Even if the enemy is invisible, sneaking, or burrowing underground. Nor could they quietly enter the valley. Additionally, the Eye of Insight can lock onto enemies. After discovering the enemy, actively control the arrow and hit the enemy accurately. Potential explosion, as the name suggests, is the ability to fight desperately with the enemy. Can increase the shooting frequency in a short period of time. Inflict heavy damage to the enemy. Very good. Star arrows can retrieve arrows and crossbow bolts. This means that the Storm Dragon Hunting Tower will not have to worry about logistical supply issues. After all, ordinary arrow towers can attack automatically. But the territory also needs to replenish arrows in time. Otherwise, even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Automatic repair is even better. It can consume star iron and automatically repair damaged arrow towers and arrows. Jiang Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned to look at Orn and said, "Owen, you're doing great. I'm counting on you. At this rate, give me 13 more." Chapter 65. I don't know if Orn was cursing in his heart. But it finally started working. The only thing that makes Jiang Chuan depressed. This is a thing that combines the advantages of equipment and architecture. The world's gift was not triggered. You know, Jiang Chuan's innate ability is the Almighty Creator. But after he created something completely new. Receive gifts from the world. Almighty Creator, unique. Level, God Hung Men level. Property. 1 Almighty Master, you can ignore the occupation column restrictions and switch to any non-combat occupation, with no upper limit on the number of. 2 God's Blessing, your non-combat profession will be automatically promoted to a God-level profession. 3 Gifts from the world, when you create something new, you will receive gifts from the world. Previously, Jiang Chuan proposed the concept of flying sword. With the help of Orn, he forged equipment such as the Fixian sword, Lingsha shield, and Xing Shen Fei Ying sword. But it did not trigger the effect of the world's gift. He was quite depressed at that time. The flying sword was the inspiration he drew from the novels he read in his previous life. How come it's not a new thing? Later, Jiang Chuan learned that there was a profession called Sword Immortal in the 10,000 Races continent. Concepts such as flying swords and flying with swords. It's really not new. For example, Jun Wohen, the sword god of the human race 800 years ago. It is the profession of Sword Immortal. There is also the ancient sword spirit in the star god Flying Shadow Sword. It is also a product created by the Sword Immortal. In this case, the flying sword cannot trigger the reward. That makes sense. But the Storm Dragon Hunting Tower also failed to trigger the reward. This gave him a headache. Using the power of a divine refiner to forge an arrow tower, do you dare to say that this is not a new thing? If anyone has done something similar, then why are there no related legends on the continent? Who wouldn't be tempted by such powerful equipment/buildings? In fact, Jiang Chuan was really wrong. Similar experiments have been done before. And more than once. But after the experiment, everyone felt that they had lost out, so they gave up quietly. Take Jiang Chuan's Storm Dragon Hunter Tower as an example. It consumes 500 units of star iron. Only then was such a thing forged that is both an equipment and a defensive building. The quality is only gold level. But you should know that forging a weapon only consumes 5 units of star iron. 500 units of star iron. Enough to forge 100 pieces of equipment. Let's take Jiang Chuan, an intermediate divine refiner, as an example. He can get at least 1 piece of diamond level equipment, 10 pieces of platinum level equipment, and 89 pieces of gold level equipment. Calculated based on the lowest price of gold level equipment 180 gold, platinum level equipment 500 gold, diamond level equipment 1800 gold. It is equivalent to getting 22,820 gold. Change to a gold level arrow tower. In other words, Jiang Chuan's star iron was picked up. Don't feel sorry. Otherwise, it would be a real loss to my grandma's family. At this time, Jiang Chuan arrived at the first level of the canyon. Meet the master. Beiji, who was in charge of guarding the first checkpoint, immediately stepped forward and saluted. Well, you did a good job today. You deserve praise. Thank you, master. This is what I, the old pig, should do. Just as Jiang Chuan said, Beiji handled the situation properly today. He first released the werewolf into the canyon, then notified Ajaya and others to block the door, and finally sealed the canyon passage and closed the door to beat the dog. This enabled Jiang Chuan to successfully annihilate the werewolf tribe. Otherwise, it would be perfectly normal for 30 to 50 of these thousands of werewolves to escape. Haha. If it's good, it's good. Why should I be so modest? When I have time, I'll help you upgrade your equipment. A platinum grade 9 toothed rake is unworthy of the name General Pig. After praising Beiji, Jiang Chuan began to rearrange the levels. First, there are the mountain walls on both sides of the level. He moved a large number of huge rocks. Reinforce and heighten again. Then the checkpoint walls were thickened. A 10-meter thick stone wall can withstand any attack from the enemy due to its thickness. Finally, Jiang Chuan moved 3 Storm Dragon Hunter towers onto the level. The middle one. There is one on each side. It is worth mentioning that this Storm Dragon Hunting Tower, which is forged entirely from star iron, weighs several thousand pounds. Although Jiang Chuan has the professional ability to move mountains and cities. But it took a lot of effort. Only then did I move the arrow tower here. According to Jiang Chuan's guess, if one really wants to move mountains and cities as described in the ability introduction, he will need at least tens of thousands of points of strength attribute. After placing the 3 Storm Dragon Hunting Towers, Jiang Chuan also opened up 2 concave platforms on the mountain wall, each with an arrow tower embedded in it. Same thing if the enemy attacks the level. You have to face attacks from at least 5 arrow towers. Unfortunately, the first level is the narrowest. Only 5 seats can be placed. Otherwise the Jiang Chuan would be filled up. The second level is more spacious and has a total of 5 arrow towers. There are 2 more embedded in the left and right mountain walls. Even if the enemy can break through the first level, successfully entered the canyon, they also have to face the attacks of 11 Storm Dragon Hunting Towers at the same time. Each stormbow. It can shoot 10 arrows per second. 110 bows. That's 1,100 arrows. 1 minute. It can even launch 66,000 attacks. Many enemies cannot withstand such a frequency of attacks. Even if there are monsters with thick skin and flesh, can withstand the damage of the storm longbow. What about the dragon hunting crossbow? Therefore, Jiang Chuan did not set up an arrow tower on the 3rd level. An enemy that can break through 2 lines of defense. It is no longer something that the Storm Dragon Hunting Tower can resist. The last line of defense of Yanhuang territory. It should be set outside the territory. Just at this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, your Divine Refiner title has been upgraded to Senior. Please check for details. Upgrade your Divine Refiner title and gain a new professional ability, Attribute Copy. Jiang Chuan heard the system prompt sound. His expression froze. Don't they say that if you forge equipment that is inferior to your own, you won't gain proficiency? Could it be that the Storm Dragon Hunting Tower has a special relationship with it? Jiang Chuan was a little confused. However, career upgrade is naturally good news. Who cares why? Thinking of this, he opened the attribute panel of the Divine Refiner. Study them one by one. Advanced Divine Refiner. Professional abilities. 5 Attribute Copy. The Divine Refiner can copy the attribute entries of other equipment to replace a certain entry of the equipment, and the attribute entries will automatically adapt to the changes based on the quality, type, and level of the new equipment. Forging success rate, Diamond 100%, Legend 10%, Epic 1%. Note 6. You cannot gain proficiency by forging equipment below Diamond level. Chapter 66. Look at the new professional abilities of the Divine Refiner. Jiang Chuan was overjoyed. A lot of top quality equipment. There are 1 or 2 high quality attribute entries. For example, the Star God Flying Shadow Sword has the sword opens the sky gate, 10,000 swords return to the origin, an ancient sword soul. The golden barrier of the Snake King's shield. The demon soul of the immortal demon armor takes over his life. As well as the sage's heart and the divine thunder of Nirvana of the staff of Nirvana. However, these equipments will gradually become outdated as his level increases and eventually be eliminated. Now, with the ability to copy attributes, he can then transfer these attributes to the new equipment and replace some junk properties. Be more powerful with equipment. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chuan coughed lightly and spoke shyly. Hey! Orn! We also want a large brick. Do you think you can make it? I don't have any special requirements for this brick. As long as it can grow or shrink, repair itself, upgrade infinitely, and reflect damage. It would be best if there was a magic barrier. For example, it can amplify your own ranged attacks while weakening the enemy's ranged attacks. That's about it. No, don't look at me like that. This isn't really a building. It's just a bigger brick, a little bigger. Orn finally succumbed to Jiang Chuan's favor. Agree to forge this billion-dollar brick. Although it is 3,000 meters long, 10 meters high and 5 meters thick. Jiang Chuan thought that Orn's forge would grow larger again until it could accommodate the brick. For this purpose, he also specially dismissed the white-eared fox girl. Until half of the valley was cleared. But what Jiang Chuan never expected was that Orn actually walked out of the forge and came to the outside world. With a wave of his hand, more flames gushed out, covering the star iron that was like a hill. Intense heat. Let Jiang Chuan smell a burnt odor. He reached out and touched it. But I found that my hair started to become dry and curly. The clothes also slowly rolled up. Even he himself felt the unbearable heat and was burning all over. FK. If you don't leave now, you'll be cooked. Jiang Chuan hurriedly controlled the star god Fei Ying's sword. Fly away from the sea of fire woven by Orn. He was also worried that the white-eared fox girl in the valley would be affected. He even flew around in a circle. Finally we arrived at a hillside. Find Yi and the white-eared fox girl gathered here. Wow! Grandpa Sheephead is so powerful, he can actually summon such a huge fire. Woo woo! This blacksmith uncle is so handsome, with such well-developed muscles. One punch of his can make a few kids cry. Hey! How handsome is this old dwarf? He has so many muscles on his body, it's so ugly. That's right, I still prefer pretty boys like the Lord. I saw a group of white-eared fox girls chattering and discussing. There was no sign of damage at all. Jiang Chuan felt relieved. But I heard the word pretty boy. His face turned dark. What a pretty boy. It's not like I've been practicing for 2.5 years. At this time, the white-eared fox girls also noticed Jiang Chuan's arrival and rushed over. My lord, you are here. Lord brother, who is this old man? He looks so scary. Sir, is this dwarf uncle an architect? Can you ask him to help me build a beautiful house? He must be an architect. Haven't you seen him build several arrow towers before? Yet. I think so too. It's just that the construction method is unusual. It looks like a blacksmith, but what they forge is actually a building. Isn't that strange? Listening to the chatter of the crowd, Jiang Chuan felt a headache. I don't know which one to answer. Fortunately, Nai Yorong could see his embarrassment. He quickly stepped forward and shouted back the white-eared fox girls. Sister Rong, why are you all here? The white-eared fox girl is really good at choosing places. The hillside was not far from where Orn forged his bricks. It's clear enough to see without being too hot. Obviously the result of careful selection. Jiang Chuan was very curious about this. It was Grandpa Yang Jiao who asked us to come here. Why, doesn't the Lord know? Before Nai Yorong could speak, Hua Jinner interrupted and answered. After seeing Jiang Chuan's dry and curly hair and wrinkled clothes, Hua Jinner seemed to understand something. He covered his mouth and laughed. Lord, I wonder if you didn't receive the notification from Grandpa Yang Jiao. As soon as these words were spoken, the white-eared fox girls burst into laughter. They also saw Jiang Chuan's dry and curly hair. Just intimidated by his tyranny. I just don't dare to laugh. Now Hua Jinner has revealed the truth. How could the people bear it? Jiang Chuan listened to the giggles of the crowd. His face darkened even more. Hua Jinner especially laughed the most happily. He kept calling me Grandpa Yang Jiao and Brother Lord. Jiang Chuan felt that Orn had taken advantage of him. Fortunately, Nai Yorong came to the rescue again. Go, go, go. Whoever dares to speak again will be punished by having to wash the dishes for everyone tonight. This sentence obviously hit the white-eared fox girl's weak spot. Noisy hillside. Silence soon returned. I'm so sorry. Brother Orn is so mean. He didn't even warn me. He must be taking revenge. Jiang Chuan stood on the hillside, looking at the sea of fire below the mountain. Muttered to himself. However, it seems that every time the divine refiner levels up, Brother Orn's intelligence improves. I remember when he was a junior divine refiner, he was like a robot, only able to forge equipment step by step. After he becomes an intermediate divine refiner, he will be able to pass on some simple information to me. For example, when we upgraded the Star God Flying Shadow Sword. Now, he can even leave the forge and take the initiative to remind the white-eared fox girl to stay away. If I upgrade a few more times, will it help me maintain the title of the #1 arms supplier in the 10,000 races battlefield? Don't think that Jiang Chuan made a lot of money from refining medicine and forging iron. But he knew it in his heart. These are small amounts of money. In such a world of constant killing. Of course, large-scale arms deals are the most profitable. But he can rely on himself. Don't even think about running such a big stall even if you work yourself to death. But Orn's experience of growing stronger as he leveled up as a divine alchemist told him that anything was possible. Down the hillside. In the constant burning of the flames. The star iron gradually softens. Even liquid stellar iron appears. Just when Jiang Chuan thought that Orn would completely melt the star iron. Then when shaping it with a mold. Something even more unexpected happened to Jiang Chuan. All I saw were sheep-horned dwarves one after another. Walk out of Orn's body. Thousands of goat-horned dwarves surrounded Star Iron Mountain, wielding forging hammers and hammering away. The sound of metal collisions continued. One after another. It actually formed a special metal symphony in the valley. This scene stunned Jiang Chuan. He said in amazement. Holy crap! Is Brother Orn really that awesome? Walking out of the forge, controlling the myriad fires, and transforming into a myriad of forms. So, can he really fulfill my dream of becoming the #1 arms dealer? Chapter 67. All I saw was red-hot iron. Under the beating of countless orns. Continuously remove impurities. Shape the form. Gradually, a 100-point large brick appeared in front of Jiang Chuan. It is 3,000 meters long, 10 meters high, and 5 meters thick. It is pitch black with a metallic luster, like a city wall. If Orn heard the word as if in Jiang Chuan's mind, he would definitely hit him with a hammer, and then roar, roar, and shout to expose his true intentions. This is just a city wall. This time the forging time was exceptionally long. It took almost an hour. The white-eared fox girls had already dispersed. Only Nai Yorong and Tu Shangxu were left with Jiang Chuan. Finally, the system's pleasant prompt sound rang. Byte. Forging successful. You have obtained the level 15 special gold equipment, Immortal Great Wall. Hear the system prompt tone. Jiang Chuan was overjoyed. Use forging equipment to build a city wall. This idea is somewhat bizarre. He also had no confidence in completing it. Now, the system prompt sounded. It means that the idea has come true. Before Jiang Chuan opened the property panel of the Immortal Great Wall, another message rang out. Ding dong! You gained 50 points of Divine Refiner Professional Proficiency. Junior Divine Refiner. Only by refining gold level equipment can you gain professional proficiency. Intermediate Divine Refiner. Only by refining platinum level equipment can you gain professional proficiency. And the Senior Divine Refiner. Moreover, only by refining diamond level equipment can one gain professional proficiency. But Orn refined a gold grade immortal wall. But gain 50 proficiency points. Far exceeded Jiang Chuan's expectations. Is it because the Immortal Great Wall is too massive? Jiang Chuan guessed silently. If I could do it again, would I be able to become a Master Divine Refiner and refine legendary equipment with 100% accuracy? At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding dong! Alert to Trialist Jiang Chuan, the Orn projection has entered cooldown and will be unavailable for 24 hours. Jiang Chuan looked towards the foot of the mountain with a frown on his face. But all I saw was a dwarf with sheep horns shaking his butt. Get inside the forge. Disappeared in the vast sea of fire. Is this a strike? Jiang Chuan never expected that Orn would simply quit. In desperation, he could only turn his gaze to the Immortal Wall. The Immortal Great Wall is 3,000 meters long, 10 meters high and 5 meters thick. It is pitch black with a metallic luster. It sparkles in the sunlight. Various strange patterns are engraved on the city walls. Full of ancient, vast, and wild atmosphere. Immortal Great Wall. Level 15. Quality Gold. Heavenly Dao inscriptions, big and small Rui, Thorn Barrier, Magic Barrier, Hostility Sense, Immortal Golden City. Basic Defense, 3,899. Durability, 1,000,000/1,000,000. Equipment Additional Effects. 1 Immortal Great Wall's defense increased by 100%. 2 Durability of the Immortal Great Wall increased by 100%. 3 Immortal Great Wall's recovery speed increased by 100%. Size as you want, the Immortal Great Wall can expand as the territory upgrades, and can change size and shape at will. The current maximum length is 30,000 meters and the shortest is 300 meters. Thorn Barrier. When the Immortal Great Wall is attacked by the enemy, it can reflect 50% of the enemy's damage back. Magic Barrier. The Immortal Wall can weaken the enemy's ranged attacks by 50% and increase your own ranged attacks by 50%. Red alert, the immortal Great Wall can detect hostile targets. No matter if they sneak in stealthily, underground or flying, they will be sensed. Immortal Golden City, when the immortal Great Wall is damaged, it can be quickly repaired by consuming metal minerals, as long as there are enough resources, even if it is destroyed, it can be restored to its original state. Looking at the attribute panel of the immortal Great Wall, Jiang Chuan was amazed. This effect is really nice. Defense, durability, and recovery speed increased by 100%. It means that the immortal Great Wall will be more difficult to break through. But the most powerful ones are the several heavenly Dao inscriptions on the immortal Great Wall. The size of Ruyi can continue to grow as the territory expands. It will not happen that the territory is upgraded, but the expansion of the territory is hindered by the city walls, and eventually it is eliminated and demolished. Even when the territory has not been upgraded, it can still be lengthened or shortened 10 times its original length. It reminded Jiang Chuan of a stick belonging to a certain monkey-like creature. Great Tames stand tall and upright. It is difficult to see with the naked eye at this hour. Additionally, the thorn barrier can reflect damage. The magic barrier can block enemy long-range attacks and amplify your own long-range attacks. They also have good defensive capabilities. And the red alert, if its effect did not overlap with the Eye of Insight of the Storm Dragon Hunting Tower. It can also be a surprising inscription of heaven. The final immortal Golden City is even more perverted to the point of being beyond description. Imagine that the enemy army is besieging a city and constantly destroying the city walls with siege equipment such as ballistae, catapults, and alchemical cannons. But his own city walls were consuming metal minerals and were constantly being repaired. What kind of scene would this be? However, Jiang Chuan was not satisfied with this. Because the immortal Great Wall does not have the attribute he wants most, unlimited upgrades. No matter how powerful the equipment is, everyone will be eliminated one day. This law also applies to architecture. There are only buildings that can be infinitely upgraded. In order to keep up with the development speed of the territory. Ding dong! Remind trialist Jiang Chuan, do you want to copy the attribute entry for the Thousand Gods Phantom Mask Equipment Infinite Growth? Copy. Infinite Growth is one of the equipment attributes of Thousand Gods Phantom. It is also the attribute that Jiang Chuan has the highest hopes for. Now, he wants to replicate it on the immortal wall. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, Infinite Growth copy successful. Please select the equipment target. The immortal Great Wall. Please select a replacement term. Item duplication requires replacing an item in the new equipment. This is normal. If a piece of equipment can stack attributes infinitely, a blank piece of equipment can be transformed into a divine artifact in seconds. Red alert. The effect of red alert is good though. But it overlaps with the Storm Dragon Hunter Tower. There is no need for it to exist. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you've successfully equipped the immortal Great Wall with the item Infinite Growth. Note, to adapt to the immortal Great Wall, the attributes of the entry Infinite Growth have changed. Please check for details. Unlimited Growth. Note 1. Every 1000 units of star iron consumed will increase the growth of the immortal Great Wall by 1%. Note 2. When the evolution degree reaches 100%, the level of the immortal Great Wall will be increased. Note 3. Every time the immortal Great Wall is upgraded by 10 levels, its quality will be upgraded by 1 level. Note 4. The quality of the immortal Great Wall has been improved, and all its attributes will also be improved. Note 5. Star iron can be replaced by other metal materials that are not inferior to itself. Note, it can grow up to the legendary level. Watch the new attributes grow infinitely. Jiang Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Originally, the upgrade requirement for the Thousand Gods illusionary mask was to kill monsters. Ordinary monsters can gain level growth points. Boss monsters can gain quality growth points. If the upgrade rules of the Immortal Great Wall remain unchanged and it still requires killing monsters to upgrade, then the upgrade speed itself will be very slow. It will also affect the upgrade speed of the Thousand Gods Mask. After all, the Immortal Wall is a defensive structure. You can't just lure monsters to attack the city every day. Upgrade with ores. Definitely good news. Although the level is limited to the legendary level. But a legendary metal wall can definitely render the enemy helpless. Chapter 68. Ding Dong. Remind Trialist Jiang Chuan, do you want to copy the attribute entry of the Star God Flying Shadow Sword equipped Ancient Sword Soul? Copy. Now that we have started. Jiang Chuan intends to do it all in one go. He also wanted to see if he could copy the entry Ancient Sword Soul to the Immortal Great Wall. What will happen? Anyway, there is the professional ability of attribute copy. If it doesn't fit, just replace it. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, the Ancient Sword Soul has been successfully copied. Please select the equipment target. The Immortal Great Wall. Please select a replacement term. Thorn Barrier. The Barrier of Thorns works pretty well. But compared to other inscriptions, it is a little less interesting. At the beginning, Jiang Chuan's Lingsha shield also had an entry for 100% reflected damage. Unfortunately, it's useless. Not to mention this entry that can only reflect 50% of the damage. Therefore, Jiang Chuan decisively replaced it. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you've successfully equipped the Immortal Great Wall with the Ancient Sword Soul. Note, to adapt to the Immortal Great Wall, the Ancient Sword Soul has changed. You will gain a new entry, Immortal War Soul. Please check for details. Immortal Fighting Spirit. Attribute 1, the Immortal Great Wall awakens the Immortal Fighting Spirit, which will control the defensive facilities on the wall to attack the enemy. Attribute 2, the Immortal Great Wall will capture the souls of the dead on the battlefield and transform them into fighting spirits, which can assist friendly forces in battle. Property 3, the Immortal Great Wall can accommodate up to 10 level quality fighting spirits. Fighting spirits are immortal. As long as the Immortal Great Wall exists, the fighting spirits will live forever. Jiang Chuan looked at the Immortal Great Wall that he had built. I feel very satisfied. Your Star God Flying Shadow Sword can awaken the sword spirit. My Immortal Great Wall can also awaken the fighting spirit. No one is worse than anyone else. But Jiang Chuan wanted to continue the experiment. When choosing the best term pairing, a system prompt sounded. It left him inexplicably surprised. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you've created something new, and you'll receive a gift from the world. From the time I awakened the gift of the Almighty Creator till now, Jiang Chuan has come up with a lot of new things. For example, flying swords and flying shields, the Storm Dragon Hunting Tower, and the Immortal Great Wall in front of us. But none of them triggered the world's gift. This shows that these new things are not new. But when he equipped the Immortal Great Wall with the Immortal War Spirit attribute, it was as if a switch was touched. Things have changed. I saw a colorful beam of light falling from the sky. It fell on the Immortal Wall. In an instant, the Immortal Great Wall changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The city wall, which is 3,000 meters long, 10 meters high and 5 meters thick, gradually shrinks. The metallic luster gradually faded. The dark walls gradually turned into crystals. It is translucent. On the Immortal Great Wall made of metal, there was actually a slight fluctuation. I saw the wall undulating slightly. In some places, the walls have severe bulges and depressions. Just like a living being breathing and having a beating heart. Moreover, as these changes deepen, the entire Immortal Great Wall began to wriggle, twist, and shake. Bite. Upgrade successful. You obtain the level 1 special legendary equipment, Eternal Defense. Hear the system prompt tone. Jiang Chuan was shocked at first, because the level dropped from 15 to 1. Then he was overjoyed again, because the quality was upgraded from gold to legendary. Eternal line of defense. Let me see your power. The dark great wall with a metallic luster turned into a crystal dragon over 100 meters long, hovering in the air. The dragons were connected head to tail in the air. Entanglement and intercourse. Leaping, dancing, and floating. Like a ribbon. If Jiang Chuan hadn't seen the changes of the crystal dragon with his own eyes, he found it hard to believe. This would be the dark city wall from not long ago. At this moment, a feeling of closeness, admiration, and joy came from the direction of the crystal dragon. It looks a bit like the star god flying shadow sword with the awakened sword spirit. Jiang Chuan seemed to hear a little girl's voice calling him. Father! Father! The innocent voice kept echoing in his mind. What did I come up with? A city wall. Has it become a spirit? Eternal defense. Level 1. Quality, legendary. Heavenly Dao inscriptions, eternal crystal, endless devouring, immortal war spirit, war shadow, war domain. Basic defense, 51,999. Durability, 10 million/10 million. Equipment additional effects. 1 friendly units on the wall gain plus 100% health. 2 friendly units on the wall gain plus 100% mana. 3 friendly units on the city wall gain plus 100% attack power. 4 friendly units on the city wall gain plus 100% defense. 5 friendly units on the city wall gain plus 100% recovery. Eternal Crystal, the eternal defense line can change its size and shape at will. The larger the size, the weaker the defense, and the smaller the size, the stronger the defense. When the eternal defense line is damaged, it can be quickly repaired by consuming growth points. As long as the growth points are sufficient, the eternal defense line will never be destroyed. Endless devouring, the eternal defense line can devour all matter and convert it into growth points. When the growth points reach 10,000, the level of the eternal defense line will be upgraded. Every time the eternal defense line is upgraded by 20 levels, the quality will be upgraded by 1 level, and there is no upper limit to the upgrade. Immortal Soul, the immortal soul is born in the eternal line of defense. The immortal soul can control the arrow towers, ballistae, catapults, and alchemical cannons on the eternal line of defense and command the battle. War Shadow, when an enemy dies, they will be transformed into a War Shadow. The War Shadow retains their strength and combat awareness, and is immortal and full of fighting spirit. War Field, in the War Field, the enemy's long-range attack will be weakened by 100%, and your own long-range attack will be increased by 100%. Looking at the attribute panel of Eternal Defense Line, Jiang Chuan was stunned. Is this still a city wall? The city wall has become a spirit. As long as you are on the Eternal Defense Line, friendly's health, mana, attack power, defense power, recovery power. All 5 attributes are increased by 100%. This combat effectiveness has more than doubled. Especially the 5 great heavenly inscriptions, which made him dazzled. First, the big and small Ruyi and the immortal golden city merged into the eternal crystal. The eternal defense line can be expanded or reduced without limit. As long as Jiang Chuan is willing. There is no problem in letting the eternal defense line protect the entire valley. Of course, if the size is too large, the defensive power of the eternal line of defense will be affected. The cost of repairing the city wall has also changed from a single star iron to a growth point. And the growth points come from all material things in the world. This is the second change of the eternal line of defense. That is, it can devour all matter and transform it into growth points. This greatly reduces the difficulty of upgrading the eternal defense line. But the most important thing is that the quality of the eternal line of defense will also be unrestricted. The highest level of the eternal Great Wall can only reach is legendary. However, the eternal defense line started out as a legend, with no upper limit. As long as Jiang Chuan has enough resources, he will obtain a divine-level Great Wall. The emergence of the immortal fighting spirit is the fundamental reason for the qualitative change in the eternal defense line. Because from now on, the eternal line is no longer a cold wall, but a conscious fortress, or even a thinking creature. When the immortal fighting spirit began to control all the attack facilities on the city wall, and coordinate and command soldiers in battle, efficiency will be increased to an incredible level. After all, a person's vision is limited. Control at most one city wall. But the immortal fighting spirit is all-round. For example, an enemy appears who is powerful, thick-skinned, and difficult to kill. The immortal fighting spirit can mobilize all surrounding firepower. Focus fire on the enemy. No matter how powerful the opponent is. I'm afraid it can't even hold up against a city wall. Thousands of arrow towers, crossbows, alchemical cannons, as well as concentrated fire attacks from archers and magicians. If such a thing exists, he no longer had to attack the city. Just give it a slap and wipe out the eternal defense line. Shadow of War is also very important. He can transform fallen enemies into puppets. Retain the strength and combat awareness of life. And it is immortal. The fighting spirit is high. As long as there are enough war shadows, the eternal line of defense doesn't even require a large army to man it. The last Tiandao inscription, War Domain, is also an ability that can change the form of war. It can weaken the enemy's ranged attacks. This means that the enemy wants to break through the eternal defense line. Close combat must be used. For example, using a siege vehicle for close-range ramming. Use ladders to climb city walls and fight, etc. But the friendly forces on the eternal line of defense have a 100% increase in long-range firepower. This increase and this decrease. The gap in strength between the enemy and us will become even greater. Is this the power of the world's gift? Chapter 69. At this time, the eternal defense line, like a giant crystal dragon, flew towards Jiang Chuan. During the flight, its size continued to shrink until it turned into a mini crystal dragon about 8 or 9 meters long and as thick as a bowl. It flew to Jiang Chuan, stretched out its head and rubbed it against Jiang Chuan's shoulder, conveying an emotion of joy and admiration. Father! Father! A childish female voice sounded. Jiang Chuan was both happy and helpless. He reached out and touched the little head of the eternal defense line, and felt it was cold and very smooth. I'm not your father. But before he could finish his words, the crystal skull stood up and an aggrieved voice sounded. Woo woo. Father, don't you want me anymore? Woo. Jiang Chuan could only wave his hands and explain. What I mean is, how about we change the name? Like a master, not a father. The crystal dragon's body was suspended in the air, its head still, as if thinking. Why, isn't father good? Haha. Think about it, if I am your father, then who is your mother? Jiang Chuan asked with a smile. The eternal defense line's nascent consciousness was obviously unable to think about such a profound question, and it actually crashed for a moment. At this moment, Nai Yorong and Tu Shangxiu, who were behind Jiang Chuan, suddenly felt a pair of eyes cast on them, and they couldn't help feeling happy. Tu Shangxiu blushed and lowered her head, her fingers intertwined, feeling both shy and expectant. Nai Yorong looked at the crystal dragon with a generous expression, and his misty eyes were full of encouragement. Although they also found it incredible that a city wall could have consciousness. But she is looking forward to becoming Jiang Chuan's wife. Unexpectedly, the eternal defense line's gaze quickly shifted, and he spoke in a lower voice that everyone could hear. You vixen, you're obviously not a good person. I don't want you to be my mother. The two girls were embarrassed and felt uneasy. They didn't know that the vixen that eternal defense was talking about simply didn't like them. For example, a human woman calls a third party a vixen. Or it's because of their identity as fox-eared girls. If it is the former, at most the child is jealous and envious, and you just need to coax him more in the future. But if it is the latter, the problem is much more serious. That involves racial discrimination. The two looked at each other, feeling worried. But when they looked at each other, they were startled and subconsciously looked away. Nai Yorong thought, oh no, Shuer is the real wife, and I am the third party. I must not let her find out. Tu Shangxue felt a little uneasy and thought. Why does Aunt Rong have such an expression? There seems to be something wrong with the way she looks at the master. Not to mention how the two women's 10,000 thoughts will fight each other. But she saw the eternal defense line wrapped around Jiang Chuan like a flexible crystal python, and she cried out sweetly. Master! Is that what it's called? The little girl called out in a soft and cute lowly voice that made people feel numb and tingling. Jiang Chuan didn't know why, but he felt a little strange in his heart, but he quickly concealed it. He stretched out his hand, patted the crystal skull of the eternal defense line, and said. Okay, that's it. But what should I call you? It can't be called the eternal defense line. Nanan, how about just calling you Nanan? As soon as Jiang Chuan finished speaking, Nanan flew up and danced in the sky like a ribbon. As he danced, he cheered, oh! I have a name! I have a name! Master, is my name Nanan? Nanan, Nanan, it sounds so beautiful, thank you master. The little girl was overjoyed and spoke with joy. Okay, Nanan, that's our home. You have to protect it and don't let bad guys in, okay? After Nanan played for a while, Jiang Chuan pointed at the Yanhuang collar and said. Yes, master, Nanan will protect our home and keep bad guys out. Nanan flew towards the territory, her body quickly grew larger, connected head to tail, and turned into a huge crystal ring, and finally landed outside the territory. A circular crystal wall 3,000 meters long, 10 meters high and 5 meters thick firmly protects the territory. The most interesting thing is that when the white-eared fox girls in the territory walked to the city wall, the wall automatically opened several holes, allowing them to enter and exit freely. After the white-eared fox girl walked out, the opening closed automatically again, turning into a tight crystal defense line. If a large army attacks the city, the enemy will not even be able to find the city gate. In addition, long-range attacks will be blocked, so they can only use facilities such as ladders to climb the city walls. However, our side can attack from any position and catch the enemy off guard. This scene is funny just thinking about it. The white-eared fox girls in the territory were also shocked when they saw this scene. While they were screaming in surprise, they couldn't help but feel a sense of security in their hearts. Now, they no longer have to worry about being ambushed. On the other hand, due to Orn's strike, the new Storm Dragon Hunter Tower could not be forged. Jiang Chuan had no choice but to go to the canyon and use his ability to move mountains and cities to move a few towers and place them on the eternal defense line. Nanan also immediately took over these Storm Dragon hunting towers. Whether she was manipulating a crossbow to attack a target or controlling the Eye of Insight to monitor the surroundings, she could do it as easily as using her own arm. According to Nanan's speculation, as long as the enemy appears within 5,000 meters, she spotted him immediately. No matter whether the opponent is invisible, hiding underground, or flying. No one can escape her 360 degrees all-round surveillance without blind spots. This is much better than a single Storm Dragon Hunter Tower. Nanan also showed enough talent in controlling the crossbow. She can control the direction of each crossbow arrow, aiming at any enemy within range, and even attack hundreds of targets at the same time. It's hard to say for a moving target, it depends on how high the opponent's dodge rate is. But for a fixed target, there is no such thing as missing the target. Jiang Chuan plans to equip Nanan with a piece of equipment similar to a supercomputer to help her complete complex calculations. In addition, he also wanted to build a warehouse that could be connected to his daughter. In this way, Nanan can extract materials from the warehouse to repair herself at any time. But to achieve this goal, he needs to master some other knowledge. For example, a formation master has certain computing capabilities. A life profession that can also build a teleportation array. And he also needs Orn's help. We can only talk about it after some time. In addition, perhaps due to the architectural nature of the Eternal Defense, or perhaps due to Nanan's life characteristics, it did not make it to the equipment rankings. The special effects of the Great Collector were not triggered either. This made Jiang Chuan quite disappointed. And while he was busy, the whole world was boiling for him. What the hell? What kind of long me is this? I worked hard for 3 days to level up, and someone else only took 30 minutes to level up 4 times. Oh. It's Emperor Shishin. That's fine. In the past half hour, I've watched Emperor Shishin level up. He's reached level 4 in half an hour. That's as fast as riding a rocket. He only gained a level 2 days ago, and everyone thought he had run out of ideas. Turns out he was just preparing for his ultimate move. Haha. Those ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are probably going to faint in the bathroom crying. Yes. These guys are all concentrating their efforts on killing monsters, hoping to surpass Emperor Shishin. Especially the 2nd place Yin Wuju. That guy actually hired a group of people to help him catch monsters, allowing him to level up without even having to lie down. He was about to catch up with Emperor Shishin, but Emperor Shishin only leveled up 4 levels in a row. Isn't that infuriating? Chapter 70. Being watched by a group of fierce peaches, Jiang Chuan felt like he was on edge. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been swallowed by these women. At this point, the planting work in the valley is basically completed, and by the time of the next harvest, the crop output will be enough to feed tens of thousands of people. Now, Jiang Chuan's worry is not about lack of food, resources, or wealth, but about the severe shortage of manpower in his territory. With only 50-odd white-eared fox girls, let alone developing the territory, they can't even maintain the current situation. This also strengthened Jiang Chuan's determination to leave the territory and look for a source of population. Currently, there are 3 ways for a territory to acquire population. One is to conquer other races, tribes, and territories and plunder their populations. The second is to recruit from the human race or other small tribes to fill the territory's population. The third is to look for God-given buildings such as military nests and directly recruit population troops. The 3 methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. War looting is the fastest, but has the lowest loyalty. Peaceful recruitment may yield some skilled personnel, but it is slow and there is a possibility of spies infiltrating. The best way is to find a God-given nest. The people recruited from the nest will be absolutely loyal to the Lord and will never betray him. This is also the only way Jiang Chuan can accept at the moment. It's time to leave here. In the Shenmue space, Jiang Chuan was refining medicine to complete the order from the logistics department. While using the gift of nature to ripen the medicinal herbs, he calculated that he could ripen 60 times per hour, which would yield a large amount of rare, top-grade, and even spiritual-level medicinal materials. If the thing being ripened is the blue-leafed bauhinia for making magic potions, or the star grass for making life potions, the profit should fluctuate around 1,200 gold. If other medicinal herbs are ripened, the profit can also be around 800 yuan. Alas! Making money is not difficult, but I am alone and can't do anything else. Clone, clone. It would be great if I could have clone-like skills. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but start thinking about how to obtain clone-like skills. If it is a deceptive phantom, a combat puppet, or a doll with special functions, it is not difficult to obtain. But what he wanted was an avatar with independent consciousness that could complete production activities such as refining medicine, planting, and construction, which was extremely difficult. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but look at the Myriad Beasts Atlas. Unfortunately, the medicine-pounding rabbit Ur is still soundly asleep, otherwise she could help him with some of the medicine refining tasks. Is this guy looking for an excuse not to go to work? While Jiang Chuan was busy, an unusual conversation took place in a room in the territory. And, what's wrong with you? First you told me to stay away from the master, then you told me to be more proactive and even taught me how to flirt with that master. Now you're telling me to be careful and not get too close to the master. Isn't that a bit contradictory? Tu Shangxiu and Nai Yorong were wearing translucent gauze clothes and lying on the bed in the bedroom. A mature, plump, hydrated and full one. A face with delicate and beautiful features. Just lying together, there is a soul-stirring, fascinating and fatal attraction. But the conversation between the two was somewhat discordant. Nai Yorong was speechless after being questioned by Tu Shangxiu, and dared not say anything. You can't just say, I clapped with your master, so you little girl should be sensible and stay away from him. Nai Yorong knew that he was in the wrong, so he thought for a long time before explaining in a low voice. Shwe'er, you misunderstood my aunt. What I meant is that your master is too outstanding. Someone like him will definitely attract the attention of countless women. And he's not the kind of man who can remain chaste for you. If your relationship with him progresses further, you'll inevitably be jealous of other women. Would you share a man with another woman? Before you get deeper into trouble, stay away from him as soon as possible. After hearing Nai Yorong's analysis, Tu Shangxiu fell silent. To be fair, no one wants to share his man with other women. But her master's excellence is not something she can enjoy alone. Suddenly, Tu Shangxiu's eyes lit up. She looked at her aunt seriously and said solemnly. I've figured it out. Although we can't stop other women from throwing themselves at the master, we can make the master reject them. Nai Yorong was stunned at first, then he looked at Tu Shangxiu with an expression as if he was looking at a fool, as if saying, what you said makes a lot of sense, I have no words to say. She had personally experienced how ambitious that man was. Even if no other woman took the initiative to throw herself at him, he would take the initiative to pull other women into his arms. Isn't he the most obvious example? Not to mention asking him to actively reject the temptation of other women. Even if a sow can climb a tree, Jiang Chuan will not stop looking for a woman. At this time, Tu Shangxiu continued to speak. And, there are 53 members in our tribe. Aside from you guys who are not of the same generation, there are 41 members left. Each of them is as beautiful as a flower and very attractive. They come in all ages, with a wide variety of temperaments and styles, each with their own strengths. Do you think the master will not be attracted to them? Once the master is tempted, the sisters will rush over. Do you think he will have the extra energy to pay attention to the vixen outside? If there is, it only means that our sisters are not doing their job well enough. Nai Yorong blinked her eyes. She understood what Tu Shangxiu meant and also thought that this idea was feasible. But I just couldn't feel happy. So, it seems like I'm excluded as well. Just when Nai Yorong was feeling angry, Tu Shangxiu spoke again. No, I have to go talk to Sister Ping and Xiao Jin'er and the others. After saying that, he jumped off Nai Yorong's bed and quickly got dressed. Boom! 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 But at this moment, there was a knock on the floor in Nai Yorong's house, which scared Tu Shangxiu. Ah! Auntie, your floor is making noises. When Nai Yorong heard the sound, the distress on her face disappeared. Instead, she half lay on the bed, supporting her head with one hand, showing off her proud curves perfectly, and then she said to Tu Shangxiu with a smile. It's okay, it might be a rat. She suddenly became so charming that even Tu Shangxiu was stunned. But when he heard the word mouse, Tu Shangxiu's heart trembled again, and he dared not appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of him. Everyone in the valley knew that she was most afraid of mice. Tu Shangxiu was seen putting on her coat and running towards the door, speaking in panic. Auntie, I'm going to go find Sister Ping and Xiao Jin'er. You can handle this one yourself. Before he could finish his words, he had already walked out of the room and closed the door, isolating himself from the sounds inside and outside. "A mouse, hey? I'll let you call me daddy later. Hee hee. Whose kind person comes to visit and doesn't knock on the door, but knocks on the floor instead? If this isn't a mouse, what is it? Humph. Monster, stop making noise. I am Fahe, a monk who specializes in subduing demons and monsters. Look at my Vajra pestle." Chapter 71. Master, don't worry. I, old pig, will definitely guard the checkpoint. Master, don't you want Nanan anymore? Master, when you come back, I will definitely give you a big surprise. Woo woo, Lord, you must come back soon, Xiao Jinner will miss you. I hope that the Lord will have everything go smoothly and return safely. Inside the territory, when Jiang Chuan announced he was leaving, everyone reacted differently. Beiji, who was left behind, patted his chest and vowed to protect the territory. Nanan, who had just regained consciousness, and a group of lowly fox girls had tears in their eyes and looked reluctant. After Jiang Chuan glanced at everyone, his gaze lingered on Tu Shangxiu's face for a moment, although he also wanted to stay and enjoy the carefully prepared surprise. But for the long-term development of the territory, going out to look for opportunities is the best choice. Okay, everyone, stop crying. I'll be back soon. If the territory is in danger, don't I still have it? Jiang Chuan patted the sub-disc of the mother and child teleportation array in his arms and said soothingly. Although he was going to leave the territory, he still made sufficient preparations before leaving. For example, after Orn returned to work, he forged more than a dozen Storm Dragon Hunter towers, placed them on the eternal line of defense, and handed them over to Nanan for control. With these defense towers, the Yanhuang territory is as impregnable as a rock. For example, he also placed the mother disk of the mother and child teleportation array in the underground treasure house. Once the territory encounters an unmanageable danger, Beiji will notify Jiang Chuan through the master-servant contract, and then he can be teleported back to the territory through the subdisk he carries with him. With this arrangement, Jiang Chuan no longer has to worry. Owen, it's time for us to go. After pacifying all the fox-eared girls, big and small, Jiang Chuan shouted again in the direction of the eternal defense line. After the Aoan strike ended, we received orders for more than a dozen storm dragon hunting towers. I almost quit again. Until he saw the eternal defense line that looked like crystal. I couldn't move my eyes away anymore. Especially after learning that this eternal line of defense evolved from the indestructible Great Wall forged by it. He even put forward a condition, to help forge the Storm Dragon Hunting Tower. But after completing the mission, you must observe and study the eternal line up close. Jiang Chuan agreed on the spot, as it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Only a fool would refuse a coolie for free. After receiving the promise, Orn activated his ability to transform into a shadow, quickly completed the forging task at the Storm Dragon Hunter Tower, and then rushed towards the eternal defense line. Nanan didn't dislike this strange uncle, and even felt a little friendly to him, so she let Orn study him closely. Just don't touch it, otherwise just shoot it with your dragon hunting crossbow. Although Orn felt regretful, he had no choice but to surrender. At the beginning, Jiang Chuan was very interested in Orn's ability to split into two and transform into a shadow. Even after he learned that this was a racial talent that could not be taught or learned, he remained interested. But when Orn completed the forging of the Storm Dragon Tower, Jiang Chuan was upset again. Because the system prompt sound did not sound this time. This means that using the ability to clone himself will not make Orn lose power or become weak. The old man was really on strike before. After thinking it all through, Jiang Chuan was so angry that he wanted to hang Orn up and beat him up. There is no way. The methods commonly used by capitalists, such as wage deductions, salary cuts, benching, and even dismissal, are completely useless to Aowen, because he never gave them at all. However, when Jiang Chuan saw Orn's obsession with eternal defense, a sinister smile flashed across his face for a moment. "Old boy, I'll make sure I can cure you to death this time." Jiang Chuan ignored Orn's protests and took him away along with the furnace. Then he summoned the star god Flying Shadow Sword, flew on the sword, and flew away into the distance. This time when he left, Jiang Chuan had 3 major goals. One is to search for people for the territory. The second is to find a mountain that can be used to refine the Janayu Divine Mountain. The third is to find a dragon creature that can satisfy the Dragon Knight. It is also very interesting to say that Jiang Chuan left Maple Leaf Town in order to find dragon creatures to activate the abilities of the Dragon Knight. Unexpectedly, while I was having breakfast, I was led into the valley by the medicine-pounding rabbit Ewer. This led to a series of events that followed. It's really ridiculous. Ding dong! Congratulations to trialist Jiang Chuan, you killed the level 23 bronze boss, the golden-backed demonic ape king. Trigger the double experience buff special effect. Trigger the upgrade maniac special effect. Gain 6,000 experience points. On the way, Jiang Chuan saw a large number of monsters gathering. They will stop to check, and once they find a boss creature, they will kill it immediately. Experience points are a small matter. A level 23 bronze boss can only provide him with 1,500 experience points. Even if the double experience buff and the upgrade maniac effect are triggered, it's only 7,000 experience points. It's not enough for him to level up. But Jiang Chuan's goal is to trigger the boss hunter's effect and obtain permanent attribute enhancement, and gain evolution points to improve the quality of the Thousand Gods illusionary face. A piece of platinum level equipment. I really can't hold up the scene anymore. Ding dong! Trialist Jiang Chuan detected. You killed the bronze boss, the golden-backed demon ape king. You will gain the following attribute growth. Strength attribute plus 10. Constitution attribute plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spiritual attribute plus 10. A bronze boss can give Jiang Chuan a permanent 10-point increase in all attributes. This kind of improvement made him obsessed. Similar hunting happened many times along the way. It is only one step away from advancing to the Thousand Gods illusionary faces. Oh! It would be nice if I had the ability to search monsters and sense the boss's aura. This way, we don't have to stop and go and waste time. At this time, Jiang Chuan's level was as high as 20. When the average level of the trial takers was less than 10 and the second place was only 15, he could be said to be the leader and surpassed all others. But what is even more terrifying is his attributes, which have long exceeded the scope of a trial taker. Name: Jiang Chuan. Level: 20. Titles: Boss Hunter, Upgrade Maniac, Great Collector, Chosen King. Occupations: Dominator, Divine Refiner, Immortal Medicine God, Earth Walker, Divine Messenger, Dragon Knight, Shennong Master, Wonder Designer. HP 29330. MP 44920. Strength: 2462. Constitution: 2610. Agility: 2461. Spirit: 3664. Innate abilities: Almighty Creator, Heavenly Sensing, God of Magic, Immortal Foxtail, Mountain Suppressing God. Buffs: Intermediate Life LV10, Intermediate Mana LV10, Intermediate Strength LV10, Intermediate Spirit LV10. Primary Fire Resistance LV10, Primary Purification LV10, Double Experience. Skills: 10,000 Blades Ice Flower Flow, Mass Thunder Fall, Space Jump, Sky Collapse, Dark Night Cloak, Great Judgment, Skyfire Burial, Frozen Pillar, Dark Dragon Spear, Burning Flame Ring, Hydrotherapy, Devour. Equipment: Great Sage, Staff of Annihilation, Star God Flying Shadow Sword, Thousand Gods Illusionary Mask, Immortal Demon Armor. Props, Minotaur's War Horn, Mother and Child Teleportation Array, Golden Synthesizer. An average of more than 2,000 points of 4-dimensional attributes. It is already comparable to some veteran professionals in their 50s. You know, Jiang Chuan is a life profession, and leveling up can only gain a minimum attribute growth of 1 point. But the reason why he can reach his current level, it's also because of my life and career. The first is the Undead Medicine God, which can convert the effects of potions into permanent buffs. Intermediate life buff and mana buff. Provide Jiang Chuan with 10,000 health and mana points respectively. There are also intermediate strength, physique, agility, and spirit buffs. It also provides him with 1,000 points of growth in 4-dimensional attributes. This alone is enough to make Jiang Chuan surpass all combat professionals of the same level. The second is the Divine Alchemist, which allows Jiang Chuan to obtain a series of advanced equipment. And these advanced equipment, it also brought him a huge increase in attributes. Finally, it is time for attribute growth from other sources such as leveling up, hunting bosses, and collecting treasures. At this time, Jiang Chuan can pat his chest and say something. God-level life profession. It smells really good. Chapter 72. Jiang Chuan walked aimlessly in the wilderness, stopping whenever he encountered a boss, and only set out on his journey again after hunting it down. See the towering mountains, or terrain with mineral features. It will also descend and sink deep into the earth to search for possible mineral deposits. And check whether it is suitable for refining Janayu Divine Mountain. Ding dong! Congratulations to Trialist Jiang Chuan, you've discovered a medium-sized resource point Red Fire Copper. Please check for details. Red Fire Copper Mine. Resource level, medium-sized mineral vein. Resource production, 1000 units/day. Capacity for miners, 500. Mining period, 10 years. This is a resource point that Jiang Chuan accidentally discovered when he was exterminating a fire python tribe. The red fire copper among them is a metal mineral slightly inferior to star iron. It can be used to forge gold, platinum, and even diamond-grade equipment. Red fire copper also has extremely strong ductility. If used to forge heavy defensive equipment such as armor and shields, it will have excellent defensive power. Jiang Chuan sank to the bottom without saying a word, and with the ability of the Earth Walker, he mined out all the red fire copper in the entire mine and threw it into the Void Warehouse. At this point, you can see the power of the Void Warehouse, which has unlimited space and can store and withdraw at any time. The only thing that made Jiang Chuan dissatisfied was that the Earth Walker was too difficult to upgrade. You need to stay underground for an hour. You can gain 1 point of proficiency. But Jiang Chuan is so busy that he doesn't have hundreds of hours to spend on upgrading the Earth Walker. This also increases the professional level of the Earth Walker. Has always been at the primary level. Ding! Remind the trialist Jiang Chuan, you have discovered a rare item from heaven and earth, would you like to mine it? Just when Jiang Chuan finished mining the red fire copper and was about to evacuate, the system prompt sounded suddenly. A wonder of heaven and earth. Jiang Chuan was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately stopped and started searching. As a divine refiner, he often communicates with the master blacksmiths in the logistics department. Of course he knew the value of the wonders of heaven and earth. The principle of its production is very simple, and can be summarized in 12 words: seize the creation of heaven and earth, and steal the mysteries of the sun and the moon. But when these 12 words are put together, they themselves show that they are not simple. It is said that a piece of the lowest level wonder in the world, in the hands of a master, can at least be made into legendary equipment, props, or puppets. Moreover, items made from the wonders of heaven and earth have growth potential in themselves. It can evolve as the host's strength increases. The stronger the host is, the more powerful the creation of the wonders of heaven and earth is. And there is no upper limit to the improvement, On the continent of 10,000 races, those top-notch artifacts and treasures are basically made of rare objects from heaven and earth. Its existence forms are also diverse. It may be a stone, a piece of wood, or a mountain. It could also be a building. Even a special life form. As a divine refiner, how could Jiang Chuan not want such a special and valuable item? Soon, he used the perception ability of the Earth Walker. I noticed that there was an unusual place deep in the soil. In the eyes of Earth Walkers, the underground world is not dark and dull, but as bright as the starry sky. Those metal minerals scattered underground are like the stars in the sky. Either blue or green. Either purple or red. Where there are rich minerals, starlight gathers. In places where minerals are scarce, the starlight is sparser. But at this moment, Jiang Chuan saw a place with sparse stars but unusually bright. I saw a huge ball of yellow light lying there quietly. The surrounding night sky is illuminated with golden color. Jiang Chuan hesitated for a moment, then swam towards the yellow ball of light. The yellow ball of light seemed to have life. After noticing his arrival, it immediately began to move. Unfortunately, as a land walker, Jiang Chuan couldn't let his target escape right under his nose. He just had a thought, and the entire earth veins began to surround the yellow light ball. Huge rocks moved in front of the yellow light ball. Pursuit and interception. Keep it under tight control. Jiang Chuan finally saw the true face of the yellow light ball. This is a life-sized piece of jade. Sparkling with a light yellow luster. Feels smooth. It's ice cold. At the same time, the properties of jade were also revealed before his eyes. Earth element impermanence jade. Quality, yellow. Property. 1 creation mystery, using the impermanence jade to make equipment, props, and puppets can increase the success rate by 30%. 2 souls born from instruments, equipment, props, and puppets made with the impermanence jade have a certain chance of generating consciousness. 3 infinite growth, use the impermanence jade to make equipment, props, and puppets, which have the special ability of infinite growth. Introduction: the impermanence jade was originally an ordinary jade stone. Due to the long-term absorption of the power of the earth veins, it was able to undergo a transformation and eventually evolved into a yellow-level earth-type wonder of heaven and earth, the impermanence jade. The quality of the wonders of heaven and earth is divided into 5 levels: God, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Although the impermanence jade was only the lowest level wonder of heaven and earth, it made Jiang Chuan feel that the trip was worthwhile. If nothing else, it's just a 30% bonus to the success rate. It is enough to rival most high-level materials in the world. This is not just a success rate bonus for life professions. For example, when a high-level divine refiner forges equipment, the success rate for diamond level and below equipment can reach 100%. But at the legendary level, the success rate is only a pitiful 10%. But the impermanence jade is different. The 30% increase in success rate it provides applies to all levels. Junior blacksmiths use it to forge black iron equipment, it can increase the success rate by 30%. Master blacksmiths use it to forge legendary equipment, and it can also increase the success rate by 30%. Even if you are forging a divine weapon, you can still get a 30% success rate. The value of something depends entirely on who holds it. What's more, the impermanence jade has the properties of giving birth to souls and infinite growth. Of course, these 2 attributes seem a bit useless to Jiang Chuan. Because the former can achieve the goal by copying the heavenly Dao inscription of the star god Fei Ying sword, the ancient sword soul. The latter can achieve the goal by copying the heavenly Dao inscription of the thousand gods illusionary mask, infinite upgrade. Haha! This trip was definitely worth it. With this treasure, legendary equipment and the like are simply weak. Epic, mythical, and even divine. That is my ultimate pursuit. Jiang Chuan solemnly placed the impermanence jade into the void warehouse. This is a valuable treasure, far more valuable than any other piece of equipment he has, even the legendary Great Sage's Staff of Annihilation cannot compare to it. After leaving Shiwo Copper Mine, Jiang Chuan embarked on another journey. Explore mountains whenever you can and kill monsters when you encounter them. Although your level has not increased, your strength is constantly increasing. Half a day later, Jiang Chuan stopped in front of a continuous mountain range. I saw that the mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles from east to west with no end in sight. In the depths, there was a peak that pierced the sky. The top of the mountain was covered with snow and shrouded in clouds and mist, like a pillar of heaven. It actually made him look intoxicated and he couldn't help but speak. What a majestic mountain!